Put in more effort. Push harder. All right. Ouch. That hurts terribly. Lin Yang, you useless son-in-law. Are you trying to kill me with that force? Qian Chunhong exclaimed, feeling the pain inflicted by her son-in-law, Lin Yang, and thus unleashed her ire. Mom, I apologize. I was a bit rough earlier and didn't mean to exert so much strength. Lin Yang hastily explained to Qian Chunhong. Qian Chunhong looked at him with disdain, saying, you can't even give me a decent shoulder massage. Truly a waste. I can't fathom how you managed to deceive old Master Su 3 years ago into accepting you as a son-in-law. What a stroke of bad luck. Lin Yang's wife, Su Yuqing, interjected, Mom, how can you speak like that? No matter what, Lin Yang is still your son-in-law. Could you not show him a bit more respect? Qian Chunhong scoffed. I have no such son-in-law, the useless one, unworthy of being my son-in-law. As for his mother-in-law, whoever wants to take on that role may do so. Lin Yang's father-in-law, Su Shenglong, addressed Lin Yang sternly. You worthless fool. Hurry up and sweep the floor. If you don't do it properly, you won't be eating dinner today. Lin Yang replied calmly. Dad, I'll go sweep right away. Su Yuqing sat on the sofa, her brows tightly knit, feeling helpless. Her parents had always disdained her husband, Lin Yang, which caused her considerable distress. Lin Yang fetched a broom and began to sweep the floor. The spacious living room was strewn with sunflower seed shells, intermingled with walnut shells, longan pits, longan skins, pistachio shells, and macadamia nut shells. This was a deliberate act by his father-in-law, Su Shenglong, and mother-in-law, Qian Chunhong, intended to vex Lin Yang, a situation to which he had long since grown accustomed. 3 years ago, for reasons unknown, the patriarch of the Su family, defying the objections of all, insisted on having Lin Yang join their family. From that moment on, Lin Yang became an unwelcome son-in-law, enduring relentless attempts by Su Shenglong and Qian Chunhong to expel him from their home. However, Lin Yang maintained a commendable disposition, facing disdain, insults, and scorn with a calm smile. Unwavering in his resolve to remain in the Su household as an object of ridiculia, so-called useless son-in-law, living off his in-laws. Ding-dong, ding-dong, doorbell of the villa rang. While cracking sunflower seeds, Qian Chunhong turned to Lin Yang and said, You good for nothing. Why aren't you going to answer the door? Mom, I'm going right now. Don't call me mom, I have no such useless son-in-law. Lin Yang, broom in hand, approached the door and opened it to reveal a man with slick-back hair, dressed in a suit and polished shoes, bearing the appearance of a wealthy scion. Lin Yang's brow immediately furrowed. The man named Zhao Haofeng is the sole heir of the prestigious Zhao family in Haisher, a family with assets amounting to billions. His wealth has attracted a plethora of beautiful women, leading to numerous scandalous affairs, and he has earned a notorious reputation as a philanderer in the city. He has often cast his covetous gaze upon Su Yuqing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Haisher, seeking to wrest her away from Lin Yang. His visit was undoubtedly fraught with ulterior motives. Upon encountering Lin Yang, the smirk that previously adorned Zhao Haofeng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of disdain as he rolled his eyes at Lin Yang, proceeding to ignore him entirely. He strode past Lin Yang with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, Uncle, Annie, I have come to see you. Upon seeing Zhao Haofeng, Su Shenglong and Qian Chunhong instantly lit up with joy, as if Zhao Haofeng were their own son-in-law. Qian Chunhong hastily set aside her sunflower seeds and rose from the sofa with a bright smile, greeting him with utmost courtesy. Ah, young Master Zhao, what brings you here? Welcome, welcome. Your presence truly elevates our Su family. Please take a seat. Zhao Haofeng settled onto the sofa, appearing remarkably convivial with Qian Chunhong and Su Shenglong, almost as if they were one family. Qian Chunhong shot a glare at Lin Yang, admonishing him, You useless son-in-law, why are you still standing there? Hurry and pour tea for young Master Zhao. If you neglect him, you will regret it. Lin Yang replied calmly, I shall do so at once. Before long, several cups of fragrant Biluakan tea were placed upon the table. Qian Chunhong, with great politeness, remarked, Young Master Zhao, the tea is ready. Please enjoy. Zhao Haofeng took a sip of the tea brewed by Lin Yang, deliberately contorting his face into a grotesque grimace as if he had tasted something utterly repugnant. He remarked, I've never encountered such atrocious tea. It has a distinct whiff of poverty. Qian Chunhong immediately retorted, "You imbecile! You can't even brew a decent cup of tea, what use are you?" Seeing Lin Yong being berated, Zhao Haofeng wore a smug, triumphant expression and continued, "Uncle, Annie, I have brought you a gift this time." Su Shenglong and Qian Chunhong exchanged glances, their faces betraying their concealed delight, their anticipation soaring. Zhao, a scion of a family worth billions, was sure to present something extravagant. With a beaming smile, akin to one who had just savored honey, Qian Chunhong exclaimed, "Oh, Zhao, you really needn't have brought a gift. Your presence alone is more than enough." Though she uttered these words, her heart yearned for Zhao Haofeng to bestow upon her even more lavish gifts, wishing he would shower her with presents daily, and secretly hoping he might become her son-in-law. Zhao Haofeng courteously replied, "It is only proper to bring a gift when visiting Uncle and Annie." He retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted red gift box from his suit pocket. Upon opening it, they beheld a translucent, richly hued apple-green jade bracelet, instantly recognizable as a treasure of considerable worth. Qian Chunhong's eyes sparkled with unrestrained desire, reminiscent of a mouse spotting rice or a cat eyeing a plump fish, as if she were ready to snatch the bracelet at any moment. "Annie, this apple-green bracelet is valued at 300,000. It will look absolutely stunning on you." Qian Chunhong exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "Oh my, thank you, thank you. Zhao Xiao, you're truly thoughtful. I have never received such a precious gift before." With a beaming smile, Qian Chunhong unreservedly accepted the bracelet, adorning her slightly plump wrist with it. She then turned to her daughter, Su Yuqing, to show off. "Darling, look at this apple-green bracelet your mother is wearing. Isn't it beautiful?" Su Yuqing frowned in discontent and replied, "Mother, how can you accept such an extravagant gift from someone else?" Chapter 2. Without a dowry of 20 million, get out of the Su family. This is just a small token of appreciation from Zhao. How could one possibly refuse? Look at Zhao, so considerate and adept at navigating social nuances, gifting me a bracelet worth several 100,000. As she spoke, her eyes fiercely glared at Lin Yong. Unlike that good-for-nothing who relies on others. 3 years have passed, and he has yet to gift me even a bracelet worth a mere few dozen. He spends his days indulging in our hospitality, a veritable ingrate. Upon hearing Qian Chunhong's praise of him while disparaging Lin Yong, Zhao Haofeng couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Auntie, he is nothing but a leech, probably not even possessing 10 yuan to his name, incapable of affording even a piece of fake jade. Do not let him trouble you. It's not worth the strain on your health. Qian Chunhong flattered. Zhao is absolutely right. It is not worth getting upset over such a useless person. Zhao Haofeng then produced a delicate red gift box from his suit pocket, presenting it to Su Shenglong. "Uncle, this is a gift I brought for you." Upon opening the box, it revealed a glossy black pill emitting a faint aroma of ginseng and deer antler. "Uncle, this longevity pill cost me 3 million, purchased from a reclusive master. It is crafted from 100-year-old ginseng and Tianshan snow lotus, among 49 other precious herbs. While it may not grant eternal life, it certainly promotes longevity, allowing one to live comfortably to the age of 100. Su Shenglong was instantly filled with excitement, his face beaming with joy. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Oh, Zhao Xiao, I am merely a middle-aged nobody, unworthy of receiving such a precious gift from you. I cannot accept it. Uncle, you are Yuqing's father. It is my duty to show my respect to you. I must also thank you for raising Yuqing so well." For her natural beauty and captivating charm, Su Shenglong nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Zhao Xiao truly understands the importance of honoring his elders, so I shall graciously accept." He quickly took the pill, a broad smile illuminating his face as he examined the round, chocolate-like pill as if it were a treasured find. "I never imagined that in my lifetime I would come across such a miraculous elixir." Lin Yong, the 66th generation heir of the esteemed Kunlun Mountain medical sect, had spent his childhood studying under his master amidst the mountains, immersing himself in the knowledge of countless herbs and remedies. With just a glance, he discerned that the pill Zhao Haofeng gifted to Su Shenglong was merely an ordinary concoction. Its cost no more than 300 yuan. He remarked coolly, "This is merely a kidney tonic made from common ginseng and deer antler, with a cost that certainly does not exceed 300 yuan. It lacks any longevity benefits and at most can provide some nourishment to the kidneys. However, excessive consumption may lead to heatiness and nosebleeds, and in severe cases, kidney depletion. Father, you must be cautious with this. Otherwise, Mother's happiness in her later years may be at stake." Zhao Haofeng's heart sank momentarily. Lin Yong was indeed correct. This was merely a kidney treasure pill, purchased for a mere 300 yuan from a roadside traditional Chinese medicine stall. Initially, he intended to use this pill to deceive Su Xinglong, but to his astonishment, Lin Yong, a seemingly useless son-in-law, saw through it at a glance. How could such a man possibly discern the ingredients and cost of this pill? It was likely a lucky guess. Just as he was about to argue and deny the truth, Qian Chuanhong's sharp and caustic voice rang out. You worthless son-in-law, what do you know? How dare you claim that Zhao Xiao's pill is counterfeit? Truly outrageous. Zhao Xiao is the sole heir of the Zhao family, worth billions. Would he bother purchasing a fake pill? If you dare to slander Zhao Xiao again, you'll regret it. Then, Qian Chuanhong hastily added, Zhao Xiao. This worthless man hails from the countryside, merely a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Please do not take offense. Zhao Haofeng feigned a magnanimous smile, saying, It's quite all right. I want to stoop to the level of such a freeloading rustic. Su Xinglong then addressed Lin Yong. I believe you are simply envious of Zhao Xiao, which is why you deliberately claim his elixir is fake. If you possess any skill, you could offer me a pill as well. If not, stop harboring envy toward Zhao Xiao. Qian Chuanhong echoed, Indeed, you are just a jealous fool, lacking ability, yet trying to tarnish Zhao Xiao's reputation. Lin Yong merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. The two were akin to individuals who had been sold yet continued to count the money for the seller. After receiving Zhao Haofeng's gift, Qian Chuanhong and Su Xinglong looked at him with the admiration one might reserve for a prized son-in-law, while their gaze towards Lin Yong was akin to that directed at a stray dog. Zhao Haofeng then produced a sleek black bank card from his suit pocket. Clearly a luxurious item. Uncle, Aunt, he stated, this card holds 20 million. If you agree to marry Yuqing to me, this sum shall serve as her dowry. Qian Chuanhong and Su Xinglong's eyes glistened with avarice as they beheld the card, resembling ravenous wolves eyeing a plump lamb, eager to snatch the card away. Possessed by an insatiable greed, Qian Chuanhong immediately turned to Lin Yong, exclaiming, You worthless man, did you hear? Young Master Zhao is offering a dowry of 20 million. Hurry up and divorce my daughter. Do not hinder her happiness. Su Xinglong chimed in, You, a parasite, have been living off our family for 3 years. It is high time you departed. Lin Yong furrowed his brow and replied, Are you truly willing to cast me aside for 20 million? Have you ever considered Yuqing's feelings? Su Yuqing, her brow knitted in concern, interjected, Dad, Mom, Lin Yong is my husband. I will not divorce him. In a fit of anger, Qian Chuanhong jabbed her finger sharply against Su Yuqing's delicate forehead. You ungrateful child, are you foolish? 20 million. Even selling this good-for-nothing wouldn't fetch that amount. With this fortune, your father and I could live without worry for the rest of our lives. My family enjoys a life of luxury and the pleasure of global travel. I must tell you, if you do not divorce this worthless man, I will not receive the 20 million. You shall be deemed an unfilial daughter, failing to honor your parents. Su Yuqing hastily retorted, Mother, you would sell me for 20 million? Are you truly my mother? What kind of mother sells her daughter? Silly girl, am I not your true mother? Did I pick you up from a garbage heap? This is for your own good. Marrying a penniless country bumpkin like Lin Yong will lead to nothing but despair. Of course, if that good-for-nothing Lin Yong can produce a dowry of 20 million, I will allow you to remain together. Otherwise, you must part ways. Money Chuanhong knew in her heart that a useless son-in-law could never amass such a sum. She imagined Lin Yong would be so terrified by this condition that he would retreat like a turtle, fleeing from the Su family. Su Yuqing, now agitated, exclaimed, Mother, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. Where is Lin Yong supposed to find 20 million? I do not care. If he cannot provide the dowry of 20 million, he must leave the Su family. At that moment, Lin Yong merely smiled faintly, as if 20 million were merely a trivial sum akin to $2. He is the 66th generation heir of the Kunlun Mountain medical sect, possessing unparalleled medical skills capable of curing all manner of ailments, bringing the dead back to life. As long as there is breath left, he can rescue souls from the brink of death. 3 years prior, Lin Yang's master had instructed him not to practice medicine until the 3-year period had elapsed. Today marks the end of that term, and his medical skills are now unbound. He is free to practice. With his extensive abilities, acquiring 20 million is hardly a daunting task. Furthermore, when the Divine Healer sect was annihilated, he managed to escape from Kunlun Mountain with some ancient treasures bestowed upon him by his master. If necessary, he could sell those artifacts, making the pursuit of 20 million an effortless endeavor. Confidently, Lin Yong declared, Very well, 20 million, is it? Not a problem, I shall provide it. This proclamation left everyone present in stunned silence. their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had heard an explosion. They could scarcely trust their ears. Had this waste of a son-in-law truly lost his mind? 20 million was a sum he could never hope to attain in his lifetime, yet here he was, unabashedly asserting his ability to procure it, truly an audacious display. Instantly, the living room of the Su family erupted in laughter. Su Yuqing grasped Lin Yang's arm. Her face etched with urgency as she implored, "Lin Yang, 20 million, not 2,000. Where do you intend to acquire such a sum?" With unwavering conviction and a gentle demeanor, Lin Yang replied, "Yuqing, trust me, I have a plan." Chapter 3. The Most Beautiful Martial Artist of the Sea Market. By Ruoshan looking into Lin Yang's sincere eyes, Su Yuqing nodded slightly. While she was uncertain how he would procure 20 million, his assertion that he had a method inspired her faith. Zhao Haofeng scoffed, "Am I hearing this correctly? You, a man living off others, dare to claim you can produce 20 million? Could it possibly be 20 million ghost coins?" Su Shenlong remarked, "You useless son-in-law. While it's acceptable for you to thrive on others' generosity, now you boast without a hint of embarrassment. I feel ashamed for you. It would be best for you to gather your belongings and swiftly leave the Su family." Qian Chunhong retorted, "You worthless wretch, you probably don't even possess 2,000. How dare you claim you can produce 20 million? Are you planning to steal or rob? Let me make this clear. If you get into trouble, don't drag the Su family down with you. If you do, I won't let you off easily. Rest assured, I guarantee every penny will be clean and legitimate." Lin Yang confidently replied. Qian Chunhong stated, "Fine, I will give you this useless son-in-law 3 days. If you cannot come up with 20 million within that time, you will see how I deal with you." 3 days? Lin Yang questioned, seemingly dissatisfied with the time frame. "What? Do you find 3 days insufficient? If you think it's too little, I can extend it a few more days." "No, I believe 3 days is far too long. I only need a single day," Lin Yang declared emphatically. Qian Chunhong's eyes widened in disbelief. A worthless son-in-law dared to claim he could produce 20 million in just 1 day. She could hardly believe it. With a scoff, she replied, "You boast far too much, son-in-law. What will your punishment be if you fail to produce 20 million within a day? If I cannot come up with 20 million, I will willingly divorce Yuqing and leave the Su family forever." "Very well, it's a deal," once said. "It cannot be taken back. Prepare to be expelled from the Su family." Lin Yang scoffed with disdain. Within a day, he was confident he could procure 20 million. That was simply his conviction. Su Shenlong challenged, "I am eager to witness how you, a useless son-in-law, will manage to gather such a sum in a single day." Zhao Haofeng added, "Lin Yang, if you fail to produce 20 million by tomorrow, Su Yuqing shall belong to me." Zhao Haofeng, "I advise you to cease your futile struggle and leave Yuqing. Otherwise, you shall face utter humiliation. I shall indeed present the dowry of 20 million tomorrow." "There is no need for your concern, Zhao," Lin Yang retorted dismissively. Qian Chunhong assured, "Rest easy, Zhao. This worthless son-in-law can only boast empty words. He is like a stubborn duck, and tomorrow, we shall witness his downfall. Prepare yourself to wed our Yuqing." "Very well, auntie. I shall come to escort Yuqing then," Zhao Haofeng replied. Qian Chunhong, with a straightforward demeanor, said, "Zhao, spare me the formality of auntie. Just call me mother. It is merely a matter of time." Qian Chunhong believed that Lin Yang, the good-for-nothing, could never amass 20 million. Tomorrow marked his expulsion from the Su family, and thereafter, Su Yuqing would belong to Zhao Haofeng. Sooner or later, she would be Zhao Haofeng's mother. Zhao Haofeng chuckled in a lewd and excited manner, shamelessly uttering, "Mother." Qian Chunhong beamed with unparalleled joy, nodding in agreement. "Ah, a splendid son-in-law." Her expression of bliss seemed as though she herself were to wed Zhao Haofeng. Zhao Haofeng, brimming with pride, addressed Lin Yang, "Rest assured, Lin Yang. Once you are cast out from the Su family tomorrow, I shall cherish Yuqing as she deserves." Suddenly, he turned to Su Yuqing and said, "Yuqing, let us meet again at this time tomorrow." With that, Zhao Haofeng smiled and left with a flourish. Su Yuqing tugged at Lin Yang's hand, her expression one of reluctance as she softly exclaimed, "Lin Yang, I do not wish to marry Zhao Haofeng." Lin Yang reassured her, "Do not worry, Yuqing. As long as I am here, no one can separate us. I will not allow you to marry Zhao Haofeng." His words were spoken with unwavering confidence, prompting Su Yuqing to gently nod in agreement. Although she was uncertain where Lin Yang would procure 2 million, she had an inkling that he was not lying. Perhaps he truly could gather that sum, in his quest to obtain the 2 million as a bride price. Lin Yang decided against immediately selling the ancient treasures left by his master for funds. Instead, he resolved to rely on his own skills, specifically his exceptional medical expertise, to earn the money. He set up a sign by the roadside in the park, a half-meter-tall board on which he boldly inscribed in ink, "Divine Doctor, Miraculous Hands, cures all illnesses." Thus, his makeshift medical stand was established. He then called out loudly, "Cures for all ailments. No charge if I cannot heal you." Passers-by, particularly the elderly, cast skeptical glances at Lin Yong, whispering among themselves. It was evident that they regarded him as a charlatan. In this day and age, it was alarming how brazenly fraudsters proclaimed their ability to cure every disease, truly a shocking affront that risked their very lives. In this realm of unscrupulous practitioners, they exploit the gullible without remorse. My aunt was deceived out of over 100,000 last month. Not only did her ailment remain untreated, but she also ended up in the ICU, where she still lies today. Lin Yong merely smiled faintly in response to such remarks. After a brief period of calling out, a luxurious Rolls-Royce came to a halt before Lin Yang's modest stall. The opulent door of the Rolls-Royce slowly swung open, revealing a stunning young woman clad in a chic white ensemble. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a delicate and exquisite visage, eyes sparkling like stars, skin as pale as snow, and long hair flowing gracefully in the breeze. She possessed an elegant figure, tall and slender yet curvaceous, exuding an ethereal aura. Her name was Bai Rushuang, the second princess of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the city, renowned for her chivalrous spirit and exceptional martial prowess. She was a master of the Qi refining stage, celebrated as the most beautiful warrior in the city. Martial artists are categorized into 9 realms based on their cultivation levels: meridian opening, foundation establishment, body refinement, Qi refining, master, dragon transformation, celestial being, demigod, and divinity. To reach the Qi refining stage is already a remarkable achievement, designating one as a paragon among mortals. Bai Rushuang embodied such an extraordinary existence. At this moment, she was anxiously seeking a physician capable of curing her sister, who was gravely afflicted by an ancient and rare ailment known as cold poison. Initially, she held a disdainful view towards the street vendors and itinerant healers, yet her sister's condition had left her desperate after consulting countless esteemed doctors with no success. Upon encountering Lin Yang's bold claim of curing all ailments, perhaps driven by desperation, she resolved to inquire further, wondering if this street doctor could indeed provide a remedy for her sister's affliction. With purpose, Bai Rushuang approached Lin Yong, her intent evident as she promptly inquired, "Good day. May I ask what ailments you can treat?" Lin Yong smiled confidently and replied, "I can cure any illness, from minor headaches and fevers to severe conditions such as tumors, cancer, strokes, and paralysis. I truly possess the ability to heal all maladies." She quickly pressed on, "Can you treat cold poison?" Cold poison is one of the most challenging ailments to heal, historically resistant to effective treatment. If the wrong physician is consulted, the patient could endure excruciating suffering akin to being trapped in an ice cellar, ultimately leading to cardiac arrest and coagulation of blood. However, for the practitioners of divine medicine, there exists a remarkably effective treatment. As the most gifted disciple of the divine medicine sect, Lin Yong could treat even the most severe cases of cold poison, as long as the patient still drew breath. To him, the mere cold poison was trivial. With unwavering confidence, he declared that what many physicians deemed untreatable was, for him, as simple as curing a common cold. Bai Rushuang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This man's audacity was remarkable, as he casually dismissed the affliction that had eluded numerous doctors over the past decade. "My sister contracted a rare ailment known as the cold poison at the tender age of 10, rendering her bedridden for over a decade. Countless practitioners of both traditional Chinese and Western medicine have been rendered helpless in her case. Are you truly confident in your ability to cure her?" Bai Rushuang inquired again, her disbelief palpable. Lin Yong responded with unwavering certainty, affirming his capability to treat her, and declared that he alone possessed the means to eradicate the cold poison from this world. It was hard not to view him as a charlatan when a mere 20-something street vendor exuded such confidence in his healing abilities, especially in the face of a condition that had stumped numerous experts. With a tone laced with skepticism, Bai Rushuang remarked, "You are so young and practicing medicine on the street. Could you really not be a fraud?" Lin Yong replied with a calm demeanor, "My youth does not equate to a lack of medical prowess. I have memorized the revered texts such as the Divine Farmer's Materia Medica, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, and the Treatise on Cold Damage, and I have mastered various ancient acupuncture techniques. In this realm, it is likely that no one aside from myself can save your sister. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Rushuang pondered the possibility that if this physician could indeed treat cold poison, he might also help her with her own afflictions. Might you examine me and discern any anomalies within my body? Lin Yang scrutinized Bai Rushuang and remarked, have you recently experienced involuntary shivers or a sense of coldness? With your limbs moving sluggishly? At times, do you find yourself unable to sleep, as if encased in an icy abyss? Bai Rushuang's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this young man had accurately identified her condition. Recently, she has indeed experienced the condition described by Lin Yang, occasionally feeling an involuntary chill, as if she had stepped into a frigid landscape with cold hands and feet and a lack of agility in her movements. The man before her, astonishingly, discerned her physical symptoms merely by observation, without even taking her pulse, indicating he possessed considerable insight. Bai Rushuang then inquired, may I ask, do you know the reason behind these symptoms? Since the onset of her discomfort, she had consulted the most reputable traditional and Western physicians at the city hospital, undergone a comprehensive examination, including X-rays, ultrasounds, and blood tests, yet no underlying cause could be identified, leaving her in a state of distress. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the imperial green beaded bracelet adorning her wrist. Having encountered numerous artifacts from ancient graves during his childhood in the mountains, he instantly recognized that the bracelet was problematic. With confidence, he stated, your bracelet is the root cause of your physical ailments. Simply remove it, engage in more physical activity, and consume nourishing supplements, and your health will be restored to its former state. Bai Rushuang was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it seemed that her series of symptoms had indeed begun with the wearing of this bracelet. Ever since she adorned her wrist with it, not only had her physical strength gradually waned, leading to insufficient vitality and cold extremities, but her martial arts cultivation had also faced significant hindrances. Despite her diligent practice, her progress in martial arts was exceedingly slow, verging on stagnation, akin to a once fluent water pipe suddenly obstructed by mud, rendering the flow entirely still. Bai Rushuang inquired urgently, esteemed healer, what is the issue with this bracelet? Why have I felt weakened, chilled, and unable to sleep since wearing it, with no progress in my martial arts cultivation? Lin Yang elaborated, this bracelet was stolen from the tomb of extreme Yin, emanating a potent aura of Yin energy. When worn, this energy invades the body, causing coldness, fatigue, rigidity in the limbs, a decline in immunity, hormonal imbalances, insomnia, and vivid dreams. Furthermore, the qi and blood within your body stagnate due to the accumulation of this chilling energy, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance your martial prowess. Thus, I advise against wearing it. Bai Rushuang suddenly comprehended. No wonder she had recently felt an internal chill and a decrease in her abilities. This bracelet was the culprit. She had purchased it for 5 million at an auction last month, attracted by its fine quality, unaware of the underlying issues it possessed. Resolutely, she removed the bracelet, and shortly thereafter, she felt a significant warmth enveloping her. Upon attempting to circulate her internal energy, she discovered that her qi and blood flowed much more freely, and her entire being felt at ease, devoid of the previous chill. Her eyes widened in astonishment, soon transforming into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, esteemed healer, you are truly remarkable. Initially, she had merely intended to seek out a local practitioner in hopes of a stroke of luck, but unexpectedly, she encountered a true healer. The joy was unmistakable on her face. The man before her was undoubtedly a master of his craft, possessing the capability to cure her sister's cold poison. With deep respect, Bai Rushuang knelt on one knee, clasping her hands in salute. Divine healer, I implore you to save my sister. She is currently afflicted by a chilling poison, and her life hangs by a thread. If you can rescue her, I shall agree to any conditions you set. Lin Yang playfully teased, adopting a comical expression as if he wished to claim Bai Rushuang for himself. Observing this, Bai Rushuang furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating for a moment before shyly responding. If you truly can save my sister, I would not be averse to offering myself in return. She had always shared a profound bond with her sister, confiding in one another about everything. With her sister's life in jeopardy, she was naturally willing to marry the man who could save her. The ability to cure her sister indicated that this individual possessed exceptional medical skills, and marrying such a person would be akin to having a dedicated physician at her disposal. Moreover, Lin Yang did not appear unattractive. With a bit of refinement, he could indeed be considered handsome. Therefore, marrying Lin Yang would not be a considerable loss. Lin Yang marveled internally, surprised that Bai Rushuang would offer herself for her sister's sake. She was truly a remarkable sister. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor. There is no need for such a commitment, but I must clarify that my medical services are not free. Bai Rushuang hastily replied, Sir, please state your price. As long as you can heal my sister, I shall not dispute the cost. I, Bai Rushuang, will not hesitate. Lin Yong boldly quoted a sum of 20 million. 20 million should not be an excessive amount for the Bai family. One of the 4 prominent clans, it was merely a modest target of 1/5. The affliction known as the cold poison currently lacks any specialized treatment available in the market. Only the authentic 9-yang divine needle, practiced by the renowned physician, can provide effective healing. Even if the consultation fees are substantial, it is not excessive. It is a deal. If you can cure my sister, I shall reward you with 100 million. Bai Ruoshang stated resolutely, her gaze unwavering. For her family, such an amount was merely a trifling sum, especially considering the medical expenses incurred over the years for Bai Bingning, which had already reached several billion. If Lin Yong could restore her sister's health, 100 million would be a modest price indeed. Chapter 5. The young upstart Lin Yong expressed his delight. Miss Bai, your generosity is commendable. It is no wonder that the Bai family ranks among the 4 great families of Haishur, possessing such audacity. Bai Ruoshang inquired, May I ask how I should address you? Esteemed physician? Lin Yong replied, I am Lin Yong, with Lin denoting the forest and Yang signifying the blazing sun. Bai Ruoshang, her urgency palpable, implored, Mr. Lin, we must act swiftly. My sister lies in a precarious state on her sickbed, her life hanging in the balance. Let us proceed to my home at once. Please, follow me to the car. Very well. Bai Ruoshang and Lin Yong entered the luxurious Rolls-Royce, where the driver swiftly transported them to the Bai family's grand villa. During the journey, Lin Yong received a WeChat message from Su Yuqing. Lin Yong, if you cannot gather 200 million, please do not act recklessly. I will not marry Zhao Haofeng. If you are expelled from the Su family, I shall leave with you. After all, I have no desire to remain in this household. A warmth enveloped Lin Yang's heart, akin to savoring a cup of sweet, comforting milk tea. Lin Yong responded, Yuqing, trust me, I will return with 20 million. No one can tear us apart. Su Yuqing replied with a charming smile. Lin Yong responded with a cheerful grin. Soon, the two arrived at a magnificent villa estate situated on the outskirts of the city. At the entrance stood tall security guards clad in black. The estate sprawled over an impressive area of 5,000 square meters, enveloped in serene elegance. Lush lawns, fountains, artificial hills, gardens, pavilions, ponds, and the melodious chirping of birds created an ambience reminiscent of the great outdoors. Bai Rushuang hurriedly led Lin Yong across the courtyard and onto the second floor of the villa, where her sister lay in wait for rescue. At that moment, a group of medical personnel clad in white coats surrounded the room, utterly helpless. A woman with a pallid complexion and purplish lips lay on a large bed, covered by a thick silk quilt. Although she was in a state of unconsciousness, her innate beauty could not be concealed. This woman was Bai Rushuang's sister, Bai Bingning, who had suffered from a chilling poison since childhood and had been in a coma for 3 years due to its severity. A man, bald like a tea egg and sporting a flowing black beard, dressed in a traditional black tang suit, paced anxiously within the room, his palms growing sweaty with worry, akin to an ant on a hot stove. This man was Bai Rushuang and Bai Bingning's father, Bai Xiangtian, the head of the Bai family. As soon as Bai Rushuang entered, she exclaimed, Dad, I'm back. I have brought a miraculous doctor for my sister. She will be saved. Upon hearing that he could save his daughter's life, Bai Xiaoyan's expression instantly brightened, and he excitedly exclaimed, Really? That is wonderful. Where is the divine physician? Bai Rushuang promptly introduced, Dr. Lin, this is my father, Bai Xiaotian. Lin Yong politely replied, Hello, Uncle Bai. I am Lin Yong, here today to treat Miss Bai Bingning. Bai Xiaotian scrutinized the young Lin Yang standing beside Bai Rushuang. He appeared youthful, perhaps in his 20s, starkly contrasting with the seasoned, renowned doctors in the room. Moreover, he was clad in inexpensive attire, which caused Bai Xiaoyan's demeanor to shift instantly, his expression darkening. He found it hard to believe that a young man dressed in such humble garments could truly be a divine physician. He suspected he was merely a charlatan. With a cold voice, Bai Xiaotian questioned, Is this truly the divine physician you have brought back? Bai Rushuang nodded, affirming, Yes, father, he is indeed Dr. Lin Yong, exceptionally skilled in his craft, and he will undoubtedly cure my sister's ailment. Bai Xiaoyan's expression grew grave as he retorted loudly, "Nonsense. How could you bring such an inexperienced youth to treat your sister? If word gets out, it would be a disgrace to the Bai family." An elderly expert from the city hospital chimed in, "Miss Bai, do not be deceived by this fraud. Even I, a practitioner for decades, am at my wit's end. How could a mere lad in his 20s possibly cure the cold poison? If he succeeds, where would that leave the reputations of us seasoned physicians?" Someone echoed, "Indeed. Miss Bai, in this day and age, there are countless deceivers. You must not trust others indiscriminately, especially those impoverished doctors who cannot even afford decent clothing." Lin Yang retorted with indignation, "If you cannot heal, does that mean others should not attempt to? My ability to cure patients is my own merit. Why should I concern myself with where you place your pride? Is a person's life less significant than your dignity? Furthermore, my capability to treat patients has no correlation with age or attire. Is one's medical skill truly assessed by their age or clothing?" In an instant, the so-called experienced doctors were rendered speechless. Bai Ruoshang addressed the crowd. "Mr. Lin is truly a miraculous physician. He has alleviated my headaches and physical frailty. The doctors in the room examined me, yet none could discern my ailment, let alone provide a remedy. However, Mr. Lin identified the cause of my affliction at a glance and successfully treated my symptoms. For this alone, Lin should be given a chance." An elderly doctor interjected, "Then please tell us, where did this so-called miraculous Lin graduate? Which esteemed institution does he belong to?" Bai Ruoshang hesitated momentarily before responding, He is someone I found on the street." Despite his humble origins, Bai Ruoshang felt an unwavering conviction that Lin Yang could heal her sister's illness. Anyone capable of curing ailments is a miraculous physician, regardless of their background. As the ancient saying goes, a hero does not inquire about origins, which aptly applies to Lin Yang. The crowd present was taken aback by Ruoshang's words. Even dozens of esteemed medical experts found themselves at a loss. It was utterly absurd that Bai Ruoshang had the audacity to believe that an unidentified quack from the streets could cure Bai Bingming's cold poison. Bai Xiaodian trembled with indignation. Scolding Bai Ruoshang, "You are truly foolish. How could you invite such a charlatan into your home to treat your sister? What if something goes wrong? Do you wish for your sister to perish at the hands of a fraud?" A group of doctors echoed his sentiments, insisting, "Miss Bai is gravely ill. If this inexperienced youth mishandles her treatment, we will not take responsibility. Indeed, allowing such a quack to treat Miss Bai is reckless. If anything were to go awry, we would bear no responsibility. In this day and age, it seems anyone can claim to be a doctor. If a street-side quack were truly capable of healing Miss Bai, it would be the height of folly." Bai Xiaodian continued, "Indeed, your sister is in a precarious state. If you let this mysterious individual meddle in her treatment, what will happen? Do you wish for her to suffer a swift demise?" Chapter 6. The Divine Healer under the scrutiny of the assembly. Bai Ruoshang furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yang, unimpressed by the remarks from the crowd, retorted, "The excellence of a physician is never determined by age or academic credentials. Though I may be young and not affiliated with any prestigious hospital or esteemed institution, my medical skills are on par with any of you. Miss Bai is in imminent danger. If you cannot provide her with effective treatment, do not obstruct others from doing so." As soon as these words were uttered, they provoked a chorus of scorn from the esteemed physicians present. "How audacious and self-important. You are nothing but a charlatan, a mere jester. I practiced medicine long before you even graced this world. The number of patients I have treated far exceeds the total individuals you have encountered. The frequency with which I have administered acupuncture surpasses the number of meals you have consumed. How dare you claim superiority in medical skill over us? It is utterly laughable. More than half of us are graduates from prestigious institutions both domestically and internationally, while you, a mere swindler, have nothing to compare with us." Bai Xiaodian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You, a fraud parading about on the streets, dare to deceive the Bai family? Do you truly believe us to be easily trifled with? Someone, teach this impostor a lesson, and then throw him out." Bai Ruoshang interjected urgently, "Wait. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest I invited. No one is to lay a hand on him. Father, I have faith in Dr. Lin. He possesses the ability to cure my sister as cold poison. Please allow him to try. Why are you so obstinately fixated on believing in a street-side quack? You are driving me to the brink of exasperation." The physicians present shook their heads and sighed, convinced that Bai Ruoshang must have fallen under some enchantment cast by Lin Yang to trust such a destitute young man clad in shabby attire. One of them remarked, "Miss Bai, please do not further distress your father. It would be unfortunate if he were to suffer any serious health repercussions. Your sister is already unwell. Do not exacerbate your father's condition. Bai Ruoshang frowned, feeling a throbbing headache. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness as if her words could not penetrate the thick walls of misunderstanding surrounding her, she held faith in Lin Yang. Yet convincing her father and all the doctors present of his capabilities seemed an insurmountable task. At that moment, a resounding voice rang out from outside, declaring, "The renowned doctor, Hua Qishan has arrived." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaotian and the elderly physicians in attendance experienced a sudden transformation from anxiety to elation, particularly Bai Xiaotian, whose excitement could hardly be contained. They were resolute in their belief that Dr. Hua possessed the skills to save Bai Bingning's life. With palpable enthusiasm, Bai Xiaotian exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Dr. Hua is here. Now there is hope for Bingning." An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, his countenance kind, adorned with a white beard and slightly hunched, entered bearing a box. This was none other than Hua Qishan, the most esteemed physician in Jiangnan. Celebrated both domestically and internationally for his remarkable reputation, having cured countless souls teetering on the brink of death. There is a saying in the realm of medicine, while the king of hell may claim a soul by the third watch, Dr. Hua can extend their time to the fifth. Bai Xiaotian, overwhelmed with emotion, hurried to greet him, clasping one of Hua Qingshan's hands with utmost reverence. "Dr. Hua, you have finally arrived. Please, assist my daughter. She is afflicted by a chilling poison and is nearing her end." In a voice imbued with age and steadiness, Hua Qishan replied, "Rest assured, Master Bai. Now that I am here, I shall exert every effort to treat your daughter. Have faith, she shall be healed." "Oh, this is truly splendid. Dr. Hua, if you can save my beloved daughter, I am willing to meet any conditions you may propose, even if it costs hundreds of millions. Master Bai, your generosity is appreciated, but the most pressing matter now is your daughter's treatment. We shall discuss the fees later." Bai Xiaotian marveled, "Dr. Hua, not only are you an exceptional physician, but you also possess a benevolent heart. My daughter lies in bed. Please, I implore you." "Very well. I shall examine her at once," Hua Qingshan replied. He seated himself on a stool beside Bai Bingning's bed, placing his hand upon her cold pulse. After a mere 10 seconds, his eyes widened in terror and his countenance darkened. He sighed deeply. Alas! Bai Xiaotian and Bai Ruoshang immediately furrowed their brows, sensing that something dire was amiss. Bai Xiaotian anxiously inquired, "Dr. Hua, what do you mean? How grave is my daughter's condition?" Hua Qishan shook his head, saying, "The cold poison has penetrated too deeply, compounded by her inherent frailty. The poison pervades her entire being. I am unable to cure her. I fear that soon." Bai Xiaotian and Bai Ruoshang felt a surge of anxiety. Although Hua Qingshan did not complete his sentence, the implication was starkly evident. Bai Xiaotian implored, "Dr. Hua, you must devise a means to save my daughter. I will agree to any condition if you can save her. I beseech you, please rescue my daughter." Hua Qingshan continued, "While I cannot eradicate the cold poison to save her life, I can employ silver needles to mitigate the toxicity in her body, extending her life by 30 days. However, after that, I will be powerless." Bai Xiaotian and Bai Ruoshang were engulfed in sorrow, with Bai Ruoshang shedding tears in profound grief. That is her beloved sister, who now has only 30 days to live. A profound sorrow envelopes her heart. The doctors present share in the lamentations. In stark contrast, Lin Yang maintains an air of calmness, setting him apart from the expressions of despair surrounding him. While everyone believes that Bai Bingning has but 30 days left, only Lin Yang is aware that he possesses the means to eradicate her frost toxin. Not only will Bai Bingning survive, but she will also live as any normal person would, contrary to what Hua Qingshan assumes, that she has but a month to breathe. Bai Xiaotian sighs deeply, expressing his regret. "I never imagined that despite exhausting all my efforts, I would ultimately fail to save my daughter's life." He gazes at Bai Bingning with immense sorrow, lamenting, "My dear daughter, it is my fault for not allowing you to live a life akin to that of a normal person in this world. 30 days. 30 days, how much better it would be if it were 30,000 days. He wipes away a tear from the corner of his eye and turns to Hua Qingshan, saying, "Hua, the divine physician, please hasten to administer the needle to extend my daughter's life." Hua Qingshan nods in agreement. "Very well. I shall now employ the legendary 9-yang divine needle to prolong her life." At the mention of the 9-yang divine needle, Lin Yang is momentarily taken aback. This technique is a closely guarded secret of the divine physician sect, never imparted to those outside its disciples. He had never heard of anyone named Hua Qingshan within the sect. and the method for dispelling frost toxins embedded within the Nine-Yang Divine Needle is both intricate and sophisticated. How could Hua Qingshan possess knowledge of the Nine-Yang Divine Needle? Could it be that he has some connection with the Divine Physician sect? Chapter 7. Expelled Lin Yang observed Hua Qingshan intently, eager to discern the unfolding situation. Hua Qingshan retrieved a row of silver needles from his medical box, briefly assessing the acupuncture points he intended to target. Selecting one needle from the array, he prepared to administer the first puncture at the Yingxiang point on Bai Bingning's body. Suddenly, Lin Yang's brow furrowed, and he urgently called out, "Wait!" From Hua Qingshan's chosen acupuncture point and the intended site for the initial needle, Lin Yang had already anticipated the course of Hua Qingshan's technique, concluding that it was utterly unfeasible. What he was about to perform was merely the most rudimentary application of the Nine-Yang Divine Needle, designed to dispel cold and replenish yang. However, this method was only effective for mild cold ailments and would have no bearing on the formidable cold toxin afflicting Bai Bingning. In fact, it would exacerbate her condition, jeopardizing her life rather than healing her. Hua Qingshan felt a jolt of alarm. His needle suspended in midair as he regarded Lin Yang with skepticism, questioning what the young man was up to. The onlookers were equally taken aback by Lin Yang's interruption, their gazes darting between Hua Qingshan and Lin Yang in confusion. Lin Yang addressed Hua Qingshan, "If you proceed with that needle, Miss Bai will not survive even the burning of a single incense stick." Hua Qingshan's expression shifted to one of indignation as he retorted, "What I am about to perform is the Nine-Yang Divine Needle, a profoundly intricate and miraculous medical art. How dare you, a mere youth, speak so recklessly?" Lin Yang elucidated, "From the very first needle you intend to administer, it appears that you will merely employ the acupuncture techniques of the Nine-Yang Divine Needle, specifically those aimed at treating wind-cold ailments. However, Miss Bai is afflicted with a far more severe condition, the cold toxin, which is exponentially more serious than mere wind-cold. Should you proceed with techniques designed for wind-cold, it would likely only exacerbate her frail constitution, causing the cold toxin within her to surge violently, making it improbable for her to survive even a mere incense stick's worth of time." Hua Qingshan's expression was one of astonishment, taken aback that Lin Yang possessed knowledge regarding his acupuncture methods being tailored for wind-cold rather than cold toxin. Who exactly is this individual? Among the onlookers, someone scoffed, brazenly proclaiming, "You audacious young lad, who do you think you are to challenge the expertise of Master Hua? Master Hua's medical skills have reached the pinnacle of Long Kingdom, being the foremost physician in the land, and you, a mere charlatan, dare to speak out of turn." Hua Qingshan, incensed, retorted, "A presumptuous and ignorant apprentice dares to question my medical prowess." Bai Xiaodian furiously commanded, "Someone, throw him out. Do not delay Master Hua's treatment." In an instant, two servants of the Bai family seized Lin Yang by the arms, intending to drag him out. Bai Ruoshang urgently interjected, "Father, Mr. Lin is also a divine physician. I trust he does not speak frivolously. Please reconsider." Bai Xiaodian, furious and stern, replied, "Nonsense. How could a mere boy possibly be a divine physician? He has no right to question Master Hua. If you continue to hinder the treatment, do not blame me for expelling you as well." Bai Ruoshang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Xiaodian then instructed the servants, "Remove this fraud from my sight." Lin Yang exclaimed in anger, "I hope you won't come to plead with me later. How absurd. With divine Dr. Hua present, why would we beg a charlatan like you?" He gestured to the servants, "Throw him out." Two servants seized Lin Yang's arms and forcibly escorted him away. Subsequently, Bai Xiaodian respectfully addressed Hua Qingshan, "Divine Dr. Hua, I have removed the obstacle for you. Please, treat my daughter swiftly." "Very well, I shall attend to her immediately," Hua Qingshan replied. He naively believed that although this acupuncture technique was specifically for treating wind cold, both wind cold and cold poison belonged to the category of cold ailments, and thus their treatment mechanisms should be interconnected. Furthermore, since this method was part of the Juyang acupuncture system, it should alleviate the cold poison without issue. All present were eagerly awaiting his healing. If he were to withdraw at this moment, his reputation could be tarnished. Hua Qingshan proceeded to insert 3 needles into Bai Bingning's Yingxiang and Like acupoints, gently twisting the silver needles. Before long, Bai Bingning's complexion improved significantly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Bai Xiaodian was elated. "Daughter, you have finally awakened." Bai Ruoshang was equally overjoyed. "Sister, you are awake at last." Bai Bingning nodded. "Yes. I feel much better. My body feels warm and comfortable." However, upon realizing Lin Yang's earlier interference with divine Dr. Hua's treatment, Bai Ruoshan's expression gradually shifted to one of indignation. Lin Yang had cast doubt on Hua Qingshan's medical skills, however. Now that her sister had awakened and appeared to be recovering well, it served as a testament to the validity of Hua Qingshan's treatment plan, rendering Lin Yang's skepticism inherently flawed. She pondered the dire consequences had she heeded Lin Yang's misguided perspective, potentially jeopardizing her sister's recovery, which would have been a grave disservice. She began to suspect that Lin Yang was merely a charlatan, and any remedy for her cold symptoms was likely a mere coincidence. It was foolish of her to place such trust in him. She had nearly been swayed by his deceitful words and almost delayed her sister's treatment. Should she encounter him again, she vowed to confront him fiercely, ensuring he would retreat in disgrace. Bai Rushuang expressed her remorse to Bai Xiaotian, saying, "Father, I was mistaken to believe Lin Yang. I nearly hindered my sister's recovery." Bai Xiaotian scoffed, "I have always maintained that this impudent youth is nothing but a fraud. How dare he deceive our Bai family? He clearly has no regard for our esteemed lineage. I shall issue an order to ensure this swindler vanishes from Haisher permanently." Bai Rushuang felt a pang of anxiety, fully aware of the implications behind her father's words regarding someone disappearing. Though Lin Yang had deceived her, he had nonetheless treated her cold symptoms, and even if it was by mere chance, he had facilitated her removal of the imperial green bracelet. With her sister now awake, she believed Lin Yang's transgressions did not warrant such extreme repercussions. In haste, she implored, "Father, I beseech you to spare Lin Yang. He possesses some medical skill, and his actions do not merit such a dire fate." Bai Xiaotian exclaimed, "Did you not witness him just preventing the esteemed Dr. Hua from treating your sister? Such a quack. I cannot allow him to continue deceiving and harming others in this world. Father, please spare Lin Yang, although he engages in deceitful antics. His crimes do not warrant death. He has already departed from the Bai family. Grant him this one reprieve." Bai Xiaotian, filled with rage, retorted, "It seems you have fallen under his spell. I shall not allow such a charlatan to remain unpunished." At that moment, a sudden sound echoed through the room. Bai Bingning abruptly coughed up viscous black blood before fainting, her body growing even colder than before the needle was inserted, as if she had plunged into a millennia-old ice cellar. Her breath was weaker than ever, akin to the fragile thread of a severed lotus root, on the verge of extinguishing. Chapter 8. Dr. Lin, I implore you to save my daughter. Everyone present was instantly taken aback, unable to fathom that Bai Bingning, who had seemingly regained consciousness, would vomit blood and faint once more. The atmosphere in the room turned tense and anxious. Bai Xiaotian hastily inquired of Hua Qingshan, "Dr. Hua, what is happening? Why has my daughter vomited blood and lost consciousness again?" Hua Qingshan quickly checked Bai Bingning's pulse, and within 5 seconds, he was so startled that he fell from his chair. "How can this be? How has Miss Bai's condition worsened? The cold poison within her has surged uncontrollably, akin to a tsunami. She was expected to survive for a few more days, but now her time has dwindled to no more than an hour. This is impossible. I distinctly employed the ancient 9-yang needle technique just moments ago." At this moment, Hua Qingshan found himself at a loss, confronted with a situation he had never encountered before. His knowledge of the Juyang acupuncture technique was limited to a few pilfered moves, leaving him with an inadequate understanding of the diverse methods associated with the Jiuyang divine needle. He never anticipated that the acupuncture techniques aimed at treating wind cold would prove entirely ineffective against Bai Bingning's chilling poison, exacerbating her condition instead. Panic surged within him. Should Bai Bingning perish under his care, Bai Xiaotian would undoubtedly exact a severe retribution, possibly rendering him incapacitated. His esteemed reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Yang's earlier remarks, which were now being validated one by one. It dawned on him just how formidable Lin Yang truly was. The young man, recently expelled, was indeed a miraculous physician. Hua Qingshan hastily scrambled to his feet, urgency lacing his voice as he implored, "Master Bai, please, summon Divine Physician Lin at once. He is the only one who can save Miss Bai. We must bring him back." Bai Xiaotian responded promptly, "Very well. I shall fetch Divine Physician Lin immediately." Without delay, Bai Xiaotian and Bai Rushuang dashed out, fervently pursuing Lin Yang. At that moment, Lin Yang was being escorted away by the Bai family's bodyguards, just outside the gates of the estate but not yet far. As Bai Xiaotian burst through the gates and caught sight of Lin Yang's retreating figure, he called out urgently, "Divine Physician Lin, please, halt. Divine Physician Lin, please, halt." Lin Yang turned slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, for he had anticipated that Bai Xiaotian would come chasing after him. Hua Qingshan's acupuncture methods were utterly incapable of curing Bai Bingning. Not only would they fail, but they would also worsen her ailment. Lin Yang, ever cooperative, paused in his tracks. Bai Xiaodian and Bai Rushuang hurriedly pursued him. Bai Xiaodian implored, "Divine Dr. Lin, I beseech you, please save my daughter. You are her only hope." Lin Yang replied, "Did you not just have me expelled? How is it that you now seek my assistance? Did you not vow to never come to me for help?" In desperation, Bai Xiaodian fell to his knees, clasping his hands in reverence. "I was blind to your greatness and disrespected you, sir. My daughter's condition has worsened. I implore you to heal her. Otherwise, she may perish. If you are willing to lend your hand, I shall offer anything in return. 10 billion, 100 billion. Even half of the Bai family's wealth is a trivial sacrifice." As the head of one of the 4 prominent families in Haishur, Bai Xiaodian was accustomed to having his way and never begged or knelt to anyone. Yet, for the sake of his beloved daughter, he was prepared to prostrate himself, even if it meant bowing to Lin Yang. At that moment, Bai Rushuang bent her delicate leg and also knelt. "Divine Dr. Lin, I implore you to save my sister. If you restore her health, I will grant you anything you desire." Lin Yang addressed Bai Xiaodian, "You doubted me and treated me with such disrespect, yet now you come seeking my aid. Am I merely at your beck and call?" Bai Xiaodian hastily responded, "Ah, Mr. Lin, I was mistaken and have wronged you. Please, I beg you, save my daughter. She truly is in dire straits." Lin Yang reassured, "Rest assured, I shall attend to Miss Bai Bingning's ailment. However, my fee was initially set at 100 million, and I must now increase it slightly." Bai Xiaodian previously mentioned that if Hua Qingshan were to cure Bai Bingning, offering 1 billion would pose no issue. Even a mediocre traditional doctor could command such a fee. Thus, requesting 10 million seems reasonable. Although I had already negotiated a fee of 1 million with Bai Rushuang, Bai Xiaoyan's recent disrespect necessitates a higher charge to avoid appearing easily intimidated. Bai Xiaodian responded, "Dr. Lin, state your price, and I shall not hesitate." 10 million. Lin Yang declared. Without a moment's pause, Bai Xiaodian replied, "Very well, 10 million it shall be. Please, I implore you to save my daughter." Lin Yang assured him, "Fear not. As long as it is in my hands, even the king of hell cannot take her away." With that, Bai Xiaodian and Bai Rushuang hastily led Lin Yang back to Bai Bingning's chamber. Upon entering, Hua Qingshan rushed towards him as if he were a deity. "Dr. Lin, you have finally returned. I beseech you, attend to Miss Bai Bingning at once. Her breathing is faint, and her body is as cold as ice. She is on the brink of collapse." Lin Yang grasped Bai Bingning's icy hand and took her pulse. In that moment, she resembled a being of ice, her entire body exuding a relentless chill. Though her life hung by a thread, her recovery was entirely feasible. Lin Yang swiftly instructed, "My medical practices are not to be shared, and to treat Miss Bai, I require her garments to be removed for acupuncture. Therefore, I kindly ask you to step outside." Bai Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, filled with hesitation, for this matter pertained to the integrity of his daughter. If anything were to go awry, how could she ever hope to marry? Someone remarked, "I believe this individual is no divine healer, merely a beast seeking to take advantage of Miss Bai Bingning." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, we must not allow this scoundrel to tarnish the purity of Miss Bai." Bai Ruoshang quickly interjected, "Father, I have faith that Dr. Lin is an honorable and upright gentleman who would never commit such improprieties against my sister." After a few moments of contemplation, Bai Xiaodian finally said, "Just to be safe, you shall remain in the room as a sentinel. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to call for me." Bai Ruoshang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the crowd exited through the door, leaving only Lin Yang, Bai Ruoshang, and Bai Bingning in the room. Lin Yang filled the expansive bathtub in the bathroom with warm water, believing that the treatment would yield optimal results in such a soothing environment. Bai Bingning sat within the warm embrace of the water, while Lin Yang joined her. Gently, he began to remove the exquisite garments that adorned Bai Bingning, revealing her skin, as pure and smooth as jade. It was the first time Lin Yang found himself in the presence of a woman clad only in her undergarments, and a flush crept onto his cheeks. Despite being the husband of Su Yuqing, in the 3 years since he had entered the Su family, he had only glimpsed Su Yuqing in her nightclothes, let alone witnessed anything more intimate. Shaking his head to dispel the redness from his face, Lin Yang reminded himself to focus. The art of acupuncture required unwavering concentration. Lin Yang skillfully inserted several silver needles into various acupoints on Bai Bingning's head, hands, abdomen, back, legs, and feet, including the Fengqi, Yingxiang, and Like points among more than a dozen others. His technique was fluid and graceful, each needle imbued with his vital energy. This vital energy, known as Jinqi, is a powerful force that can only be harnessed by skilled martial artists. As the 66th successor of a renowned medical lineage, Lin Yang was both a physician and a martial artist. Once a practitioner reaches the qi refining stage, they are able to manipulate this energy. Having married into the Su family 3 years ago, Lin Yang seized every opportunity to secretly cultivate his skills in a storage room. And he has now transcended the terrifying realm of the celestial being, surpassing the qi refining stage by 2 entire levels, a feat unattained by anyone in centuries. Thus, manipulating Jinqi was second nature to him. With the 69th form of the 9 Yang divine needle, fiery sun shines, ice shatters. Bai Bingning's meridians became unblocked, her entire being experiencing a surge of smooth energy flow. Her eyelids fluttered slightly. Perhaps the needles had caused her some discomfort, prompting her to utter a soft exclamation. Outside the door, a group of men, upon hearing such a delicate and somewhat beguiling cry, became agitated. One exclaimed, "Master Bai. That young man clearly intends to take advantage of Miss Bai." Another chimed in, "Indeed, that sound is suspicious, Master Bai. Master Bai, your daughter's virtue is at stake. You must go in and apprehend that scoundrel." Provoked by their warnings, Master Bai's anger flared. He was genuinely concerned about his daughter's honor being tarnished. The venerable Master Bai bellowed with a formidable voice, "Lin Yang, you lecher. If you dare to dishonor my daughter, I shall sever your hands." Inside the room, Bai Ruoshang interjected, "Father, do not worry. My sister only felt a slight pain from the acupuncture needles." Lin Yang did not disrespect her. "I was watching over them the entire time." With this assurance, Master Bai's anxious heart finally found solace. Lin Yang continued to channel his vital energy into the silver needles, deepening their penetration. Before long, streams of dark blood began to flow along the needles from the acupuncture points, these sinister fluids being the cold poison within Bai Bingning's body. Gradually, her frigid temperature transformed into a warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring, and her complexion bloomed with a rosy hue. Bai Bingning felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping her, as though she were basking in the soft rays of sunlight, experiencing an unparalleled sense of comfort. With her eyes gently closed, she parted her delicate lips, murmuring, "How delightful." Slowly, she began to open her eyes, and to her astonishment, she beheld the world anew, overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, she became acutely aware of her peculiar situation, seated in a bath, clad only in 2 scant garments that barely covered her modesty. Instinctively sensing something amiss, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest. Turning her head in haste, she encountered the visage of an unfamiliar face, which startled her, causing her complexion to pale in shock. Enraged and embarrassed, she swiftly raised her hand and struck Lin Yang across the face, exclaiming with her tender voice, "Rogue." Slap. In that instant, Bai Bingning's delicate palm made contact with Lin Yang's cheek, her hand still bearing traces of the chill from the cold poison, reminiscent of a wintry touch. Lin Yang's face flushed slightly, feeling inexplicably wronged, as if he had been unjustly struck. He hurriedly expressed his grievance. "Miss Bai, I was just assisting you with your ailment. How could you strike me? I am a man of honor." Beside him, Bai Ruoshang quickly came to Lin Yang's defense. "Sister, Mr. Lin was indeed helping you with your treatment." Bai Bingning's gaze fell upon Lin Yang's relatively handsome visage, her expression tinged with surprise. She had not anticipated that the affliction that had plagued her for years could be alleviated by a young man, who was also somewhat attractive. A blush crept onto Bai Bingning's cheeks as she crossed her hands over her heart, saying, You truly did not do anything inappropriate to me, did you?" Lin Yang, with utmost sincerity, reassured her, "Rest assured, Miss Bai. The reason I loosened your clothing was solely to facilitate the acupuncture. It was not my intention to disrobe you, nor did I engage in any improper conduct. Heaven is my witness." Bai Ruoshang added, "Sister, I witnessed the entire procedure. And I assure you, he did nothing inappropriate. Otherwise, I would have already drawn my sword against him." Bai Bingning nodded gently, realizing that this man not only possessed exceptional medical skills and had cured her grave illness, but was also a person of integrity, a worthy candidate for lifelong trust. "Ruoshang, please fetch me a bathrobe." Shortly thereafter, Bai Ruoshang presented her with a silk bathrobe, which Bai Bingning donned gracefully, her entire demeanor exuding elegance and poise. In terms of appearance, Bai Bingning and Bai Ruoshang are equally matched, both striking in their own right. However, Bai Bingning exudes a more delicate allure, her demeanor imbued with an elegant melancholy, while Bai Ruoshang radiates a vibrant, sunny disposition reminiscent of the spirited heroes of ancient martial tales. At this moment, Bai Xiaodian, accompanied by a group of physicians, burst into the room, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Bai Bingning, who, draped in a bath towel and flushed with health, appeared as lively as any ordinary person. It was hard to believe that this woman, who had lain bedridden for 3 years, her body cold and teetering on the brink of death, was now standing before them in such splendid condition, devoid of any trace of illness. No one could fathom that a mere youth, barely in his 20s, had managed to cure a seemingly insurmountable ailment. Such prowess far surpassed their own seasoned expertise. It was truly a stroke of genius. How deceptive appearances can be, and how immeasurable the depths of the sea. The younger generation must not be underestimated. The crowd erupted in exclamations of admiration for Lin Yang's miraculous medical skills, praising him profusely. This was nothing short of a medical marvel. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed that such a cold affliction could be effectively cured. Truly, Dr. Lin embodies the hope for the future of medicine. Hua Qingshan approached Lin Yang with reverence, stating, "Having practiced medicine for decades, I find myself enlightened. I never anticipated that a young man like you could possess such extraordinary skill. I am utterly in awe and bow to you." Hua Qingshan promptly knelt on one knee, bowing deeply to Lin Yang in a gesture of respect. The other elder physicians followed suit, kneeling respectfully and imploring, "Please accept our homage, Dr. Lin." In their hearts, Lin Yang's medical skills surpassed those of Hua Qingshan, rendering him a figure akin to a deity. Lin Yang said, "Please rise. I cannot bear the weight of so many bowing before me." With that, he assisted Hua Qingshan to his feet. The other doctors also stood up in unison. At that moment, Bai Xiaodian, the head of the Bai family, knelt down, expressing profound gratitude and reverence as he said, "Divine Dr. Lin, I am eternally grateful for your intervention today, which saved my daughter's life. Were it not for your timely assistance, she would have surely departed this world." He then turned hurriedly to Bai Bingning and continued, "Bingning, today we owe our thanks to Mr. Lin. Otherwise, you might never have seen your father again." Bai Bingning also knelt, her head bowed in appreciation, saying, "I cannot express how thankful I am to Mr. Lin for saving my life. I truly do not know how to repay such a kindness." "Please, rise," Lin Yang urged, quickly helping the two kneeling individuals to their feet. Bai Xiaodian added, "Divine Dr. Lin, your salvation of my daughter is an immeasurable grace to both her and me. Bingning is still an unmarried young woman, in need of a suitable husband. Thus, I have decided to betroth my daughter to you. I wonder how you feel about this, Divine Dr. Lin." Bai Xiaodian thought to himself. Given Lin Yang's profound medical expertise, he is certainly no ordinary man. If he marries Bai Bingning, he will always be available to attend to her health should any issues arise. Upon hearing her father's intention to betroth her to Lin Yang, a blush blossomed on Bai Bingning's cheeks. She ardently hoped to marry Lin Yang, for he was her savior and possessed a commendable appearance. If Lin Yang were to accept her proposal, she believed she would awaken from her dreams with a smile. Lin Yang, with a gentle smile, waved his hand and said, "Mr. Bai, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I, Lin Yang, am already married." Bai Xiaodian gasped in astonishment. "What? You are already married?" Upon hearing this, Bai Bing's enchanting eyes widened momentarily, the once bright and bashful sparkle dimming, and the rosy hue on her cheeks faded rapidly. Her intention to wed Lin Yang seemed utterly hopeless now. Bai Xiaodian lamented with great regret, "Mr. Lin, that is indeed a great pity." Chapter 10 of the Vast Waters. "I seek but a single ladle," Bai Xiaodian hastily inquired. "May I ask which young lady is fortunate enough to be wed to the esteemed divine physician?" Lin Yang proudly replied, "My wife is Su Yuqing from the Su family." Bai Xiaodian was taken aback. He had heard tales of a son-in-law residing with the Su family, but he did not expect it to be Mr. Lin. Lin Yang calmly confirmed, "Indeed, that is I. I am Lin Yang, the son-in-law of the Su family." Bai Xiaodian, filled with curiosity, quickly asked, "If the esteemed divine physician possesses such remarkable medical skills, why would you willingly become a son-in-law to the Su family? From what I understand, the life of a son-in-law is often fraught with challenges, including disdain, mockery, and familial discord. This matter is equally of concern to Bai Bingning and Bai Ruoshang, who are both eager to discern Lin Yang's thoughts. Despite possessing unparalleled medical skills, he has chosen to humble himself as a son-in-law to the Su family. Lin Yang smiled modestly and remarked, "Perhaps I simply enjoy being a son-in-law. I take pleasure in living off the affections of others." Bai Xiaotian interjected, "How can one label it as living off others, esteemed Dr. Lin? Becoming a son-in-law is merely a personal preference. It is evident that you hold great affection for Miss Su. Otherwise, you would not willingly submit to the Su family as a son-in-law." Although aware that Lin Yang is already married, he still harbored a desire for Lin Yang to become his son-in-law. Thus, he candidly proposed, "Mr. Lin, since you take pleasure in being a son-in-law, why not consider our Bai family? Our family not only offers daughters in marriage but also welcomes sons-in-law. Should you choose to join the Bai family, I, Bai Xiaotian, vow to treat you as my own, and in the future, you could inherit our family's vast fortune." Lin Yang chuckled and responded, "Miss Bingning is indeed wonderful. However, among the vast waters, I shall only take a single cup. I am already committed to Yuqing." Bai Xiaotian quickly added, "If you do not have feelings for Bingning, then Ruoshang would suffice. If you are willing, I could arrange for my youngest daughter Ruoshang to be betrothed to you." Bai Ruoshang's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shyly protested, "Father, how can you casually arrange my marriage to another?" Bai Xiaotian replied, "It is the duty of parents to arrange marriages. As your father, I surely have the authority to oversee your matrimonial affairs. Moreover, esteemed Dr. Lin's unparalleled medical expertise is hardly a disadvantage." Lin Yang said, "Lord Bai, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am already blessed with a virtuous wife. I cannot act in a manner that would betray her." Bai Xiaotian sighed, "Very well. Since Dr. Lin and Miss Su share such profound affection, I respect your choice. It is truly a pity that I, Bai, am not fortunate enough to have you as my son-in-law." Lin Yang humbly replied, "I am merely a humble son-in-law, unworthy of the esteem by sisters. There are countless exceptional individuals in this world. I am confident that you will find a suitable son-in-law." Bai Xiaotian remarked, "Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart." He then produced a black and gold bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yang, saying, "This is a 10 billion yuan black gold bank card. Please accept it, Mr. Lin." Lin Yang accepted the card and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Bai." Noticing the time, Lin Yang realized it was time to head to the market to buy ingredients for dinner. He said, "I must take my leave now to prepare a meal. Miss Bai Bingning's cold toxin is quite severe and has not yet been fully treated. She will require an additional 3 months of acupuncture to recover completely. I will return weekly to administer her treatment." Bai Xiaotian respectfully replied, "We are grateful for your efforts, Dr. Lin." Lin Yang then prescribed a herbal remedy for Bai Bingning, instructing that it be prepared according to the formula and taken twice daily. He advised her to take warm baths 3 times a day to expedite her recovery, and to consume nourishing supplements during this period. After bidding farewell to the Bai family, Lin Yang exited the Bai villa. Originally, Bai Bingning and Bai Ruoshang intended to escort Lin Yang to the Su family's residence. However, Lin Yang, apprehensive that Su Yuqing might misconstrue the situation and feel jealous, politely declined their offer. Bai Bingning and Bai Ruoshang expressed their understanding of Lin Yang's concerns. Shortly after Lin Yang exited the Bai family's villa, Hua Qingshan hurriedly pursued him, calling out in a frail voice, "Dr. Lin, please wait a moment." Lin Yang paused, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Dr. Hua?" "Please refrain from addressing me as Dr. Hua. In your esteemed presence, my medical skills seem trivial, akin to a novice attempting to showcase their craft before a master." A subtle smile graced Lin Yang's lips as he remained silent. "Dr. Lin, your ability to perceive the nuances of my Jiuyang Divine Needle technique suggests that you are no ordinary practitioner. However, Jiuyang Divine Needle has always been a secret art of the Divine Physician sect, known only to its disciples. I am curious as to how you discern my method. Do you perhaps have some affiliation with the sect?" Lin Yang paused momentarily, his caution heightened, and retorted, "You state that the Jiuyang Divine Needle is exclusive to the disciples of the Divine Physician sect. Then how did you come to master its application? Are you a disciple of the sect?" Hua Qingshan chuckled softly. "If I were indeed a disciple of the Divine Physician sect, I would not merely enjoy a reputation within the confines of this building, but would be renowned globally. To be frank with you, Dr. Lin, I had the fortune of meeting Master Long Jiantian, the head of the Divine Physician sect, many years ago. I was privileged to witness him treat patients seeking his aid, and I discreetly learned a few techniques from the sidelines. Although I only grasped a handful of methods, they have proven immensely beneficial. Over the years, Long Jiantian, through the clandestine acquisition of the Jiuyang Needle technique, has gained considerable renown within the esteemed establishment. It can be asserted that without those few stolen techniques of the Jiuyang Divine Needle, Hu Qingshan would never have ascended to his current esteemed position. I have heard that 3 years ago, the Divine Physician sect was exterminated, which is truly lamentable. Otherwise, I would have sought out Master Long Jiantian on Kunlun Mountain to learn a few techniques. Lin Yong felt a sudden pang in his heart. He pondered that Hu Qingshan was aware of the destruction of the Divine Physician sect. Perhaps he possessed some clues. Thus, Lin Yong casually inquired, "Do you know who was responsible for the destruction of the Divine Physician sect?" Hu Qingshan shook his head, expressing uncertainty, stating that the perpetrator remains at large, and there is no information circulating regarding their identity. Lin Yong remained silent. Hu Qingshan further asked, "How did Divine Physician Lin come to know the Jiao Yang needle technique? Could it be that you are associated with the Divine Physician sect?" Lin Yong, unable to reveal his affiliation, fabricated a response. "Master Long once visited my village to provide free medical consultations, and I learned quite a bit by observing him." Hu Qingshan noted the phrase "quite a bit" that Lin Yong used. He had merely acquired a few techniques from Long Jiantian, while Lin Yong surely learned far more. If he could glean additional Jiao Yang needle techniques from Lin Yong, his medical skills would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Hence, he knelt with utmost reverence and implored, "Divine Physician Lin, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. I wish to learn the Jiao Yang needle technique from you. Even if you were to teach me just 1 or 2 moves, I would die without regret." Chapter 11. Accepting Hua Qingshan as a disciple. The 9 Yang Divine Needle, revered by the medical community as the pinnacle of acupuncture techniques, has seen Hua Qingshan ascend to the esteemed ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's medical field. Despite merely having pilfered a few techniques, should he master additional methods, his skills would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Lin Yong paused momentarily, then replied coolly, "I do not take on disciples lightly. Not everyone is qualified to be my apprentice. Should you, Mr. Lin, be willing to impart even a single technique to me, I am prepared to offer my years of savings as compensation. I implore you, Mr. Lin, please accept me as your disciple." As he spoke, he bowed his head to the concrete floor, repeatedly beseeching, "I beg you, Mr. Lin, accept me as your disciple." Lin Yang's mentor had once cautioned against the indiscriminate transmission of the 9 Yang Divine Needle. However, observing the fervent sincerity in Hua Qingshan's demeanor, and recognizing his compassionate heart as a healer, Lin Yong deemed it permissible to make an exception and teach him a few techniques. "Since you are so earnest in your desire to become my disciple, I shall accept you wholeheartedly." Upon hearing Lin Yang's willingness, Hua Qingshan was overwhelmed with joy, bowing several times in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the honor of accepting me as your disciple." Lin Yong assisted Hua Qingshan to his feet. Noting the aged skin on his forehead had been scraped, oozing a few drops of blood. "From this moment on, you, Hua Qingshan, shall be my disciple, Lin Yong. However, I must now venture to the market to procure ingredients for dinner. We shall continue your instruction at a later time." Hua Qingshan hastily proclaimed, "As long as my master is willing to teach me, I shall be eternally grateful, even if it is in the dead of night. I would gladly rise to listen to your teachings. Please refrain from calling me master repeatedly. If others were to overhear, I would find it difficult to explain. I prefer to maintain a low profile, so from now on, you may refer to me as Mr. Lin." "Yes, master." Lin Yong hailed a taxi and proceeded to the market to purchase ingredients, acquiring an abundance of items that Su Yuqing relished: crayfish, crabs, handmade beef balls, handmade squid balls, octopus balls, and shredded chicken, all without haggling. The vendors at the market were taken aback by Lin Yang's willingness to pay so readily. Typically, he would negotiate over even 2 yuan for a head of lettuce. Now, he seemed completely unconcerned about the price. Prompting the vendors to inquire if he had come into a fortune, Lin Yong merely replied with a nonchalant smile, "I have earned a bit of money, that is all." After finishing his shopping, he walked back to the Su residence. Lin Yong pondered that he must not allow Qian Chenong to discover that he possessed 1 billion. Given her avaricious nature, should she learn of his wealth, she would undoubtedly fixate on it. She would surely devise ways to seize the entire sum, potentially even leveraging Su Yuqing to pressure him into relinquishing it. As the saying goes, one need not fear a thief. One must fear a thief's covetous gaze. It is imperative that his wife, Yuqing, remains unaware of certain matters. She shares a close relationship with her mother, Qian Chenong, confiding in her without reservation. Should Yuqing harbor any secrets, Qian Chenong would undoubtedly uncover them swiftly and employ various methods to extract the truth from her, such as tickling her underarms or threatening her with Lin Yong. Thus, in the presence of Qian Chenong, Yuqing is incapable of keeping secrets. To confide in Yuqing would be tantamount to revealing everything to Qian Chenong. Therefore, The matter of possessing 10 billion should remain undisclosed to Yuqing. Lin Yang calmly pushed open the door to the villa and stepped inside with an air of composure. His mother-in-law was in the living room, cracking sunflower seeds and deliberately tossing the shells onto the floor, which had already accumulated a significant pile. The cleaning was ostensibly Lin Yang's responsibility, as she seemed intent on ensuring he had no idle time while enjoying the hospitality of the Su family. Lin Yang, you're back. Su Yuqing smiled upon seeing him return. Lin Yang returned the smile, replying, yes, I am back, Yuqing. Qian Chuanhong's sharp voice pierced the air as she scornfully remarked, you worthless man dared to return. I thought you wouldn't show your face again. Su Yuqing furrowed her brow and retorted, Mother, Lin Yang is my husband. If he does not return, where else would he go? He can go wherever he pleases, but let me tell you, if he does not come up with 20 million by tomorrow, you must divorce him and marry young Master Zhao. Lin Yang, maintaining his composure, interjected, 20 million? I will have it. Qian Chenong scoffed. You're boasting without a shred of evidence. If you can indeed produce 20 million, I will take your surname. Su Xinglong chimed in, you, the son-in-law, have finally learned to deceive others. I suggest you pack your belongings and leave the Su family. Su Yuqing hurriedly inquired, Lin Yang, did you truly secure 20 million? Indeed. Yuqing, I have acquired 20 million, Lin Yang affirmed. Qian Shunhong, casually munching on seeds, scoffed, since you've already retrieved 20 million, why not show it to me? I'm curious to see what tricks you, a mere wastrel, are attempting. Let me warn you, if you dare to deceive me, you will pack your things and leave immediately. Lin Yang proceeded to transfer the 20 million to Qian Chuanhong's account via his phone. Ding. Qian Chuanhong's phone instantly buzzed with a notification. Your bank account ending in 9876 has received a deposit of 20,000,000. Your current balance is 20,070,000. 25. Upon glancing at her phone and counting the lengthy string of digits, Qian Shunhong was left utterly astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. Stammering, she exclaimed, it's truly 20 million. Beside her, Su Xinglong was taken aback by the sight on Qian Chunhong's phone, while Su Yuqing, in astonishment, delicately covered her mouth with her hand. Qian Shunhong could hardly fathom that Lin Yang genuinely possessed 20 million. How could a mere country bumpkin, a useless son-in-law, possibly have such wealth? It seemed exceedingly suspicious. Perhaps this fortune was ill-gotten. In a flurry, Qian Shunhong rose and demanded, you worthless son-in-law, confess at once. Where did you swindle this 20 million from? Su Xinglong echoed. Who would have thought our Su family would harbor such a fraud? Truly a misfortune for our household. Lin Yang stated with resolute conviction. The 20 million I possess was not acquired through deceit, but rather earned through legitimate means. You worthless fool, dare you to argue? It appears you have not faced punishment in a long time, and your skin craves discipline. Qian Chunhong hastily seized a feather duster and aimed it at Lin Yang, exclaiming, you worthless fool, let me show you the consequences. Su Yuqing swiftly positioned herself in front of Lin Yang, blocking Qian Chuanhong's advance. Mother, I have faith in Lin Yang. He would never engage in underhanded dealings. This money is undoubtedly clean. You unaccomplished, ungrateful daughter, even now you protect this good-for-nothing freeloader. What kind of spell has he cast upon you to warrant such loyalty? Where could this 2 million possibly come from, if not through trickery? He is my husband. If I do not protect him, who will? Moreover, I trust in Lin Yang's character. The money has certainly been acquired legitimately, and he would never resort to deceitful means. Chapter 12. The scam call then let him explain how this 2 million was obtained. Lin Yang replied, this 2 million was given to me as gratitude for healing someone. As these words fell, all present were rendered momentarily speechless. Qian Chuanhong's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, you audacious waste of space. You are merely a rustic from the countryside. How dare you attempt to heal others with your rudimentary acupuncture skills? If anything goes awry and trouble ensues, do not implicate our Su family. Su Xinglong echoed, you, a worthless son-in-law, know nothing. You recklessly treat people, and if any trouble arises, it will implicate our Su family. I will not let this go. Rest assured, I have successfully cured the patient and will certainly not bring any trouble to the Su family. Qian Chenong snorted coldly. You think you cured someone? Don't be so naive. You merely stumbled upon good fortune, like a blind cat encountering a dead rat. Do you truly believe yourself to be a divine healer? Regardless, I have already offered a dowry of 20 million. You cannot allow me to divorce Yuqing. Qian Chenong was taken aback by Lin Yang's actual provision of 20 million. If her daughter were to marry Zhao Xiao, the benefits would far exceed 20 million. Considering the Zhao family's wealth of several billion and the thriving business of the Zhao Group, she would undoubtedly gain more than 2 million from such a union. This thought infuriated her. Impatiently, she retorted, "This time you've merely been fortunate, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, deceiving someone foolish and wealthy. Now get lost. Don't stand in front of me and be an eyesore." Lin Yong then went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Regardless of the situation, having provided 20 million, Qian Shunhong felt compelled not to allow Lin Yong and Su Yuqing to divorce. She dialed Zhao Haofeng, intending to sincerely apologize. When the call connected, she adopted a humble tone, akin to a subordinate reporting to a superior. "Hello, is this Zhao Xiao? I am Yuqing's mother, Aunt Shunhong." On the other end, the sounds of a lively KTV party and the exuberant cheers of young women filled the air. "Auntie, what can I do for you?" Qian Shunhong spoke in a subdued tone. "Zhao Xiao, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry. My worthless son-in-law, Lin Yong, somehow managed to deceive others into acquiring 20 million. Consequently, the marriage between you and Yuqing may need to be postponed. Do not jest with me, Aunt. How could a useless son-in-law possibly procure 20 million? Surely, you must have made an error due to your age. It must only be 2,000. Zhao Xiao, I have not made a mistake. That good-for-nothing indeed produced 20 million. Thus, the union with Yuqing may require a slight delay. I will seek another opportunity to rid ourselves of that good-for-nothing, and then you can be with Yuqing without hindrance." Zhao Haofeng, filled with fury, abruptly ended the call. Qian Shunhong muttered a curse, blaming that useless son-in-law for inciting Zhao Xiao's anger, vowing that she would eventually expel him from the Su family. After dinner, Lin Yong finished washing the dishes and cleaning up before returning to the bedroom. Su Yuqing, her brow furrowed with concern, inquired, "Lin Yong, where did you truly acquire that 20 million? Please tell me the truth. I treated someone else's illness, and they compensated me with a fee." "You treated someone else's illness? Lin Yong, you hail from the countryside. How could you possibly possess medical skills? Given the ongoing investigation into the massacre of the Divine Healer sect." Lin Yong knew he could not reveal his identity as a disciple of that sect to Yuqing, for it might bring her untold misfortune. "I acquired my knowledge from television, particularly through various health programs that discussed acupuncture. I even practiced a few techniques I learned. Recently, I encountered a wise old traditional Chinese doctor on the street. After I bought him a bond, he imparted some of his wisdom to me. I am now quite confident in my medical skills." Lin Yong, learning acupuncture from television and from an unidentified old doctor on the street is hardly reliable. It would be best if you refrained from treating others, should anything unfortunate occur. The consequences could be dire. A mere beating would be a trivial matter compared to the potential loss of life. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. If I am not confident in curing a condition, I will not attempt it. Observing Lin Yang's resolute demeanor, Su Yuqing furrowed her brow. Although he hails from the countryside, she recognized his passion for medicine. She doubted her words would sway him, yet she inexplicably believed in his judgment, trusting that he would not engage in reckless endeavors. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Very well, but you must exercise caution and ensure that you do not harm anyone. Have faith in me, my dear. Do you not trust your husband's abilities?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing began to wonder if she was being overly distrustful of her husband. She felt it prudent to refrain from further comments, as excessive doubt could undermine the harmony of their marriage. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "I believe in you." Lin Yong, with a beaming smile, replied, "You are the best, my wife." At that moment, Su Yuqing's close friend, Xiao Shuiruo, called, and Su Yuqing eagerly engaged in conversation with her friend. They chatted joyfully, following their usual routine of conversing for dozens of minutes, sometimes even an hour. Lin Yong then decided to take a shower. After refreshing himself, he sprawled on the floor of the room, browsing videos, and then comfortably drifted off to sleep. For the past 3 years, Lin Yong and Su Yuqing had been sleeping apart, one on the bed, the other on the floor, never having shared a room in the traditional sense, existing as a couple in name only. However, despite sleeping on the floor, it was quite comfortable. Su Yuqing had purchased a soft mat for Lin Yong and a quilt identical to the silk one on the bed, making the experience not significantly different from sleeping on the bed, except for the absence of a partner to hold. Occasionally, Lin Yong would hug a pillow while sleeping. He also harbored a hope that one day he would share a bed with Su Yuqing, a goal he believed would ultimately be realized. The following day, Qian Shunhong stepped out early. With 20 million in her bank account, she walked along the street with a radiant smile, head held high, and posture straight, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy woman. The feeling of having 20 million in her account was exhilarating. Qian Shunhong felt as if the world had opened up and the air was fresher. Today, she intended to indulge in a lavish spending spree. She hailed a taxi to the largest commercial street in Haishur and entered a large spa with delight, having accumulated a fortune of 20 million. One ought to indulge oneself appropriately. Thus, a sumptuous visit to a spa seems in order, and it is imperative to select the most extravagant spa package. Anything less would be a disservice to the considerable wealth at hand. Originally, the 2 million provided by Lin Yang was intended to be evenly split between Qian Shunhong and Su Xinglong, granting each a sum of 10 million. However, after Qian Shunhong employed various means of persuasion and coercion, she ultimately extorted an additional 20%, resulting in a disproportionate division. Qian Shunhong received 14 million, while Su Xinglong was left with 6 million. Moreover, under the pretext of safeguarding Su Xinglong's finances due to his extravagant spending habits, Qian Shunhong forcefully retained his 6 million, masking her true intent to claim it as her own. Although the 6 million was initially promised to be shared with Su Xinglong, now that the money rests in her possession, she sees no reason to part with it. Thus it rightfully belongs to her. She plans to discreetly spend this 6 million, confident that by the time the funds are exhausted, Su Xinglong will have no recourse against her. In terms of physicality, Su Xinglong appears almost emaciated, while she possesses a more robust and opulent figure. Thus she holds an advantage in stature. Consequently, even if Su Xinglong were to protest, she is well equipped to counter any dissent, rendering his objections inconsequential. Qian Shunhong opted for the most luxurious Supreme SBA package, which included full-body exfoliation and all-over essential oil massage, facial hydration, and eye care among a host of services, totaling 30,000 yuan. Previously, such an extravagant package was beyond her means, but now, with 20 million yuan at her disposal, 30,000 yuan felt like mere pocket change. As she awaited the massage therapist to prepare the necessary body lotion, essence, cream, and eye cream for the various treatments, she unexpectedly received a call from a number identified as Muki Bank, the institution where her bank card was issued. Curious, she answered the call. A clear, melodic female voice greeted her. "Hello, I am a customer service representative from Muki Bank. Your bank card identity information has currently become invalid and requires re-authentication. Failure to do so may impact your subsequent rights and benefits. The authentication can be processed online. Would you like to proceed with the online verification?" Qian Shunhong pondered for a moment. Her Muki Bank card had indeed been in her possession for several years, so it was plausible that re-authentication was necessary. Moreover, her limited exposure to anti-fraud awareness had left her rather unsuspecting of the possibility that this could be a scam. Without much thought, she inquired, "How do I process this online?" The representative replied, "I will send you a link. You simply need to click on it. Download our bank's internal software and follow the prompts to complete the verification. If you encounter any difficulties, we can assist you through screen sharing." Qian Shunhong readily responded, "All right, please send me the link. I would like to proceed with the online verification." Chapter 13. 20 million has been transferred at this moment. Qian Shunhong's phone unexpectedly received a text message from a user identified as Muki Bank. The message contained a link composed of letters and numbers, accompanied by a note stating that her bank card's identity verification information had expired. To avoid any disruption to future usage, she was urged to click the link to complete the necessary procedures. Without much hesitation, Qian Shunhong clicked on the link, which directed her to a page requiring the download of an internal software application to finalize the verification process. Assuming it was legitimate bank software, she thought little of it and proceeded to download it. Following the instructions provided by the application, she meticulously entered her personal identification details, phone number, bank card password, and the SMS verification code. Once this series of actions was completed, the software interface displayed a message indicating that verification was in progress, with an estimated duration of 2 hours. Meanwhile, the massage therapist arrived with an array of bottles and jars, ready to commence the SBA treatment. Qian Shunhong set her phone to silent mode, locked the screen, and placed it in her bag, fully immersing herself in the delightful experience of the SBA. In an instant, feeling affluent, she opted for the most extravagant Supreme SBA package. During the treatment, the massage therapist couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Qian, you usually choose SBA services around 1,000 yuan. What prompted you to indulge in our highest-tier Supreme SBA package this time, which costs 30,000 yuan per session?" "I must inform you, I have struck it rich. 30,000 yuan is merely a trifle for me now, for I have ascended to the ranks of a multimillionaire, with assets amounting to 20 million. How enviable this is. 20 million is a sum I could never hope to earn through a lifetime of toil. Pray tell, has Sister Qian stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity that has propelled her to such wealth so suddenly? Qian Shunhong mused to herself that admitting this fortune was bestowed by her son-in-law would be a blow to her pride. After all, it is Lin Yang, that good-for-nothing, who would be basking in the glory. Thus, she shamelessly proclaimed, "This money is the fruit of my astute investments. You must understand, I possess a keen financial acumen." The young massage therapist remained blissfully unaware of Qian Shunhong's extravagant boast, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was spinning tales. "Sister Qian, with such an impressive investment prowess, would you be willing to mentor me? I too wish to invest and earn some extra income, especially since the wages at the massage parlor are rather meager, while the cost of living in Haishur continues to rise." Unbeknownst to her, Qian Shunhong was merely posturing and was taken aback that the young woman sought her guidance. She thought to herself, "What expertise do I possess?" Thus, she replied, "Dear sister, investing is not as simple as it appears. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I believe that at your age, focusing on your job is the more prudent path. If you find your earnings insufficient, perhaps consider living more frugally." The young massage therapist regarded Qian Shunhong as her life mentor, nodding in admiration. "Very well then. Congratulations to you, Sister Qian. You truly are remarkable. Do be sure to support our spa in the future. Rest assured, Sister Qian has made a fortune, and you shall all benefit alongside her. Sister Qian will soon seek your services for a spa treatment from time to time." The massage therapist hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Qian. It is truly fortunate to encounter a client like you." Qian Shunhong was overwhelmed by the compliments, completely lost in the moment. Her vanity was strong, and she relished the sensation of being admired and praised. After 2 hours, the massage therapist finally completed all the treatments. Following the full-body spa, Qian Shunhong felt utterly rejuvenated. Her skin had become smooth and supple, her complexion brightened, and an air of confidence enveloped her. She mused that with her 20 million, she could indulge in such luxurious spa packages every few days. Approaching the front desk to settle her bill, the receptionist stated, "Sister Qian, your total expenditure amounts to 30,000 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Shunhong retrieved her bank card and handed it to the receptionist. As the receptionist swiped the card on the POS machine, a disheartening voice announced, "Insufficient balance, transaction failed." The receptionist, slightly embarrassed, apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Qian, but your card shows insufficient funds." Insufficient funds? How could that be? After receiving Lin Yang's 20 million, she had originally possessed an additional 70,000 yuan in pocket money, totaling 20.07 million yuan. How could she possibly be without funds? Surely, her 2 million had not sprouted legs and fled. The receptionist swiped the POS machine once more, but it coldly responded, "Insufficient balance, transaction failed. Sister Qian, perhaps you should consider switching to a different bank card." Qian Shunhong retrieved her phone from her bag and opened the mobile banking application, only to discover a significant transfer had occurred. A sum of 20,072,500 yuan had been transferred to an overseas account. The transaction coincided precisely with the moment she had set her phone down to indulge in a spa treatment. Her device silenced, rendering her oblivious to the notification of the successful transfer. In that instant, Qian Shunhong was engulfed in disbelief. Quickly realizing she might have fallen victim to a scam, panic surged within her. She hastily pulled out another bank card, managing to pay with the remaining balance of over 30,000 yuan. Without delay, she dialed the police and hurriedly hailed a taxi to the station. Upon investigation, the authorities preliminarily concluded that the funds from Qian Shunhong's account had been illicitly transferred by a sophisticated overseas fraud ring. Given the advanced techniques employed by the perpetrators and the fact that the recipient was an international account, the likelihood of recovering the funds appeared exceedingly slim. The weight of despair settled upon her, the color draining from her face as she grappled with the harsh reality. It was all over. 20 million yuan. Vanished just like that. Such a sum could have enabled countless opportunities, numerous spa treatments, extravagant purchases of clothing, bags, and shoes, as well as travels to far-off destinations. All those splendid possibilities had evaporated in an instant, leaving her heart shattered into a million pieces, the pain immeasurable. After all, it was a staggering 20 million yuan. And if Su Shenglong were to inquire about the whereabouts of that money, how could she possibly explain? Qian Shunhong was engulfed in profound regret. If only she had been more cautious and refrained from clicking that cursed link, she would not have lost 20 million. Her life would have taken a vastly different trajectory. Yet now, it was far too late, and she harbored a deep-seated loathing for those who perpetrated such fraud. But what was the use of her anger? The money had been deceitfully taken from her, and it was highly unlikely that she would ever reclaim it. All she could do was nurture her bitterness towards those scammers. What else could she do? Chapter 14. Download an anti-fraud app after completing some formalities. Qian Shunhong left the police station in a daze and took a taxi back to the villa. She thought to herself that she must not let her family know about the 2 million she had been swindled out of. If they found out, they would surely consider her unreliable and lacking in intellect, and she might even become the laughingstock of the Su family. Her standing within the household would undoubtedly diminish, and Su Shenglong would likely refuse to entrust her with his finances, which would strip her of control over his wealth. Therefore, she resolved to keep this matter under wraps until the police managed to recover the 2 million, after which she would pretend as if nothing had ever happened. Upon arriving at the villa, Qian Shunhong feigned normalcy as she walked through the door. Su Yuqing greeted her. "Mom, you're finally back. Where have you been all day?" Qian Shunhong forced a somewhat unnatural smile and replied, "Oh, I went to the spa today." Observing her mother's lackluster smile, Su Yuqing sensed something was amiss. "Mom, usually after a spa, you should be quite joyful, shouldn't you? Why do you seem a bit discontent?" Qian Shunhong hastily clarified, "Oh, it's just that the spa therapist's technique was rather poor, leaving me somewhat uncomfortable." Su Yiqing responded with an innocent "oh." Meanwhile, Su Shenglong, lounging on the sofa while scrolling through short videos of beautiful streamers, remarked, "Chunhong, I've set my sights on an antique vase priced at 100,000. Quickly transfer 100,000 to my account." Qian Chunhong immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Having been swindled out of over 20 million, her account now held a mere few thousand. Where could she possibly source 100,000? Yet, while money was scarce, her life was not, and she could not allow them to discover her misfortune. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly become the subject of their ridicule and lose face within the Su family. Perhaps even that good-for-nothing Lin Yong would mock her. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qian Chunhong stammered, Regarding your funds, I've decided to take care of them for now. I plan to keep our total of 20 million in the bank to earn some interest. After all, in this day and age, spending is easy but earning is challenging. It's prudent to let it sit in the bank and accrue some interest." Out of the 20 million, 6 million belonged to her, and she possessed full authority over its use. "If I deem it necessary, you should be able to withdraw it. Now, please give me 100,000. I wish to purchase the antique." Qian Shunhong exclaimed, "What is the purpose of incessantly purchasing those trifling items? You have already filled an entire room with such rubbish, yet you still find it insufficient. Let me tell you, these worthless trinkets are mere illusions, barely worth a few coins, while you squander 100,000 on them. If you have money to burn, why not grant me some so I may indulge in a few more spa sessions? My finances are not to be trifled with. Spare me your drivel and promptly transfer the 100,000. I intend to acquire antiques. Antique vases are merely decorative. Apart from admiring them, what utility do they serve? They cannot be consumed or utilized. If you wish, I can procure you 100 worth of antiques for your viewing pleasure." Although we are now affluent, the wealthier one becomes, the more prudent one must be in managing finances. Money should be judiciously spent, and placing it in a bank to accrue interest is quite wise. Su Shenglong furrowed his brow, squinting at Qian Chunhong as he pondered for a moment. Previously, Qian Chunhong often borrowed money under the pretext of managing Su Shenglong's finances, secretly utilizing his funds. Since the money had already been spent, Su Shenglong found himself powerless. He suspected that Qian Chunhong's reluctance to withdraw funds stemmed from her desire to hoard the 6 million for herself. After all, Qian Chunhong had an innate obsession with wealth and a history of misappropriating his money. Su Shenglong stated directly, "Your steadfast refusal to release the funds leads me to believe you intend to keep my money for your own use." Upon hearing this, Qian Chunhong became agitated. "Su Shenglong, do you hear the words you speak? We have been married for over 20 years. Do you not possess even a modicum of trust in me? Trust? How many times have I placed my faith in you? How much of my money have you misappropriated? You are well aware of this." Su Shenglong, weary of engaging in futile conversation, stated bluntly, "I do not care. You must return my money today, at the very least. Give me back my 100,000. Or else this matter will not be settled, and no one shall rest tonight." Observing Su Shenglong's unwavering stance, and realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. She assumed a demeanor of indifference, weakly confessing, "The 20 million. It is gone." Qian Chuanhong's voice gradually diminished. At these words, everyone present was taken aback. If the 20 million had indeed vanished, the most directly affected would be Su Shenglong, considering that 6 million of that sum belonged to him. Su Shenglong exclaimed in alarm. "What? The 20 million is gone. How did this happen?" Qian Chuanhong stammered nervously. I was deceived." Su Yuqing hastily inquired. "Mother, what exactly transpired?" Qian Chuanhong feebly explained. "I received a call from someone claiming to be a bank customer service representative, stating that my bank card's identity information had expired and needed re-verification. They sent me a link, and upon clicking it to verify, my money was transferred away." Everyone was taken aback. Was this not a clear case of fraud? Su Shenglong was nearly driven to the brink by Qian Chuanhong's actions, shouting furiously, "You foolish woman! You spend your time engrossed in those melodramatic television shows and watching those dancing male models, yet you refuse to familiarize yourself with anti-fraud campaigns. You complain about downloading an anti-fraud app, saying it occupies too much space on your phone. I am utterly exasperated by your actions. How was I to know that fraudulent organizations were so rampant?" Qian Chuanhong exclaimed in frustration, feeling wronged, even if she were at fault. Su Shenglong should not raise his voice at her. After all, she was his wife and the mother of Su Yuqing. Qian Chuanhong was filled with regret, pondering that had she merely downloaded an anti-fraud application and familiarized herself with various scams, the loss of 20 million would have been averted. Su Yuqing hurriedly inquired, "Mother, have you reported this to the police?" Qian Chuanhong replied, "I have already filed a report." "What did the police say? Can the money be recovered?" The police informed her that her card's 20 million had been swiftly transferred overseas and recovery would be exceedingly difficult. "Do you think I wish to be deceived? It is not my fault. It is all the doing of those despicable fraudsters." With that, Qian Chuanhong broke into tears, feeling thoroughly aggrieved. Su Shenglong, having lost 6 million, was in great pain and continued to berate her. "You were truly inept, accomplishing nothing while causing a myriad of troubles. You were even worse than Lin Yang. I have been utterly ruined because of you. My 6 million has vanished into thin air. You wretched woman, unlock your phone and download the anti-fraud application immediately." "Mother, the anti-fraud application is a specialized software from our building that can effectively intercept calls that may involve scams. You must download it." Reluctantly, Qian Chuanhong complied. Unlocking her phone and, under Su Shenglong's guidance, proceeded to download the anti-fraud application onto her device. Su Yuqing gently advised, "Mother, the methods and technologies employed by fraudsters are becoming increasingly sophisticated. You must exercise caution in the future. While you have only lost 20 million yuan this time, and thankfully, it has not posed a threat to your life, one must be wary of the possibility of being lured abroad. Should that unfortunate event occur, returning might be a daunting challenge. Even if you were to escape, your body would likely endure excruciating torment, beatings with sticks, having your head ground against the floor, electric shocks, and even the removal of organs, all without anesthesia, resulting in unimaginable pain. In short, the suffering could be beyond comprehension. You truly need to be more vigilant in the future." Chapter 15. The Su Family Corporation faces bankruptcy upon hearing Su Yuqing's harrowing account of potential suffering. Qian Chuanhong involuntarily shivered. She weakly murmured, I understand. I will be more careful in the future." At that moment, Su Shenglong felt a chill seep into his heart. He slumped despondently onto the sofa, his expression ashen. In a sorrowful whisper, he lamented, 6 million. "My 6 million is gone. Everything is lost." He had meticulously crafted plans for the utilization of that 6 million yuan, encompassing purchases of antiques, clothing, luxury watches, sports cars, collectibles, fine wines, travel, and savings for interest. However, the abrupt loss of the 6 million left him grappling with a profound sense of disparity, leaving him languishing on the sofa, his demeanor one of utter despondency. Qian Chuanhong, fearful of inciting Su Shenglong's wrath once more, retreated into her room, her spirit deflated. Lin Yang went to buy groceries and prepare dinner, while Su Yuqing comforted Su Shenglong, urging him not to be disheartened and to take care of his health. In the evening, after dinner, the matriarch of the Su family announced a message in the family group chat, tagging everyone. At 8 p.m. that night, all members of the Su family were summoned to the Su family's grand villa on East Street for a family meeting to discuss important matters, and attendance was mandatory. Those who failed to attend would be expelled from the Su family. The matriarch, Su Laotai, was the head of the entire Su clan, the grandmother of Su Yuqing. The mother of Su Shenglong, and the mother-in-law of Qian Shunhong. She resided in the Grand Villa on East Street with her eldest son, Su Qianlong, and his family. Originally, Su Yuqing's family lived in the same villa as Su Laodai, but after Lin Yong married into the Su family and became Su Yuqing's husband, they gradually fell out of favor with Su Laodai. After the unfortunate passing of Su Laodai's husband in a car accident, Su Yuqing was pressured by Su Laodai to divorce, which she steadfastly refused, resulting in her family being expelled from the villa. They subsequently rented a villa on West Street for a monthly rent of 20,000 yuan. Upon receiving Su Laodai's message, Su Yuqing's family hurriedly made their way to the old Su villa on East Street. Inside the villa, Su Laodai and her eldest son's family sat around the table. There was not a trace of a smile on Su Laodai's face. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive silence, as if any hint of laughter would be met with her chilling gaze, extinguishing it in an instant. Madame Su's expression was unusually grave, as if she were harboring a profound anger, seemingly waiting for everyone to arrive before unleashing her wrath. The moment Su Tianlong spotted Lin Yong entering, he impatiently exclaimed, "You worthless fool! Who permitted your presence here? Begone at once." Ever since Lin Yong was welcomed into the Su family, Su Tianlong had never regarded him favorably. Fearing that Lin Yang's presence would enable Su Yuqing to usurp the family's wealth, thus perceiving him as a thorn in his side, Su Ruoyan crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "This is a gathering of the Su family. What business does a mere parasite have here?" Being a woman herself, and feeling overshadowed by Su Yuqing's beauty, she naturally harbored disdain for both of them. To her, belittling Lin Yong was tantamount to humiliating Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing interjected quickly. "Lin Yong is my husband and a member of the Su family. He is certainly entitled to be here. Why should he be forced to leave?" Su Tianlong retorted. "Just a freeloader. Do you truly need to defend him so fiercely? No matter what, I cannot turn a blind eye to the disrespect shown towards my husband," she insisted. "Lin Yong, ignore them," she urged. Lin Yong nodded in acknowledgement. He and Su Yuqing took their seats next to one another. As everyone settled in, a palpable tension filled the air, save for Lin Yong, who remained composed. The others seemed increasingly anxious, as Madame Su had remained silent. And they sensed that something was amiss. Qian Shunhong softly inquired, "Mother, have you summoned us all today for an important announcement?" Old Madame Su slammed her hand on the table, affirming, "Indeed, if it were not of utmost significance, I would not have gone to such lengths to gather you all. Due to the prevailing economic downturn, the Su Group is facing a severe financial crisis and is on the brink of bankruptcy." The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Their entire livelihoods depended on the wages provided by the Su family. Should the Su family succumb to bankruptcy, they would be left to face dire circumstances. Qian Shunhong, panicked like a startled monkey, exclaimed, "Mother, what shall we do if the Su Group collapses?" Old Madame Su, exasperated, retorted, "It's a dire situation." A chill ran down Qian Shunhong's spine, her face paling in fear. If the Su family were to go bankrupt, what would become of her? She had been relying on the meager dividends from the Su family to support her old age. Without even a fraction of those dividends, she would surely face a grim existence. The thought of the lost 20 million haunted her, stirring a deep sense of regret within. Had she not squandered that sum? She would have felt no anxiety. After all, with 20 million safely deposited in the bank, earning interest, she could have lived comfortably for quite some time, provided she refrained from extravagant spending. Moreover, she could have utilized that 20 million to establish a small company for Su Yuqing to manage, and if the business thrived, they could enjoy a prosperous life. The very thought filled her with remorse, wishing she could dismantle those fraudulent schemes. Su Xinglong, Su Qianlong, Su Tianlong, and other male members of the Su family wore anxious expressions. Lacking any remarkable skills, he had spent his post-university years working at Su Group, which, in reality, amounted to a lackadaisical existence of sporadic effort. Should the Su Group face bankruptcy, finding employment would prove exceedingly difficult for them, especially since they had squandered most of their dividends and possessed little in the way of savings. The prospect of becoming homeless loomed ominously over them. Su Ruoyan was troubled by the thought that if the Su Group collapsed, she would lose her identity as a wealthy heiress, fearing that her affluent boyfriend might look down upon her. After all, families of wealth typically valued social standing. Being from a fallen family would likely incur disdain from his relatives. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, worried about her parents' retirement and the fate of Lin Yong. Fearing they might go hungry, Madame Su rolled her eyes at the sight of her family, their faces pale with fear, internally cursing, a group of ineffectual beings, indeed. Without the Su family, they would all perish in the streets. At that moment, Madame Su cast a reproachful glance at her anxious relatives, who resembled ants on a hot stove. They were engulfed in a profound sense of impending doom, grappling with the stark contrast between their current status as minor nobility and the prospect of falling into poverty. Yet, Lin Yang remained unflappable, his demeanor calm and collected, as if the downfall of the Su family bore no relevance to him, an incongruity for someone in his position as a son-in-law. Chapter 16. General Manager Madame Su was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yang, why are you so composed? Are you not afraid of the Su family going bankrupt? Lin Yang remarked nonchalantly, a hint of disdain flickering across his lips. Why should I be concerned? If they go bankrupt, it hardly affects me. With a staggering sum of 980 million at his disposal, equivalent to 10 Su corporations, and possessing unparalleled medical expertise and martial prowess, what could he possibly fear? Not only did he harbor no trepidation regarding the potential downfall of the Su family, but he also possessed the capability to assist them in navigating their crisis. However, he felt little urge to extend his hand in aid. After all, over the past 3 years, the matriarch of the Su family had not been particularly kind to him, and his sustenance and shelter were intertwined with Yu Qing's. Thus, they were little more than strangers to him. Given this estrangement, there seemed to be no obligation to intervene. When the Su family inevitably faced bankruptcy, he envisioned a life of tranquility with his wife and in-laws, while the fate of the matriarch and Su Qianlong's family would rest beyond his concern. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into stunned silence. No one anticipated that a son-in-law reliant on the Su family would audaciously proclaim that their downfall would have no bearing on him. It was a display of sheer audacity. Su Yuqing hastily interjected, Lin Yang, the Su family is in trouble. This is not the time for jest. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Yuqing, I am not jesting. I speak the truth. If the Su corporation were to collapse, I would take care of you. Qian Chunhong exclaimed. Lin Yang, you worthless scoundrel. Even at this moment, you still have the audacity to speak so shamelessly. Who do you think you are? You are merely a leech living off the Su family. If you were truly capable, would you be mooching off us? Should the Su family face bankruptcy and your source of sustenance vanish, who knows where you might end up scavenging for food? Su Tianlong mocked. It's utterly laughable. A man who has been living off others for 3 years dares to claim he has the ability to support a wife. Do you not feel ashamed to utter such nonsense? Let me tell you, if the Su family truly falls, your entire family will starve on the streets. Su Ruoyan added. Grandma, the group is on the brink of collapse, and this good-for-nothing son-in-law dares to speak so flippantly. You must expel him from the Su family at once. Su Tianlong concurred. Yes, throw him out of the Su family and let him starve on the streets. Grandma Su, striking the floor with her cane, raised her frail voice and commanded, Enough. Silence. I did not convene this meeting for you to bicker, but to discuss how we might save the Su family. Anyone who continues to argue will be thrown out. The room fell into a hush, as the assembly refrained from speaking. In this urgent moment, we ought to contemplate what strategies can be devised to resolve the grave crisis facing the Su family. Qian Chunong, seemingly grasping Grandma Su's intent, hurriedly inquired, Mother, are you suggesting that our Su group is salvageable? Madame Su's eyes darted around, a shadow of a sinister smile flickering across her face. Although the Su group currently teetered on the brink of collapse, with many former allies distancing themselves, there remained a glimmer of hope for its salvation. The anxious expressions of those present momentarily calmed, their gazes igniting with the light of hope akin to grasping a lifeline. Qian Chunhong hastily inquired, Mother, what is the plan? Madame Su replied, According to my sources, the Bai family's conglomerate has recently initiated a real estate project in the eastern part of the city, with an investment of 100 million. If we can secure this project, the Su family's financial crisis will be swiftly resolved. Upon hearing the name of the Bai family, the countenances of the group darkened. Despite the Bai family's substantial assets, their criteria for partners were exceedingly stringent, demanding a robust financial background and substantial market value, typically only collaborating with real estate companies worth billions. In contrast, the Su family's assets had only just crossed the 100 million mark, lacking both strength and significant connections. Thus, acquiring a contract from the Bai family seemed an almost insurmountable challenge. However, Lin Yang felt a surge of joy upon hearing the Bai family's name. The individual he had rescued, Bai Bingning, hailed from the Bai family, and the family patriarch, Bai Xiaotian, had previously stated that he would readily assist should the need arise. Thus, extending a hand to the Bai family to aid the Su family in securing the contract should not pose a significant issue. Yet, he found himself lacking a compelling reason to intervene. Madame Su then posed the question, in this precarious time for the group. Is there anyone willing to undertake the honorable task of rescuing the Su family's fate? In an instant, the entire venue fell into an oppressive silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This left old lady Su feeling both embarrassed and enraged, prompting her to exclaim, "Incompetence! You are all utterly useless. Your silence at such a critical moment is deafening to me. The Su group has truly wasted its resources on you inept individuals. Once the Su group collapses, I foresee you all starving on the streets." The disparity between the Su group and the Bai group was monumental. The total assets of the Su group barely amounted to around 100 million, while the Bai group was a titan worth hundreds of billions. In the eyes of the Bai group, the Su group was as insignificant as an ant, rendering any collaboration utterly implausible. Anyone bold enough to undertake such a task would surely be deemed mentally deficient, for failure would undoubtedly turn them into the laughingstock of the entire Su family. Seeing that no one dared to utter a word, old lady Su resorted to her trump card. Whoever can secure a partnership with the Bai group, I am willing to relinquish the position of general manager for you, allowing you to ascend to the second-in-command of our Su group, just below myself. The position of general manager had previously been held by old lady Su in her capacity as chairwoman, and her offer to vacate this role underscored the significance she placed on this potential collaboration with the Bai group. As general manager, one would wield considerable authority over sales, finance, human resources, and engineering. The allure of such a position was evident. However, even with old lady Su dangling the prospect of the general manager position as bait, the assembly remained unmoved, for they understood that securing a partnership with the Bai group was, in their eyes, an almost insurmountable challenge. Madame Su observed the profound silence enveloping the room and felt an immediate surge of irritation. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade of reprimands, Su Tianlong interjected. "Grandmother, we are still young and lack the experience in negotiations. As the leader of our company, it would be more prudent for you to personally undertake the task of negotiating the contract. Given your extensive experience navigating the business seas of Haishur over the years, you possess a certain stature that could enhance our chances of success." At that moment, Madame Su's heart sank. To be candid, she harbored no confidence in her own abilities. The contract with the Bai group was not something to be acquired effortlessly. Should she attempt it, she feared she might not even gain an audience with the executives, or, worse yet, be escorted out by security. The thought of becoming a laughingstock in the business circle of Haishur was intolerable. She resolutely refused to allow her reputation to be tarnished at her age. With indignation, she retorted, "If everything must fall upon my shoulders, what purpose do you all serve? Is the Su group merely a source of unearned salaries for you? At my age, must I still take matters into my own hands? Is that reasonable?" Chapter 17. Su Yuqing assumes heavy responsibilities. The assembly, chastised by Madame Su's outburst, fell into an even deeper silence. Let me make myself clear. The individual who secures this contract will become the second-in-command of the Su group, with a position just below mine. I shall ask once more, is there anyone willing to step forward and undertake this significant responsibility? The room remained so quiet that the faint buzzing of a mosquito's wings could be heard. Exasperated to the brink of a health crisis, Madame Su began to strike the floor with her cane. The absence of volunteers compelled her to resort to calling someone by name. Madame Su's gaze swept across the assembled guests before settling on her eldest grandson, Su Tianlong. "Tianlong," she began, "didn't you mention that you have some rapport with Chen Taizhu, the marketing manager of the Bai group? I propose that you visit the Bai group tomorrow and leverage your connections to secure this contract. I believe that if you humble yourself and plead with him, there is a chance we could actually clinch this deal." Su Tianlong's expression immediately turned anxious. He had previously boasted to Madame Su about his acquaintance with Chen Taizhu, but that was merely an exaggeration meant to elevate his standing in his grandmother's eyes. In reality, he did not know Chen Taizhu. They had only exchanged brief nods during a chance encounter. While he recognized who Chen Taizhu was, the latter had no knowledge of him. What rapport could there be? To his dismay, his habitual boasting had now backfired. With a sense of unease, Su Tianlong stammered, "Grandmother, in truth, our relationship is merely superficial. We have no substantial connection. I really cannot handle this. Perhaps you should seek someone else." Madame Su's expression darkened immediately, and she scolded him furiously, "Incompetent, truly useless. You boast endlessly about your capabilities, yet when it truly matters, you prove to be utterly ineffectual. You are a disgrace." Su Tianlong felt utterly humiliated, lowering his head to avoid meeting Madame Su's piercing gaze. Soon after, her attention shifted to her eldest granddaughter, Su Yuqing. who was also gazing downward, afraid to meet her grandmother's eyes, as she felt no confidence whatsoever in securing the contract. The voice of old lady Su resonated. Yuqing, are you willing to share the burdens of the Su family? Su Yuqing replied, Grandmother, I genuinely wish to alleviate the worries of the Su family, but to be frank, I lack confidence. After all, the Bai Group is one of the 4 major conglomerates in Haishur, and we have no precedent of collaboration with them. Old lady Su spoke with the gentleness of a seasoned mentor. Can one truly dismiss oneself before even embarking on the endeavor? How can you ascertain success without attempting? Consider this. If the Su Group were to falter, what would become of your parents? And what of that good-for-nothing Lin Yang? Can you bear the thought of them languishing on the streets, surviving on mere scraps? If you secure a partnership with the Bai Group, you will become the general manager of the Su Group, a significant contributor to its success. Can you truly stand idly by while the Su Group faces collapse? Su Yuqing hesitated and murmured, I. Lin Yang could discern from her words that she did not desire the downfall of the Su Group. If his wife could secure this contract, her status within the Su family would soar, and she would become the general manager, wielding greater authority. This would undoubtedly bring her joy, and the Su Tianlong family would regard her with increased respect. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity to elevate her standing, one that should not be missed. With a beaming smile, Lin Yang said, Yuqing, why not give it a try? I believe you can succeed. Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Within her heart, she harbored no confidence in securing the project contract. How could a husband betray his own wife in such a manner? Qian Hong exclaimed in exasperation, You worthless son-in-law, silence yourself at once. Do not push my daughter into the flames. Su Tianlong scoffed derisively, Indeed. You are a naive country bumpkin. Do you have any comprehension of the stature of the Bai Group? The Bai family is among the 4 great families of Haishur. Even if Grandma herself were to negotiate, she would likely be met with a cold reception. Yet you foolishly believe that Su Yuqing could possibly succeed. Truly, you are a useless son-in-law. Su Ruoyan chimed in with mockery, Su Yuqing, do you see now? This is the husband you have cherished like a treasure. And he is now urging you, a woman, to traverse perilous paths. What a worthless piece of trash he is. Grandma Su, filled with ire, interjected, Enough. If you are unwilling to alleviate the burdens of the Su family, that is one thing. Yet here are Lin Yang and Yuqing, willing to shoulder the family's concerns. And you mock them instead. You are a profound disappointment. You too, mere gluttons, are less perceptive than Lin Yang. You constantly deride him as a worthless individual. Yet I see you as even more inept. Though Lin Yang may be deemed a failure in this moment of crisis for the Su family, at least he refrains from speaking ill and bravely advocates for his wife. Such courage is commendable. In contrast, you too, unwilling to act yet eager to scoff. What is your true intent? Do you genuinely wish for the downfall of the Su Group? I must inform you, should the Su Group collapse, none shall emerge unscathed. Grandma Su's admonition rendered them speechless. Mrs. Su gently remarked, Yuqing, it is rare for your husband, Lin Yang, to place such trust in you. You must not disappoint him. Su Yuqing glanced at Lin Yang beside her. His expression radiated confidence, as if he were certain of his ability to accomplish this formidable task. In a soft baritone, Lin Yang said, My dear, I believe in you. You are destined to succeed and become the general manager of the Su Group. Perhaps driven by a moment of impulse, Su Yuqing replied, All right, I will give it a try. She contemplated that if she could secure the position of general manager, it would bring pride to her parents and husband, Lin Yang, enhancing the reputation of the Su family. Thus, despite the daunting nature of the task, she resolved to make the attempt. Mrs. Su's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Excellent. Wonderful. Yuqing, your willingness to undertake this significant responsibility fills me with pride. It is time for you to challenge yourself. If you succeed in negotiating the contract, you will be a great contributor to the Su family, and the esteemed position of general manager will rightfully belong to you, second to none. Yes, Grandma. I will strive to secure the contract, Su Yuqing affirmed. Mrs. Su nodded, her gaze imbued with high hopes for Su Yuqing. After the task was assigned, Mrs. Su announced the meeting's conclusion. Upon returning to their rented villa from the old Su family residence, Su Yuqing's mother, Qian Chunhong, seething with pent-up anger, flung her handbag onto the sofa and began to unleash her fury. Chapter 18. You are the best Lin Yang, you worthless son-in-law. How dare you encourage my daughter to pursue a contract with the Bai Group? The Bai Group is one of the 4 prominent families, valued at billions. Have you lost your mind? Lin Yang hastily replied, Mom, I have faith in Yuqing. She will surely secure the contract. I trust you, you fool. Who do you think you are? You are merely a parasite, living off others, and yet you have the audacity to speak so boldly. Su Yuqing frowned lightly, Mom. Lin Yang is simply expressing his trust in me as his wife. How can you berate him like this? He deserves to be scolded. He has no skills and spends his days creating trouble. Yuqing, listen to your mother. Divorce this good-for-nothing and find yourself a wealthy suitor. The Su family cannot afford to keep him. Su Yuqing furrowed her brow. Mom, not this again. I will not divorce Lin Yang. You unfilial daughter. If you don't leave him, you will be dragged down with him. The Su group is on the brink of bankruptcy, and once it collapses, our family will have no income. If you don't hurry to divorce him and marry a rich heir, we will all suffer. Su Yuqing hurriedly replied, Mother, even if the corporation collapses, it does not imply that I lack the capability to work. I can seek employment at another company to earn money to support you and Dad. Moreover, our utmost priority now is to secure the contract with the Bai Group, which will aid the Su Corporation in overcoming this crisis. Foolish girl, do you truly believe you can secure a contract with the Bai Group? What caliber is the Bai Group, and what caliber is our Su Corporation? Even if your grandmother were to personally go, she would only be met with a cold reception. Regardless, we must at least make the attempt. Did grandmother not say that without trying? How can we know if success is possible? You are truly stubborn. If you do not divorce that worthless man, you will surely regret it. All right, Mother, I shall not discuss this further. I need to prepare the cooperation proposal for the Bai Group tomorrow. Grandmother is counting on me to secure the contract. I will return to my room now. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuqing slipped away with Lin Yang to her room, while the sounds of Qian Shunhong and Su Shenglong's complaints lingered in the living room. Su Yuqing took a deep breath, feeling her confidence wane under Qian Shunhong's words, her heart beginning to race with anxiety. She turned to Lin Yang and asked, Lin Yang, do you truly believe I can secure the cooperation contract with the Bai Group? Lin Yang gently assured her, Wife, I have faith in you. You will undoubtedly obtain that contract. Really? Why are you so certain? Lin Yang thought it best to withhold the information about having saved Bai Bingning for now. Believing that once Su Yuqing successfully secured the contract with the Bai Group, she would attribute her achievement to her own abilities, thus bolstering her confidence. Lin Yang replied with a cheerful smile, It is undoubtedly because my wife is the most exceptional. I have always believed in her abilities. Su Yuqing smiled sweetly. Your words are the sweetest. Lin Yang's affirmation filled Su Yuqing's heart with a warm sense of strength, significantly boosting her confidence. Perhaps this is the power of a husband's encouragement. She understood that securing the contract would be challenging, and the entire Su family had little faith in her. Yet she refused to back down. If she succeeded in obtaining the contract and became the general manager, Lin Yang would be able to hold his head high within the Su family, a vision she had cherished for a long time. Thus, she was determined to clinch the contract. Meanwhile, Lin Yang planned to discreetly support Su Yuqing. Should she indeed secure the contract, it would be splendid. However, if she faltered, he would fulfill his role as a husband and a sister. He intended to call Bai Rushuang, requesting her to deliver the 100 million contract to Su Yuqing. Of course, he would transfer 100 million from his bank account to Bai Rushuang, effectively purchasing the project. Although he had saved Bai Rushuang's sister, Bai Bingning, from peril, she had already paid 10 billion in medical fees and did not wish to take advantage of Bai Rushuang. That evening, Yuqing tirelessly typed on her laptop, continuously refining and optimizing the project proposal in hopes of performing exceptionally the following day to secure the contract. Lin Yang glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past midnight, and Yuqing was still engrossed in her work. He expressed his concern, Yuqing, it is late. You should rest soon. It is not feasible. The project plan still requires some refinement, and sleep is a luxury I cannot afford just yet. Su Yuqing stifled a yawn. Ordinarily, she would have been nestled in bed by this hour. Lin Yang, could you please prepare me a cup of coffee with an ample amount of sugar? Lin Yang dutifully replied, Of course, my dear. He crafted a cup of her favorite coffee, enriched with a touch of warm milk. After finishing her coffee, Su Yuqing resolutely returned to her labor, persevering until the clock struck 2 in the morning, at which point she finally shut her laptop and retired to bed. The following day, Su Yuqing rose promptly at 9 o'clock. The gentle rays of the sun streamed into her room. Lin Yang had risen early to prepare breakfast for her, having made her beloved yam and lean pork congee. Once she had savored her meal, Lin Yang drove her to the Bai Group. The Bai Group building towered a staggering 100 stories high, dominating the business district of Haishur like a colossal beast. As Su Yuqing gazed upwards, the skyscraper seemed to pierce the very heavens, inciting a flutter of anxiety within her. After all, securing a contract with such a formidable enterprise was no trifling matter. Lin Yang, standing by her side, offered words of encouragement. My love, you've got this. You are exceptional, and I am confident you will secure the contract. With a smile, Su Yuqing replied, Yes, I will push forward. I am exceptional, and I shall strive diligently. Taking a deep breath, she entered the buy group and approached the reception desk. Hello, I am Su Yuqing from Su Group, here to see Manager Chen from your marketing department. Could you kindly inform me on which floor his office is located? The receptionist inquired. Greetings, do you have an appointment? Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. No, I do not have an appointment. The receptionist replied, I'm sorry, but entry is not permitted without an appointment. Su Yuqing insisted. This contract is of utmost importance to me, and I possess confidence in the project's contents. I kindly ask for your consideration. The receptionist suddenly recalled that Qin Taizhu had instructed her to pay extra attention whenever a beautiful woman sought him out. Miss, please allow me to make a quick call to inquire. At that moment, Qin Taizhu was in his office, lewdly caressing the ample figure of a secretary clad in professional attire and high heels. The phone rang, and he answered impatiently. What is it? Manager Chen, a lady wishes to see you. Who is it at this hour? It's Su Yuqing from the Su Corporation. She wants to discuss a contract. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's name, Chen Tieju's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Su Corporation, Su Yuqing, the epitome of beauty and high-sure, the object of desire for countless men. If she had come to discuss a contract with him, it seemed he was in for a delightful meal today. A lecherous grin crept across his face as he quickly instructed, Please escort Miss Su up. I will be waiting in my office. Understood, Manager Chen. Turning to the secretary, Qin Taizhu said, My dear, I cannot entertain you today. Let us reschedule for tomorrow. The secretary, resembling a sultry vixen, pouted, You scoundrel, always chasing after new delights. The receptionist informed Su Yuqing, Miss Yuqing, our manager Chen has requested you to come up. He's on the 98th floor. Su Yuqing ascended to the 98th floor and arrived at the entrance of the largest office, nervously knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Manager Chen in? A man's voice resonated from within. Please, come in. As Su Yuqing pushed the door open, she encountered a strikingly attractive secretary exiting the office, files in hand, evidently having just concluded a meeting with Qin Taizhu. Chapter 19. Su Yuqing is drugged. Hello, Manager Chen. I am Su Yuqing from Su Group. I am here to discuss the real estate project in the East City. She introduced herself politely. Qin Taizhu grinned lecherously. Miss Su, please have a seat. As Su Yuqing settled down, Qin Taizhu gazed at her closely, astonished to find that her beauty surpassed even her photographs. No wonder she topped the Haisha rankings. However, it struck him as a tragedy that such an ethereal beauty had married a man who lived off her, a stark contrast akin to a flower blooming amidst refuse. Qin Taizhu extolled, I have long heard of Miss Su's unparalleled beauty. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors say. Su Yuqing humbly replied, Oh, not at all. Manager Chen, you flatter me. She placed the meticulously prepared project proposal on the table, stating, Manager Chen, I have heard that the group has yet to finalize a partner for the real estate project in East City. I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. Please take a look at the proposal I have prepared regarding the East City project. Very well, Qin Taizhu said, picking up the contract and feigning seriousness as he began to peruse it. At that moment, Qin Taizhu's female secretary brought a cup of coffee and placed it before Su Yuqing. Miss Su, please enjoy the coffee. After setting down the cup, the secretary exchanged a glance with Qin Taizhu before swaying her hips as she exited. Miss Su, this is a fragrant coffee I brought back from abroad. It has a delightful flavor. Please take a sip. Feeling somewhat parched, Su Yuqing thought little of it and took a sip of the coffee. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Qin Taizhu's eyes, akin to a wolf's. Thank you, Manager Chen. The coffee is quite pleasant, she remarked. Qin Taizhu leered. I'm glad you like it. Feel free to indulge a bit more, don't let it go to waste. Su Yuqing politely took a few more sips. After perusing Su Yuqing's project proposal for a while, he spoke up. Ms. Su, to be frank, your proposal is commendable. You are indeed capable. However, many companies wish to collaborate with our buy group. Your proposal is not the most outstanding. There are certainly others that surpass it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Was he not clearly implying that her proposal was rather ordinary? Manager Chen, are you suggesting that there is no possibility for collaboration? Not entirely. There is still a chance. However, opportunities must be seized, and with so many vying for it, It will not simply fall into anyone's lap. If Ms. Su is willing to make a small sacrifice, I shall grant you this contract. Su Yuqing's heart sank momentarily as she innocently inquired, what sort of sacrifice? He leered, if Ms. Su is willing to spend a night with me, I will ensure you receive this contract. Su Yuqing was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that the impeccably dressed so-called group manager before her could be such a shameless and despicable individual. The world around her seemed to dim. She hastily replied, I apologize, Manager Chun, but I have merely come to discuss a potential collaboration. If you find my proposal satisfactory, we shall proceed. If not, then we shall part ways. I refuse to engage in such conduct. Su Yuqing had never envisioned that Chen Taizhu could possess such repugnant traits. She resolved that even if it meant her demise, she would never acquiesce to his vile demands. In a fit of anger, she rose abruptly and turned to leave. Chen Taizhu, his ego bruised, retorted, You shameless woman, stop pretending to be virtuous. Do not be foolish, unless you are willing to offer something in return. How could you possibly secure the contract? Let me be clear, should you step out that door, I will wield my influence to ensure that the Bai Group blacklist your Su family. With just a word, I can render the Su family incapable of standing in High City. Su Yuqing paused for a moment. Even if the Su family were to be ostracized, she could not comply with his perverse demands. Moreover, she held firm in her belief that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. Armed with her capabilities, she knew that it mattered not where she resided. If necessary, she would leave High City with Lin Yang and her parents, seeking a new life in another city. Even if it meant taking on menial jobs or working tirelessly, she would not allow a lecherous and despicable man to prevail. Drawing a deep breath, she declared, whatever, and resolutely strode toward the exit, her anger propelling her forward. She had barely taken 2 or 3 steps when suddenly, an overwhelming weakness coursed through Su Yuqing's legs, rendering her unable to move. Dizziness enveloped her, and her body swayed unsteadily. Observing her distress, Chen Taizhu's face momentarily flickered with a sinister smile. He had long instructed his secretary to lace her coffee with a sedative. Once Su Yuqing consumed it, she would succumb to sleep. In a flurry of anxiety, Su Yuqing exclaimed, You drugged me. You shameless. Chen Taizhu, with a despicable demeanor, retorted, Shameless? How else could I ensnare the most beautiful woman in Haishur? Amidst waves of drowsiness, she desperately unlocked her phone and dialed Lin Yang. At that moment, Lin Yang was waiting in his car for Su Yuqing to conclude her contract negotiations. Upon receiving her call, he answered immediately. In a feeble, languid tone, Su Yuqing urged, Lin Yang, help me. Chen Taizhu swiftly snatched the phone from her, pressing the red hang-up button, then struck her across the face, sending her crashing to the ground, unconscious. Damn it, you wretched woman, how dare you call for help? By the time they arrive, the deed will be done. After her call was severed, Lin Yang's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze with wrath and a palpable intent to kill. Furiously, he cursed, Chen Taizhu, you scoundrel. I will annihilate you. With that, he immediately sent a voice message to Bai Rushuang, then exited the vehicle, charging into the Bai Group with the ferocity of a leopard. Lin Yang effortlessly dispatched the security guards at the entrance, racing toward Chen Taizhu's office. As 2 elevators were in operation, Lin Yang decisively opted for the stairs. Being a warrior of the celestial realm, his physical prowess, martial skills, and explosive strength were exceptional. With each stride, he ascended 10 steps at a time, moving approximately every half a second, resembling a rocket propelling towards the 98th floor. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Yang reached the floor where Chen Taizhu was located. At that moment, Su Yuqing had already succumbed to slumber and was supported onto the sofa by Chen Taizhu. He held her delicate hands in his own, gazing intently at her fair and lovely face, his heart racing with desire. My dear beauty, let me savor you now, Chen Taizhu said with a lewd grin, leaning in to plant a kiss on Su Yuqing's pristine cheek. Just as his thick lips were about to touch her soft skin, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. Bang! The glass door of the office was forcefully kicked open, flinging it 10 meters away to collide against the wall, shattering into a million shards upon impact. This sudden noise startled Chen Taizhu, causing him to look up, his earlier confidence evaporating instantly. He shouted angrily at the man who had burst through the door. Who the hell dares to ruin my fun? Seeking death, are you? Lin Yang's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a thunder god ready to punish evildoers. He declared sternly, Your grandfather, Lin Yang. Lin Yang, you are indeed the worthless husband of Su Yuqing, and your arrival is quite timely. Today, I stand before you, having dealt with your wife. Chen Taizhu exhibited no fear towards Lin Yang. believing him to be merely an ineffectual son-in-law, unworthy of concern. Lin Yang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, a death wish. In an instant, he closed the distance of 5 meters, appearing before Chen Taizhu as if by teleportation. Before Chen Taizhu could fully comprehend Lin Yang's swift movement or react, a hand firmly grasped his throat, slowly lifting him upwards. Chen Taizhu's toes left the ground, his body rising further as he struggled and writhed. With Lin Yang's grip tightening around his neck, the veins on his forehead bulged visibly. He could distinctly feel the immense strength of Lin Yang, far beyond that of an ordinary person. A mere gentle squeeze would spell his doom. Desperate, he attempted to pry Lin Yang's hand from his throat, but it felt as though Lin Yang's grip had locked onto him, unyielding to his efforts. In a panic, he gasped out, "You filthy loser, release me at once, or I will ensure you and your wife meet a grave end." Lin Yang, with a motion akin to flicking away a bothersome fly, exerted a slight force, sending Chen Taizhu crashing to the ground 3 meters away, his body rolling like a ball. Chen Taizhu lay on the ground, wailing in agony. At that moment, a helicopter swiftly ascended from the outskirts of Haishir City, cutting through the sky at remarkable speed, heading directly towards the rooftop of the Bai Group. Bai Rushwang, aware of the difficulties faced by Lin Yang's wife, ceased her martial arts practice and promptly boarded a private helicopter bound for the company. Chen Taizhu, resembling a defeated dog, stumbled to his feet, twisting his neck and patting it a few times to loosen the muscles. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yang, seething with rage. You wretched scoundrel. Do not be so arrogant. Today shall be your end." In a flurry, he dialed a number, barking orders. "Bring everyone up here. There's a disturbance." After hanging up, he ominously declared, "Lin Yang, your doom is imminent. A throng of reinforcements is en route, and you shall leave here horizontally." Moments later, a multitude of black-clad security personnel stormed into Chen Taizhu's office, armed with iron rods, electric batons, and telescopic batons, alongside shields and pitchforks numbering in the dozens. Concurrently, Bai Rushwang's helicopter hovered just a few dozen meters above the 100th floor rooftop of the Bai Corporation building. Without waiting for the helicopter to descend, she clasped a delicate jade sword and leapt from the aircraft, descending gracefully like a celestial maiden from martial arts folklore. Executing several elegant flips before landing smoothly on the rooftop and sprinting towards Chen Taizhu's office with remarkable speed, Chen Taizhu bellowed to the security personnel, "This individual is causing a ruckus and has injured me. Apprehend him at once." As the guards prepared to seize Lin Yang, a commanding and powerful female voice resonated from outside. "Let us see who dares to lay a hand on him." Instantly, the guards were immobilized by the authority in her voice, frozen in place, hesitant to act. The speaker was none other than Bai Rushwang, the president of the Bai Group. A woman clad in an exquisite, tailored Chanel-style skirt suit, wielding a jade sword, strode in with an air of authority. Upon her entrance, the security guards immediately offered their respectful greetings in unison. "Greetings, President Bai?" Upon seeing General Manager Bai Rushwang, Chen Taizhu instantly suppressed his previously arrogant demeanor, adopting a courteous posture and inquiring, "President Bai, what brings you here today?" Bai Rushwang's eyes blazed with fury as she swiftly approached him, raising her hand without a moment's hesitation to deliver a resounding slap to Chen Taizhu's face. The sharp sound echoed as he staggered, stars dancing before his eyes. Nearly losing consciousness, a crimson mark blossomed on his cheek, leaving him in excruciating pain. "Scoundrel!" Bai Rushwang berated him fiercely. "How dare you violate the wife of Dr. Lin? Your audacity is beyond measure." Hearing Bai Rushwang refer to Lin Yang as Dr. Lin, Chen Taizhu retorted, "President Bai, that Lin Yang is merely a useless son-in-law of the Su family. He cannot possibly be a doctor. Please, do not be deceived by him." With a swift motion, Bai Rushwang struck Chen Taizhu's face once more with formidable force. As a practitioner of martial arts, her strength surpassed that of an ordinary woman. This time, he was knocked to the ground, his face aflame with pain akin to that of a bee sting. "Are you implying that my judgment is inferior to that of a lowly dog?" she challenged. "Even if Mr. Lin were merely an ordinary man, does that give you the right to bully his wife?" Chen Taizhu, covering his face that was bruised and red like a baboon's rear, feigned an expression of grievance, exclaiming, "President Bai, I have been wronged. It was this woman who seduced me. She threw herself upon me." Lin Yang, filled with indignation, retorted, "Nonsense. Yuqing is my wife. How could she possibly entice a scoundrel like you? It is evident that you drugged her, harboring vile intentions towards my wife. Lin Yang, do not slander me." It was your wife who, in pursuit of a contract, willingly threw herself at me. President Bai, I am truly innocent. Please do not believe the words of this good-for-nothing. Bai Rusheng cast a glance at Su Yuqing, who lay unconscious on the sofa. With a sharp crack, Bai Rusheng bent down and delivered a forceful slap to Chen Taizhu. The blow nearly rendered him unconscious. Are you still daring to argue with me? Do you think I am blind? Miss Su has already fainted. And you still dare to claim she seduced you? In desperation, Chen Taizhu knelt and pleaded, President Bai, I was wrong. I will never dare again. I implore you. Spare me. Bai Rusheng turned to Lin Yang and said, Dr. Lin, I deeply apologize for my delayed arrival. How would you like to deal with this lecture? Lin Yang replied, This shameless scoundrel dared to drug and incapacitate my wife, putting her in grave danger. You should decide how to handle him. Bai Rusheng cast a furious glance at the kneeling Chen Taizhu and declared, Understood. Chapter 21. Spare his life. Bai Rusheng commanded like a queen, all security personnel. Heed my command. The security guards responded in unison, Present. Exact a severe retribution upon this reprehensible and ignoble scoundrel. At once, a throng of security personnel surged forth, assailing Chen Taizhu with a tempest of blows and kicks, akin to a swarm of bees assailing one who has violated their hive. The guards, harboring a profound animosity for Chen Taizhu's depraved conduct, and recalling his habitual condescension and disrespect towards them as a department manager, seized this opportunity to inflict a thorough drubbing. Each strike was delivered with the utmost force, leaving Chen Taizhu rapidly disfigured with contusions, resembling a grotesque swine. His bones seemingly on the verge of disintegration. He lay prostrate, his cries of agony piercing the air. Bai Rusheng, unrelenting in her resolve, commanded, Spare no force in your assault. Emboldened by Bai Rusheng's decree, the assembled guards redoubled their efforts, continuing their relentless battering of Chen Taizhu. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Taizhu lay prostrate, teetering on the precipice of demise. Only then did the security personnel cease their onslaught. Chen Taizhu lay supine upon the ground, his form marred by a multitude of imprints, racked with excruciating pain, his bones fractured in numerous places, rendered immobile, resembling a lifeless canine. At that moment, Bai Rusheng approached Chen Taizhu, gracefully drawing her Qifeng jade sword. In an instant, the blade pressed against Chen Taizhu's throat. With the slightest exertion, it could pierce his flesh. Overcome with terror, he trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. As a stain of yellow liquid seeped from his trousers onto the floor, exuding a pungent odor. Filled with righteous indignation, Bai Rusheng declared, Mr. Lin, at your command. I shall enact justice and eliminate this lecherous scoundrel. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for such vile and shameless miscreants. Chen Taizhu, shaking with excruciating pain, pleaded, Miss Bai, I beg you, do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. Please spare my life. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Lin Yang pondered for a moment and replied, Given his transgressions, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. However, to allow him an easy demise would be too merciful. If he cannot control his desires, then I shall ensure he becomes incapacitated in that regard. Let him live a life devoid of physical pleasures, immersed in perpetual suffering and regret. Chen Taizhu, quaking in fear, stammered, What do you mean? With a slight smirk, Lin Yang responded, Nothing much, just a little gift for you. Suddenly, a silver needle shot from Lin Yang's hand, imbued with potent energy, striking Chen Taizhu's lower abdomen like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers were unable to discern the needle's trajectory. Instantly, Chen Taizhu felt a searing pain in his abdomen, as if his very sinews were snapping, and he let out a piercing scream. What have you done to me? Lin Yang's lips curled slightly. I merely rendered you incapable of experiencing the pleasures a man should enjoy. Relish this generous gift in the future. What do you mean? What have you truly done to me? You shall discover that in due time. From that moment onward, Chen Taizhu's manhood was irrevocably lost. He would no longer savor the joys of masculinity, destined to live like a living eunuch, forever deprived of the delights of women. Bai Rusheng publicly declared, effective immediately. Chen Taizhu was dismissed from his position as the manager of the marketing department. Furthermore, all enterprises under the Bai family will sever ties with Chen Taizhu, and he shall never be employed again. Anyone who dares to hire him shall face the same fate as him, facing complete exclusion. Moreover, Chen Taizhu had, over the years, exploited his position for illicit gains. I will instruct the judicial department to gather sufficient evidence for the prosecution. Chen Taizhu was paralyzed with fear, trembling at the prospect of having to return all his ill-gotten gains and potentially facing imprisonment. With all his strength, he transitioned from lying down to kneeling. Dragging his pained body to Bai Rusheng's feet, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Miss Bai, I implore you, spare me this once. I shall never dare again. Bai Rushuang coldly scoffed. I have no authority to pardon you on behalf of Mr. Lin and Miss Su. He crawled to Lin Yang's feet like a dog, clutching his legs. Mr. Lin, I beseech you to intercede on my behalf. Let Miss Bai show me mercy. I implore you, if you spare me, I shall serve you faithfully, even bowing before you. Suddenly, he banged his head against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy kowtows echoed through the air. Dare to lay a hand on my wife, and sparing your wretched life is already a mercy. Upon hearing these words, Qin Taizhu felt his heart sink to the depths of despair. He transitioned from a kneeling position to collapsing entirely onto the floor. Regret consumed him. Had he foreseen such a fate, he would never have dared harbor any illicit thoughts towards Su Yuqing. All that remained within him was an overwhelming sense of pain and remorse, almost leading him to the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, a few perceptive security guards apprehended a woman with an exaggerated posture, who turned out to be Qin Tiezhu's secretary. It was this very secretary who had aided him in drugging Su Yuqing. Miss Bai, this woman was just attempting to sneak away, so I brought her in. She was the one who placed the sleeping pills in the coffee for Qin Taizhu. The secretary, terrified, fell to her knees, weeping, Miss Bai, please spare me. It was all Qin Taizhu who compelled me to do this. I beg you, forgive me. Qin Taizhu was left in a state of despair, unable to shed tears. He never expected that his secretary, with whom he had shared a seemingly amicable rapport, would betray him at such a critical moment. They were, after all, akin to a couple in some respects. You heartless wretch. Were it not for me, you would still be working in those nightclubs for a mere 100 a night. Miss Bai, do not heed her baseless accusations. It was she who, in a bid to curry favor with me, deliberately drugged the coffee. All the blame lies with her, as she led me to harm Miss Su. The female secretary was exceedingly incensed by Qin Tiezhu's derogatory insults, calling her a chicken, and his baseless accusations that distorted the truth. In a fit of rage, she surged towards Qin Taizhu and delivered a resounding slap to his already battered face. You scoundrel! It was you who forced me to take the drugs, and yet you have the audacity to slander me. I could kill you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have contracted this illness, having to take medication daily, you vile wretch. I will end you. The female secretary was no pushover. She unleashed her fury upon Qin Tiezhu's face with wild abandon, akin to a ferocious beast seeking to vent all the grievances she had endured at his hands. Chapter 22. Securing a 200 million contract. Qin Taizhu, having already been beaten to the brink of unconsciousness by the security personnel, felt every bone in his body ache. His limbs rendered nearly useless. He lacked the strength to retaliate against the secretary, even to muster a cry of pain. He could only endure as she relentlessly struck his face. Those present were astonished. They had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate secretary possessed such formidable combat prowess. After delivering over 100 slaps, Qin Tiezhu's face was left bruised and bloodied, a horrific sight to behold. Yet, the secretary remained unsatisfied. She raised her stiletto-clad foot and forcefully stomped down upon Qin Tiezhu's face. As the stiletto heel of the shoe mercilessly pressed into Qin Tiezhu's already swollen face, it felt akin to pouring a generous handful of salt into an open wound, inflicting excruciating pain. After enduring several harsh stomps, Qin Tiezhu's face had become a landscape of deep indentations, resembling the terrifying skin of an octopus, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness, nearly overwhelmed by agony. Once the female secretary exerted her utmost strength for one final stomp on his already bruised visage, Qin Taizhu succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Rushuang instructed the security personnel to hastily pull the female secretary away, realizing that if she continued to stomp, Qin Taizhu might very well meet his demise. Especially since Lin Yang had previously insisted on sparing his life, subjecting him to perpetual suffering instead. Observing Qin Taizhu lying motionless on the ground like a lifeless dog, Bai Rushuang placed her hand near his nose. Noting the absence of breath, she remarked, Mr. Lin, it appears he has no breath. Lin Yang, however, discerned that Zhao Haofeng had merely fainted from the pain, assuring her, do not worry, he is not dead. Subsequently, a silver needle shot from Lin Yang's hand, piercing the acupoint on Qin Tiezhu's thigh, which instantaneously roused him. His expression contorted in agony as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream akin to a persistently squawking chicken, reminiscent of a last flicker of life before death. Bai Rushuang was momentarily startled by Qin Tiezhu's harrowing state. Her reaction was not one of sympathy, rather, it was the sheer horror of his condition that startled her fragile heart. She then pointed at the female secretary and inquired, Mr. Lin, how shall we deal with this woman? She had placed a sleeping pill in my wife's coffee, nearly leading to her disgrace. You must handle this. Bai Rushwang nodded. Yes. Mr. Lin. The female secretary, terrified, immediately fell to her knees. President Bai, please spare me. I was momentarily foolish, deceived by Chun Tieju's nonsense. I shall never dare again. I promise to be a better person. Bai Rushwang, with a face as cold as frost, replied, You nearly caused Miss Su to lose her virtue. Punishment is warranted. Security. This woman has colluded with evil, framing Miss Su and nearly leading her to ruin. Strike her face until it is unrecognizable. The female secretary, in a state of panic, pleaded, President Bai. No, I just had a beauty treatment. If I am struck, my face will be ruined. A burly security guard immediately delivered a resounding slap to her evidently artificial face. Following that were a second, third, and fourth slap. The guard's hands flew left and right, each strike delivered with tremendous force. After over 100 blows, the sound of slapping echoed like firecrackers. Soon, the secretary's face was left bruised and battered, her features distorted beyond recognition, her Botox fillers misaligned on her now crimson, swollen visage. She had been utterly disfigured. A sight too ghastly to behold, resembling Chun Tieju's own countenance. Chun Taiju, witnessing the secretary's disfigurement, felt a tinge of solace in his heart. For he was not alone in his suffering, another shared in his misery. Bai Rushwang commanded, Drag Chun Taiju and this woman out of here, banishing them from Haishur forever. The nearby security personnel responded affirmatively, understood. Immediately, 8 guards each seized a hand or a foot, forcibly carrying Chun Taiju and the female secretary out. Akin to transporting 2 deceased swine. Once the 2 were expelled, Bai Rushwang hastily and sincerely apologized to Lin Yong. Mr. Lin, I am deeply sorry. My lax oversight allowed such a scoundrel to infiltrate our organization. Lin Yong sighed, as long as my wife is unharmed, it is of no consequence. I hope you will enhance the ideological education of your employees to prevent further calamities. Indeed, I shall promptly ensure that the entire group issues a manual on ideological education, instructing them on proper conduct to avert the emergence of individuals like Chun Taiju. Bai Rushwang continued, By the way, Mr. Lin, Miss Su is here today to discuss the Dongqing real estate project, and I sincerely apologize for any distress caused to her. It is only fair that this contract be awarded to Miss Su. She commanded, Someone, draft a contract for the Dongqing real estate project immediately. With an investment of 200 million. Before long, a freshly printed contract appeared, inked on crisp white paper. Without hesitation, Bai Rushwang signed the document and affixed the Bai Group's official seal, then presented it to Lin Yong with both hands. Lin Yong intended to transfer 200 million to Bai Rushwang, considering the contract was granted in gratitude for saving Bai Bingning. The Bai family had already paid the medical fees, and she wished to avoid owing Bai Rushwang a favor. However, Bai Rushwang promptly declined, asserting that Lin Yong was the savior of her sister, and that the 200 million contract should be regarded as a gift to Lin Yong. After bidding farewell to Bai Rushwang, Lin Yong cradled the unconscious Su Yuqing and exited the Bai Group. A helicopter soared overhead, belonging to Bai Rushwang, who was also returning to the Bai family. She smiled and waved at Lin Yang from the helicopter. A subtle smile graced Lin Yang's lips. He placed Su Yuqing into the car and drove back to the Su residence. Gradually, Su Yuqing opened her beautiful eyes, which still reflected traces of fear. Yuqing, you're awake. Yes. The scene from Chun Tieju's office replayed in her mind, causing a shiver to run through her. Lin Yong, did you just save me? Yes. Don't be afraid. Chun Taiju has paid the price he deserved. He has been expelled from Haishur by Bai Rushwang, never to set foot in the city again. Su Yuqing lowered her gaze, disheartened. Lin Yong, our contract with the Bai Group has fallen through. Lin Yong smiled gently. The contract hasn't collapsed. You have successfully secured the Dongqing real estate project contract. Moreover, the Bai Group has added an additional 100 million investment, meaning you have obtained a total contract of 200 million for the Su family. Su Yuqing looked on in confusion. Why? Why would the Bai Group still assign the project contract to me? Lin Yong pondered, considering that Su Yuqing was unaware of her role in saving Bai Bingning. He decided to attribute the contract to Miss Bai's appreciation of her project proposal, thereby bolstering his wife's confidence. The president of the Bai Group, Miss Bai Rushwang, reviewed your proposal and found it quite commendable. She holds great expectations for you, which is why she has entrusted you with a 200 million real estate project. Is that true? Am I truly that exceptional? Chapter 23. Tomorrow, you will be announced as general manager. Su Yuqing began to doubt her capabilities. When had she become so accomplished? Lin Yong responded with a cheerful smile. Indeed, you must believe in your own abilities. My wife has always been remarkable. Su Yuqing smiled gently. That's wonderful. I have successfully completed this challenging task. The Su group is saved, and I can finally report back to Grandma. Let us go to her and share this delightful news. Lin Yong drove to the ancestral villa of the Su family, where Grandma Su resided. Upon their arrival, Lin Yong and Su Yuqing joyfully entered through the villa's grand entrance. In the living room, Su Ruoyan was preening and taking selfies with her phone. Upon spotting the couple, she scoffed, "Oh, Su Yuqing, back so soon? I see you must have been expelled by the Bai group." Su Tianlong chimed in, "Su Yuqing, you didn't secure the contract. And yet you still have the audacity to return." Lin Yong, protective of his wife, interjected, "Who says Yuqing didn't secure the contract? The contract is indeed in her hands." Su Yuqing affirmed, "That's right. I have successfully obtained the contract." Su Ruoyan disdainfully remarked, "You amuse me to no end. How dare you boast that you could secure the Bai group's contract? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The contract you possess is merely a forgery. A ruse to deceive." Su Tianlong retorted, "Su Yuqing, should you actually manage to obtain that contract, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head." Lin Yong immediately interjected, "Su Tianlong, remember, those are your words. Do not attempt to evade your promise later." Su Tianlong continued to scoff, "Oh, how theatrical. You both act as though you have genuinely secured a deal with the Bai group. I dare say the Oscars owe you each a golden statuette." Su Ruoyan declared, "You two dare to boast in front of Grandmother, as if you hold her in contempt. Grandmother, look. Su Yuqing and that useless son-in-law have the audacity to drag you into their deception. You must punish these two frauds." Su Yuqing insisted, "Grandmother, I am not deceiving you. I truly have the contract right here in my hands." Su Ruoyan countered, "Grandmother, see, she is still trying to dupe you." Grandmother Su interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Yuqing, did you not claim to have secured the contract? Please bring it forth for me to examine." "Certainly, Grandmother," Su Yuqing replied as she handed the contract to her. Su Ruoyan pressed, "Grandmother, please scrutinize this contract. Should they dare to mislead you, the entire family must be cast out of the Su clan." Madame Su donned her reading glasses and scrutinized the contract on the table. Indeed, the string of digits contained 9 zeros. Upon noticing the conspicuous red seal of the Bai group on the final page, her heart soared with joy. She vigorously slapped her aching leg and exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Splendid! Absolutely splendid! This is truly a contract from the Bai group. Not only will the Su group evade bankruptcy, but we shall also ride the waves of fortune aboard the grand vessel of the Bai group, soaring to new heights." The family of Su Tianlong and the assembled in-laws were rendered speechless. How could this be? Logically, Su Yuqing could not have secured a contract with the Bai group, let alone one worth 2 billion. "Yuqing, you have done remarkably well. You are the great benefactor of the Su family." Su Tianlong hurriedly interjected, "Impossible, Grandma. This contract must be a forgery. Please, take another look." Madame Su replied, "This is clearly written in black and white, complete with an official seal. How could it possibly be false? Stop doubting Yuqing's capabilities. I have always maintained that she is an exceptionally astute woman." With hopeful anticipation, Su Yuqing inquired, "Then, Grandma, what about the position of general manager of the Su group?" Madame Su, unable to tear her eyes away from the 2 billion contract, assured her, "Rest assured, my dear, since I have already promised that whoever secures the collaboration with the Bai group shall become the general manager, I shall certainly uphold my word. Tomorrow, I will convene a company-wide meeting to publicly announce that you are the general manager of the Su group." Su Yuqing smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Grandma." Su Tianlong quickly interjected, "Grandma, this is not appropriate. Su Yuqing is merely a woman. How could she possibly be appointed as the general manager? That position should rightfully belong to me, your only grandson, as I am the one destined to carry on the Su family's legacy." Old Lady Su, visibly angered, retorted, "Do you truly dismiss my words so lightly? To be frank, Tianlong, you are the eldest of the Su family's younger generation, and I have high hopes for you. However, it is Yuqing who has emerged as the savior of the Su family. As I mentioned yesterday, whoever secures the contract with the Bai group shall become the general manager. You squandered your opportunity by hesitating like a timid turtle. Now it is too late to lament. But Grandma, enough. When have I ever changed my mind about my decisions?" Old Lady Su's stance was unwavering. Su Tianlong clenched his teeth and fell silent. Lin Yong chimed in, "Su Tianlong, it seems you must now fulfill your promise of eating excrement while standing on your head. Is there anyone here who needs to use the restroom? If so, I can arrange for Su Tianlong to have a fresh, warm delicacy." He said this with a mischievous grin. Su Tianlong's heart sank instantly. The expressions of those present contorted in discomfort, as though they could indeed envision a pile of excrement before them, for Lin Yang's words painted a vivid picture. Su Tianlong hastily protested. Su Yuqing merely stumbled upon good fortune. Had I been the one, I surely would have secured the contract with the Bai Group. Do not mistake luck for skill. Lin Yang chuckled. Eating excrement while standing on your head was your own declaration. You wouldn't dare to back out now, would you? Su Tianlong exclaimed in anger. Lin Yang, do not overstep your bounds. You are merely a dog living off others. Lin Yang retorted. Enough. I shall not make things difficult for you. After all, there is no ready-made excrement for you to consume. You might as well drink from the toilet bowl. The water therein is bound to be tainted with human waste. And imbibing it would be tantamount to eating feces. You are, after all, the young master and sole heir of the Su family. If word gets out that you resorted to such an act, it would surely render you the laughingstock of the entire city. Su Tianlong stubbornly refused. I want to do it. Let us see what you can do about it. Lin Yang turned to the elderly matriarch, saying, Grandmother, Su Tianlong just declared in your presence that if Yuqing secures the contract with the Bai Group, he would stand on his head and eat excrement. Now he is reneging on that promise and even refusing to drink from the toilet. Does he not regard you at all? How will you maintain your authority in the Su family if this continues? Su Tianlong interjected, Do not threaten grandmother. You are merely a dog raised by the Su family. What right do you have to speak to her? The matriarch furrowed her brow. After all, Su Tianlong was the eldest grandson and a male heir of the Su family. Forcing him to eat excrement or drink toilet water would surely tarnish the family's reputation. Defending her kin, she said, Enough. Tianlong is a human being, not a dog. What if something were to go awry from such actions? Lin Yang, for my sake as the head of this family, spare him this time. Lin Yang, with a semblance of mercy, replied, Very well, for grandmother's sake, I shall let you off this once. Su Tianlong scoffed derisively. Madame Su remarked, Very well. If there are no further matters to discuss, let us disperse for now. Chapter 24. The general manager's unexpected interception. Lin Yang and the Su family departed joyfully from the old Su villa. Once they had left, Su Tianlong turned to Madame Su and said, Grandmother, there is something I must report to you. What is it? She inquired. Do you not find it rather strange that Su Yuqing managed to secure the contract with the Bai Group? Madame Su paused and asked, What do you mean? What seems amiss with Yuqing obtaining the contract? I have heard rumors that many executives at the Bai Group have engaged in indiscretions with various partners. It stands to reason that Su Yuqing must have established some inappropriate and undisclosed relationship with the higher-ups at Bai Group, which is why they awarded her this collaboration. Otherwise, how could she possibly excel among such a multitude of competent competitors? Su Ruoyan concurred, saying, I share my brother's perspective. Su Yuqing surely leveraged her modest charms to curry favor with the executives at Bai Group, thus securing this partnership. Otherwise, what merit does she possess to obtain a 200 million contract? It is evident upon mere reflection. Madame Su nodded thoughtfully and replied, Tianlong, your reasoning is quite compelling. It seems likely that this is indeed the case. If not, how could Su Yuqing triumph amidst so many rivals? And to finalize the contract in just a matter of hours? There must be some hidden intrigue at play. She usually appears as pure as a little white rabbit. Yet unexpectedly, in her quest for collaboration, she is willing to engage in compromising situations. The position of general manager of the Su family must not fall into the hands of a woman who relies on her body for advancement. Moreover, she believes that Su Yuqing, regardless of her circumstances, is still a woman. As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. In the future, the wealth of the Su family should primarily benefit Su Tianlong, ensuring that the family's assets do not slip away to outsiders. Furthermore, Su Laotai's eldest son, Su Qianlong, remarked, Indeed, Mother, you have only this one grandson, Tianlong. The most significant position in the company should undoubtedly be bestowed upon him. Should we assign the role of general manager to Su Yuqing, who is now married and thus considered an outsider? Su Ruoyan interjected, Grandmother, if Su Yuqing can become general manager, then why cannot I, Su Ruoyan? I am no less capable than her. Su Yuqing merely possesses the allure of a seductress. Su Qianlong's wife, Zhang Jiaodong, added, Mother, Tianlong's abilities are not inferior to those of Su Yuqing. He simply lacks the opportunity to showcase his talents. Moreover, Tianlong is the male heir of the Su family, a vital distinction that must be recognized. At this moment, Su Tianlong felt as if he were the chosen one and boldly declared, Grandmother, I, your grandson Tianlong, am willing to undertake the esteemed role of general manager of Su Group during this promising collaboration with Bai Group. striving to elevate the Su enterprise to new heights. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Su Loud, I nodded with a sense of satisfaction, her eyes filled with the hopes of a grandparent for her grandchild. Tianlong, you have finally matured and understand the importance of sharing the burdens of the family business. Grandmother is truly delighted for you. Your grandfather, resting in peace, must be smiling from the depths below. Grandmother, as the heir of the Su family, it is my absolute conviction that I cannot entrust the Su group to a woman who is already married. A married woman is akin to spilled water. I shall not relinquish the decades of hard work put forth by you and grandfather. You have indeed lived up to my years of meticulous nurturing. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall announce to the entire company your appointment as general manager. Su Tianlong nodded gratefully, expressing, thank you, grandmother, for your trust. I shall not disappoint you. I will alleviate your burdens and lead the Su group to unprecedented heights. Grandmother Su felt immense satisfaction and joy, believing that her beloved grandson had finally matured, capable of shouldering responsibilities and alleviating the family's concerns. She shed a few tears of happiness. Upon returning to their rented villa, Lin Yang and Su Yuqing were greeted by Qian Chunhong, who beamed. Yuqing, my dear daughter, you have truly achieved greatness by securing a collaboration with the Bai Group. You have undoubtedly inherited your mother's high intelligence. Mother, please, no more flattery. I am quite unaccustomed to such praise. Since Lin Yang had joined the Su family, Qian Chunhong had never once commended Su Yuqing, often criticizing her for being useless and questioning why she had not divorced Lin Yang. This rare instance of praise left Su Yuqing feeling somewhat taken aback. Daughter, you are truly remarkable. That good-for-nothing Lin Yang is utterly unworthy of you. The disparity between you two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. You soar like a lofty cloud while he is akin to the refuse on the ground, trampled underfoot. You simply do not belong together. Hurry and divorce him, then marry Zhao. If you do not fancy Zhao, I have numerous other suitors, all of whom possess fortunes in the billions, far superior to this useless son-in-law, Lin Yang. Su Yuqing furrowed her brow and replied, Mother, here we go again. Lin Yang is my husband, and I will not divorce him. Moreover, his contributions were instrumental in securing the contract. It was his encouragement that gave me the courage to approach the Bai Group for negotiations. Qian Chunhong scoffed. You only defend this good-for-nothing. It's truly baffling what kind of charm she has cast upon you. Su Yuqing shook her head and retreated to her room with Lin Yang. As her daughter ascended to the position of general manager at the Su Group, Qian Chunhong was filled with elation, nearly bursting into joyous dance. She quickly shared the news in her social circle to boast to her friends. Her spirits were notably high today, so much so that she found Lin Yang somewhat more tolerable, thus refraining from discussing the notion of Su Yuqing divorcing him. At this moment, Lin Yang and Su Yuqing's family remained blissfully unaware that the position of general manager of the Su Group had been usurped. They were enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, with Qian Chunhong happily cracking sunflower seeds and tossing the shells onto the ground, confident that Lin Yang would handle the cleanup. Meanwhile, Su Xinglong was engrossed in watching a female streamer perform on his phone, while Su Yuqing and Lin Yang chatted merrily in their room. On the other side, in the old Su villa, Elder Su and Su Qianlong's family awaited the spectacle of Su Yuqing's impending misfortune the next day. The following morning at 10 a.m., the conference hall of the Su Group was filled with over 100 employees, all seated and attentive. Elder Su stood at the small podium, wearing a serious expression. Today, I have convened this company meeting to announce a matter of utmost importance. I shall be relinquishing the position of general manager to appoint my most trusted confidant. From this day forth, apart from myself as the chairperson, the general manager will be your second highest leader, subordinate only to me and above all others. Chapter 25. Su Yuqing wept. A wave of applause erupted from the audience. All the uninformed employees eagerly listened, curious about who would be appointed as the general manager. Su Yuqing felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, anticipating that Elder Su would soon announce her name. Qian Chunhong and Su Xinglong were equally anxious, eagerly awaiting the moment when Elder Su would declare their daughter Su Yuqing as the general manager. With a solemn tone, Elder Su declared, I hereby announce that from this moment forth, the general manager of the Su Group is none other than Su Tianlong. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers. Upon hearing that the general manager was Su Tianlong, Su Yuqing's expression darkened immediately. How could this be? Why was it that the contract she had secured ultimately went to Su Tianlong? Lin Yang furrowed his brows in discontent. The old lady had no shame, daring to go back on her word. Su Yuqing hastily stood up, exclaiming, Grandmother, didn't you say last night that I would be the general manager? Without a trace of embarrassment, the old matriarch replied, Yuqing, although I did say that whoever secures the contract would become the general manager, after careful consideration. I believe you are not the best candidate for the position. Therefore, I apologize, but I have chosen Tianlong. It is more fitting for you to remain as the director of the sales department. During the company meeting, the employees exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, taken aback by the intense competition and internal strife among the higher-ups. Su Yuqing felt utterly humiliated. With tears shimmering in her eyes, she stormed out of the conference hall. Unable to bear the incredulous stares, Lin Yong, seething with anger, turned to the old lady and declared, Grandmother, if Yuqing cannot be the general manager, then perhaps the Su Group should cease to exist. If I possess the capability to secure a 200 million contract for the Su Group, I certainly have the power to make it lose that contract as well. Pointing at Lin Yong, Su Tianlong retorted, You, a mere useless son-in-law, dare to speak so boldly here. Do you want me to have the security throw you out? Lin Yong, filled with rage, scoffed, We shall see about that. With that, he too exited the conference hall in pursuit of Su Yuqing. Qian Shennong hastily rose to her feet and exclaimed, Mother, you assured us last night that Yuqing would be appointed as the general manager. Why, then, have you changed your mind? Look, Yuqing has just been in tears. I am considering the greater good, so I must make sacrifices for Yuqing. She is not suited for this position. I will appoint her as the sales director. But for the role of general manager, Tianlong is undoubtedly the most deserving candidate, came the firm reply. But mother, enough. Are my words no longer of consequence? When have I ever altered my decisions? Qian Shennong was immediately subdued. In this company, Madame Su held the ultimate authority, and her choices were unassailable. Madame Su, unfazed, addressed the microphone at the podium. Please disregard the minor disturbances that just occurred. Let us continue with the meeting. I now invite our new general manager, Su Tianlong, to the stage to deliver his speech. A smattering of applause erupted from the audience. Good day, everyone. I am Su Tianlong, as you all likely know. From today onwards, I shall serve as the general manager of the Su Corporation. Upon exiting, Lin Yang promptly dialed by Ruo Shang's number, which was answered almost instantly. Ruo Shang, I need your assistance with a matter. Whatever you require, Mr. Lin, I am at your service, and I will do my utmost to help, she responded earnestly. Lin Yang succinctly outlined the situation to Bai Ruo Shang, requesting her aid in terminating the collaboration with the Su Corporation, as it was imperative that Madame Su and Su Tianlong did not succeed in their endeavors. Bai Ruo Shang, feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of Su Yuqing, readily agreed to assist. Before long, the phone of the elderly Mrs. Su, who was listening to Su Tianlong's speech, rang with a haunting melody. She answered the call, and on the other end, a woman's voice spoke. Hello, I am the assistant to President Bai of the Bai Group. I am formally notifying the Su Group that all collaborations with your company are hereby terminated. Mrs. Su was instantly struck with terror, almost dropping her phone in shock. If the partnership were to be dissolved, the Su Group would lose 200 million in project funding, inevitably leading to bankruptcy, an outcome she dreaded above all else. Urgently, Mrs. Su inquired why. Just yesterday, you agreed to collaborate with our Su family, and now you are saying you wish to cancel. Do you possess no sense of contractual integrity? The voice on the line retorted, It is not that we lack a sense of contract. Rather, you exhibit a complete absence of honesty. I have already heard about your family's dealings. You promised Miss Su Yuqing that whoever secured a partnership with the Bai Group would be appointed as the general manager of your company. Yet now, you go back on your word, appointing your grandson as the general manager instead, which reflects a total breach of trust. To be candid, were it not for Miss Su Yuqing's reputation, your Su Group would not even warrant our consideration. The Bai Group will not engage with a company that lacks integrity. Thus, the collaboration between the Bai Group and the Su Group is officially terminated, and your company is permanently blacklisted. Without waiting for a response, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Mrs. Su stood frozen in place, her heart shattering under the weight of despair. She was fervently racking her brain for a remedy, convinced that only Su Yuqing could save the Su Group. Perhaps if Su Yuqing could engage in a dialogue with the Bai Group, they might rekindle their collaboration. Consequently, in a flurry, Grandma Su dashed out of the conference hall, resembling a frantic rabbit, utterly disregarding her image as she hurriedly searched for Su Yuqing within the company. At that moment, Su Yuqing was in her office, wiping away a few crystalline tears of grievance, her eyes slightly reddened from weeping. She could not fathom why her grandmother was treating her this way. Lin Yong, feeling a pang of sympathy, sat beside her and offered gentle words of comfort. Yuqing, please don't cry. The 200 million investment from the Su Group was secured because of you. Your grandmother's actions will surely have consequences. Su Yuqing was skeptical about her grandmother facing any repercussions, believing Lin Yang's words were merely meant to console her. She felt profoundly wronged. At that instant, Grandma Su forcefully pushed open the glass door and burst in, a stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor. Yuqing, I beg you, save the Su Group. I was wrong. I should not have allowed Su Tianlong to take your position as general manager. Please, return to your rightful role. Lin Yang, displeased, interjected, Grandma. Didn't you just appoint Su Tianlong? How can you now want Yuqing to take the position? Is your memory akin to that of a goldfish? Forgetting what you just said within 7 seconds? Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, her grandmother had publicly declared Su Tianlong as the general manager. Now, an unexpected reversal had occurred. Chapter 26, Rescuing the Chairman of Tingo Hotel. In a state of urgency, Su Yuqing inquired, Grandmother, what on earth has happened? Please, take your time to explain. Lady Su swiftly recounted the entire sequence of events. Su Yuqing was astonished to learn that the Bai Group had chosen to sever ties with the Su Group due to the unjust treatment she had endured. Yuqing, do you still wish to assume the role of general manager and save the Su Group from peril? Lady Su asked, her eyes gleaming with hope. Although Su Yuqing felt deeply aggrieved, she could not bear the thought of the Su Group's demise, especially since her family depended on it for their livelihoods. She understood well the adage that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded affirmatively, responding with a soft, yes. Lady Su was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, oh, that is splendid news. Yuqing, I knew you would not forsake the Su family. You truly are a wonderful granddaughter. Without delay, she urged, hurry. Let us go to the conference hall. I am going to announce you as the new general manager of the Su Group. Thus, Lady Su hurriedly grasped Su Yuqing's hand, racing towards the company's conference hall. In her haste, she nearly stumbled. Yet nothing could deter her resolve to bestow the title of general manager upon Su Yuqing, for it was only through this that the Bai Group might reconsider their partnership with the Su Group, preventing its impending bankruptcy. Soon, the trio of Lady Su, Su Yuqing, and Lin Yang returned to the conference hall. Upon seeing his grandmother, old Lady Su, returning with Su Yuqing, Su Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. Grandmother, you have finally returned. Where have you been? I have just concluded my speech, and the employees are eagerly awaiting your summary of the conference. Old Lady Su retorted angrily, summary my foot. This left Su Tianlong in shock, as the audience below fell silent. Hurriedly, old Lady Su ascended the podium, first adjusting the microphone with a few tentative hello, hello. Then she addressed the assembly, I apologize, everyone. I was merely jesting. After careful consideration, I have decided to appoint Su Yuqing as the general manager of Su Corporation. Second only to me. Su Tianlong was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the drastic shift in his grandmother's demeanor. Who had made that phone call? What had Su Yuqing whispered to her in her moment of panic? He quickly interjected, Grandmother, what is going on? You clearly promised me the position of chairman of Su Corporation, and you just announced that I am the general manager. Old Lady Su replied furiously from this moment forth. Your position as general manager is nullified. Why, Grandmother? He implored. There is no reason. She snapped. That is not fair. Have my words lost their weight? He protested. Grandmother. I am your eldest grandson. Madame Su, brimming with fury, approached Su Tianlong and, rising on her toes, delivered a sharp slap to his face, scolding him. You have usurped Yuqing's position. I am merely restoring what rightfully belongs to her. If you continue to stir trouble, beware that you may not even hold the title of department head. Su Tianlong was rendered speechless. Madame Su then returned to the microphone on the podium and proclaimed loudly, I hereby officially announce that Su Yuqing is the new general manager of our group. Please join me in a round of applause. The room erupted with thunderous applause. Su Yuqing, with a radiant smile and tears glistening in her eyes, ascended the stage to deliver her inaugural speech. I am immensely grateful to be appointed as the general manager of Su Group. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my husband Lin Yang, my parents, my grandmother, and Su Group. Upon concluding her remarks, Madame Su declared the meeting adjourned. Lin Yang sent a WeChat message to Bai Ruishuang, informing her that Su Yuqing had reclaimed her position as general manager of Su Group, allowing Bai Group to resume its collaboration with Su Group. Bai Ruishuang responded with an affirmative okay. Soon after, Madame Su received a call from Su Group, confirming the official restoration of the partnership with Bai Group. And her anxieties were finally alleviated. Throughout the day, Su Yuqing's spirit soared, and Qian Chunhong, radiating joy, danced around the office, eager for everyone to recognize her as Su Yuqing's mother. In the evening, Lin Yang, having finished his grocery shopping at the market, rode his electric scooter back to the Su family residence. On the way, he witnessed a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and slightly stout, suddenly collapse onto the ground. The woman beside him was instantly struck with panic, exclaiming, "Dad, what's wrong?" As a healer, Lin Yang rushed forward without hesitation. With a keen eye, he discerned that the man's condition was due to internal blood stasis causing a vascular blockage. If not treated immediately, he would succumb within 10 minutes. The blockage in the blood vessels was obstructing the flow to the heart, necessitating urgent intervention. "Please step aside. I am here to treat your father," he implored. The woman, observing Lin Yang's youthful appearance and his attire resembling that of a street vendor, was skeptical. He appeared more like a charlatan than a qualified physician. How could he possibly save her father, the mastermind behind a billion-dollar hotel empire? What if his intervention led to dire consequences? As Lin Yang prepared to use his silver needles on her father, she shouted in alarm, "Who are you? Do you even know how to treat him? Put that needle down, or I will call the police." With that, she took out her phone to dial emergency services. Lin Yang responded, "It takes at least 20 minutes to reach the nearest hospital. We may not have that time. If you wish to prevent his demise, please allow me to proceed." Seeing her father unconscious and his vital signs dwindling, she grew increasingly anxious, fearing that waiting for an ambulance might indeed be too late. And noticing Lin Yang's earnest expression and apparent confidence in his ability to heal, she decided to let him try. "You possess the ability to heal, should you succeed. I shall express my profound gratitude. However, if any harm befalls my father, I will ensure you face the consequences. Rest assured, your father shall remain unharmed." Lin Yang promptly employed several silver needles, delicately inserting them into the pertinent acupoints of the man's body. With gentle rotations, he infused his vital energy, promoting blood circulation and dispelling stagnation. Before long, the man's eyes gradually opened. He felt an extraordinary sense of comfort, the flow of blood unhindered, and the pain in his heart alleviated. He was acutely aware of his restored health. The woman's face illuminated with joy. "Father, you are awake. How do you feel?" He exhaled smoothly. "I have never felt this well before. It seems my ailments have vanished." With the support of his daughter and Lin Yang, the man slowly rose to his feet. "Your condition has been stabilized, yet it is not entirely cured. Further acupuncture sessions will be necessary." "Thank you, young man. Had it not been for you, my life might have reached its end." Compassion is the essence of a healer. It is a relief to see you well. The daughter interjected, "I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I regret my rudeness. I am Lu Yunfei, the chairman of the Tingo Hotel. How may I address this esteemed healer?" "I am Lin Yang." He retrieved a bank card from the inner pocket of his suit, presenting it respectfully. "This card holds 5 million. Please accept it, esteemed Lin healer." Chapter 27. Su Yuqing's class reunion. Lin Yang waved his hand in refusal, stating, "There is no need. Compassion is the calling of a healer. It is my duty to assist." Lu Yunfei hastily said, "Please accept this. If you refuse, it would weigh heavily on my conscience." Lu Yunfei's daughter added, "Mr. Lin, you should accept it. My father has always disliked being indebted to others." Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. After all, who would decline a generous offer?" Lin Yang accepted the card, secretly elated at the windfall of 5 million. How delightful. Lin Yang and Lu Yunfei exchanged WeChat contacts for future medical consultations. Lin Yang advised him to avoid strenuous activities, refrain from alcohol, steer clear of spicy foods, and consume nourishing supplements for his health. After bidding farewell to Lu Yunfei, Lin Yang rode his electric scooter home to prepare a meal. Following dinner, he washed the dishes, swept the floor, and tidied up. That evening, Su Yuqing, while applying a facial mask in bed, noticed that the long-dormant university classmates group chat had suddenly sprung back to life. Upon checking, she found a staggering 97 new messages. As she scrolled up, it became apparent that everyone was discussing the upcoming reunion. The initiator of the reunion was a classmate named Zhu Xiaolong, who announced in the group that he had become the chairman of a publicly listed company worth millions. To foster camaraderie and reminisce about their shared past, he had organized a reunion at one of the most luxurious hotels in Haishur, the Tingo Hotel, for the following evening, with all expenses covered by him alone. He specifically invited all classmates and tagged Su Yuqing, who was renowned as both the class and school beauty. Classmates residing and working in Haishur unanimously agreed to attend the reunion, especially since Zhu Xiaolong was footing the entire bill. Those who lived far away, abroad, or had pressing matters to attend to politely declined, while congratulatory messages poured in, celebrating the successful organization of the reunion. Moreover, the group was filled with abundant accolades for Zhu Xiaolong, alongside a plethora of sycophantic remarks that elevated him to the heavens. Su Yuqing pondered for a moment. Indeed, it had been a long time since she had seen her former university classmates. Thus, she responded with an affirmative expression and indicated her intention to attend the reunion. Zhu Xiaolong tagged Su Yuqing, noting that she appeared to be the only one from their class who had married, specifically requesting that Yuqing bring along her husband, Lin Yang. The group erupted in excitement, urging Su Yuqing to bring Lin Yang with her, as many had heard rumors about the school beauty, Su Yuqing, marrying a seemingly unremarkable husband. They were eager to see what Lin Yang was like and to discern what made him worthy of marrying someone as esteemed as Su Yuqing. Unaware of their true intentions, Su Yuqing assumed they simply wished to meet her husband. Consequently, she turned to Lin Yang, who was in the room watching short videos, and asked, Lin Yang, "I have a reunion at Tingo Hotel tomorrow. Would you like to come along?" Lin Yang replied, "Of course, I will go." After all, he considered himself a billionaire and had saved an elderly gentleman that day who happened to be the chairman of Tingo Hotel. He felt it was imperative to support his wife at her reunion, as he might even be able to lend assistance. Thus, Su Yuqing confirmed with Zhu Xiaolong, okay. The following evening, around 6 o'clock, Lin Yang drove Su Yuqing to Tingo Hotel. The Tianhao Hotel, beneath the night sky, shone like a resplendent jewel, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. As one steps through its grand entrance, the lobby dazzles with golden splendor, a clear testament to the considerable investment poured into its creation. Indeed, it is worthy of being one of the most renowned hotels in Haishur. Su Yuqing remarked, Lin Yang, "Please refrain from speaking indiscriminately at the reunion. It would be unwise to provide anyone with a handle to grasp." Lin Yang replied, "Rest assured, Yuqing, I am well aware of what should and should not be said." Following the room number shared in their group chat, Su Yuqing opened the door to room 103 on the first floor, entering alongside Lin Yang. At that moment, Lu Yunfei, the chairman of the Tianhao Hotel, caught sight of a familiar figure in the lobby. This individual was clad in attire that clashed with the hotel's luxurious ambience, a stark contrast to the elegance surrounding him, and he was accompanied by a striking woman as they entered room 103. Is that not Mr. Lin Yang? Could it be that he has an important engagement here today? Lu Yunfei mused, promptly inquiring of a formally dressed waitress who had just exited the room. What event is taking place in room 103? The waitress responded, report to the chairman, that room is hosting a class reunion. Ah, so Mr. Lin Yang is attending a reunion. Since he has graced his own hotel with his presence, it is imperative to extend a proper welcome. He instructed the waitress. Accompany me to my office. I shall retrieve a few bottles of my finest private reserve to send to that room. Certainly, Chairman, she replied, and together they proceeded to collect the wine. Inside the reunion, approximately 20 individuals were gathered around a grand table, filled with laughter and joy. Every student was dressed impeccably, donning their finest attire, as no one wished to be ridiculed at the reunion. Occupying a prominent position was a portly man with a round face and a rather ostentatious appearance, adorned in a suit and flaunting the keys to a luxury car. He was none other than Zhu Xiaolong, the organizer of this gathering and the owner of a multi-million-dollar publicly traded company. A voice exclaimed, "Look, the campus bell. Su Yuqing has arrived." The crowd greeted her warmly. "Yuqing, it's been a while." Su Yuqing responded graciously, "Hello, everyone. It's been a long time." However, the guests cast glances of disdain towards Lin Yang, who followed Su Yuqing, clad in inexpensive street market attire. Whispers began to circulate among the attendees. "Look at him, dressed in such cheap clothes. How can he dare to show his face here? It's utterly embarrassing. Could it be that Su Yuqing has been deceived into marrying a pauper?" Lin Yang had long grown accustomed to such derision and calmly took a seat beside Su Yuqing. Zhu Xiaolong, eyeing Su Yuqing with an appreciative gaze, remarked, "Yuqing, you have become even more beautiful since we last met." Su Yuqing, aware of her own allure, modestly replied, "Oh, not at all." Someone inquired, "Yuqing, is this your husband?" "Yes, this is my husband, Lin Yang," she affirmed. "Lin Yang, please greet my classmates." Lin Yang responded formally, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Yang, Su Yuqing's husband. I look forward to your kindness in the future." The individuals present offered no response to Lin Yang, instead casting scornful glances in his direction, akin to observing a circus monkey, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. However, Lin Yong had long cultivated an extraordinary resilience to embarrassment during his time with the Su family, and thus remained unfazed. A heavily made-up woman clad in scant attire, reminiscent of those who entertain in nightclubs, remarked, "Yuqing, why does your husband dress like a street vendor? As if he scavenges for scraps?" The woman, named Dong Feifei, intentionally sought to mock Lin Yong, aiming to provoke a disapproving expression from Su Yuqing. Dong Feifei possessed a notable beauty, once adored during her university days, yet she found herself overshadowed by the radiant Su Yuqing. In the eyes of men, she was often the less favored choice, with Su Yuqing blooming like a flower while she remained but a mere leaf, perhaps fueled by feminine jealousy. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Yuqing, having heard that Su Yuqing married a seemingly useless husband with no wealth after graduation. She seized the opportunity at their reunion to humiliate Su Yuqing and bask in her own moment of glory. "Yuqing, if I were you, I would be embarrassed to be seen with him," Dong Feifei continued. "Enough, Feifei. I do not judge people by their attire. My husband, as long as he treats me well, that is all that matters. Yuqing, while you are indeed beautiful, your taste in men leaves much to be desired. You truly married someone quite beneath you. Lin Yong is not trash. He is my virtuous partner." Chapter 28. "I already have a husband," Dong Feifei, with a tone laced with sarcasm, inquired, "Mr. Lin Yong, may I ask where you are employed?" Lin Yong replied nonchalantly, "I am currently unemployed, spending my days at home, tidying up, weeding, watering the plants, shopping for groceries, cooking, and washing dishes, living quite leisurely." With a cold snort, Dong Feifei retorted, "No job and staying at home? Does that imply you are living off others? If you lack employment, I could arrange a janitorial position for you at my company, though it may not be glamorous. It would provide a monthly income of 3,000 yuan, ensuring you do not have to rely on Yuqing." The crowd erupted in laughter. Lin Yong scoffed. "You think 3,000 yuan is enough to entice me into cleaning? Who do you think you are?" "If 3,000 does not suffice," she continued, "I could increase it to 4,000. How does that sound?" Lin Yong shot back, "4,000 for cleaning? Do you really believe you have the authority to make such an offer?" Zhu Xiaolong, feeling a twinge of anger, noted that the janitors at his company earned only 3,000 a month. He was taken aback by Lin Yang's blatant disregard for his offer. "What do you think you? A good-for-nothing, are worth if you were to clean? Don't even mention 4,000. Even if you offered me 4 million or 40 million, I still wouldn't accept the cleaning position." Zhu Xiaolong, visibly irked, stammered, You. Dong Feifei interjected, "Lin Yong, how dare you speak to Mr. Zhu in such a manner? If it weren't for Yuqing supporting you, you would have likely starved by now." Lin Yong proudly declared, "I simply relish being by Yuqing's side, preparing meals for her, washing her clothes, giving her back rubs, and massaging her legs. I find immense joy in it." Zhu Xiaolong retorted, "To speak so boldly of living off a woman, Lin Yong, you are the first I've encountered. Truly, you embody the title of the greatest kept man in Haishur. Your reputation is well-deserved. Yuqing, look at the kind of pathetic man you have chosen. He takes pride in being a freeloader." Zhu Xiaolong, infatuated with Su Yuqing's beauty, harbored desires to elevate their relationship beyond mere classmates, hence his disdain for her husband Lin Yong, prompting him to launch verbal assaults. Su Yuqing responded, "I know exactly what my husband is like. Today is a reunion, and I believe we have gathered to reminisce about our youthful days. We should share more delightful memories from our university years, as that is the essence of this gathering, rather than relentlessly targeting my husband." Dong Feifei rolled her eyes dismissively, scoffing, "How could you, Su Yuqing, dare to marry such a worthless man? Shouldn't you be open to criticism?" Some classmates echoed her sentiment, saying, "Yuqing, as the belle of our school, you were destined to marry a wealthy and influential gentleman, yet you chose to lower yourself and wed Lin Yong. This either living off others. Yuqing, you are a prominent beauty in Haishur. Why diminish your worth by marrying such a useless man? It is akin to placing a beautiful flower in a pile of dung." Su Yuqing furrowed her brows and declared, "I beg to differ. I believe Lin Yong is quite admirable. You all fail to comprehend his merits. I ask that you show a modicum of respect for my husband, Lin Yong." Zhu Xiaolong retorted, "A worthless man who relies on others does not deserve our respect. Yuqing, rather than associating with such a parasite, why not choose me? I assure you, I am 1,000 times better than this good-for-nothing." Dong Feifei interjected, "Su Yuqing, Zhu is a man of power and wealth, worth millions, far superior to the useless individual beside you. If you were to marry Zhu, you would undoubtedly benefit." Zhu Xiaolong continued, "Yuqing, marry me, and I will treat you well. A maid will attend to your every need, serving you delicacies daily, ensuring you never face hardship." Several classmates chimed in, urging, Yuqing, while you are still young, marry a wealthy husband. Otherwise, you will surely regret it when you are older. Su Yuqing firmly replied, I apologize, but I already have a husband. My husband is Lin Yang, and I will not divorce him. Zhu Xiaolong, please show some decorum. I am already married. Dong Feifei scolded Su Yuqing. To be noticed by Zhu is a stroke of fortune. Do not be so ungrateful. Zhu Xiaolong persisted, Yuqing, although you are married, I possess greater wealth and status than Lin Yang. Leave that trash and marry me. Su Yuqing responded, Zhu Xiaolong, I am already married. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. If you continue this way, I may have to leave this reunion. Zhu Xiaolong remarked. I truly fail to comprehend what merits this useless individual possesses. Su Yuqing cast a glance at Lin Yang, reflecting that his worth need not be acknowledged by others. Her recognition sufficed. Lin Yang offered a subtle smile, touched by Su Yuqing's words. Before long, an array of delectable dishes was presented. Australian lobsters, Kobe beef, sea cucumbers, large abalones, truffles, caviar, and exquisite champagne, with the total cost exceeding 100,000. The classmates gazed at the lavish spread in astonishment. Most of them, upon graduation, found themselves in jobs earning around 10,000 a month, and after settling rent and utility bills, little remained for sustenance. They were accustomed to modest meals, far removed from such opulent delicacies. Had it not been for Zhu Xiaolong's declaration that he would bear all expenses of this banquet without splitting the bill, many classmates might have opted out of attending the reunion. The dining experience at the Tingo Hotel was notoriously expensive, far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Zhu Xiaolong generously proclaimed, Please, everyone, feel free to indulge, do not hold back. As the gathering commenced, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, a female server entered the private room, carrying 2 bottles of wine, the elegant packaging indicating their high quality. She gently placed the bottles on the table and courteously announced, These are Roman E. Conti and the 1982 Ch. Lafite, gifts from our Chairman Liu for distinguished guests. Please enjoy. The crowd was taken aback. A bottle of Lafite is worth nearly 200,000, while a bottle of Roman E. Conti costs around 800,000. Together, these 2 bottles surpass 1 million. It was astonishing that someone had such stature to receive such an extravagant gift from Chairman Wu of Yunting Hotel. Speculation erupted among the guests regarding the identity of this esteemed individual. Someone boldly inquired, Who possesses such influence to warrant a gift from Chairman Wu? The waitress replied, Chairman Wu only mentioned that the gift is for a distinguished guest, but I am unaware of their identity. If there is nothing further, I shall not disturb your meal and will take my leave. Please feel free to call upon us should you require assistance. Dong Feifei flattered. I believe the only individual capable of receiving such valuable wine from the chairman must be our general manager, Mr. Zhu. May I inquire, aside from Mr. Zhu, who else among us possesses the means to elicit such generosity from Chairman Liu? Am I not correct, Mr. Zhu? Zhu Xiaolong was momentarily perplexed. He did not recognize Chairman Liu of this hotel. He had never encountered him, and Chairman Liu certainly did not know him either. However, his cousin was the manager here. So perhaps Chairman Liu was extending this gesture in acknowledgement of his cousin Wang's dedicated service to the hotel. Thus, he exaggeratedly boasted, Indeed, I am acquainted with Chairman Liu. We share a certain rapport. I did not expect him to present me with such an exquisite gift. I shall remember this gesture of goodwill. Dong Feifei remarked. I knew it, Mr. Zhu. Chairman Liu must have taken your reputation into account when bestowing such an expensive gift. The classmates eagerly ingratiated themselves, exclaiming, President Zhu, your influence is truly remarkable. Even Chairman Liu has sent wine to celebrate. If it weren't for President Zhu, we might never have the pleasure of such fine wine in our lives. Zhu Xiaolong feigned humility, stating, I never expected Chairman Liu to show me such courtesy. Dong Feifei interjected, President Zhu, the wine that Chairman Liu has gifted is quite extravagant. Why don't you pour for everyone? It would be rather awkward if we were to pour too much ourselves. Zhu Xiaolong shared the same sentiment. After all, the wine is so precious. He certainly wished to serve himself generously, unwilling to bestow too much on this group of impoverished souls. In his eyes, the attendees were primarily destitute. The wine they were fortunate enough to sample was something he himself could scarcely afford. It was indeed a stroke of good fortune that they could partake in such a rare delicacy, all thanks to him. Zhu Xiaolong declared, Very well, come. Allow me to serve you all. At that moment, Lin Yang received a text message from Liu Yunfei of the Tingo Group. The message read, Mr. Lin. I heard you are attending a class reunion here. I have specially sent you 2 bottles of my cherished wine to enhance your enjoyment. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. It turned out that these 2 bottles were not intended for Zhu Xiaolong at all, but were meant for Lin Yang. How audacious of Zhu Xiaolong to claim that the 2 bottles gifted by Chairman Lu were for his own benefit. Lin Yang smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you." Receiving Lin Yang's appreciation, Lu Yunfei was elated, as it signified that his relationship with Lin Yang had taken a significant step forward. In the future, seeking Mr. Lin's medical expertise would undoubtedly become more accessible. After all, with age comes the inevitability of health issues. Cultivating a rapport with a superlative healer like Lin Yang could potentially extend one's life by several years. Zhu Xiaolong approached Lin Yang's table and poured him a bottle of exquisite liquor valued at 800,000. He swiftly drained the bottle, its contents disappearing with a few hearty gulps, before pouring the last precious drops into a glass for Lin Yang. There are only a few drops left, yet each drop is exceedingly valuable. You, who live off the kindness of others, should feel fortunate to savor this. Be sure to relish every last drop, as a single drop is worth thousands. Otherwise, you may never again have the chance to taste such fine liquor. Count your blessings. Dong Feifei chimed in with mockery. Lin Yang, if you refuse to drink, you shall never experience such luxury again. Be grateful. Zhu Xiaolong added, indeed. Were it not for Chairman Lu's regard for my presence in offering you this wine, you would never have the opportunity to indulge in an 800,000 bottle. A mere few drops is already a generous gift to you. Lin Yang smirked dismissively. You truly are embellishing your own importance. Why would Chairman Lu feel compelled to offer you this wine? Is it due to the size of your face? Zhu Xiaolong felt a twinge of insecurity. Lin Yang's words implied that the wine was not intended for him after all. He realized he did not personally know Chairman Lu, leaving him to ponder whether the liquor was indeed meant for him. However, it was not a gift intended for him. Who among those present held the merit to receive a bottle from Chairman Lu? Upon this realization, he exclaimed in frustration, I am undoubtedly the most prominent figure at this gathering. If the wine is not for me, could it possibly be for you, the son-in-law living off his wife's family? Lin Yang replied calmly, Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Indeed, these exquisite bottles are meant for me. You are not entirely foolish, after all. Dong Feifei scoffed, Ha ha ha. That's utterly ridiculous. You're merely a freeloader, and you dare to claim that this fine wine is yours? You truly are boasting without any basis. If this wine were indeed for you, I might as well assert that the Tingo Hotel belongs to me. Su Yuqing, your husband may lack ability, yet he excels in empty bravado. Su Yuqing's expression darkened as she asked, Lin Yang, is it true that this wine was gifted to you by Chairman Lu? Lin Yang nodded, affirming, Yes, my dear, this wine indeed comes from Chairman Lu. The laughter from the crowd erupted once more, as they deemed Lin Yang utterly mad. No one would believe that with the Tingo Hotel's valuation in the billions, the chairman would bestow 2 bottles worth $1 million upon a son-in-law of the Su family, who merely lived off his wife. It was preposterous. Zhu Xiaolong chimed in. Lin Yang, your boasting is truly remarkable. My cousin is the manager here. It is evident that Chairman Lu presented the wine to me out of respect for him. What are you, that Chairman Lu would send you wine? Dong Feifei added, Exactly. You, a mere freeloader with nothing to your name. What virtue or capability do you possess to warrant a gift from Chairman Lu? Such arrogance is beyond belief. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaolong claim that her cousin was the general manager here, Su Yuqing immediately deduced that Chairman Lu was likely the one who had sent the wine to Zhu Xiaolong. She inquired, Lin Yang, what on earth is going on? You mentioned that Chairman Lu gifted you the wine. Do you have any proof? Lin Yang replied, Of course I do. I have the WeChat conversation with Chairman Lu on my phone. He stated that these 2 bottles of wine were a gift for me. The laughter erupted within the private room once more. Zhu Xiaolong retorted, Even I don't have Chairman Lu's WeChat. You, a good-for-nothing freeloader, should reflect on your own worth before claiming to have his WeChat. You are simply boasting beyond belief. Lin Yang promptly retrieved his phone to show Su Yuqing and his classmates the WeChat message that Lu Yunfei had just sent him. After reviewing the chat history between Lin Yang and Chairman Lu, Su Yuqing found herself momentarily bewildered. Among all present, apart from Lin Yang, no one else possessed Lu Yunfei's WeChat, and thus, they were unable to recognize the avatar of Lu Yunfei. Zhu Xiaolong, Dong Feifei, and the others believed that Lin Yang was merely a parasitic son-in-law of the Su family, incapable of associating with someone of Lu Yunfei's stature, and that the chairman's WeChat on his phone was undoubtedly a counterfeit, a mere ruse to deceive. Zhu Xiaolong declared, It's fake. It's absolutely fake. You, a pathetic loser. Don't think you can pull a fast one on us by staging a charade with someone. Dong Feifei added. How could Chairman Liu possibly know such trash as a freeloader like you? He must be using Chairman Liu's name to swindle us here. Chapter 30. Go ahead. Strike me. Zhu Xiaolong remarked, Lin Yong, not only do you shamelessly rely on others for sustenance, but now you dare to impersonate the esteemed director Liu Yunfei of the Tingo Group, flaunting your deceit here. Have you truly grown tired of life? Dong Feifei retorted. You pathetic leech, do take a moment to reflect upon yourself. In the eyes of Director Liu, you are nothing but a piece of filthy trash. How could he ever consider adding you on WeChat? Su Yuqing frowned. Please refrain from using such harsh language. Dong Feifei continued. Su Yuqing, do you honestly believe that your useless husband possesses Director Liu's WeChat? Zhu Xiaolong interjected. You dare to impersonate your acquaintance with Director Liu? Kneel down and bow 3 times before me, or I shall summon my cousin to have you forcibly removed. Lin Yong replied. Why is it that you cannot comprehend simple words? I have stated that I know Director Liu, and those 2 bottles of wine were indeed a gift to me. If you have the audacity, feel free to summon Director Liu to inquire. Dong Feifei scoffed. Lin Yong, how can you still speak so brazenly? You are truly unaware of your own insignificance. Zhu, please have your cousin bring the security to expel him. It's a disgrace to have him here. Zhu Xiaolong responded. Very well, I shall summon my cousin to deal with him. He picked up his phone and dialed. Hello, cousin, this is Xiaolong. There's a worthless scoundrel causing a ruckus in my private room, claiming to know Director Liu of the hotel. You must come and teach him a lesson. On the other end of the line, the voice replied, How dare he create trouble on my turf? It seems he is courting disaster. Just wait. I shall be there shortly. Zhu Xiaolong wore a smug expression, declaring, You pathetic loser, my cousin will arrive shortly. Just wait and see how he deals with you. Soon. A loud bang echoed as the door to the private room was forcefully swung open. A man, slick-haired and dressed in a suit, exuding an air of arrogance, entered with several black-clad security guards wielding electric batons. The leading man was none other than Zhu Xiaolong's cousin, Wang Fugui. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and hands stuffed in his pockets, he bellowed, Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? Step forward and face your demise. Zhu Xiaolong pointed at Lin Yong and said, Cousin, it's this pathetic loser, a wasteful son-in-law of the Su family who lives off others. Wang Fugui scrutinized Lin Yong, who was dressed in shabby attire, and disdainfully remarked, So, you're merely a useless son-in-law. Do you even comprehend the gravity of this place? To dare create a scene here. It appears you wish for your own end. Su Yuqing, alarmed by the hostility of the newcomers, grew anxious for Lin Yang's safety and urgently suggested, Lin Yong, I will hold them off. You should seize the opportunity to escape. Lin Yong remained composed, assuring her, Yuqing, there is no need to fear. They cannot harm me. Su Yuqing stepped forward, exclaiming, Manager Wang, I am Lin Yang's wife. Su Yuqing, if Lin Yong has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on his behalf and implore your forgiveness. Wang Fugui's eyes roamed over Su Yuqing, taking in her fair complexion and graceful demeanor, akin to falling snow. Indeed, she possessed a beauty that could captivate even the most discerning, worthy of being hailed as the most stunning woman in Haishur. He was suddenly filled with desire. Before him stood Su Yuqing, a paragon of beauty. He was determined to possess her. The most stunning woman in the city had inexplicably married a man who relied solely on others for his sustenance, a veritable disgrace, a flower blooming amidst dung. I could forgive this worthless wretch, provided he kneels before me in apology, crawls through my legs, and you share my bed for the night. Only then would I let him go. Beside him, Zhu Xiaolong leered, Cousin, I wanted to. Su Yuqing is so beautiful. Why don't we have our way with her together tonight? It would be exhilarating. Wang Fugui kicked Zhu Xiaolong's backside, infuriated. You scoundrel! How dare you covet a woman I have my sights set on? You seek death. Zhu Xiaolong instantly cowered. I wouldn't dare. Yet, secretly, he thought that once his cousin was finished, it would be his turn to enjoy Su Yuqing. He could certainly take his time with her afterward. Dong Feifei interjected. Su Yuqing, I suggest you submit to Manager Wang. Otherwise, your useless husband may not survive. Su Yuqing's brow furrowed, her complexion pale as she exclaimed. You will not get your way. How can you bully me like this? Do you have no regard for the law? Wang Fugui retorted, The Tingxing Hotel is my territory. Within my domain, I am the law. If you refuse, I will ensure that Lin Yong, that good-for-nothing, leaves this door horizontally today. Su Yuqing's face drained of color, terrified at the thought of Lin Yong facing harm. Yet, she could not betray him. Lin Yong, I will obstruct them. You take the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Yuqing, do not be afraid. I will not abandon you. For reasons unknown, Lin Yang's words filled Su Yuqing with an inexplicable sense of security, as if he possessed the capacity to resolve the imminent crisis. Lin Yang strode directly before Wang Fuguwei, his demeanor ice-cold. Wang Fuguwei, with an air of provocation, taunted. What is this? You, a wretched and worthless son-in-law, think you can strike me? Come on, go ahead. If you dare to hit me, I will make sure you regret it. Come on, strike me. As he spoke, Wang Fuguwei shook his head, deliberately presenting both sides of his face to Lin Yang, inviting him to aim for a better angle to slap him, a clear display of provocation. He firmly believed that Lin Yang, a mere parasite from a third-rate family, would never dare to strike the general manager of the Tingo Hotel. Absolutely not. Even if he offered his face, he would not dare. Without uttering a word, Lin Yang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Wang Fuguwei's deliberately positioned face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the room, reminiscent of a firecracker exploding in a rural area. Wang Fuguwei staggered, nearly losing his balance. When he regained his footing, a bright red handprint adorned his face, and the sting of pain radiated across his skin. He was momentarily stunned. He could not believe that Lin Yang, the wretched scoundrel, truly had the audacity to strike him. Did he seek death? The individuals present were utterly astonished. A mere waste of space, a son-in-law of no merit. Dared to lay hands on manager Wang of the Tingo Hotel. What audacity! Who had bestowed upon him such courage? Zhu Xiaolong declared, Lin Yang, you worthless scoundrel. Daring to strike my cousin, your demise is imminent. Lin Yang swiftly approached Zhu Xiaolong and delivered a resounding slap across his face, sending him sprawling a meter away. One side of Zhu Xiaolong's face turned as crimson as a monkey's posterior, and it visibly sank in, rendering his features asymmetrical, one side swollen, the other diminished. Wang Fuguwei, infuriated, barked at the security personnel, what are you dawdling for? Seize him at once. In an instant, several security guards rushed towards Lin Yang. With a single punch, Lin Yang felled each of them effortlessly. Wang Fuguwei hastily dialed a number, instructing, bring all the security to room 103 immediately, and remember to bring the necessary equipment. Soon, a throng of black-clad security guards stormed into the private room. Wang Fuguwei pointed at Lin Yang and commanded, all security, give this troublemaker a thrashing and throw him out. Chapter 31. A severe lesson. The security guards raised their arms, ready to strike Lin Yang. At that moment, a steady voice rang out, halting them. Stop. Let it be known, who dares to lay a finger on Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man in a suit strode in, asserting, should anyone dare to touch a single hair on Mr. Lin's head, they need not return to work tomorrow. The security guards promptly stepped aside, clearing a wide path for him. The newcomer was none other than Lu Yunfei, the chairman of the Tingo Hotel. Lu Yunfei had initially intended to personally greet Lin Yang in box 103, but instead, he stumbled upon a scene where Wang Fuguwei was instructing the security to assault his benefactor, Lin Yang. Upon seeing his master arrive, Wang Fuguwei immediately bent his body in obsequiousness, saying, Chairman, what brings you here? Lu Yunfei, filled with indignation, retorted, what are you doing? Wang Fuguwei pointed at Lin Yang and exclaimed, Chairman, this despicable lowlife is causing a ruckus here, even pretending to be your friend. He truly has a death wish. I was just about to teach him a lesson. With a swift motion, Lu Yunfei delivered a resounding slap across Wang Fuguwei's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. You wretched scoundrel. Mr. Lin is my savior. How dare you insult him here? The slap sent shockwaves throughout the room, rendering everyone speechless. The women, in particular, turned pale, as no one had anticipated that Chairman Lu would strike Wang Fuguwei on behalf of Lin Yang, the son-in-law of the Su family. Furthermore, Lu Yunfei had proclaimed Lin Yang to be his savior, leaving everyone perplexed. Zhu Xiaolong approached Lu Yunfei, his tone submissive. Chairman Lu, are you mistaken? He is merely a freeloader from the Su family. How could he possibly be your benefactor? In response, Lu Yunfei delivered a sharp slap to Zhu Xiaolong's face, causing it to flush an even deeper shade of red. Who do you think you are to question my judgment? Zhu Xiaolong fell silent, rendered speechless by the blow. Beside them, Dong Feifei was greatly alarmed, her complexion paling. Initially, she had intended to intervene on behalf of Wang Fuguwei and Zhu Xiaolong, but now she was completely paralyzed with fear, hesitant to utter a word lest she draw trouble upon herself. Lu Yunfei approached Lin Yang, bowing respectfully, and said, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that one of our hotel's dogs would show you such disrespect. I admit it is my failure to discipline them properly, and I regret any inconvenience caused to you. That dog did not trouble you in any way, did it? Lin Yang replied coldly. Chairman Liu, your dog and his cousin intended to violate my wife. How do you propose to handle this situation? Liu Yunfei's countenance darkened with fury as he remarked, Indeed, Mr. Lin, I shall deal with these two scoundrels immediately. He then turned, his gaze icy, upon the trembling Wang Fugui and Zhu Xiaolong. You two wretched beings. How dare you lay hands upon the wife of my benefactor Liu Yunfei? You are courting death. The two hastily protested. Chairman Liu, this is all a misunderstanding. Liu Yunfei bellowed, all security personnel, on alert. The numerous black-clad security guards within the room and outside responded vigorously. Yes. The security team stood poised, ready to act at Liu Yunfei's command, prepared to eliminate Wang Fugui and Zhu Xiaolong without hesitation. Let everyone teach these shameless rascals a severe lesson. The top 10 who strike the hardest will receive double their wages this month. In an instant, the security personnel charged towards them in unison, unleashing a frenzy of punches and kicks. In their fervor to secure a doubled salary, they exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. At that moment, the two individuals felt as though they were being assaulted by countless colossal fists and numerous feet clad in hard-soled shoes, inflicting excruciating pain and terror. Soon, they were left battered and bruised, their bodies resembling those of lifeless dogs, lying on the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Liu Yunfei, observing the two individuals sprawled on the ground like defeated beasts, displayed no semblance of compassion and declared, Wang Fugui, I hereby pronounce your termination. You need not return to work henceforth. Enduring the agony, Wang Fugui transitioned from lying down to kneeling, his hands clasped in a respectful plea. Chairman, I implore you, do not dismiss me. If you terminate my employment, no hotel in Haishur will ever hire me again. Offending Mr. Lin is a matter beyond remedy. Boss, I have been with you for so many years. I beg for your mercy this once. If you spare me, I would even be willing to clean the toilets. You have offended Mr. Lin. The fact that I have not broken your legs is already a concession. Do you still expect my leniency? Leave at once. Even the thought of you cleaning my floors disgusts me. I have been your employee for many years. While I may not have significant achievements, I have certainly endured hardships and contributed to the hotel's performance. Please, consider the successes I have brought to the hotel and grant me this reprieve. Performance? Over the years, have you not profited enough from the hotel? You believe that I am unaware of the illicit funds you have been secretly accumulating? I have merely chosen to turn a blind eye. However, having offended Mr. Lin, you have sealed your own fate. I assure you, the illicit money you have ingested will be pursued through the courts for full restitution. Wang Fugui felt a chill run through him. Those funds had long since been squandered, amounting to a staggering 50 million. Should they be reclaimed, he would face utter bankruptcy, unable to repay such a sum. With no hope of appeasing Chairman Liu, he turned to Lin Yang in desperation, for the only path to salvation lay in seeking Lin Yang as forgiveness. If Lin Yang were to pardon him, surely Chairman Liu would do the same, allowing him to escape this calamity. Suppressing his pain, he crawled to Lin Yang's feet like a wretched creature. Grasping one of Lin Yang's legs and pleading pitifully, Lin Yang, oh no, Master Lin, I implore you, speak a kind word on my behalf. I do not wish to be dismissed. Spare me, and I will serve you faithfully, no matter the cost. In response, Lin Yang delivered a swift kick to Wang Fugui's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. This is the consequence of your own actions. A punishment you have brought upon yourself. Just moments ago, you dared to covet my wife. Such insolence cannot be forgiven. Seeing his pleas to Lin Yang fall on deaf ears, Wang Fugui hastily turned to his cousin, Zhu Xiaolong, for assistance. Cousin, are you not a classmate of Lin Yang? Quickly, plead for my mercy. Beseech him to forgive me, or I shall be doomed. Zhu Xiaolong crawled forward on his knees, embracing Lin Yang's leg. Lin Yang, for the sake of our shared history with Yuqing, I beg you, show mercy and spare my cousin. Lin Yang forcefully kicked him aside. Get lost. Just moments ago, he had the audacity to covet my wife. And now he dares to come seeking my favor. Liu Yunfei commanded, bring forth Wang Fugui and his cousin, and throw them out. They are henceforth banned from entering Tingo Hotel and all its affiliated establishments. Immediately, the two bruised individuals were unceremoniously ejected by a cadre of bodyguards, discarded like dead dogs beside a trash bin several dozen meters from the hotel entrance. Bowing respectfully, Liu Yunfei addressed Lin Yang with utmost courtesy, Mr. Lin. As a gesture of my sincere apologies, might I invite you to dine in our hotel's supreme private room? It is the pinnacle of our offerings, superior in space, ambience, and culinary delights compared to this ordinary room. Lin Yong nodded and replied, "All right." The disdain that everyone had previously held for Lin Yong evaporated in an instant, replaced by reverence and admiration in their gazes, though they could not fathom how Lin Yong had gained the favor of Chairman Lu. They understood that a hero's worth is not measured by origin. They had witnessed Lu Yunfei's severe reprimand of Wang Fugue and Zhu Xiaolong on Lin Yang's behalf, and naturally, they no longer dared to provoke him. Chapter 32. Lu family patriarch Lu Jianshu unconscious Lin Yong, accompanied by Su Yuqing and the entire party, made their way to the supreme private room at Tingo Hotel. Lu Yunfei further declared that all expenses incurred in the supreme room that evening would be waived. As a token of his apology to Lin Yong, this gesture elevated Su Yuqing's stature, drawing admiration from all who envied her for having a capable husband. After midnight, Lin Yong and Su Yuqing finally returned home. After Su Yuqing finished her bath, she sat on the bed and inquired of Lin Yong, who was on the floor. "Lin Yong, what exactly happened today? How do you know Chairman Lu from the Tingo Hotel? Why does he refer to you as a savior?" With a mischievous grin, Lin Yong replied, "He fainted on the road that day, and I came to his aid. Thus, I am considered his lifesaver." Su Yuqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, Lin Yong, you treated someone again. While I must admit that you do possess remarkable luck, you cannot always rely on it. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river will inevitably get their feet wet. What if something goes awry next time? Don't worry, my dear. Your husband possesses considerable skills, grounded in solid expertise, not merely luck," Lin Yong reassured her. Su Yuqing wore a slightly exasperated expression. In her view, Lin Yong had little genuine ability. He had merely scratched the surface of medical knowledge. His so-called healing was merely a stroke of fortune, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Though she wished he would refrain from treating others, she found herself unable to persuade him otherwise. Thus, she responded with a hint of innocence, "Oh, just be careful and prudent in the future, so nothing goes awry." "Understood, my dear wife," Lin Yong responded playfully. They then turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep. The following day, after Su Yuqing, Qin Shunhong, and Su Shenglong arrived at the Su group, Lin Yong remained at home, tidying up the place. At this moment, within the villa of the Lu family, the foremost of the four prominent families in Haishu, Lin Yang's disciple, Hua Qishan, was taking the pulse of an elderly man lying in bed. The man on the bed was none other than Lu Jianshu, the patriarch of the Lu family, the wealthiest clan in Haishu. Recently, for reasons unknown, he had been experiencing frequent dizziness and excessive sleepiness, culminating in a complete loss of consciousness 3 days ago, from which he had yet to awaken. After examining Lu Jianshu's pulse, Hua Qishan lifted the old man's eyelids and scrutinized his eyes, which appeared pale and lifeless, resembling those of a dead fish, devoid of vitality. He shook his head in resignation and sighed. Turning to a young woman nearby, who bore an anxious expression, he said, "I am truly sorry, Miss Lu. It is my inadequacy, for I cannot discern what ailment has befallen your grandfather." The young woman, with fair skin and eyes sparkling like stars, possessing lips as red as flames, was Lu Hongye, Lu Jianshu's granddaughter and the president of Lu Group. Since her grandfather's illness, she had remained vigilantly by his side. Lu Hongye, in a state of urgency, implored, "Hua, esteemed physician, I beseech you to examine my grandfather once more. You are the most esteemed doctor in the city. Surely you can diagnose the nature of my grandfather's affliction." Hua Qingshan replied, "Miss Lu, I have already conducted a thorough examination. Your grandfather's condition is exceedingly peculiar. He lies in a deep unconsciousness, his breath faint as a whisper. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered such an enigmatic illness that leaves one utterly perplexed as to its origin. What? Even the so-called greatest divine physician of the Great Xia seems powerless. Then what hope is there for my grandfather?" As she spoke, tears began to glisten at the corners of Lu Hongye's eyes. Her grandfather had always cherished her the most. Since the passing of her parents, it was he who raised her, making him her closest family member. If her grandfather were to leave this world, she could scarcely fathom how to carry on with her life. In the same room were Lu Jianshu's son, Lu Shirlei, and his grandson, Lu Yitao, along with several esteemed experts in neurology. In contrast to Lu Hongye's distress, Lu Shirlei and Lu Yitao appeared remarkably composed, as though they were utterly unfazed by Lu Jianshu's critical condition. Lu Yitao, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "I have said it before, grandfather's illness is peculiar, almost as if he has been possessed. It is unlikely to be cured. We might as well not waste our efforts." Lu Hongye retorted fiercely, "Lu Yitao, with grandfather at death's door and his life hanging in the balance, How can you stand here making light of the situation? Have you no conscience? Lu Yitao merely scoffed, dismissing her concerns. Turning to Hua Shini, Lu Hongye implored, is there truly no way to save grandfather? Suddenly, Hua Qingshan recalled Lin Yang, his master, who had cured Bai Bingming's long-standing ailment, possessing unparalleled medical skills. If Lin Yang could be enlisted, Lu Jianshu's mysterious illness should be resolvable. Hua Qingshan, stroking his broom-like white beard, softly stated, it is likely that only he can cure Lu Jianshu's affliction. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongye felt as though she had discovered a lifeline. She wiped away her tears, her sparkling eyes now brimming with hope. Who among the esteemed masters can save my grandfather's life? I shall summon him immediately. He is Lin Yang, my mentor, whose medical skills are truly extraordinary, surpassing my own by leaps and bounds. Even if I were to study for several decades, I would still be far from his level. If he is willing to lend his expertise, there may yet be hope for elder Lu. Lu Hongye inquired, Lin Yang? Why have I never heard of this individual? My master prefers to remain low-key, so it is entirely understandable that you are unfamiliar with his name, came the reply. Lu Hongye asked, pray tell, where is this miraculous Dr. Lin Yang now? I shall send someone to fetch him at once. He is currently at the Su residence, was the answer. Lu Hongye commanded. Someone, go at once to the Su residence and invite Dr. Lin to treat my grandfather. Hua Qingshan quickly interjected, no need. I have Mr. Lin's number. I shall call him directly to come. Very well. I implore you to ensure that Dr. Hua invites him to heal my grandfather. If he agrees to treat him, the Lu family shall undoubtedly express their profound gratitude. Hua Qingshan dialed Lin Yang's number. At that moment, Lin Yang was tidying up the bedroom of his mother-in-law, Xin Shenong. When he received the call, he swiped his phone to answer. Hua Qingshan spoke respectfully, hello, Mr. Lin. This is Hua Qingshan. I find myself in a predicament. Lu Jianshu, the head of the Lu family, one of the 4 prominent families of Haisher, is gravely ill and at death's door. I am powerless to assist him. Might you come to provide your aid? The Lu family promises substantial rewards for your help. Lin Yang replied calmly, very well. Please send me the address via text, and I shall be there shortly. Lu Jianshu stands at the pinnacle of the 4 prominent families in Haisher. Should he be saved, Lin Yang's status within Haisher would undoubtedly rise, and the formidable influence of these families, which spans across the nation, might prove advantageous when the time comes to avenge his master. Although Lin Yang's master had imparted a dying wish for him to live incognito and refrain from seeking revenge, Lin Yang could not suppress the fury that surged within him upon witnessing his master's head severed by a figure clad in black. The gruesome sight reminiscent of shrapnel soaring into the sky, with blood gushing forth like a torrent, staining the night over Kunlun Mountain. How could Lin Yang possibly resign himself to not avenging his master? He resolved to personally eradicate the band of assassins that had decimated the sacred physician sect. Hua Qingshan relayed the address to Lin Yang, who set aside his broom and hailed a taxi to the Lu family's grand villa. Chapter 33, If he cannot cure grandfather. You shall leave the Lu family. The Lu villa, situated in the heart of the city, rivals that of the Bai family in grandeur. With a garden sparkling under the sun, tended by dozens of gardeners at work, Ma Weicheng, the steward of the Lu family, awaited Lin Yang at the entrance as instructed by Lu Hongye. Upon Lin Yang's arrival, he greeted him with utmost respect and guided him to the room where Lu Jianshu resided. As Lin Yang entered, Hua Qingshan approached him with deference, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your willingness to come and provide treatment brings me great joy. Lin Yang offered a faint smile, replying, a healer's benevolence is but a duty. Upon seeing Lin Yang's appearance, the crowd was taken aback, astonished that the renowned physician mentioned by Hua Qingshan was merely a young man in his 20s. It seemed utterly inconceivable that someone of such tender age could be associated with the esteemed title of a divine healer. Lu Yitao scoffed, Hua Qingshan, how could you, a supposed divine doctor, entrust my grandfather's treatment to such an inexperienced youth? Surely, you must be losing your faculties. Or perhaps your medical skills are inadequate, and you've resorted to employing this charlatan to deceive us. Lu Hongye, too, struggled to comprehend the situation, questioning, Divine Dr. Hua, can this Mr. Lin truly heal my grandfather? Miss Lu, Hua Qingshan replied, though Mr. Lin is young, he possesses extraordinary talent, and his medical prowess is by no means inferior to my own. You may entrust your grandfather's care to him without reservation. Should any complications arise, I am prepared to accept full responsibility. Lu Hongye observed Lin Yang's confident demeanor. His gaze held no trace of deceit. Since the esteemed Hua Qingshan had spoken so highly of him, she felt compelled to place her faith in the divine doctor. In truth, Lu Hongye harbored her own doubts about Lin Yang's ability to cure her grandfather's ailment, particularly since even Hua Qingshan had been at a loss. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s. Yet, given that he had earned Hua Qingshan's commendation, she found herself willing to try anything that might offer even the slightest glimmer of hope for her grandfather's recovery. Hua Qingshan urged, "Mr. Lin, please commence the treatment for Elder Lu. His condition is quite dire." Just as Lin Yang was about to take Lu Jianchu's pulse, Lu Yitao interjected, "Hold on. Many esteemed medical experts have been unable to discern the cause of the illness, leaving them at a loss. Yet you, a mere inexperienced youth, dare to flaunt your deceit here. Guards, expel this charlatan at once." Lu Hongye hastily interjected, "Wait. Dr. Lin has come to treat my grandfather. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him will no longer have a place in the Lu family." Lu Yitao retorted, "In my opinion, rather than wasting time hoping this quack can cure grandfather, it would be more prudent to discuss how to divide the Lu family fortune while he still draws breath." Lu Hongye replied, "Lu Yitao, do not go too far. Grandfather is not dead yet." Lin Yang coldly remarked, "While Lu Laoi still lives, you are already plotting the division of assets. How very filial of you. As for the affairs of the Lu family, what business is it of yours, an outsider? I simply cannot abide your shameless behavior." You, Lu Yitao, unable to counter Lin Yang's words, turned his ire towards Lu Hongye. "Lu Hongye, do you truly wish for grandfather to perish at the hands of this quack? Let me make it clear, if you should die under the charlatan's care, you, Lu Hongye, will be one of the culpable parties. I suspect you are in collusion with these two frauds to bring harm to grandfather." Lu Hongye, flustered, responded, "Lu Yitao, do not slander me. I am not as vile and malicious as you. I seek to save grandfather. If the person you have invited cannot revive him, then do not obstruct me. Should you delay grandfather's treatment, what punishment do you think you deserve?" Lu Yitao pondered silently, recognizing that Lin Yang, that incompetent fool, was evidently a charlatan, incapable of curing his grandfather. He reasoned that it would be better to allow him to proceed. If his grandfather were to succumb during the treatment, the blame could conveniently be placed upon Lin Yang, allowing Lu Yitao, the true architect of this scheme, to extricate himself unscathed. If Lin Yang were to attempt the treatment, he could stipulate that should anything happen to his grandfather, Lu Hongye would willingly relinquish all claims to the Lu family estate and promptly vacate the Lu household. Lu Yitao's father, Lu Shilei, chimed in, agreeing, "Indeed, if my father should perish at the hands of this young man, you shall voluntarily forfeit your inheritance and leave with nothing." At that moment, Lu Hongye hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Yang. With newfound resolve, she declared to Lu Yitao, "Very well, I accept your terms. If Dr. Lin fails to heal my grandfather, I will willingly renounce my claim to the Lu family's assets and depart empty-handed." "Excellent. Lu Hongye, I did not expect you to genuinely place your trust in these two quacks. Prepare yourself for a life stripped of all possessions," Lu Yitao retorted, sensing her determination. However, she felt an overwhelming confidence emanating from Lin Yang, coupled with his unwavering commitment to healing. Thus, she chose to place her faith in him. Lin Yang assured her, "Miss Lu, rest assured that I will heal your grandfather." Lu Hongye nodded in agreement. "Yes, I believe in you, Mr. Lin." Just as Lin Yang was about to examine Lu Jianchu's pulse, a voice with a thick accent interrupted, "Hold on." The speaker was James, a neurosurgeon, who addressed Lu Hongye. "Miss Lu, is it not rather frivolous to entrust the health of Elder Lu to such a young novice?" Hua Qingshan remarked, "Sir, I have witnessed Mr. Lin's extraordinary medical skills, which undoubtedly surpass my own. I firmly believe he possesses the capability to cure old Master Lu's ailment. Your abilities are unclear to me. However, this young man is utterly unqualified to treat old Master Lu. He is a Western physician who has consistently dismissed traditional Chinese medicine. Thus he remains oblivious to Hua Qingshan's esteemed position within the realm of Chinese medicine. Consequently, he holds not a shred of reverence for Hua Qingshan, viewing him merely as a charlatan who exploits acupuncture and herbal remedies. In his eyes, these practices are no different from the schemes of so-called feng shui masters, mere tricks to swindle the ignorant out of their money." Lin Yang coldly challenged, "You deem yourself qualified to treat old Master Lu? If you are so capable, why have you not healed him yet?" This question momentarily left him at a loss for words. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a deceptive ruse. What can a few needles possibly cure? I have utilized the most advanced foreign equipment in the hospital and could not ascertain the cause of the illness. How could a traditional Chinese physician possibly discern old Master Lu's affliction, let alone be capable of curing it? You are merely a quack seeking fame." Lin Yang responded with a faint smile. The culture of traditional Chinese medicine spans 5 millennia, rich and profound, with an endless depth of wisdom. Just because you do not comprehend it, does not mean you should belittle our traditional practices. Allow me to demonstrate the remarkable efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. Very well. I shall observe how this mediocre physician attempts to cure Lord Lu. Should you fail, you will kneel before me, bow your head in apology, and concede that traditional Chinese medicine is merely a deceptive farce, henceforth withdrawing from the medical realm. But what if I succeed in curing him? If you manage to heal him, I shall bow in apology and refer to you as father. It is settled then. Chapter 34. The soul-severing powder. Lin Yang placed 2 fingers upon Lu Jianchu's pulse, taking the old lord's pulse. The pulse was unstable, indicating that his body was gradually succumbing to death. He lifted Lu Jianchu's eyelid, revealing a pallid state. Moments later, Lin Yang discerned the reason for the old lord's persistent unconsciousness. Lin Yang stated, based on the analysis of Lord Lu's pulse, I find no underlying ailment causing his state of unconsciousness. He is not ill. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yitao, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my grandfather is not sick? He has been bedridden for several days, and you dare claim he is not ill? You are nothing but a charlatan." Lu Hongya, her brow furrowed, urgently inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? If my grandfather is not sick, then why has he been in a state of unconsciousness for so long?" Lin Yang calmly replied, "Because Lord Lu is not suffering from an illness, but rather from poisoning." The moment the word poisoning was uttered, a palpable shock rippled through those present, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lu Yitao and Lu Shilei, father and son, felt a bead of cold sweat form on their foreheads as they exchanged a furtive glance filled with trepidation. They were acutely aware that the reason for Lu Laoi's unconsciousness was not due to illness, but rather the poison they had administered to him. Lu Yitao, clearly agitated, exclaimed, "Nonsense! The fact that you cannot identify the cause of his condition is a reflection of your own incompetence. To assert that it is poisoning is utterly shameless." Western Dr. James interjected, "I conducted a comprehensive examination of Lu Laoi at the hospital, and there were no indications of poisoning whatsoever. You, a charlatan, should cease your baseless accusations." Lu Hongya hastily inquired, "Mr. Lin, what poison has afflicted my grandfather?" Lin Yang replied, "Lu Laoi has been poisoned with a substance known as Duanhuan San." Upon hearing the name Duanhuan San, both Lu Yitao and Lu Shilei were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen. They understood all too well that Lu Laoi had indeed been poisoned with Duanhuan San. Yet, the very individual who sold them the poison had assured them that it would go undetected. How, then, did Lin Yang come to know this? He was merely a young man in his 20s. Who was he? How could he possess such remarkable medical skills and discernment to identify Duanhuan San? At that moment, Lin Yang had already discerned that Lu Laoi's unconsciousness was a result of this poison, and Lu Yitao and Lu Shilei silently prayed that Lin Yang would not uncover the source of the Duanhuan San, lest their treachery be revealed. Merely hearing the term Duanhuan sent a wave of fear through Lu Hongya, prompting her to urgently ask, "Mr. Lin, what exactly is Duanhuan San?" Duanchangsan is a rare and peculiar poison from the western regions, colorless and tasteless, with a toxicity comparable to arsenic. Although it does not cause immediate death like arsenic, it can lead to chronic poisoning, resulting in a myriad of symptoms such as fatigue, memory decline, weakened immunity, dizziness, drowsiness, and neurological dysfunction. In severe cases, it may culminate in brain failure, coma, and ultimately, brain death. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Lu Hongye was taken aback, fully convinced of his assertion. In the days preceding her grandfather's deep slumber, he frequently complained of extreme fatigue, akin to the exhaustion felt after a day in the fields. Moreover, his memory had indeed deteriorated significantly. He would forget what he had just said in an instant, mirroring the very symptoms described by Lin Yang. It appeared that Lin Yang was truly an extraordinary and enigmatic physician. A newfound respect gleamed in Lu Hongye's beautiful eyes as she regarded him. However, she posed a question. "But my grandfather has remained at home, rarely venturing outside. The food he consumes is directly supervised by our steward. So how could he have been poisoned?" To this, the steward, Ma Weicheng, interjected, "Indeed, I personally oversee the Lu family's kitchen. No one could introduce poison into the food. Furthermore, I share the same meals as Lu Laoi. It is inconceivable that he would suffer while I remain unharmed." Lin Yang replied, "Lu Laoi has not been poisoned through food, but rather by another means. The toxins have been affecting his body for an extended period, likely from something he frequently encounters. With a perplexed expression, Lu Hongye inquired, "What could that be?" Esteemed physician Lin. Lin Yang carefully surveyed his surroundings. The room was adorned with ancient calligraphy, fragrant sandalwood, exquisite jade carvings, and antique vases. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the sandalwood pillow on which Lu Jianshu lay. He spoke softly. "The source of the poison lies within this sandalwood pillow. Every night, old Master Lu rests his head upon it, inhaling the essence of the sandalwood, while simultaneously absorbing this colorless and odorless Duanchang powder. It is evident that he has been deeply poisoned by the Duanhuan powder due to excessive inhalation. Should he continue to breathe it in for several more days, he may slip into a coma, resulting in irreversible brain death. At that point, even I would find it difficult to save him." Lu Hongye seemed to grasp the situation and coldly addressed Lu Yitao. "I recall that this sandalwood pillow was a gift from you to grandfather. What is the truth behind this?" Lu Yitao's complexion turned ashen as he replied, "As grandfather's grandson. How could I possibly harm him? I have never heard of such a Duanchang powder. It must be this quack's fabrication, attempting to frame me." Lu Hongye retorted. "You have no enmity with Mr. Lin. Why would he wish to incriminate you?" Lu Yitao hastily insisted, "It must be because I scolded him earlier. He is upset and concocted this tale of Duanhuan powder to ensnare me." "Lu Hongye, how can you believe the words of a charlatan and think I am harming grandfather?" Lu Shilei interjected urgently, "Hongye, Yitao has always shown great filial piety towards your grandfather. How could he ever harm him? You mustn't trust the words of an outsider. This man is clearly a fraud and should be expelled from the Lu family at once." Lu Hongye replied, "Whether Mr. Lin is a fraud or not will soon be revealed. Mr. Lin, I never anticipated that your medical skills were so extraordinary. Every symptom you described has once manifested in my grandfather. Please, lend your expertise to detoxify him. As long as you can save my grandfather, I would be willing to grant you anything you desire." In that moment, the sincerity in Lu Hongye's beautiful eyes was palpable. She was prepared to concede to Lin Yang's every request, be it 10 billion or 100 billion, or even herself, for her grandfather, who had cherished her since childhood. She could not bear to witness her grandfather's life hanging by a thread. Lin Yang, observing the earnestness in Lu Hongye's enchanting gaze, replied, "Very well, I shall treat old Lu immediately." He proceeded to insert silver needles into the points atop old Lu's head, on his chest, and at various acupoints on his hands, gently rotating them while channeling his vital energy. This technique would draw out the poison of the soul sunder powder from old Lu's body, concentrating it at the tips of the needles. The 36th form of the Nine Yang Divine Needle, the poison extraction technique. Before long, the silver needles gradually transformed from their radiant hue to a deep black, as if tainted by soot, clearly indicating the presence of toxins. The onlookers were astounded. They had not anticipated Lin Yang's medical prowess to be so remarkable. Lu Hongye watched intently, her eyes wide with curiosity, her lips slightly parted in awe. Moments later, old Lu's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. They were no longer the pallid hue of death, but rather vibrant, with a glimmer of life. Everyone stood in astonishment, unable to believe that Lin Yang had truly brought old Lu back from the brink of death. The awakening of old Master Lu left Lu Yitao and his son gasping in disbelief. At this moment, they were enveloped in the deepest anguish. They never anticipated that the elderly gentleman would be saved by a mere son-in-law. Initially, all the physicians were at their wits' end, and it was only a matter of 3 days before Lu Jianshu would meet his demise and depart for the afterlife. Yet, unexpectedly, a savior had emerged, curing the peculiar poison that afflicted Lu Jianshu. Their plans to seize control of the Lu family's assets had now been utterly thwarted. The Western doctor, James, was drenched in cold sweat. With old Master Lu's revival, he would now be obliged to kneel and address Lin Yang as father, a deeply humiliating predicament indeed. Lu Hongye, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, you have finally awakened." Old Master Lu beamed with a benevolent smile. "Ha ha, I am quite well." Hongye Lu Yitao, standing nearby, chimed in, "Grandfather, you have finally come to. You have no idea how worried I was during your unconsciousness." Suddenly, old Master Lu struck Lu Yitao across the face, scolding, "You scoundrel. Don't think that because I was in a coma, I was oblivious to everything. Though I was unconscious, I heard every word you uttered. You and your father, both ungrateful wretches, dared to present me with a poisoned pillow, attempting to bring about my demise. Had it not been for divine Dr. Lin, my life would have been forfeited by your treachery. Grandfather, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea that the pillow was poisoned. As your grandson, how could I ever wish to harm you?" Lu Yitao pleaded. Yes, father. I too was unaware of the poison in your pillow. As your son, I could never wish you harm. Master Lu let out a cold snort, asserting, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to the insidious ambitions harbored by the two of you. Your jealousy towards my focused nurturing of Hongye is palpable. You fear that she will ascend to the presidency of the Lu Group and thereby claim a larger share of the Lu family's assets. I have long assured you that your rightful portion will be granted to you. Yet you still, suddenly, Master Lu's speech was abruptly halted. His countenance shifted dramatically, revealing an expression of agony as he violently expelled a mouthful of dark blood onto the bed, before closing his eyes and fainting. The faces of all present were frozen in shock. None could have anticipated that the seemingly recovered Master Lu would succumb once more. Lu Hongye, filled with anxiety and concern, grasped Master Lu's hand and cried out, Grandfather, what has happened to you? Lu Yitao, however, felt a surge of delight within. It appeared that he had overthought the situation. The purveyor of the poison had explicitly stated that it was incurable, so how could it possibly be so easily countered by a worthless son-in-law? The moment grandfather awakened might merely have been a fleeting glimpse of life before death. Now that he had fainted again, it was the perfect opportunity to shift all blame onto Lin Yang and make him bear the consequences. Lu Yitao shouted vehemently, Lin Yang, you quack. You have brought about my grandfather's demise. I will ensure you pay with your life. Though he feigned indignation on behalf of his grandfather, inwardly he reveled in the prospect that with the old man gone, subduing the fragile Lu Hongye would be a trivial matter. Ultimately, the Lu family would belong to him. He immediately commanded his subordinates, seize this harmful quack Lin Yang, break his hands and feet, and then dispose of him to the dogs. Lin Yang's expression exuded an air of unwavering confidence, as he calmly stated, hold on, old Master Lu merely expelled a toxic accumulation of blood and fainted momentarily. He shall awaken shortly. Lin Yang, my grandfather is in this state, and you dare to speak so brazenly? Seize him. Lu Hongye exclaimed urgently. Stop. I have faith in Mr. Lin, she interjected. With poise, Lin Yang commenced a countdown. 5, 4. Lu Yitao interjected, Lin Yang, cease your theatrics. If my grandfather does not awaken after the count of 5, I shall take your life. 3, 2, 1. Each count reverberated like the tolling of a solemn bell, resonating deeply within all present. As the final count echoed, every gaze converged upon old Master Lu, brimming with anticipation. Lu Hongye felt her heart race. Should her grandfather fail to awaken, rescuing Lin Yang from Lu Yitao would prove exceedingly difficult. Cough, cough. To their astonishment, the frail coughs materialized just as anticipated. Old Master Lu coughed urgently twice, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from the gathered crowd, their eyes as round as copper bells. Soon after, the old gentleman opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Lu Hongye's face lit up with joy. Grandfather, you are awake. This is truly wonderful. With old Master Lu revived, emotions were mixed. Some rejoiced, while others were left in despair. Lu Yitao, taken aback, murmured softly, how is this possible? Clearly, grandfather. Western physician James was equally in awe of Lin Yang, yet he could not bring himself to kneel and address him as father. That would indeed be a tremendous humiliation. James spoke up, congratulations, congratulations. Since old Master Lu is now well, I shall take my leave. It was evident to all observant individuals that James's haste to depart was an attempt to escape, unwilling to bow down and acknowledge Lin Yang. Lin Yang's expression flickered with a cold smile as he intoned, James, why the rush? Have you forgotten something? Instantly, James's heart sank, and his legs froze in place. A few beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he feigned ignorance, inquiring, what matter? Lin Yang replied, stop pretending. We had an agreement that if I cured old Master Lu, you would kneel and apologize, calling me father. What, now you wish to slip away? Or have you suffered from amnesia? If so, I could administer a few needles to ensure your recovery. James, filled with indignation, retorted, you arrogant little brat just entering society, do not become too presumptuous. Do you not believe that I can make your life in the medical field of Haishur unbearable? Lin Yang remained unfazed, responding, is that so? I find it hard to believe. The one who could silence me, Lin Yang, has yet to be born. James, exasperated, exclaimed you. Lin Yang continued with a cold chuckle. I merely wish for you to uphold your own promise, to kneel and call me father. I trust you will honor your word and not disgrace your profession as a physician. Is that too much to ask? James defiantly declared, if I refuse to kneel, what can you possibly do to me? Chapter 36. 10 billion Lord Lu, filled with indignation, retorted, do you presume that my status as the head of the Lu family is inconsequential? Though I may be reclining, I have heard every word exchanged between you and Physician Lin. Your unwillingness to adhere to our agreement by not kneeling and calling me father is an affront. As if you regard both me and Physician Lin with disdain. Should that be the case, I suggest you cease operations at your private hospital. James's complexion turned a ghastly white. His private hospital relied heavily on investments from the influential elite of Haishur, and as the foremost figure in the business realm, Lord Lu commanded the respect of all prominent individuals. A mere gesture from him could result in the downfall of James's establishment. Angering him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. In a state of panic, he quickly acquiesced. I will kneel, I will kneel. He reluctantly sank to his knees with a resounding thud, forcing himself to bow 3 times before Lin Yang, all the while clumsily uttering in broken Mandarin, Father, Father, Father. Each utterance of Father resonated with Lin Yang like sweet music, utterly delightful to his ears. Satisfied, Lin Yang nodded approvingly. Good son, do not underestimate traditional Chinese medicine in the future. Its culture boasts a rich history of 5,000 years, profound and expansive. If you wish to learn, I would be more than willing to teach you. James glared at Lin Yang, scoffed coldly, then rose from the ground, humiliated, and scurried out like a chastened dog. Lord Lu's gaze fell upon the father and son, Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao, and he coldly declared with palpable fury, bring these ungrateful descendants and cast them into the Lu family dungeon. The Lu family dungeon, an edifice specifically constructed for the punishment of wayward heirs, was a place shrouded in darkness, cut off from the outside world, echoing the desolate chambers of ancient palaces where concubines were imprisoned. In an instant, Lu Yitao fell to his knees, pleading, Grandfather, please. I truly had no knowledge that the sandalwood pillow was poisonous. Had I known, I would never have dared to harm you. Lord Lu snorted disdainfully. Whether you knew or not, the truth will be revealed in the dungeon. A wave of terror washed over Lu Yitao at the thought of the dungeon, which was equipped with instruments of torture such as the tiger bench, long needles, chains, crosses, and crocodiles. He knew that if subjected to interrogation, he would not withstand for long and would ultimately confess. Desperately, he resorted to emotional appeal. Grandfather, I am your only beloved grandson. Please spare me. You cannot send me to the dungeon. Lu Shilei, too, knelt in supplication. Father, Yitao was merely confused in the moment. For the sake of being your son, I beseech you to grant us clemency this once. Lord Lu's response was a cold scoff. I have no need for such unfilial descendants. The mere fact that you are not yet expelled from the Lu family is a kindness. Both of you shall reflect deeply in the dungeon. In an instant, several black-clad bodyguards seized Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao, swiftly escorting them to the Lu family dungeon. Old Master Lu said to Lin Yang, Dr. Lin, I never expected that at such a young age you possess such remarkable medical skills. Truly, the youth is formidable. The kindness you have shown me today will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Lin Yang replied calmly, Old Master Lu, it is a relief that you are well. Old Master Lu continued, Dr. Lin, you have saved my life, and in gratitude, I am willing to bestow my precious granddaughter, Lu Hongye, upon you in marriage. What do you think of this proposal? Although Old Master Lu had envisioned his granddaughter marrying into a prestigious family, he now considered that having Lu Hongye what a physician would provide her with a safeguard for health and longevity. Moreover, Lin Yang's exceptional medical prowess at such a tender age promised a bright future. Lu Hongye's cheeks flushed, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Ever since Lin Yang had revived her grandfather, she had developed an inexplicable affection for him, and the thought of marrying him resonated deeply within her heart. Shyly, Lu Hongye murmured, Grandfather, I wish to stay by your side and care for you a little longer. Old Master Lu chuckled, Hongye, do not be shy. It is natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Eventually, you must marry. I am growing old and cannot accompany you much longer. As long as Butler Ma is here to look after you, what matters most is that you find a good husband. Once you are married, I will be at ease. He then turned to Lin Yang and said, Dr. Lin, if you marry our Hongye, I assure you that wealth and prosperity will follow. And you shall never worry about sustenance. You will inherit the vast fortune of the Lu family alongside Hongye. Lin Yang smiled faintly, gracefully declining, I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Lu. Miss Lu possesses a beauty that rivals the most exquisite of flowers. However, I must inform you that I am already married. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Lu's pupils widened in shock. What? You are already married? Such a remarkable individual, possessing extraordinary medical skills, had tied the knot at such a young age. Mr. Lu felt as though he had lost a priceless treasure. Lin Yang clarified, to be candid, Mr. Lu, I have married into the Su family. And my wife is Su Yuqing. Mr. Lu sighed regretfully. Very well. Since you are already married, I shall not press you further. The blush of shyness on Lu Hongye's face faded. The knowledge that Lin Yang was married filled her with a sense of wistfulness. However, she pondered. Why would Lin Yang choose to marry into a third-rate family like the Su family? With his medical prowess, he could easily align himself with the prestigious families of Jinghai. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Yang must have deeply loved Su Yuqing, willing to embrace such a path out of affection, truly a devoted man. Mr. Lu instructed his butler to bring forth a black gold card and politely handed it to Lin Yang, saying, Dr. Lin, you have saved my life. Here is a card worth 10 billion. Please accept it. The password is 666666, and it can be used at any bank worldwide. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. 10 billion was indeed a considerable sum, an astounding 90 billion more than the 1 billion diagnostic fee from the Bai family. It was no wonder that the Lu family, being the wealthiest in Haishur, could be so generous. Out of courtesy, Lin Yang inquired, Mr. Lu, is 10 billion not a bit excessive? Master Lu smiled faintly and remarked, a mere 100 million is hardly worth mentioning. Had it not been for Mr. Lin's timely intervention, the Lu family might have fallen into the hands of my wayward descendants. The wealth accumulated over several decades, amounting to thousands of millions, could have been irretrievably lost. If you refuse this, I would feel remiss. Lu Hongye interjected, Mr. Lin, you have saved my grandfather, and this is rightfully yours. Please accept it, otherwise my grandfather will bear a heavy heart. However, when it is a gift insisted upon by another, there is little rationale for refusal. Lin Yang responded, since it is the heartfelt intention of Master Lu, I shall accept it. He took the bank card and tucked it into his pocket. Before departing, Lin Yang prepared a traditional herbal prescription for Master Lu, advising him to adhere to it for a week to restore his health. Before heading to the market to procure ingredients for dinner. Chapter 37. The Underground Emperor of Haishur, Mo Long. The next day, the sky was adorned with wisps of white clouds, and sunlight flooded the streets. As usual, Lin Yang rode his small electric scooter back from the market. Suddenly, a group of imposing, muscular men rushed down from several black sedans, forming a blockade a few meters ahead, arms crossed over their chests, effectively halting Lin Yang's path. Lin Yang was taken aback, perplexed by the situation. Who had summoned these thugs? From behind the group emerged a stout man in his 50s. His bald head adorned with a black eye patch over his left eye, clad entirely in black, sporting a broad grin as he approached Lin Yang. The man, named Mo Long, is the underground emperor of Haishur and the leader of the clandestine organization, the Black Dragon Hall, representing the most formidable force outside the four prominent families. With utmost courtesy, Mo Long addressed Lin Yang. Sir, you must be Lin Yang, am I correct? Lin Yang nodded in affirmation. Immediately, Mo Long bowed respectfully, declaring, I, Mo Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall, pay my respects to the esteemed divine physician Lin. Lin Yang paused for a moment. The leader of the Black Dragon Hall, reputed as the underground emperor of Haishur, a man who wielded influence over both the underworld and the legitimate world. Commanding an army of 10,000 subordinates, now bowing before him and referring to him as a divine physician, undoubtedly sought his healing prowess. Lin Yang inquired, are you here seeking my assistance for a medical condition? With hands clasped in reverence, Mo Long implored, Divine Physician Lin, I beseech you, please save my daughter. Lin Yang replied, first, tell me what ailment afflicts your daughter. Divine Physician, Mo Long explained, my daughter suffers from congenital heart disease. We have sought the help of countless traditional and Western doctors, yet none have been able to cure her. I heard from Elder Lu of the Lu family that you possess unparalleled medical skills capable of curing all ailments. Thus, I have come to implore you to save my daughter. Mo Long then knelt on both knees, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, earnestly stating, as long as you are willing to save my daughter, I shall grant you any request you desire. His entourage of black-clad subordinates promptly followed suit, all kneeling in unison and exclaiming, we beseech you, Divine Physician Lin, please extend your hand and save the young lady. As the underground leader of Haishur, Mo Long commanded a multitude of loyal followers. Perhaps in the future, as he investigates the case surrounding the annihilation of the Divine Physician sect, this underground emperor could prove to be of assistance. Lin Yang inquired, you were introduced by Lord Lu. Are you well acquainted with him? Mo Long replied, I have known Lord Lu for over a decade, remaining steadfastly loyal to him throughout these years, ensuring the safety of the Lu family. Lin Yang feigned contemplation for a moment and said, given your sincerity and in consideration of Lord Lu's reputation, I agree to treat your daughter. Mo Long was instantly overcome with joy, respectfully bowing in gratitude. Thank you, divine Dr. Lin. Immediately thereafter, Mo Long led Lin Yang to the hospital. In the hospital room, a beautiful young woman lay unconscious on the bed, her complexion pale and her breath weak. The machine beside her displayed a heart rate that was alarmingly low, nearly flatlining. A group of cardiologists surrounded the bedside, shaking their heads in despair after their examinations, lamenting that if this continued, the patient would soon meet her end. Mo Long, ushering Lin Yang into the room, bellowed at the physicians, "All of you, step aside. Do not obstruct the way." The doctors, albeit confused, instinctively made way, not daring to disregard his command. Mo Long and Lin Yang hurried to the bedside. The physicians observed as Mo Long returned with a young man clad in seemingly commonplace attire, and their expressions turned to disdain. Mo Long, filled with urgency, implored, "Mr. Lin, this is my daughter, Mo Li. Her heart beats exceedingly slowly, and she is on the brink of death. Please, expedite her treatment." "Very well," Lin Yang responded, as he reached to grasp Mo Li's delicate, pale hand to take her pulse. "Wait." In the room, a cardiologist expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Lord Malong, he is merely a young lad, not yet fully matured. How can you entrust your daughter's treatment to him? If anything goes awry, who will bear the responsibility?" Malong, filled with ire, retorted, "If I do not rely on Mr. Lin, shall I turn to you incompetent fools? You have treated my daughter for 3 entire months, charging me millions in medical fees, yet her condition shows no sign of improvement. Instead, it has worsened, leaving her precariously teetering on the brink of life and death. You are nothing but a cadre of inept quacks." "However, Lord Malong," one protested, "allowing someone in his 20s to treat heart disease poses an immense risk. Should anything unfortunate occur in our hospital, it would undoubtedly tarnish our reputation." "Indeed, Lord Long," another chimed in, "what medical expertise can a mere youth possess? The field of cardiology demands experience and credentials. Even we, with decades of expertise, have struggled to treat her condition. What can a boy, still in his youth, possibly offer in the care of Miss Molly?" For Malong, his daughter's life surpassed all else. At that moment, Lin Yang represented his greatest hope for her salvation. He declared vehemently, "You useless lot, if you lack the ability, do not obstruct others from offering aid. Should you dare to impede further, beware that I shall have you bundled into a sack and cast into the river." As these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all the attending doctors, both great and small, rendered mute, none daring to utter another word. Mo Long, the underground emperor of the city, commanded respect from all those in the underworld, while also maintaining a strong foothold in the legitimate world. They had long been aware that crossing Mo Long could result in dire consequences, ranging from grievous injuries to complete disappearance. The doctors genuinely feared being cast into the river by Mo Long, ensconced in a burlap sack. Mo Long respectfully addressed, "Mr. Lin, please proceed with treating my daughter." After taking her pulse, Lin Yang nodded gently, fully aware of Mo Li's condition. Mo Long eagerly inquired, "Well, Mr. Lin, can my daughter be cured?" Lin Yang confidently assured him, "Yes, she can be treated. The issue is not very severe." Upon witnessing Lin Yang produce a packet of silver needles, one doctor could not suppress his disbelief, exclaiming, "You are indeed a charlatan. Our advanced Western surgical techniques have failed to remedy Miss Mo Li's heart condition. How could you possibly think to heal her with just a few silver needles? It is sheer folly." Another physician chimed in. Traditional Chinese medicine is merely a collection of deceptive tricks, akin to fortune-telling, utterly devoid of scientific merit, nothing but a ruse. Lin Yang replied with a cold smile, "Do not presume that your brief acquaintance with Western medical practices grants you the right to disparage the profound heritage of our ancestral medicine. You are utterly oblivious to the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. Today, I shall demonstrate its efficacy." An elder doctor remarked, "If you can indeed cure Miss Mo Li with just a few needles, we 3 shall bow to you thrice and crawl out of here on our knees." "Indeed. If you, a deceiver, can cure her, I shall bow to you and crawl out of here." "Yes, if you can heal her, I too will bow to you and crawl out." Lin Yang smirked, reminding them that these were their own words, urging them not to regret it later. Chapter 38. The cure for Mo Long's eyes. The eldest physician in the room inquired, "What will you do if you cannot cure Miss Mo Li?" "If I fail to heal Miss Mo Li, I shall submit to your judgment," Lin Yang declared. "Very well. Should you be unable to heal Miss Mo Li, you must bow 3 times to each of us, crawl out on your knees, and proclaim that you are a fraud, henceforth withdrawing from the medical profession." It is a promise. One word binds us. Lin Yang deftly inserted several silver needles into the relevant acupoints on Mo Li's body, the Yin Tang and Feng Fu points, stimulating the corresponding meridians. He infused genuine energy through the needles, facilitating the smooth flow of vital energy and blood within her, thereby enhancing her resilience. The acupuncture effect swiftly impacted Mo Li's heart. Gradually, she opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze reflecting disbelief at her own revival. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, akin to exquisite craftsmanship, executed without a single misstep. Upon witnessing his daughter awaken, Mo Long was overwhelmed with emotion, trembling all over, tears welling in his eyes. "My daughter, you have finally awoken. This is truly wonderful." The electrocardiogram displayed on the machine returned to a normal rhythm, resembling a series of peaks in harmonious alignment. The physicians present were rendered speechless in astonishment. How is this possible? A few silver needles astonishingly succeeded in curing Molly's heart ailment. This can only be described as a medical miracle. Moreover, the practitioner was not a venerable and seasoned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but rather a young man in his 20s. Truly, a contemporary miracle worker. Molly slowly sat up in bed and said, "Dad, I feel much better." Her father replied, "As long as you are fine, I was terribly worried. If you were no longer here, I wouldn't want to live either." "No, Dad, even if I were to die, you must continue to live well." "What nonsense! I won't let you die so easily." Then, Mo Long knelt before Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Dr. Lin, I am eternally grateful for saving my daughter. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten." He bowed 3 times in gratitude. Lin Yang responded, "A physician's benevolence compels one to save lives. It is my duty, dear. It was Mr. Lin's extraordinary medical skills that saved you. You should express your gratitude to Dr. Lin," her father urged. Molly softly parted her lips and said delicately, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving my life. Please, do not call me Mr. Lin. We are of similar ages. Just call me Lin Yang." "Lin Yang, young Master Lin." Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The eldest doctor in the room remarked, "Mr. Long, Miss Molly has awakened. We shall take our leave now." The 3 of them were reluctant to kneel and bow to Lin Yang, fearing that if hospital staff witnessed such a scene, it would be utterly embarrassing. Mo Long's eyes darkened as he said, "You 3 may leave, but first, you must bow your heads to divine Dr. Lin, and then you may crawl out of here." The 3 hastily replied, "Lord Mo Long, we were merely jesting with this young fellow. Please do not take it to heart. We are renowned physicians. How could we kneel before a mere novice? It is evident that this boy is overstepping his bounds, showing no respect for his elders. Lord Mo Long, we are esteemed doctors in the city. You must consider our dignity. We cannot kneel before this young man." Without uttering another word, Mo Long charged at the 3, delivering a resounding slap to each of them. Slap, slap, slap. The 3 blows fell like a flowing stream, leaving them dazed, their heads spinning, nearly losing their balance and fainting. "Since you 3 are outmatched and had previously made an agreement, how dare you now attempt to renege on it? And to speak disrespectfully to divine Dr. Lin? Are you seeking your own demise? You have 2 choices. Either kneel and apologize to divine Dr. Lin, or choose a suitable sack for your fate." The implication of choosing a sack was clear. It meant sinking to the depths. The 3 were immediately struck with fear, their faces turning pale. They exclaimed, "We will kneel. We will kneel." With that, their legs weakened, and they simultaneously fell to their knees, bowing their heads to Lin Yang with 3 resounding thuds. Thud, thud, thud echoed in the air. Lin Yang addressed the 3 physicians, saying, "Remember, do not underestimate the youth. True skill does not necessarily come with age." Mo Long interjected, "Did you hear the sage words of Lin the divine doctor?" The 3 were startled and hastily responded, We heard, we heard, we heard." Subsequently, they scurried out like frightened dogs. The room was left with only Lin Yang, Mo Long, and Mo Li. Mo Long suddenly spoke, "Esteemed Dr. Lin, I have one request to make of you, and I wonder if you might consent." Lin Yang replied, "Speak your mind. If it is within my capacity to assist, I shall do so." Mo Long continued, "This matter should not pose much difficulty for you, esteemed doctor. I have been blind in my left eye for 20 years, tirelessly seeking a cure throughout these years." Mo Li chimed in earnestly, "Lin Yang, I implore you to heal my father's eyes. His left eye has been blind for 2 decades, and restoring his sight has always been his dream. Whatever you desire in return, I shall grant." Lin Yang reassured her, "Rest assured, if it is within my power, I will do my utmost to treat your father." He instructed Mo Long, "Remove your eye patch. Allow me to examine it." Mo Long gently lifted the patch, revealing an eye that appeared nearly unscathed. Yet its depths were devoid of light, resembling a lifeless glass bead. The skin surrounding the eye was wrinkled, akin to a rugged mountain path, presenting a rather alarming sight. With confidence, Lin Yang declared, "Your eye's condition is merely due to nerve damage from a severe impact, causing a blockage of vital energy and blood. With acupuncture and some medicinal remedies, it can be treated effectively." Lin Yang deftly inserted the silver needles infused with vital energy into Mo Long's Yin Tang and Jing Ming acupoints, skillfully manipulating them. In a short while, the wrinkled skin around Mo Long's eyes began to smooth considerably. His previously parched eyes gradually transformed, akin to a desiccated river being replenished with fresh water. Mo Long's gaze regained its brilliance, reminiscent of a once-extinguished oil lamp being reignited. His left eye, which had been shrouded in darkness, suddenly perceived a hazy vision, as if enveloped by thick fog, which then gradually dissipated, revealing a clear view before him. Not only had Lin Yang restored Mo Long's eyesight, but he had also enhanced it to a sharper acuity, akin to that of an eagle, and rendered it more vibrant and lustrous, transforming it from a dull glass bead into a resplendent luminous pearl. Overwhelmed with joy, Mo Long exclaimed, I can see clearly. It's as if my childhood vision has returned. This is truly miraculous." In Chapter 39, The Black Dragon Order, Mo Long, filled with indescribable excitement, knelt down in gratitude. "Divine Dr. Lin, you have restored my sight. Your immense kindness is beyond my ability to repay in this lifetime. I bow before you with heartfelt gratitude." He repeatedly bowed to Lin Yang, offering dozens of profound gestures of thanks for the monumental favor bestowed upon him. Each bow resonated loudly, the impact on his forehead causing pain, leaving red marks, and even drawing blood. Yet, his face radiated with an expression of uncontainable joy and happiness, as if bowing to Lin Yang was the epitome of bliss. Lin Yang not only healed his daughter, but also cured his long-standing eye ailment. It is no exaggeration to say that he would willingly bow down 100 times in gratitude without a hint of complaint. With the demeanor of a composed master, Lin Yang urged, "Please rise." He then assisted the now red-faced Mo Long to his feet. Mo Long, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness the return of light to my eye. Mr. Lin, you truly are a contemporary Huatua." Lin Yang humbly replied, "It is simply good to see you again. Mr. Lin, you have bestowed immense kindness upon both my daughter and me. From this day forth, your matters shall be my own. Should anyone dare to bully you, they shall find themselves at odds with me, and I assure you, they will leave the bustling city in disarray." Lin Yang nodded, "Very well. Then I shall rely on you." Mr. Mo Long held Lin Yang in high regard and contemplated marrying his daughter, Mo Li, to him. Tentatively, he inquired, "Mr. Lin, your medical prowess is unparalleled. You have reached the age where one might consider marriage. May I ask if you have a girlfriend?" Mo Long's heart brimmed with hope that Lin Yang was unattached, envisioning a potential relationship between his daughter and the esteemed physician. Such a union would yield an exceptional son-in-law, a prospect too splendid to overlook. With Lin Yang's remarkable skills, his future would undoubtedly be bright. Should it turn out that Lin Yang harbored feelings for his daughter, Mo Long would not hesitate to offer her hand in marriage. Mo Li, bashfully lowering her gaze, seemed to await Lin Yang's response, hoping to hear that he was indeed single. From the moment she learned that Lin Yang had saved her life, her heart was filled with profound admiration for him. Not only did he possess remarkable medical skills that had restored her life, but he also bore an extraordinarily handsome visage, embodying the essence of an exceptional man. Lin Yang smiled nonchalantly and said, "I am already married." In an instant, Mo Long's heart sank, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret that such an outstanding man was already taken. Similarly, Mo Li's heart shattered at the revelation. Her savior was already bound in matrimony. How unfortunate, how lamentable it was. Given Lin Yang's marital status, Mo Long felt it inappropriate to press further. He retrieved a finely crafted black token from his pocket, emblazoned with a large golden dragon character, encircled by intricate black dragon patterns. "Mr. Lin, this is the Black Dragon token of our Black Dragon Hall. This token commands the loyalty of all members. Upon its presentation, those who behold it will treat you as if you were me, Mo Long himself. The brothers of the Black Dragon Hall will go to great lengths for you, as you are the utmost authority. Should anyone dare to defy this, they will face my wrath." With utmost humility and respect, he extended the Black Dragon token toward Lin Yang, imploring, "Please accept this token and my gratitude." Lin Yang smiled and replied, "I shall not be rude," and after receiving the Black Dragon token, he tucked it into his pocket. A subtle smirk graced Lin Yang's lips. Possessing this token was akin to wielding a protective charm, which would undoubtedly spare him from many future tribulations in the underworld. Lin Yang pondered to himself that Mo Long, as the underground king of the city, was acquainted with numerous figures from the underworld. Perhaps he possessed some clues regarding the tragic annihilation of the Divine Healer sect 3 years ago. Thus, he inquired, Mo Long, may I ask if you are familiar with the Divine Healer sect of Kunlun Mountain? Mo Long felt a sudden jolt of awareness. The Divine Healer sect was renowned for its unparalleled medical skills across the realm. Of course, I am aware of it. However, I am curious as to why Mr. Lin has suddenly brought up the Divine Healer sect, he replied. Lin Yang concocted a rationale, stating, Master Long Jietian of the Divine Healer sect once bestowed a great favor upon me. I intended to travel to Kunlun Mountain to express my gratitude. Alas, 3 years ago, Master Long met a tragic end and departed this world. Do you have any inkling as to which nefarious force was responsible for his demise? 3 years prior, when Master Long's daughter was gravely ill, Mo Long had considered taking her to Kunlun Mountain in search of the Divine Healer sect for treatment. Upon arriving, he was informed by local underground forces that the Divine Healer sect had been obliterated by an unidentified power, even as the head of the city's underworld. Well acquainted with prominent figures across both the criminal and legitimate domains, he had not heard a whisper regarding the destruction of the Divine Healer sect. Mo Long responded, Mr. Lin, the only information I have regarding the destruction of the Divine Healer sect comes from some brothers in Kunlun Mountain. I am entirely in the dark about who is behind it. However, I surmise that the force capable of annihilating the Divine Healer sect must be exceedingly formidable. It is said that all members of the sect are adept in both medicine and martial arts, so the power that brought about their downfall must be extraordinarily strong. Lin Yang then asked, might you be able to mobilize your resources to assist in investigating this matter? After all, Master Long has shown me great kindness, and I yearn to uncover the truth. Mo Longdao remarked. The vastness of the Great Xia conceals numerous underground forces that I have yet to encounter. Their true strength remains an enigma to me. Furthermore, there exist many clandestine families and covert factions, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth any pertinent clues. Nonetheless, I shall spare no effort in assisting Mr. Lin in his quest for the truth. Lin Yang nodded in agreement, stating, very well, should you uncover any information, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, Mr. Lin, once I have any findings, you shall be the first to know. That evening, while Su Yuqing was doing laundry, she discovered a black token in Lin Yang's pocket. Finding it peculiar, she inquired curiously, Lin Yang, what purpose does this token serve? This is the Black Dragon token of the Black Dragon Hall. Su Yuqing gasped in shock. Lin Yang, are you all right? You actually dared to forge the Black Dragon token. If the Hall Master, Lord Long, were to find out, it could cost you your head. You must dispose of this token at once. Yuqing, this Black Dragon token is authentic. Why should I discard it? Furrowing her brow, Su Yuqing responded, Lin Yang, will you still lie before me? How could you possibly possess a genuine Black Dragon token? I have heard that this token is a personal belonging of the Hall Master and commands authority over the entire Black Tiger Hall. How could he bestow such a token upon you? With a playful grin, Lin Yang replied, I cured his daughter's heart ailment and restored his eyesight. Thus, in gratitude for my services, he granted me this token for protection. Su Yuqing stared at him in astonishment, her mouth agape. Lin Yang, were you not advised against haphazardly treating others? The meager medical knowledge you acquired from television is utterly insufficient. How dare you attempt to heal Mo Long, the underground emperor of Haishur, and his daughter? If anything were to befall them, your fate would be sealed. I have heard that Lord Long is a man who does not flinch at taking lives. Those who incur his wrath meet a most gruesome end. Should any complications arise from their ailments, you would find yourself in dire straits. Or what if, upon regaining his senses, he discovers that your success was merely a stroke of luck? Chapter 40. The reversal of the celestial mandate. At that moment, Qian Chunhong happened to wander into the room occupied by Su Yuqing and Lin Yang. Upon noticing the black token in Su Yuqing's hand, she hurriedly seized it, exclaiming, Yuqing, what is this peculiar object? Su Yuqing replied, Lin Yang said this is the Black Dragon token given by Mo Long, the underground emperor of Haishur. Qian Chunhong's eyes widened in alarm as she scolded, well done, Lin Yang. You dare to forge the Black Dragon token? It seems you truly have a death wish. Lin Yang remained composed and retorted, on what basis do you claim that this Black Dragon token is a forgery? Qian Chunhong scoffed. The Black Dragon token is the highest sacred relic of the Black Dragon Hall. It is said that only the Hall Master, Lord Long, possesses a piece. How could he possibly bestow such a token upon a worthless son-in-law like you? If it is not a forgery, could it truly be a gift from Lord Long? With a smile, Lin Yong replied, Mother, you are indeed correct. This Black Dragon token was indeed bestowed upon me by the Hall Master of the Black Dragon Hall. Oh. To boast without preparation, what audacity you possess to believe that someone of Mo Long's stature would bestow upon you the Black Dragon Order. Who do you think you are? Merely a lapdog, feasting off the generosity of the Su family, trembling before Lord Long like an insignificant insect. How dare you shamelessly claim that Lord Long willingly presented the Black Dragon Order to you? Have you truly lost your senses? Do not presume that I am unaware. This is merely your ruse to strut about and deceive others. Su Yuqing interjected, Mother. Lin Yong claims that the Black Dragon Order was intended for Mo Long and his daughter, Mo Li, for medical treatment, and that it was Mo Long who gifted it to him. Qian Shunhong was immediately struck with horror, her face paling in shock. She exclaimed, How dare you, you worthless fool, to presume upon Mo Long. Do you realize that Mo Long commands the foremost underground power in Haishur? Unlike those wealthy families who operate with ostensible integrity. If you mishandle a treatment for them, there may still be a sliver of hope for you. But to treat the underground monarch Mo Long? One misstep, and you would likely find yourself bound in a sack and cast into the river. If you wish to meet your end, do so alone. But do not drag me down with you. Lin Yong replied with an air of calm confidence, Mother, rest assured, I have never faltered in my medical practice. Oh, how impressive you are, you worthless son-in-law, still daring to argue. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious. Even if by some stroke of luck you manage to heal him, it would merely be a chance encounter, sheer fortune. Do you truly consider yourself a divine healer? Yuqing, I implore you to promptly sever ties with that worthless individual. If Mo Long, the underground monarch, discovers that Lin Yong has deceived him, our entire Su family will be ensnared, and we may perish without even comprehending how. You must divorce him and eliminate all connections. Only then might we glimpse a sliver of hope. Otherwise, prepare for the obliteration of our entire Su lineage. Yuqing had long been aware of Mo Long's fearsome reputation. For those who have crossed him, receiving a complete corpse would be considered a rare mercy. She was deeply fearful of being implicated by that fraudster Lin Yong, ultimately facing a fate of dismemberment. Su Yuqing furrowed her brow and replied, Mother, I have already sought treatment. What purpose does your lamenting serve? Moreover, I have faith in Lin Yong. He possesses some degree of capability. What capability does he possess? He is merely a rustic. If he had any real strength, would he have spent 3 years as our family's son-in-law? He has dabbled in some insignificant acupuncture and is now defrauding people left and right. I tell you, he has already ensnared Mo Long. If you wish to avoid calamity, you must divorce him immediately. Otherwise, when the day comes that he faces retribution, our entire family will be left without a grave. Su Yuqing hesitated momentarily and replied, Mother, I trust Lin Yong. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Now, it is getting late. You should rest well. Good night, Mother. With a gentle push, she ushered Qian Shunhong out of the room and closed the door. Though the sound of her mother's complaints lingered outside, Qian Shunhong sighed and asked, Lin Yong, have you truly cured Mo Long's eyesight and Mo Li's heart condition? Are you certain there will be no repercussions? Lin Yong reassured, No, my dear, the old Chinese medicine practitioner I consulted earlier is quite skilled. I am confident that everything will be fine. Su Yuqing, with a serene demeanor, remarked, Even if something were to happen, there is nothing we can do now. You've already treated them. If any issues arise, make sure to flee swiftly. Just ensure that Mo Long does not catch you. As long as he doesn't get to you, he will have no hold over you. Lin Yong chuckled softly, offering comfort, Rest assured, my love. Truly nothing will go amiss. The following day, Su Shenlong took Qian Shunhong for a leisurely drive in a 3 Series, playing classic songs from years past. Cruising at a moderate pace along the highway, suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind the car. Qian Shunhong felt the vehicle shudder. Clearly aware that the cause was an impact from the rear. Turning to look, they discovered they had been rear-ended. Qian Shunhong, seated in the passenger seat, erupted in a furious outburst. Who the hell is the blind fool that dared to hit my car? Both Qian Shunhong and Su Shenlong hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect the damage. The car that had collided with them was a 5 Series. The rear of their car was crumpled, while the front of the offending vehicle was similarly dented. It appeared that repairs would cost at least 5 figures. And even if restored, it it would never match the perfection of the original paint. This was a car that had cost them hundreds of thousands. And both Qian Shunhong and Su Xinglong felt a deep sense of loss. In her fury, Qian Shunhong pointed angrily at the occupants of the other car, shouting, "Hey, do you even know how to drive? Are you blind? Get out and compensate us immediately." Suddenly, a young man with yellow hair and another with red hair alighted from the vehicle. Both were slender and donned flip-flops, adorned with tattoos on their arms, clearly evoking the image of delinquents. The yellow-haired individual arrogantly proclaimed, "Hey, you two. You've damaged my car. Promptly compensate me with 100,000 yuan for the repairs." In truth, it was the yellow-haired man's negligence and reckless speed that had led to the collision with Qian Shunhong and Su Xinglong's vehicle. However, as is often the case with those who dwell in the underbelly of society, he possessed a brazen disregard for reason, clinging to a twisted logic akin to that of a highwayman. Even though he was at fault, he would not concede to pay Qian Shunhong and Su Xinglong. Rather, he believed that they should compensate him. It was utterly absurd. Though it was his car that had been damaged, he audaciously demanded payment from them, as if his intellect had faltered. Furious, Qian Shunhong retorted, "Are you out of your mind? It was your car that rear-ended ours. And yet you dare to ask us for money." The yellow-haired man countered, "Clearly, it was because you were driving too slowly that your vehicle collided with the front of mine. Thus, the cost is yours to bear." Qian Shunhong, infuriated, exclaimed, "You are speaking nonsense. You rear-ended my car and have the audacity to claim we were driving slowly. Have you no sense of law?" Chapter 41. No leaving without 1 million. The yellow-haired man's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he struck Qian Shunhong across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving a vivid red mark upon her cheek. The blow momentarily stunned Qian Shunhong. Not only had he unreasonably demanded money from her, but he had also resorted to violence, truly an act beyond the bounds of law and reason. Qian Shunhong was instantly infuriated and shouted, "How dare you strike me? I shall not let this go." She was not one to be trifled with, having learned a few techniques of Wing Chun from other ladies in her dance group. She felt confident against the scrawny men before her. The wiry figures of Huang Mao and Hong Mao appeared feeble in comparison to her robust physique, which was nearly double theirs, and their height was hardly superior. Fueled by rage, she advanced and swung her palm towards Huang Mao's thin face, intent on delivering a severe reprimand. However, unbeknownst to her, Huang Mao was a practitioner of martial arts, a foundation-level warrior adept in various combat techniques. He could easily handle 10 ordinary opponents, and dealing with an untrained individual like Qian Shunhong was child's play. He swiftly seized her attacking hand and delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. Huang Mao cursed, "Damn it, you shameless wretch. How dare you retaliate? Do you wish to perish?" Qian Shunhong, clutching her belly in agony, cried out, "Oh, my stomach. It hurts so much." Su Xinglong knelt beside her with concern. "Shunhong, are you all right?" "Oh, it hurts terribly. Xinglong, please help me teach them a lesson." Gritting his teeth, Su Xinglong raised his fists and charged towards Huang Mao, despite lacking any martial training. However, his stature was significantly larger than that of both Huang Mao and Hong Mao, which should afford him some advantage in the confrontation. The yellow-haired assailant swiftly swung his fist, landing a blow to Su Xinglong's face, and followed up with a kick to Su Xinglong's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground beside Qian Shunhong. The entire sequence of punches and kicks was executed with fluidity and remarkable speed, leaving the untrained Su Xinglong utterly defenseless as he found himself sitting on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Beside him, Qian Shunhong lamented, "You useless wretch, you can't even defeat someone as thin as a stick." Su Xinglong hastily defended himself. "What do you know? He is clearly no ordinary person. He must be a martial artist with considerable skill." "Indeed, I am a martial artist," the yellow-haired man declared, "and my cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. Eliminating both of you is as easy as pie. A martial artist at the foundation establishment stage possesses strength, speed, and explosive power that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, often capable of facing 10 non-martial practitioners with ease. Thus, dealing with the elderly non-martial practitioners, Qian Shunhong and Su Xinglong, would be exceedingly simple." Qian Shunhong's heart sank, panic rising within her. This was dire. Martial artists possess both superior skills and physical prowess compared to ordinary people. Even if she were to risk everything against Su Xinglong, there would still be no match for the yellow-haired man. Moreover, there was still the red-haired figure who had yet to make a move, leaving them in the dark about his strength. He could very well be a martial artist too, which would make their situation even more precarious. In a moment of shared understanding, Qian Shenhong and Su Shenlong exchanged anxious glances, the unspoken agreement settling in their minds. In the face of adversity, retreat was the wisest course. Qian Shenhong and Su Shenlong sprang to their feet, desperately attempting to flee towards their vehicle, intent on escaping. At that moment, their priorities shifted solely to survival. Thoughts of compensating the man with the yellow hair were cast aside. After all, they possessed neither the means nor the will to settle a debt of 1 million. Observing their intent to escape, the yellow-haired man furrowed his brow and swiftly closed the distance, positioning himself in their path. With a forceful kick, he sent both Qian Shenhong and Su Shenlong tumbling to the ground. Behind them stood the red-haired man, arms crossed and bearing an expression of grim determination. Unmistakably a formidable opponent, the two were effectively ensnared, with no hope of flight. The yellow-haired man threatened menacingly. "You think you can crash my car without compensation and still escape? Not a chance. I assure you, unless you produce 1 million in reparations. Neither of you will leave this place alive." Panic engulfed Qian Shenhong and Su Shenlong as it became evident that the only way to secure their lives was to relinquish an impossible sum. "Brother, I only have 30,000 in my account. Please, I beg you, take this and let us go," Qian Shenhong exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. In an instant, Qian Shenhong's anger flared. "How dare you, you wretched fiend, conceal 30,000 from me? Just wait until I return home." With a resounding slap, the yellow-haired man struck Qian Shenhong across the face. "You foolish woman, spare me your nonsense. How much do you have in your bank account? If you cannot muster the full sum of 1 million, you can forget about leaving here alive." Qian Shenhong lamented, "Brother Huang, I only have 10,000 yuan in my account." Thus, the total sum between the two of them amounted to a mere 40,000 yuan. With your 10,000 and his 30,000, that only totals 40,000, leaving a staggering 96,000 short of the demanded 100,000. "I have made it clear. If you wish to leave, you must compensate me with 1 million. Su Shenlong pleaded, Brother Huang, we truly do not possess such an amount of money. Please, consider taking the 40,000 yuan and allowing us to go." To which Huang replied, "And what about my vehicle? What of my mental anguish and the time lost? Who shall compensate me for that?" Huang wore an expression that suggested he intended to extort Su Shenlong and Qian Shenhong. Su Shenlong retorted, "Your car merely requires a front-end replacement. It hardly warrants 1 million. I believe 40,000 yuan would suffice for the repairs." Enraged, Huang shot back, "Spare me your nonsense. I stated 1 million, and not a single cent less. You shall not leave here upright." Huang contemplated that 40,000 yuan was far too paltry. He aimed to extort a larger sum. If Su Shenlong and Qian Shenhong could muster an additional sum to reach 100,000, he might indeed consider their release. Naturally, a full 1 million would be even better. "Brother, we genuinely do not have that much money," Su Shenlong implored desperately. Meanwhile, Qian Shenhong resolved to find a way to escape swiftly to ensure her absolute safety. A spark of inspiration struck her as she devised a plan to flee the scene. "Brother Huang, look, the total amount on our bank cards is merely 40,000, which is far from the 1 million you require. How about this? Allow me to leave first to gather the funds, and I will arrange for someone to act as your hostage until I return with the money." Qian Shenhong did not genuinely intend to procure the funds. Rather, she sought to concoct an excuse to swiftly exit the scene. Wishing to evade the wrath of Brother Huang and Brother Hong, she had no desire to end up in a hospital, let alone face death. As for Su Shenlong, once he escaped back to the Su family, he would summon that worthless Lin Yong for assistance. Ultimately, his primary concern was to extricate himself from peril. Chapter 42. The middle-aged woman Su Shenlong was acutely aware of Qian Shenhong's intentions. She was likely plotting her own escape. He too proposed, "Brother Huang, why not allow me to leave first? I can return with the money." Qian Shenhong interjected in haste, "You spineless wretch, how dare you compete with me? I will not let this matter rest." Brother Huang barked, "Silence, both of you. If you continue your incessant bickering, I shall shatter your mouths, rendering you incapable of further protest. Neither of you is permitted to leave. You must remain here. Since you lack sufficient funds, call someone to bring money. Otherwise, I will ensure you both regret it." As he spoke, a few droplets of spit landed on Qian Shenhong's face. Qian Shenhong dared not wipe the saliva from her face. Thinking to herself that her daughter had no such wealth, and her worthless son-in-law Lin Yong certainly did not possess that amount either. Their family was devoid of such funds. And even if they had money, they could not genuinely hand it over to these extortionists. Doing so would only lead to their own ruin. "I'm sorry. I can't assist with that. Qian Shunong and Su Shenlong were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. They never anticipated that two seemingly youthful individuals in their 20s would harbor such illicit intentions towards Qian Shunong, a woman of a more mature age. Was their taste not excessively peculiar? Qian Shunong hastily interjected, "Gentlemen, I am no longer in my prime. I am past my youthful days and not at all intriguing. Moreover, I am married. I have a husband." The young man with the yellow hair responded nonchalantly, "We have never dabbled with someone of your age and experience. It would be quite a novelty for us. As two grown men, we have no qualms, so why should you, a woman of a certain age, care?" Su Shenlong was incensed. The audacity of these young men to express a desire for his wife was intolerable. No man could bear such affront. These brash youths clearly regarded him with contempt. After all, he was a man too. In a fit of anger, he retorted, "You two scoundrels. Do you not have any sense of decency? You wish to toy with someone who could very well be your mother. You are truly lower than beasts." A resounding slap echoed through the air as the young man with the yellow hair struck Su Shenlong's face with astonishing speed and force. Su Shenlong's face flushed crimson, his head spinning from the blow. "If you utter another word, I will ensure your downfall." Su Shenlong, now silenced by fear, dared not utter a sound. Qian Shunhong felt a surge of emotion. She had not expected Su Shenlong to stand up for her in such a moment. "Shenlong, how have you fared?" Su Shenlong covered his mouth and replied, "I am unscathed. It was merely a slap, not particularly painful." The man with yellow hair turned to Qian Shunhong and said, "What do you think? Will you consider serving us too? As long as you appease us, you and this old man may depart. Otherwise, neither of you will leave here today." How could Qian Shunhong possibly acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand? To consent would surely entail grave consequences, and she had no desire to tarnish her reputation. In a flurry, she implored, "My lord with the yellow hair, I am but an aging woman, past my prime, and quite unremarkable. Indeed, I could be your mother. There is truly nothing of value here. I beseech you, spare me." The man with yellow hair retorted furiously, "You old hag, do not refuse the toast, and instead drink the penalty wine." With that, he brandished a hefty baseball bat, clearly capable of inflicting severe harm. Both Qian Shunhong and Su Shenlong felt a chill of fear. If that bat struck them, a trip to the hospital would be inevitable. Yellow Hair held the bat in one hand, rhythmically striking it against the palm of his other hand to assert his dominance. "You two have a choice. Either pay 1 million, or this woman will obediently serve me, or you can leave here horizontally. The choice is yours." Qian Shunhong and Su Shenlong were thoroughly frightened, disinclined to select any of the three options. If compelled to make a choice, their only recourse would be to seek assistance from others. After all, they were no match for the two ruffians before them. If they provoked them, a few blows could leave them seriously injured. Even if they survived, at their age, they could hardly withstand such brutal assaults. Who could they turn to for assistance now? Their daughter spent her entire monthly salary on the villa rent, groceries, and household expenses, leaving no surplus funds, certainly not 1 million. As for Lin Yang, he was nothing more than a burden, living off others, without even 100 yuan to his name, let alone such an astronomical sum. Suddenly, Qian Shunong had a flash of inspiration. She remembered Zhao Haofeng. She quickly exclaimed, "That's right. Zhao Haofeng knows many people. Let us call him for help. Perhaps he can resolve this situation." Su Shenlong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us get Haofeng here." Qian Shunong addressed the ruffian, "Sir with the yellow hair. We choose to pay. I will send a message to have the money brought over immediately." The ruffian replied, "You want to pay, huh? Fine. Have your people come quickly, or my patience has its limits." Qian Shunong promptly sent a message to Zhao Haofeng. "Haofeng, this is Aunt Shunong. I've been rear-ended and encountered some thugs. They refuse to compensate me and are threatening to extort 1 million from your uncle Shenlong and me, or they 1T let us leave. I know you have a vast network and strong capabilities. Could you come and help resolve this? I would be immensely grateful." Chapter 43, Without 3 million. Do not expect to depart upright upon receiving a text message from Qian Shunong. Zhao Haofeng perceived this as an excellent opportunity to enhance his standing in the eyes of both Qian Shunhong and Su Shenlong. He believed they would undoubtedly become his greatest allies in winning over Su Yuqing. Thus, he responded, "All right, Aunt Shunhong, I shall come immediately. Please send me the address." Qian Shunhong then shared her location via WeChat. Zhao Haofeng set off in his luxurious S-Class towards the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, Su Shenlong thought it prudent to summon Lin Yang as well, reasoning that more people would bolster their chances of success, particularly if a confrontation ensued. Therefore, he sent a message to Lin Yang via WeChat, stating, "Lin Yang, Dad and Mom are being harassed for money by some thugs near Shihai Road. They are unable to leave. Please hurry to assist. Upon receiving the message, Lin Yong furrowed his brow and promptly replied, Understood, Dad. I am on my way. He swiftly set aside his mop and mounted his old electric scooter, racing towards Shihai Road. Before long, both Zhao Haofeng and Lin Yong arrived at the scene. Zhao Haofeng, noticing Lin Yong dismounting from his scooter, frowned and remarked, Lin Yong, you pitiful wretch, what are you doing here? Lin Yong retorted, My in-laws are in trouble. As their son-in-law, how could I possibly stay away? Zhao Haofeng scoffed, What can you possibly do here, you worthless fool? Lin Yong smirked and replied, We shall see shortly whether I am of any use. Qian Chunong beheld Zhao Haofeng as though he were a lifeline, a smile of hope blossoming on her face. Young Master Zhao, you have finally arrived. Please save us. Auntie and your uncle are unable to leave now. Su Xinglong added, Young Master Zhao, you must assist your uncle and aunt. It seems you are their only hope. Zhao Haofeng reassured them, Do not worry, uncle and auntie. With me, Zhao Haofeng. By your side, you shall be safe. The scruffy man assessed Zhao Haofeng, noting his designer suit and the luxurious S-Class vehicle he drove, clearly indicating he was not short on wealth. An idea crossed his mind, and he resolved to extort a substantial sum. A mere 1 million would be insufficient. He aimed for 3 million instead. The scruffy man confronted Zhao Haofeng, saying, So, you are the hired help that this woman called for, are you? Zhao Haofeng adjusted his belt and replied, Indeed, I am here to support my uncle and aunt. Listen, you two ruffians, I, Zhao Haofeng, will protect them. It would be wise for you to leave promptly, or I shall not be kind. Zhao Haofeng, a scion of the prestigious Zhao family, expected that his polished appearance would intimidate the two thugs. However, to his astonishment, the scruffy man, in a fit of rage, struck Zhao Haofeng across the face, exclaiming, You are nothing but a worthless fool. In an instant, a handprint appeared on Zhao Haofeng's face, leaving him stunned, while Qian Chunong and Su Xinglong gasped in shock. Behind Zhao Haofeng stood Lin Yong, wearing an expression akin to that of an amused spectator, witnessing Zhao Haofeng, who often harbored intentions of usurping his wife. Receiving a beating brought him a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but wish that the yellow-haired thug would bestow upon him a few more blows, allowing his face to blossom with bruises, thus providing a sense of vindication. The yellow-haired thug barked, Enough of your nonsense. If you do not compensate me 3 million today, you shall all leave horizontally. Qian Chunhong hastily interjected, Brother Huang, did you not just state that 100,000 would suffice? Why the sudden increase to 300,000? You cannot simply raise the price like this. Furious, the yellow-haired thug retorted, Shut your mouth, woman. Keep prattling, and I will shatter your jaw. I demand 300,000 for you to leave. 100,000 was merely the initial figure. The current demand stands at 300,000. Intimidated, Qian Chunhong fell silent. Zhao Haofeng, having just received a slap, felt somewhat cowed. He thus feigned familiarity with the yellow-haired thug, saying, Brother Huang, I am Zhao Haofeng, the heir of the prestigious Zhao family in Haishur. Might you show me some leniency and allow my uncle and aunt to depart? I am willing to compensate you for the damages to your vehicle at market value. Your car was merely dented in the front. 3,000 should be more than sufficient for repairs. Please provide me with your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. The yellow-haired thug scoffed, 3,000? Do you take me for a beggar? Let me make this clear. Without 3 million, none of you shall leave today. 3 million is certainly not a substantial amount for Zhao Haofeng. However, he could not bear the thought of giving such a sum to Qian Hong and Su Xinglong. Furthermore, if he were to relinquish this money to a mere thug, it would diminish his stature, for he is, after all, the scion of the Zhao family. The notion of being extorted for 3 million would undoubtedly tarnish the family's reputation. Zhao Haofeng proclaimed, Brother Huang, I am the heir of a prominent family in Haishur. Would you be so kind as to grant me this favor? Let us consider this an opportunity for friendship. Huang, with a dismissive snort, showed no trepidation towards the so-called esteemed Zhao family. What significance does a leading family in Haishur hold? Even if you are a dragon, you must still surrender 3 million to depart. Huang's audacity stemmed from the fact that his cousin was the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall in Haishur. They feared no one except the 4 great families of Haishur. Confronting the Zhao family was hardly daunting. Not only Zhao Haofeng, but even the head of the Zhao family himself would have to comply with the demand of 3 million to leave unscathed. Under the leadership of Mo Long, the Black Dragon Hall has 9 elders, each wielding considerable power within the organization, enjoying significant stature in Haishur. Beyond the 4 renowned families, they regard no other family with fear. in the eyes of the hall's leader and elders. Families in Haishur are divided into two categories, the four great families and all others. Seeing that Huang remained unmoved, Zhao Haofeng, in a state of urgency, asserted, I am the heir of the Zhao family. Do you not recognize the Zhao name? Should you offend me, I assure you, you will regret it. The individual with the yellow hair detests being threatened, especially by someone he holds in utter disregard. Enraged, he immediately raised his hand, delivering another resounding slap to Zhao Haofeng's face. The impact left Zhao Haofeng's cheek stinging painfully, the already crimson half of his face becoming even more inflamed, akin to the agony of salt being poured onto an open wound. Before Zhao Haofeng could fully comprehend the situation, the yellow-haired man delivered a forceful kick, sending Zhao Haofeng sprawling to the ground while he clutched his abdomen, howling in pain. The yellow-haired man coldly declared, You, Amir Zhao, are nothing of consequence. Hand over 3 million in compensation, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here standing today. Chapter 44. The third elder of the Black Dragon Hall beside them, Qian Shunong hurriedly inquired with concern, Young Master Zhao, are you all right? Her heart ached for Zhao, as he was the ideal future son-in-law in her eyes, the man Su Yuqing intended to marry after her divorce. The thought of Zhao being harmed filled her with dread. She would rather the yellow-haired man's kick had landed on Lin Yang instead. Zhao Haofeng, enduring the pain, stubbornly replied, Auntie, I'm fine. This little pain is nothing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The yellow-haired man's gaze then turned sharply towards Lin Yang. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yang was a master at the celestial realm, far surpassing both him and the red-haired man in strength. With an air of arrogance, he taunted, You, kid, will you choose to pay up? Or will you opt to be beaten down like them? Lin Yang remarked casually, I shall choose neither. The yellow-haired one retorted, Choosing neither? Do you wish for your own demise? Lin Yang scoffed, With you two insignificant minions, you lack the capacity to bring about my end. His words dripped with disdain and unwavering confidence, akin to a tiger confronting an arrogant lamb, utterly unperturbed. The yellow-haired and red-haired individuals erupted into laughter. The yellow-haired one boasted, Kid, don't let your bravado exceed your limits. For us to eliminate a loser like you would be as effortless as an elephant crushing an ant. The red-haired one added arrogantly, Believe it or not, I could snuff out your life with just a single finger. Lin Yang dismissed him with a scoff. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Zhao Haofeng, clutching his stomach in laughter, chimed in, Lin Yang, you pathetic fool, and you're still bragging at this point. Don't be surprised if you end up on the ground begging for mercy. Su Shenlong interjected, Lin Yang, don't be stubborn. If it comes to it, let Zhao Xiao help with 3 million to fend off this disaster. Zhao Haofeng was reluctant to part with the money. Yet it appeared he could not escape without doing so. However, before he relinquished any funds, he hoped the yellow-haired and red-haired thugs would teach Lin Yang a severe lesson, preferably to the point of death. Uncle, since Lin Yang is so eager to show off, I'm curious to see what skills he possesses to challenge the likes of Brother Huang and Brother Hong. Lin Yang declared, Father, I can handle this entirely on my own. No need to trouble Zhao Xiao. Qian Shunong responded, Shenlong, pay him no mind. Just watch how he meets his end. If he dies, it would be perfect for my daughter to remarry Haofeng. Lin Yang said to the duo of Huang Mao and Hong Mao, You two should come at me together. It will be more convenient for me to deal with you. Instantly, Huang Mao retorted angrily, You little brat are simply courting death. No sooner had he spoken than both Huang Mao and Hong Mao charged at Lin Yang in a furious frenzy, resembling ravenous wolves pursuing their prey. Both harbored murderous intent, for never had anyone dared to belittle them in such a manner. With a subtle twist of his lips, Lin Yang unleashed a flurry of punches with lightning speed, sending each of them sprawling 3 meters away. Huang Mao lost a front tooth, while Hong Mao had 2 molars knocked out, blood streaming from their mouths. Lin Yang's fists moved with such swiftness that Huang Mao and Hong Mao could scarcely react before being struck in the face. If one were to liken the speed of Huang Mao and Hong Mao to that of a rapidly scurrying mouse, then Lin Yang's velocity could only be compared to that of a formidable cat, poised for battle. Watching Lin Yang effortlessly send Huang Mao and Hong Mao flying with just 2 punches ignited a fervor within Su Shenlong, cheering like a spirited cheerleader from the sidelines. He shouted, Son-in-law, go for it. Teach them a lesson they won't forget. Undeterred by their unexpected defeat, Huang Mao and Hong Mao resolved to unite their strength against Lin Yang. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement, signaling the commencement of their joint assault as they swiftly charged toward Lin Yang, intent on incapacitating him. Lin Yang remained remarkably composed as he lifted his leg, delivering a swift kick to each of the two assailants. The kicks, executed with astonishing speed, struck their faces before they could even perceive the trajectory of the attack, rendering them utterly incapable of evading Lin Yang's onslaught. They were propelled backward, landing 5 meters away, their faces bearing the brunt of the impact, becoming somewhat sunken and bruised, with their noses fractured and blood streaming profusely onto the ground. As they touched their faces, their hands were instantly smeared with a torrent of crimson. To their astonishment, they had not anticipated Lin Yang's martial prowess to be so profound and unfathomable. They could sense that his ability surpassed theirs by a significant margin, likely placing him in the realm of body refinement or chi refinement. Even in unison, they realized they stood little chance against him. Lin Yang inquired, "So, what is your stance now? Do you submit?" The one with yellow hair retorted defiantly, "You think you're so tough, don't you? Let me tell you. You're in for it now. Do you know who my cousin is? He is the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall in Haishur. Don't get cocky. I'll call him to come and deal with you." With an enigmatic smile, Lin Yang replied, "Call one, and I shall defeat him. Call two, and I shall vanquish them both." He mused to himself that possessing the Black Dragon order rendered the third elder insignificant. Upon seeing the order, he would surely kneel in submission. Moreover, even without the order, his extraordinary martial skills at the Celestial Realm would make it trivial to obliterate the entire Black Dragon Hall, let alone a mere third elder. The yellow-haired individual hastily extracted a phone with a shattered screen from his pocket, as he had carelessly placed the device there. It sustained further damage when it was inadvertently crushed upon being flung to the ground by Lin Yang. He swiftly searched for his cousin's number and forcefully pressed the dial button. At that moment, the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall was entangled in passionate escapades with his clandestine lover. Upon hearing the phone ring, he merely furrowed his brow, too indifferent to check who was calling, and continued his intimate rendezvous, ignoring the incessant ringing. Despite repeatedly attempting to contact the third elder, the calls went unanswered. The yellow-haired youth pondered that his cousin was likely preoccupied and would not arrive. Continuing to engage Lin Yang would undoubtedly lead to his own detriment, possibly incurring severe consequences. Thus, he boisterously declared, "Just you wait. I will make you regret this. Red-haired, let us depart." As the two of them prepared to flee, Lin Yang's voice resonated, halting them in their tracks. Their hearts sank, fearing further confrontation. "You two have damaged my in-laws' vehicle and assaulted them without any intention of compensation. Do you think you can simply walk away? You must pay at least 50,000 yuan, don't you think?" With no recourse, the yellow-haired and red-haired individuals begrudgingly transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Shenglong for repair and emotional distress, just as they believed the matter settled and intended to leave. Lin Yang added, "You two have committed numerous offenses. Allow me to present you with a parting gift." Lin Yang shot out 2 silver needles from his hand, propelled by a surge of true energy towards the yellow-haired and red-haired individuals. The needles, slender and swift, flew through the air at an untraceable speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, they pierced the martial arts meridians of both opponents. The yellow-haired and red-haired men felt a sharp sting as if their bodies were being punctured, the pain radiating from the site of impact and spreading throughout their entire bodies. They hastily inquired, "What have you done to us?" With a sly grin, Lin Yang replied, "You'll find out soon enough." He had effectively sealed their meridians with the silver needles, rendering them incapable of utilizing their martial skills henceforth, thus nullifying the arduous training they had undergone. Through gritted teeth, the yellow-haired man threatened, "You'll pay for this. My cousin, the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall, will come for you." With that, he and the red-haired man hastily retreated to their vehicle and drove away in defeat. Chapter 45. What does a mere third elder amount to? "Father, mother, are you all right?" Lin Yang inquired as he helped Su Shenglong to his feet. Su Shenglong regarded Lin Yang with newfound respect. He had never anticipated that his seemingly inept son-in-law could vanquish 2 skilled martial artists, an astonishing feat indeed. As he examined Lin Yang's robust arm, he curiously asked, "My son-in-law, you possess remarkable skills. Where did you learn martial arts?" Lin Yang fabricated a casual explanation, "I picked it up from watching television in my spare time. Those who learn from television possess remarkable skills. I must remember to teach my father a few tricks upon my return, so he too can become adept. The next time we encounter ruffians, I shall ensure they are left in disarray." Lin Yang smirked slightly and replied, "All right, Dad, if you wish to learn, I can instruct you." Qian Shunhong, standing aside, derided him, saying, "What use is this inept fool's paltry skills? Can they provide sustenance? Do not think I am unaware, you, a good-for-nothing, have merely benefited from sheer luck, flailing your fists and happening to best a seasoned master. If it weren't for young Master Zhao not bringing his entourage today, there would be no need for this useless son-in-law to intervene. In Qian Xuanhong's eyes, a wealthy son-in-law was of utmost importance. Only with wealth could one lead a comfortable life. Zhao Haofeng embodied her vision of the ideal son-in-law, while Lin Yang, a mere impoverished wretch, despite knowing a few flashy moves, could not provide her with a better life. Moreover, he paraded his obscure acupuncture techniques, deceiving others and relying on mere luck to claim accolades that were not rightfully his. Sooner or later, the truth would surface, revealing him as nothing more than a worthless individual, unworthy even of serving Zhao's shoes. Zhao Haofeng remarked, "Indeed. I merely rushed over in a moment of urgency to assist my uncle and aunt, without an entourage. Had I brought my people, I would have thoroughly taught those two ruffians a lesson." Su Xinlong retorted, "You vile woman, without Lin Yang, would those two ruffians have fled?" Qian Chunong scoffed, asserting, "Even without Lin Yang, young Master Zhao could readily compensate them with 3 million and subsequently leverage his connections to reclaim that sum. Do you genuinely believe that without this worthless individual, we would be unable to proceed? Must you really be so naive and ridiculous?" Su Xinlong interjected, "You are merely being obstinate." Lin Yang regarded Qian Chunong with a calm smile. He had long grown accustomed to her disdain. Thus, no matter what she uttered, he remained unfazed, as if the winds were merely blowing gently by. After all, in this world, there will always be individuals who, regardless of one's accomplishments, choose to look down upon them. Later that evening, as anticipated, Qian Chunong insisted that Su Yuqing divorce Lin Yang, this time citing that Lin Yang had offended members of the Black Dragon Hall. She warned that if they did not expedite the divorce, they might suffer consequences. Upon learning of today's events, Su Yuqing had no time to entertain Qian Xuanhong's unreasonable demands. She felt that Qian was merely causing a ruckus, especially since it was Lin Yang who had saved her. Turning to Lin Yang, she expressed her concern. "Lin Yang, the individuals with the yellow and red hair are from the Black Dragon Hall. I've heard they are ruthless. What if they seek revenge on you? Perhaps you should leave Haisher for a couple of days until the situation calms down." Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, "My dear, have you forgotten? I possess the Black Dragon Order. The members of the Black Dragon Hall would not dare to act against me." Su Yuqing questioned, "Is your Black Dragon Order truly authentic? Does it genuinely hold any power?" Lin Yang reassured, "Rest assured, my dear wife, that the Black Dragon token is indeed authentic and will surely prove effective." The following day, after Su Yuqing and her in-laws had left for work, Lin Yang tidied the living room, organized the bedroom, and hung the laundry out to dry. He then ventured into the park to bask in the delightful sunlight. The park was alive with activity. A group of elderly gentlemen gathered around a chessboard, while some elderly ladies danced to music blaring from loudspeakers, and a few youngsters busied themselves taking photographs. Suddenly, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a prominent scar across his face swaggered towards Lin Yang, wielding a gleaming machete. This man was none other than Scar, the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall. Accompanying him was the yellow-haired thug from the previous day's incident, along with dozens of ruffians armed with various weapons, some with knives at their waists, others brandishing black iron rods, some wielding spiked clubs, and a few carrying pepper spray. In an instant, the park's patrons were struck with fear and fled in all directions, anxious to avoid any entanglement in the impending chaos. The yellow-haired thug addressed Scar. "Big brother, this is the guy who injured me and Xiao Hong, rendering us powerless and nullifying years of hard training. You must help us take revenge and eliminate this brat." Scar, eyeing the unarmed Lin Yang clad in casual attire, arrogantly inquired, "So it's you? The one who injured my disciple and crippled his skills?" Lin Yang smirked slightly, cryptically replying, "Indeed, that would be me." Scar's countenance darkened menacingly as he snarled, "You dare lay a hand on my cousin? Have you lost your mind? Hasten to kneel and prostrate yourself, acknowledging your transgressions before me. Then, let out 3 barks like a dog, and if you are willing to invest in your martial prowess and strengthen your arms, I might spare your pitiful life. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your demise is devoid of dignity." Although Lin Yang possessed the Black Dragon token, he had left it at home and, even if he had brought it, he intended to teach a lesson to this arrogant, scarred man before him. Calmly, Lin Yang retorted, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe." Beside him, Huang Mao cautioned, "Brother, you must tread carefully. This fellow possesses formidable martial skills. Yesterday, he rendered both Xiao Hong and me utterly defenseless. His martial arts realm must be at the refining chi stage." The scarred man, being a practitioner of the refining chi stage, was naturally unafraid of those at the refining body stage. The refining body stage refers to a level where one through mastery of martial arts techniques, tempers the body, rendering it stronger and more resilient. In contrast, the refining chi stage builds upon this foundation, utilizing internal true energy for cultivation. A practitioner at the refining chi stage could easily overpower one at the refining body stage, much like a cat playing with a mouse. With disdain, the scarred man scoffed. A mere refining body practitioner dares to act arrogantly in my presence? Today, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball to kick. Lin Yang coldly snorted. Since you are so formidable, let us see who shall meet their end today. Huang Mo seethed. You still have the audacity to boast? Truly, you are insufferably brazen. Not only is my cousin a master of the refining chi stage, being the fourth chair of the Black Dragon Hall, but also behind me stand dozens of brothers, each proficient in martial arts, seasoned from the edge of a blade. Each of them could easily dispatch a wretch like you. Lin Yang let out a cold snort and calmly declared, with your ineptitude, not only will you fail to injure me, but you won't even graze a single hair on my body. Ha ha ha. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the group surrounding Lin Yang. Everyone regarded him as a braggart, someone who had never dared to speak so arrogantly in their presence, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The blonde-haired man suggested, Brother, why not let him taste blood now, so he can witness your prowess? The scarred man interjected, Kid, I'll grant you one more chance. Kneel and apologize. Bark like a dog and sever both your arms and legs, and I shall spare your miserable life. Lin Yang scoffed, retorting, Even if your master, Mo Long, were present, he wouldn't dare speak in such a manner. You, a mere third elder, are nothing but a trifling annoyance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted to shock, nearly paling in disbelief. Was Lin Yang truly so audacious? Not only did he brazenly insult the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall, but he also dared to show disrespect towards Mo Long, the emperor of the underworld in Haishur. Such a person could either be a master of martial arts or utterly deranged. It was evident they believed him to be the latter, a fool lost in insanity. The scarred man fumed, You arrogant wretch. How dare you insult the name of Lord Mo Long? You clearly do not comprehend the meaning of death. The blonde-haired man urged, Brother, this brat has the audacity to challenge Lord Long. You must incapacitate him to preserve the dignity of the Black Dragon Hall. Behind him, a throng of followers clamored loudly. Support the third elder in eliminating him to uphold the honor of the Black Dragon Hall. Scar turned to Huang Mao and said, You need not speak. I shall certainly incapacitate this brat. Originally, this was merely a matter between you and him. But now he has not only insulted me, but also dared to offend the esteemed Master Mo Long of the Black Dragon Hall. If I do not eliminate him today, he may very well have the audacity to trample upon our Black Dragon Hall tomorrow. Thus, his demise is inevitable. With that, he bellowed at Lin Yang, his tone reminiscent of an ancient blacksmith striking his anvil. You insolent brat, prepare to meet your end. Scar's eyes glinted with malice as he charged at Lin Yang, wielding a massive blade that gleamed ominously in the sunlight, slicing through the air with lethal intent. The sound of the blade cutting through the wind hinted at the deadly seriousness of his attack. In Chapter 46, the Tang blade shattered by a needle, Lin Yang remained unfazed. In the blink of an eye, he raised his hand and, with the precision of lightning, pinched the razor-sharp blade between two fingers. The crowd was left in stunned silence, utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe their eyes. It was as if they were witnessing a scene from a film, someone actually catching a large blade with bare hands, and with merely 2 fingers at that. Scar was equally taken aback. He had exerted nearly all his strength in his swift strike against Lin Yang, and never before had anyone managed to catch his blade in such a manner, let alone with just 2 fingers. Scar, straining with all his might, attempted to wrench the blade from the tight grip of Lin Yang's fingers, his face contorted in effort. Yet, despite his vigorous attempts, he could neither extract the knife nor advance it further. It was as if the weapon were immovably fused to Lin Yang's fingertips. With a mere twist of his fingers, Lin Yang summoned an overwhelming force, and with a resounding crack, the massive blade snapped in twain at its midpoint. Before Scar, a 10-pound sword lay shattered. He was utterly astonished, questioning how this seemingly unassuming individual possessed such strength. Was Lin Yang truly just a cultivator of the body refinement realm? For one at that level to snap a dagger with 2 fingers was already remarkable. To shatter a sword was unfathomable. After the weapon's destruction, Lin Yang delivered a powerful kick to Scar's abdomen, sending him hurtling 5 meters away, collapsing to the ground while clutching his midsection and howling in agony. Blood oozing from his mouth. The pain was excruciating. It radiated from his belly to engulf his entire being, leaving him nearly senseless, rolling on the ground like a lifeless dog. Huang Mao and the other underlings of the Black Dragon Hall stood in shock. For it was the first time they witnessed someone withstand the might of the Third Elder's sword, let alone break it and send him sprawling. Just how much power did Lin Yong conceal? This was beyond terrifying. Was this person even human? What manner of monster was Lin Yong? In a fit of rage, the Third Elder bellowed, "All of you, charge at once. Kill him. Whoever manages to slay him shall be rewarded." I rewarded him with 1,000,000. Although Huang Mao and his band of underlings were intimidated by Lin Yang's formidable prowess, they dared not disobey the orders of the Third Elder. The fear of severe punishment for retreating from battle compelled them to swarm toward Lin Yong, hoping to leverage their numerical superiority to deliver a fatal blow, or at the very least, incapacitate him. Yet, Lin Yong, a master of the celestial realm, faced the multitude with unwavering composure. Without a hint of trepidation, he charged toward his adversaries. In a breathtaking display of agility, Lin Yong leaped into the air, executing a whirlwind kick with unparalleled precision. His foot connected squarely with Huang Mao's face, sending him hurtling backward. Before Huang Mao could even reach the ground, Lin Yang's foot struck another assailant's face with astonishing speed. In mere moments, Lin Yong had delivered a kick to Huang Mao and dozens of the Black Dragon Hall's minions, each blow landing squarely on their faces. The swiftness of Lin Yang's movements rendered him nearly invisible to the eye. Many could not discern from which direction his foot would come before they were met with a crushing impact, collapsing to the ground. Huang Mao's nose was shattered, blood gushing forth, leaving him disfigured, while the others suffered similar fates, with blood trickling from their lips, dizziness overwhelming them as they lay moaning on the ground. Surrounded by the weapons they had dropped in their defeat. Amidst the chaos, Scar, gritting his teeth against the pain, seized a razor-sharp Tang Dao from the ground and, summoning all his strength, hurled it at Lin Yong, shouting in desperation, "Yeah!" Clearly, he was exerting every ounce of his power. The Tang knife spun through the air like a whirling dart, hurtling rapidly toward Lin Yong, accompanied by the ominous sound of slicing wind. One could only imagine the catastrophic fate that awaited a person struck by it. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth as he retrieved 3 silver needles from his pocket, launching them forth with precision, possessing the benevolence of a healer. Lin Yong often carried silver needles on his person, prepared for any unforeseen mishap. The 3 needles zipped through the air like bullets, gleaming brightly in the sunlight, before striking the rotating blade of the Tang knife. In an instant, the weapon shattered into a multitude of fragments, exploding into the air along with a cloud of powder. One shard even grazed the face of the yellow-haired man, leaving a crimson gash that further marred his appearance, likely marking him with a new scar. The scene left onlookers wide-eyed, their disbelief palpable. How could a mere young man in his 20s possess such extraordinary martial prowess? Some were oblivious to the fact that Lin Yong had employed silver needles, only recognizing that a swift motion of his hand had been sufficient to obliterate the spinning Tang knife, reducing it to mere shards and dust. The sheer force of his action was astounding. The scarred man stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed anyone capable of transforming a knife into fragments and powder with mere silver needles. He realized the vast chasm that lay between his abilities and Lin Yang's. No amount of training over decades could bridge that divide. When had High City welcomed such a formidable figure? Lin Yong smirked at Scar and said, "What do you think? Will you submit? Do you wish to continue this fight? If so, I shall accompany you to the end." Although Scar recognized Lin Yang's formidable prowess, he had no intention of letting Lin Yong off the hook, for Lin Yong had injured him and many of his subordinates. How could he possibly concede to Lin Yong? "You arrogant brat, do not overestimate yourself. You have wounded us and insulted Lord Mo Long, thus declaring enmity with the entire Black Dragon Hall. I shall call our leader, Lord Long, and summon him to bring his men to eliminate you." Lin Yong mused that he had rendered a service to Mo Long, who would likely not turn against him. Even if Mo Long desired to retaliate, he would never be Lin Yang's match. The entire situation was fundamentally the fault of the Black Dragon Hall, as it was their yellow hair and red hair who first extorted his in-laws. The Third Elder, unable to discern right from wrong, sought to trouble him. If Mo Long intended to confront him, Lin Yong would not hesitate to eradicate the High City Black Dragon Gang today. With a faint smile, Lin Yong responded, "Very well, then strike. Let us see whom your leader, Mo Long, will support." Scar snorted derisively, "You insolent fool. You dare to speak so arrogantly. Just wait for your demise." Scar retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Mo Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall. The call connected swiftly. Scar hurriedly exclaimed, "Lord Long, we have a grave situation. I and dozens of my subordinates have been bested by a mere rookie. That brat is disrespecting you and disregarding our Black Dragon Hall. Please bring your men to deal with him, lest he dares to defile our hall. Chapter 47. Imo Long confronts Scar upon hearing that his subordinate had been assaulted. Imo Long's expression darkened with fury. He exclaimed, "Which insolent fool dares to lay a hand on a member of my Black Dragon gang? Just wait. I shall gather my men and come to your aid immediately. Where are you located?" "I'm at the West Street Garden, Boss Long. This fellow possesses some skills. You might want to bring a larger crew to avoid unnecessary losses. He single-handedly took down dozens of us." Imo Long's expression shifted to one of surprise. One man defeated dozens of you? It seems he possesses considerable prowess. However, no matter how skilled he may be, can he truly rival a firearm? I shall gather my men and arm myself with guns and confront him at once. Very well, Boss Long. Please hurry. This rascal is exceedingly arrogant. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Scar turned to Lin Yong and sneered, "You're as good as dead. Our leader, Imo Long, is on his way with firearms. Prepare to be riddled with bullets. If you have any last words, now is the time to express them." Lin Yong replied nonchalantly, "I am eager to see what Imo Long intends to do to me. There is not yet a soul in this world capable of ending my life." Truth be told, with Lin Yang's celestial prowess, he held no fear of bullets. "You fool, you still dare to boast? Soon, you shall learn the true meaning of death." After concluding the call, Imo Long swiftly assembled over 100 elite members of the Black Dragon Gang, instructing them to arm themselves with lethal weapons, ensuring that several were equipped with firearms. He himself secured a handgun at his waist. He has harbored murderous intent, daring to injure dozens of his Black Dragon Hall brothers. If such a person is not eliminated, what dignity will remain for the Black Dragon Hall? How can we navigate the sea market without being bullied by every Tom, Dick, and Harry? A black sedan, accompanied by over 100 motorcycles, swiftly emerged from the headquarters of the Black Dragon Hall. Akin to a swarm of bees departing from their hive and rapidly headed towards West Street Garden. Soon, the vehicles of the Black Dragon Hall encircled West Street Garden with an impenetrable barrier. Imo Long, leading a throng of followers, charged into West Street Garden from various directions. Lin Yong found himself surrounded on all sides by armed individuals, akin to a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. As Imo Long approached from behind Lin Yong, he spotted a figure clad in what appeared to be cheap street vendor attire. The style and silhouette struck him as somewhat familiar, however. He could not immediately discern that it was Lin Yong. After all, many men donned such attire, and he never imagined Lin Yong would clash with his subordinates. The scarred man, seated on the ground in pain, noticed Imo Long and his face instantly lit up with joy. Imo Long had arrived, and he could reclaim his honor. "Dragon Lord, you have finally come. It was this brat who just injured us and showed you no respect." Imo Long, witnessing the scarred man and his companions sprawled on the ground, felt a pang of sympathy. For he was the leader of the Black Dragon Hall and cared for his brothers. With a gruff voice, Imo Long declared, "You have quite the audacity to harm my men. Reveal your name and prepare to meet your end." Lin Yong slowly turned around to face the furious and imposing Imo Long, unafraid and calmly replied, "It is I, Lin Yong." Upon seeing Lin Yang's visage, Imo Long's eyes widened in astonishment, and he respectfully uttered, "Mr. Lin." This revelation left everyone present in a state of shock, pondering the nature of the relationship between Imo Long and Lin Yong, as the former addressed the latter with such reverence. Imo Long hastily inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? What exactly has transpired?" Lin Yong replied, "It is quite evident that your underlings sought to take my life. Have you not noticed that I have laid them low?" Imo Long was instantly enveloped in a chill of despair, feeling utterly disheartened. The thought that his thoughtless subordinates would attempt to harm the savior of his daughter was unfathomable, akin to possessing the audacity of a bear and a leopard combined. At that moment, the scarred man shouted, "Dragon Master, it was this brat who injured a multitude of our brothers and caused me significant pain in my abdomen. He has shown you no respect. You must eliminate him to set an example." Yellow Hair and the other subordinates who had been defeated by Lin Yong echoed, "Kill him. Kill him." The idea of ordering the execution of the very person who had saved his daughter's life and healed his left eye would surely render Imo Long a man devoid of gratitude. Imo Long nodded gravely and declared, "Indeed, he deserves death." The scarred man continued, "Master Imo Long, this individual is beyond redemption. Allowing him to draw breath for even a moment more is a waste of air. You must act swiftly to eliminate him." With a frigid glare, Imo Long strode purposefully towards the scarred man and, without uttering another word, delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the air as the palm collided with the face of the muscle-bound elder known as Scar, leaving all members of the Black Dragon Hall in stunned silence. They were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Mo Long had dared to strike the third elder so audaciously. Mo Long, a martial artist of considerable prowess, wielded immense strength, causing Scar's face to collide forcefully with the ground. The impact shattered several of his molars, leaving his visage crimson, more so than a monkey's behind, blood oozing from his mouth, and his face grotesquely contorted, rendering him incapable of closing his lips properly. Scar, utterly dazed from the blow, managed to slur out, "Dragon, why have you struck me? If you must fight, direct your anger at that brat Lin Yang." Fury ignited within Mo Long as he retorted, "Not only will I strike you, but I shall also take your life." He understood fully that while his subordinates held significance, they paled in comparison to Lin Yang, who had saved his daughter's life and restored his vision. Moreover, Lin Yang was shielded by the wealth of the Liu family and the influence of the Bai clan. To cross Lin Yang would invite the wrath of both families, potentially leading to the annihilation of the Black Dragon Hall. Grasping Scar's hair with a fierce grip, Mo Long forcefully slammed Scar's face against the stone pathway in the park. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 brutal impacts rang out. When he finally lifted Scar's head from the ground, the elder's face was deformed and sunken, the bridge of his nose obliterated, blood gushing forth, rendering his countenance a horrific mess, unrecognizable even to his own mother, a truly ghastly sight. The presence of all the members of the Black Dragon Hall was rendered speechless by the pitiful state of Scarface, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. After all, Scarface was the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall. Why would Lord Mo Long treat him this way? Moreover, he had just threatened to kill him. Had Scarface committed some unforgivable transgression? It seemed to be related to that man dressed in shabby attire, but who exactly was he? With his bloodied mouth trembling, Scarface asked, "Dragon Lord, why do you treat me this way? I am Scarface, the third elder of the Black Dragon Hall. Where have I gone wrong?" Chapter 48, Dragon Lord. "Spare me." Mo Long snorted coldly. "Where have you gone wrong? You sought to kill the savior of my daughter. You aimed to eliminate the doctor who restored my sight. Do you not recognize your error?" Scarface and all present were left in utter disbelief. It turned out that this man in ragged clothing, Lin Yang, had such a profound connection to Lord Mo Long. Scarface immediately turned to the yellow-haired man, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Did you not claim that Lin Yang was merely a son-in-law of the Su family? That is why you urged me to dispose of him. How could he possibly be the savior of the Dragon Lord's daughter? Did you not investigate this connection? Are you trying to get me killed?" The yellow-haired man hurriedly replied, "Cousin, I had no idea. I investigated this waste of a person, and he indeed appeared to be just a son-in-law of the Su family. I was unaware of any deeper ties." Upon hearing this, Mo Long's fury surged as he realized it was the yellow-haired man who intended to harm his benefactor. Lin Yang, enraged, he declared, "So it was you who sought to betray Mr. Lin. I shall deal with you." Mo Long, filled with fury, marched towards the yellow-haired man and delivered a powerful kick to his face, causing him to crash to the ground. Grasping the collar of the yellow-haired man's shirt, he struck his face, marked with a prominent shoe print, repeatedly, administering over 10 forceful slaps that left his complexion resembling that of fiery chili sauce, as if his very blood might seep through his skin, a truly terrifying sight. In a thunderous voice, Mo Long demanded, "What grievance have you against Mr. Lin that you would dare to inflict such harm upon a man of his stature?" The yellow-haired man, utterly terrified, could not confess that he had attempted to extort money from Lin Yang's in-laws, nor that it was Lin Yang who had bested him and rendered him powerless. The entire debacle was indeed his own folly, and he lacked the courage to utter the truth, fearing the wrath of Lord Long and the possibility of even harsher punishment. Seeing the yellow-haired man silent, Mo Long struck him once more, declaring, "Speak. If you refuse, I shall sever your tongue, rendering you a mute forever." Terrified, the yellow-haired man hastily recounted the entire chain of events, daring not to conceal any detail. Upon hearing his account, Mo Long was incensed. He could hardly believe that the yellow-haired and red-haired ruffians would treat the in-laws of his benefactor, Lin Yang, with such disdain. Not only had they assaulted Lin Yang's in-laws, but they also harbored intentions towards Lin Yang's alluring mother-in-law. Their lack of remorse for their transgressions and their murderous intentions were utterly unforgivable. Mo Long furiously exclaimed, "You wretched scoundrel, who has long indulged in malevolence, how dare you now extort from Mr. Lin's in-laws? Mr. Lin merely imparted a lesson to you, and yet you plot to take his life? Have you truly lost all sense of self-preservation?" With that, Mo Long seized the villain by his hair and forcefully slammed his head against the concrete floor, mirroring his earlier treatment of Scar. Thud, 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 thud. The resounding echoes of 6 powerful collisions filled the air, accompanied by the harrowing cries of the yellow-haired miscreant, which were more agonizing than the sounds of a slaughtered pig. Even the onlookers, accustomed to scenes of violence, were rendered trembling by this grotesque spectacle, akin to the abuse witnessed in swindler dens. When he was hoisted up again, the yellow-haired man's face had become utterly flattened, devoid of any features, obscured by a gruesome mask of blood, rendering it impossible to distinguish his nose from his mouth. Blood dripped from his chin onto the ground, creating a chilling sight, far more horrific than Scar's own injuries. The latter, who had once felt despondent over his disfigurement, found a twisted solace upon seeing his cousin in such a dire state. He mused that had he suffered such a fate, he might not have been able to endure life any longer. With a swift motion, Mo Long hurled the yellow-haired ruffian's head back to the ground, producing another resounding thud, as a large pool of ominous blood spread across the floor. At that moment, the yellow-haired thug resembled a dying dog, on the brink of unconsciousness. All of the Black Dragon Hall's underlings were left in awe, lamenting, "This is truly horrific. It is utterly disfiguring. Even if I were not to be beaten to death by Mo Long, I would be unable to face the world for the rest of my life." Mo Long approached Lin Yang, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect, and said, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea that my Black Dragon Hall would produce such scoundrels who dared to threaten your life." "Mr. Lin, I trust you are not harmed?" Lin Yang replied. "With the likes of Scar and Yellow Hair, they cannot inflict any real harm upon me. Before me, they are as feeble as ants." Upon hearing Lin Yang's assurance of safety, a smile broke across Mo Long's face. He was astounded by Mr. Lin's formidable martial prowess and extraordinary medical skills, which truly earned his admiration. Mo Long had not anticipated that Lin Yang possessed both healing arts and martial abilities. He truly is a paragon among the gifted. Lin Yang humbly remarked, "I have merely dabbled in a bit of medicine and martial arts." Mo Long responded, "Mr. Lin, you excel in both medicine and martial arts, yet remain so modest. You are indeed a role model for the younger generation." Lin Yang's lips curled slightly in amusement. Mo Long continued, "Mr. Lin, these 2 wretches have shown audacity beyond measure. How should I deal with them?" Lin Yang replied, "You are already aware of their vile actions. You may handle it as you see fit." Mo Long declared, "Very well. Bring me Scar and Yellow Hair, as well as Red Hair from the hospital, and dispose of them in pieces into the river to feed the fish." Scar and Yellow Hair were instantly struck with terror. They had no desire to meet their demise, for they wished to live long and prosper. Thus, the 2 immediately knelt and crawled towards Ma Long, clutching at his thighs, their blood dripping onto his shoes. Scarface pleaded, "Dragon Master, spare my life. After all, I am the 3rd elder of the Black Dragon Hall, having served by your side for many years. I may not have accomplished much, but I have endured hardships for you. I beg you to forgive me. I shall never dare to offend you again. It was this scoundrel's fault that I sought trouble with Mr. Lin. He incited me to do so. Please, Dragon Master, grant me a reprieve." The yellow-haired one also implored, "Dragon Master, I have followed you faithfully for many years, always respectful and obedient. I beseech you to forgive me this one time. I will serve you like a beast in the future. All I ask is for my life to be spared." Ma Long delivered a kick to each of their chests, sending them sprawling to the ground. "You can only blame your own ignorance for offending my benefactor, Mr. Lin, and even plotting to kill him. You are truly deserving of death." Scarface and the yellow-haired one quickly realized that their only hope for survival lay in obtaining Lin Yang's forgiveness, for it was only then that Ma Long might consider sparing them. They shifted from lying on the ground to kneeling, crawling towards Lin Yang like 2 wretched dogs. Chapter 49. What is the total value of your assets? Ma Long furrowed his brow with anger, exclaiming, "If you dare crawl towards Mr. Lin, and if your blood stains his trousers or shoes, I shall annihilate you both on the spot." As they contemplated crawling towards Lin Yang, Scar and Huang Mao felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, halting their advance. How could they plead for mercy if they were unable to approach him? They quickly devised a new plan. Instead of moving closer, they would prostrate themselves right where they stood, beseeching Lin Yang for clemency. With fervor, Scar and Huang Mao began to bow repeatedly, their foreheads striking the ground with a rhythmic thud, akin to the sound of pounding garlic. They chanted in terror, "Mr. Lin, spare us! Mr. Lin, spare us! Mr. Lin, spare us!" Their desperation echoed through the air. Soon, Their foreheads were bloodied, crimson droplets staining the ground beneath them. Mo Long snorted disdainfully, remarking, "You too, having committed numerous misdeeds, dare to seek Mr. Lin's forgiveness? You are truly delusional. Mr. Lin, with a mere command from you, I could swiftly reduce both of them, along with that ailing Red Mao in the hospital, to fragments and cast them into the river to feed the fish." Scar and Huang Mao's hearts raced with heightened anxiety and dread, fearing that Lin Yong might, in a moment of impulse, demand their lives. That would seal their fate. Scar urgently implored, "Mr. Lin, I beg you, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to relinquish all my assets to you. I will serve you faithfully, whatever you ask of me, in hopes of your compassionate forgiveness." The blonde-haired man pleaded, "Mr. Lin, I recognize my mistakes. I implore you to spare my life. If you grant me clemency, I am willing to offer all my assets to you and dedicate myself to serving you faithfully. Simply requesting that you allow me to live. Grant me this opportunity to atone for my sins." Upon hearing their willingness to bestow their fortunes upon him, Lin Yang was struck by an idea and inquired, "You too, how much is your total wealth?" At Lin Yang's question regarding their finances, both Scarface and the blonde man saw a glimmer of hope. Scarface replied, "I possess assets amounting to 300 million. If you spare me, that entire sum shall belong to you, Mr. Lin." The blonde man added, "Mr. Lin, I have 5 million. If you forgive me, I will give you every last cent." Lin Yang scrutinized them thoughtfully. They both appeared cunning, perhaps hiding something. He asked, "Are you certain that this is all your wealth? Are you sure you are not concealing anything?" Scarface's face flickered with panic as he responded, No, absolutely not. My total assets are 300 million. There is no more." The blonde man also insisted, "I have nothing to hide. I swear, my assets amount to only 5 million. Lin Yang turned to Mo Long and inquired, "Mo Long, do you have a way to verify their assets and ascertain whether they are being truthful?" Mo Long now said, "Mr. Lin, I certainly have a way. I shall dispatch the hackers from the Black Dragon Hall to trace the bank accounts of these two scoundrels. If they dare to conceal anything from you, I will promptly toss them into the river to feed the fish." Scarface and Yellow Hair were instantly engulfed in panic. The hackers from the Black Dragon Hall were globally renowned experts, lured back with substantial salaries. Not only could they trace the money in their bank accounts, but they could also potentially transfer funds from them directly. Should they make a move, their deceit would undoubtedly be exposed. In truth, Scarface's assets amounted to 400 million, amassed over the years through the devotion of his disciples in the Black Dragon Hall and the schemes of unscrupulous merchants seeking his assistance. He deliberately claimed his wealth to be 300 million, intending to keep 100 million for himself, as he still needed to undergo cosmetic surgery to repair the scars on his face. Who would be foolish enough to relinquish all their assets? That would be sheer folly. Yellow Hair harbored similar thoughts. His total assets were 10 million, acquired through his martial prowess and the influence of the Black Dragon Hall. He falsely stated his wealth as 5 million, also wishing to discreetly retain 5 million for his own use. If he were to survive, his first action would be to procure that 5 million to undergo cosmetic surgery in the most advanced centers worldwide. His face was utterly ruined, to the point where he dared not even touch it. He must restore his visage, for otherwise he would be unable to face the world. Scar hurriedly exclaimed, Master Long, I was wrong. In truth, my assets amount to 400 million. Mr. Lin, my assets are indeed 400 million. I assure you, there is absolutely no concealment this time. If I dare to hide anything, may I suffer a dire fate." The yellow-haired man quickly added, Master Long, Mr. Lin, I too was in error. My total assets are 10 million, and I guarantee there is no concealment. Otherwise, I shall take my own life by biting my tongue. Lin Yang inquired, "Are you both certain that this is the entirety of your assets? If it is later discovered that you have concealed any information, do not blame me for being unmerciful?" The two nodded vigorously, affirming their statements, Absolutely. Lin Yang responded, "Very well. Mo Long, please verify the truth of their claims at once." "Understood, Mr. Lin. I shall attend to it immediately." Mo Long made a phone call. "Hello, is this the hacker group? Please assist me in checking the total balances of all bank accounts under the names of Scar and Yellow Hair and report back to me." "Master Long, this is straightforward. Please hold on for a moment." The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. "Master Long, the total balance for Scar's bank accounts is 400 million, while Yellow Hair's totals 10 million. Are you certain?" "Indeed." "Very well, that will suffice." Mo Long hung up the phone and stated, "Mr. Lin, they are not lying. Their assets are indeed as they claim. Mr. Lin, Do you wish for them to transfer the funds from their bank cards into your name? Simply provide me with the bank account number, and I shall ensure the transfer is executed immediately. Lin Yang shook his head and replied, their money is unnecessary for me. Please assist me in donating it entirely to the Hope Project for the impoverished children in the mountainous regions. Mo Long was taken aback and felt a surge of admiration for Lin Yang. Very well, Mr. Lin. I shall ensure this sum is donated to the Hope Project for those children in need. Lin Yang nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Scar's heart lightened. It seemed he might escape death, as his own funds had been taken by Lin Yang for donation. He hastily inquired, Mr. Lin, I have surrendered my entire fortune of 400 million. May I not be spared my life? The yellow-haired man quickly chimed in, Mr. Lin. I too have donated all my assets. Should I not also be granted clemency? Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk. I can spare your lives, however. While you may evade the death penalty, the punishment for your crimes remains inevitable. Initially elated, Scar and Yellow-haired were soon struck with confusion. Mr. Lin, having surrendered all our assets, how can there still be punishment? Should we not be granted freedom? Scar questioned. The yellow-haired man echoed. Indeed, Mr. Lin, we have already paid. You should forgive us. Lin Yang responded, No. Your monetary contributions merely absolve you from death, but they do not exempt you from the consequences of your actions. Scarred Path said, Mr. Lin, how do you intend to punish us? Lin Yang turned to Mo Long and inquired, Mo Long, do you possess any effective methods of punishment? Perhaps we could have them engage in labor, allowing them to reflect upon their transgressions and cultivate their character through toil. Mo Long pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands in realization and responded, Mr. Lin, I grasp your intention. It is indeed labor reform you seek. I have numerous methods at my disposal. Some of my associates in our circle operate a black brick factory. I could simply send the two of them, along with Red Hair, to the black brick factory. The work there is arduous, demanding only manual labor, with early mornings and late nights, ensuring a disciplined routine that will surely facilitate their transformation. Scarred and Yellow-hair were instantly struck with terror, trembling uncontrollably. The thought of moving bricks at a construction site was already exhausting, let alone in a black brick factory. They had long heard the grim tales of such places, notorious for their grueling work conditions, filthy environments filled with dust, potential abuse from foremen, and bullying from fellow workers. They might also face deprivation of food, warmth, and even adequate drinking water, leading to serious health issues such as spinal or muscular injuries. Should they sustain an injury, they would be coerced into continuing their labor, truly a place devoid of light and hope. Lin Yang, with a mischievous smile, nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us send them to the black brick factory for a 3-year reform. They shall receive a meager monthly wage of 3,000 yuan, sufficient only for basic sustenance, with 4 days off each month and no allowance for excursions. If they exhibit exemplary behavior within these 3 years, we may consider their return. Scar immediately pleaded, Mr. Lin, you cannot send us to the black brick factory. Even if you make me sweep the streets or clean the toilets, that would be preferable. Please, spare us from the black brick factory. It is truly a hell on earth. The yellow-haired one also implored, Mr. Lin, I beg you. Choose a more favorable environment for our reformation. Farming, herding cattle, or even carrying dung would be acceptable. Just don't subject us to the torment of the black brick factory. Upon hearing their incessant whimpering, Mo Long approached and struck each of them across the face with a resounding slap. The sting of the blows had barely subsided when he delivered another, leaving their cheeks ablaze with pain. Mo Long exclaimed angrily, Mr. Lin has granted you 2 worthless wretches a chance at life. That alone is a mercy. How dare you negotiate terms with him? Keep whining, and I shall toss you both into the river. Instantly silenced by fear, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their hearts were ashen, engulfed in despair. The world around them had crumbled. They could vividly imagine the torment awaiting them over the next 3 years in the black brick factory, days filled with relentless toil and perpetual darkness. They were on the verge of bursting into tears. Mo Long turned to Lin Yang and stated, Mr. Lin, we must act swiftly. I will send these 2 along with that red-haired one to the black brick factory in the central domain for reform. They shall not return for 3 years. Very well. At this moment, Scar, in a state of abject humility, implored, Mr. Lin, Dragon Master, my visage is utterly disfigured. Might you first escort me to a cosmetic hospital, so that the physician can restore my face before we proceed? Otherwise, how shall I face the world? Scar's countenance had endured 3 brutal impacts against the ground, rendering his nose flattened and his mouth askew. The entirety of his face bore only the slightest undulation, presenting a rather ghastly appearance. In an even more dire predicament was Yellow Hair, whose face had suffered 6 consecutive blows, resulting in a flattened, featureless expanse devoid of any contour. Yellow Hair too beseeched. "Mr. Lin, Dragon Master, I implore you, allow us to undergo cosmetic procedures before we embark. I beg of you." Scar and Yellow Hair had surrendered entirely to their fate. They recognized the inevitability of their labor at the Black Brick Factory and no longer harbored hopes of evading that grim destiny. Their sole wish was to possess a semblance of a normal appearance when they arrived at the factory, at the very least avoiding the humiliation of presenting their sunken faces. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be regarded as monstrosities by their fellow workers at the factory. Lin Yong responded, "You two are being sent for labor, not to strut as models on a runway. What need have you for such beauty? Would you prefer to have your faces altered abroad to resemble those of celebrities? Nonetheless, the injuries you have sustained do require treatment and bandaging to staunch the bleeding and reduce the swelling. Otherwise, working with injuries would be quite challenging. As for the unattractiveness of your facial features post-treatment, that is of little consequence. After all, you are going to work and transform, not to compete in beauty or pursue romantic endeavors." Mo Long remarked, "Mr. Lin is absolutely right. You merely need to heal your wounds and staunch the bleeding. As for your faces turning into grotesque visages, that is a consequence of your own making." At that moment, Scar and Yellow Hair felt an overwhelming chill, as if doused in a bucket of icy water. Not only were they condemned to labor at the Black Brick Factory, but they were also to do so bearing the countenance of a hideous creature, an ordeal more unbearable than death itself. Had they foreseen such dire repercussions, they would have preferred to be struck dead by Mo Long's hand. Regret consumed them. Had they known that such trouble awaited, they would never have dared to provoke Lin Yong. Scar's animosity towards Yellow Hair intensified, if it weren't for him. How could he have attracted the ire of the formidable Lin Yong? How could he have marred his own visage and been relegated to that dark, oppressive place for labor? Bound to toil for 3 long years? Scar even entertained the thought of ending Yellow Hair's life. Mo Long continued, "Enough of your lamentations. It is too late for regrets. Who prompted your malicious deeds that led to Mr. Lin's wrath? Sending you to the Black Brick Factory serves as your lesson." He then turned to Lin Yong. "Mr. Lin, do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall proceed to arrange for their transportation to the factory." Lin Yong replied, "There is one more matter to address. We must render Scar's martial prowess useless. Otherwise, upon arriving at the Black Brick Factory, he may leverage his skills to ascend as its leader and continue his malevolence, which would defeat the purpose of his reformation." As he spoke, Lin Yong unleashed a silver needle imbued with his true energy, striking Scar at a vital point of his martial arts. Thus, Scar's abilities were irrevocably nullified. He would no longer be able to wield martial arts, rendering him no different from someone who had never practiced them. Scarface attempted to channel his internal energy, but soon realized that his skills had completely diminished, leaving him utterly powerless. It felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had originally hoped that upon arriving at the Black Brick Factory, his martial prowess would afford him some respite from suffering and bullying, perhaps even elevate him to a position of authority where he could command others. Now, all such aspirations were utterly dashed. He was doomed to endure 3 agonizing years in that sunless place. Mo Long coldly commanded, "Bring those 2 and load them onto the vehicle. First, take them to the private hospital of the Black Dragon Hall for a brief treatment, ensuring they do not perish. As for the disfigurement on their faces, that is of no concern. Once their injuries are superficially tended to, bring them along with that red-haired fellow receiving treatment in the hospital's proctology department. Deliver them all to the Black Brick Factory to toil away for 3 years." Chapter 51. I am the general manager's husband. After Mo Long departed with the men of the Black Dragon Hall, Lin Yong nonchalantly visited the market to purchase ingredients, as though nothing had transpired. Upon returning home, he began to prepare a meal. Su Yuqing sent a message, "Lin Yong, I do not wish to eat takeout today. Please prepare a meal and bring me a portion to the company, making sure to include more of my favorite dishes." Lin Yong replied, "Of course, my dear. I will deliver it once I've finished cooking." In a delightful mood, he prepared an array of dishes: steamed beef meatballs, eggplant and garlic sauce, mapo tofu, spicy crayfish, stir-fried lettuce, crispy roast duck, and a soup of winter melon, kelp, corn, and eggs. He packed everything along with rice and rode his electric scooter towards the Su Group. As I approached the lobby of the Su Group, I happened upon Su Tianlong, who was just stepping out to dine at a restaurant. Upon seeing Lin Yong, a look of disdain instantly crossed his face, still harboring resentment over the incident where Lin Yong had insultingly referred to him. He bellowed at Lin Yong. "What are you doing here, you useless son-in-law? Are you here to cause trouble?" Lin Yong furrowed his brow and replied, "Su Tianlong, this company is not yours. Why should I not be here? Just because you are a parasitic dog of the Su family, you cannot simply stroll into the company and disrupt its decorum. The Su family cannot afford such disgrace. Leave at once, or I shall summon security to remove you." With a dismissive smile, Lin Yong retorted, "Su Tianlong, who do you think you are? What authority do you have to dictate my presence here? Do not forget, my wife, Su Yuqing, is the general manager of Su Group. While you are merely the head of sales, lacking the qualification to dictate whether the husband of the general manager can enter the company." Lin Yong enunciated the title of general manager with particular emphasis, intending to remind Su Tianlong that his wife had triumphed over him to attain that position. The mention of general manager seemed to trigger both Su Tianlong's nerves and his jealousy, as he glared angrily and exclaimed, "Do you think I lack the qualification?" He then called out toward the entrance, "Security, come here." The two security guards stationed at the entrance, dressed in black, promptly approached at Su Tianlong's summons. "Minister Su, how may we assist you?" "Remove this disheveled waste from my sight. Do not tarnish the company's image," commanded Su Tianlong. Lin Yong retorted, "I am the husband of General Manager Su Yuqing. Let us see who dares to expel me." The two security guards stood frozen, hesitant to act. Observing their inaction, Su Tianlong scolded, "Are you two incapable of understanding human speech? Hurry up and throw him out." The guards replied, "Minister Su, this gentleman is indeed the husband of General Manager Su. If we were to remove him, we could incur her wrath, and we cannot afford that." Fuming, Su Tianlong exclaimed, "You two worthless imbeciles. If I become general manager, I will ensure you both are dismissed." The guards' faces turned ashen from the reprimand. Lin Yong interjected, "Fear not. As long as Yuqing is here, he will never ascend to the position of general manager." The guards' expressions softened slightly. With narrowed eyes, Su Tianlong scoffed, "Indeed. It is a matter of status. A husband is elevated by his wife. I shall see how long Su Yuqing can retain her position as general manager." With that, he bumped Lin Yang's shoulder with his own and strode out of Su Corporation. Lin Yong merely smirked, disdainfully dismissing Su Tianlong's words. As far as Lin Yong was concerned, he could ensure Su Yuqing remained firmly in her role as general manager. Without her, the existence of Su Corporation would be rendered unnecessary. He then made his way to Su Yuqing's office, carrying a lunchbox in hand. The employees of the company were aware that Lin Yong was the husband of general manager Su Yuqing, and thus greeted him with courtesy. Under normal circumstances, they would have kept their distance from Lin Yong, who was clad in what they deemed street vendor attire. Upon reaching the uppermost floor of the building, adjacent to the office of the esteemed Mrs. Su, lay Su Yuqing's office, marked by a prominent nameplate declaring it the general manager's office. As Lin Yong opened the door, he found Su Yuqing engrossed in her work, diligently typing away at her computer. Since her ascension to the role of general manager, her responsibilities had multiplied significantly. She was tasked with reviewing numerous proposals, scrutinizing countless contracts, and overseeing the company's financial matters. She had been occupied since the early hours of the day. Noticing Lin Yang's arrival, she paused her flurry of activity, saving the project documents on her computer. "Lin Yong, you've arrived so soon," she remarked. With a cheerful smile, Lin Yong replied, "I was worried my dear wife might go hungry, so after preparing the meal, I refrained from eating and came straight over." He elegantly arranged a variety of dishes on the tea table, served rice and soup for Su Yuqing, and handed her chopsticks, joining her for lunch. "Dear, you work so hard. Do indulge yourself a bit more," he said, placing a spicy crayfish into her bowl. "Lin Yong, you also toil away at home cooking and managing chores. You should enjoy a little extra as well," Su Yuqing responded with a gentle smile, placing a spicy crayfish into Lin Yang's bowl in return. Su Yuqing had also engaged in household chores, sweeping the floor, mopping, tidying up the rooms, watering the plants, weeding the garden, and preparing meals. While these tasks may seem simple, completing them in their entirety is indeed quite laborious, often leading to sweat and fatigue, not unlike the toil endured by those in the workplace. Thus, he empathized with Lin Yang's struggles, which were compounded not only by hard work, but also by the relentless verbal jabs from his mother-in-law, a formidable challenge in itself. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Qian Chunhong entered Su Yuqing's workspace. The delightful aroma wafting through the air enticed her, prompting her to approach. Upon seeing the lavish spread of dishes, She could not help but feel envious. You, slacker, preparing such a lavish meal, including spicy crayfish, and yet you didn't bring me a portion? Do you not regard me, your mother-in-law, at all? Mother, you never asked me to bring you lunch, Su Yuqing replied. Besides, don't you usually dine at nearby restaurants with Dad? Dining out cannot compare to a home-cooked meal, Qin Shunhong retorted, hastily taking a seat and snatching a spicy crayfish to devour. What was meant to be a sweet moment between Lin Yang and Su Yuqing was abruptly interrupted by Qin Shunhong's entrance, casting a shadow over their mealtime joy. Consequently, Lin Yang found himself dining with a hint of gloom. After lunch, Lin Yang tidied the table and took the leftovers home, while Su Yuqing opted to take a brief respite in the office. After a busy morning, she understood the necessity of rest. Without it, the afternoon would be exhausting, leaving her devoid of the energy required for work. Upon returning home and washing the dishes, Lin Yang received a phone call from Lu Hongye. May I speak with Mr. Lin Yang? Yes, this is Lin Yang. Lu Hongye remarked. Mr. Lin, I am Lu Hongye from the Lu family. In a few days, it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday, and we are organizing a special celebration in his honor. You are my grandfather's savior, and I wonder if you could grace us with your presence at the celebration. Ever since you healed him, my grandfather has expressed his longing for you daily and has insisted that I invite you to his birthday banquet. I sincerely hope, Mr. Lin, that you will attend. Lu Hongye's demeanor was exceedingly earnest, and it was evident that she deeply wished for Lin Yang's presence. Lin Yang readily acquiesced, saying, No problem, it's a small matter. Lu Hongye's tone instantly transformed into one of elation, her excitement palpable. That is truly wonderful. Mr. Lin, your attendance will surely bring great joy to my grandfather. I will send you the time and location of the banquet shortly. Very well. Until we meet at the banquet, Mr. Lin. Indeed, until then. Chapter 52. The birthday celebration of Old Master Lu. 3 days later, the grand celebration for Lu Jiashu's 80th birthday took place as planned at the Black Swan Hotel, the largest venue under the Lu Group. Representatives from the most prestigious families in Haishur attended, all of whom belonged to the upper echelon of society. Notable families from Shanjing, Jianqing, Jinling, Hengcheng, and other prominent regions also traveled from afar to pay their respects to Old Master Lu. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled with lively chatter and excitement. The entire banquet was held in the opulent top hall of the Black Swan Hotel, spanning an impressive area of 1,000 square meters. It could be said that the entire floor was dedicated to the banquet. A magnificent, resplendent crystal chandelier hung from the center of the hall's ceiling, while the floor was adorned with a vast golden carpet. The entire venue exuded a grandeur reminiscent of ancient palaces, exuding an air of luxury and sophistication. Every cup and bowl at the banquet was gilded, showcasing the extravagance of the event. Upon entering the banquet hall, Lin Yang casually indulged in an array of delicacies: black forest cake, mousse cake, sushi, donuts, and avocado juice. The Black Swan Hotel truly lived up to its reputation as the finest hotel in Haishur, with its refreshments far surpassing those from the Tingo Hotel he had visited previously. A man dressed in a suit, meticulously groomed, spotted Lin Yang amidst the crowd, whose garish attire stood out conspicuously. A frown creased his brow, his expression one of bewilderment at how such a seemingly inconsequential person could possibly be present at such an upscale affair. He nearly questioned his own vision. This man was Zhao Haofeng, who had previously vied with Lin Yang for Su Yuqing's affections. As a scion of the Zhao family, a prominent lineage in Haishur, he had barely secured an invitation to the event. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Haofeng approached Lin Yang with a glass of wine in hand and, with an air of arrogance, declared, Lin Yang, you wretched lowlife, how dare you crash this gathering for free food and drink? Do you have any idea whose birthday celebration is being held here? This is no place for someone of your stature. Lin Yang retorted. Who said I crashed the party? I was invited. Besides, if you can attend, why can't I? Zhao Haofeng sneered. You worthless fool. How audacious of you. Today marks the birthday celebration of the wealthiest man in Haishur, Lu Jianshu. Your entire Su family lacks the qualifications to attend. You, a mere parasite living off the Su family, dare to sneak in and mooch off the feast? Have you lost your senses? If the Lu family discovers this, your entire Su family will find it impossible to sustain themselves in Haishur. Lin Yang replied calmly, who says I snuck in? I was invited. Zhao Haofeng erupted into laughter. Oh really? Invited? Who would extend an invitation to a worthless son-in-law from a third-rate family? You truly are a master of fabrication. Hurry and kneel down to clean my shoes, or don't blame me for calling security. Lin Yang retorted disdainfully. Go ahead, give it a try. Zhao Haofeng bellowed, "Security! Security!" At that moment, a security guard swiftly approached. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Zhao Haofeng scolded. "How are you managing the entrance? You've allowed a pathetic freeloader to slip in. This scoundrel has no invitation and has intruded to eat and drink at our expense. Throw him out at once." The security guard glanced over Lin Yong, who was clad in cheap, market-bought attire, and noted his stark incongruity with the other guests, who were dressed in tailored suits. Elegant gowns, or exquisite kipayos, exuding an air of affluence. In contrast, Lin Yong appeared as an ordinary office worker. The security guard, irritated, remarked, "You, young man, have the audacity to sneak in and mooch off us. What boldness!" Lin Yong remarked, "I was invited here. How could there be any notion of deception regarding food and drink?" Zhao Haofeng retorted, "Security, this individual is still here deceiving people. You must expel him at once. And it would be best to administer a beating as well." The security guard, with a grim expression, pointed his black baton at Lin Yong and coldly inquired, "Young man, if you claim to have been invited, where is your invitation?" Lin Yong replied, "The person who invited me did not mention anything about an invitation letter. However, I can assure you that I was indeed invited." Zhao Haofeng interjected, "Security, do not heed this foolish individual's ramblings. He is merely a live-in son-in-law of the insignificant Su family, and even the head of their clan, old lady Su, is unworthy of an invitation. How could a mere son-in-law possibly be invited? This is the boast of a liar without a script. Just throw him out." After a moment's hesitation, the security guard asked, "Then who is it that invited you?" Lin Yong slowly replied, "Lu Hongye." Upon hearing the name Lu Hongye, both Zhao Haofeng and the security guard erupted in derisive laughter, exchanging glances that reflected their disdain. Lu Hongye was the princess of the Lu family, the wealthiest clan in the city, her worth in the billions. She possessed an exquisite and aloof beauty pursued by countless suitors, many of whom found it difficult just to catch a glimpse of her. The notion that a man clad in such shabby attire could claim to have been invited by Lu Hongye was nothing short of ludicrous. Zhao Haofeng remarked, "Lin Yong, I never imagined you would infiltrate this place, but your audacity is truly astonishing. To claim that you were invited by Miss Lu Hongye. Do you have any comprehension of her status? Lu Hongye is the granddaughter of the wealthiest tycoon in Haishur, and she stands as the most affluent woman in the city. She is destined to inherit the Lu Group, a conglomerate worth billions, and exists in a realm far above the mundane. Even I, a scion of a prestigious family, cannot aspire to her level. You, a mere waste of space from a third-rate family, are unworthy even to polish her shoes." The security guard interjected, "You have some nerve, daring to impersonate someone who knows Miss Lu Hongye of our headquarters. Do you wish to tempt fate?" Zhao Haofeng continued, "Guard, spare no words with him. This lowlife dares to use Miss Lu Hongye's name for deceitful purposes. Quickly, remove him to uphold her esteemed reputation. Watch how I teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the guard rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike Lin Yong. At that moment, a graceful and resonant female voice resonated from nearby. "Mr. Lin." The guard, poised to act, froze in his tracks. The way she addressed him carried a note of familiarity. The speaker was Bai Rushuang, the second princess of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families who had all been invited to celebrate the birthday of old Master Lu. Both Bai Rushuang and her sister Bai Bingming approached Lin Yong with cheerful expressions. Bai Rushuang exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, it's been a few days. What a surprise to see you here." Bai Bingming added, "Mr. Lin, it has been quite some time." Lin Yong responded courteously, "Rushuang, Bingming, it is delightful to see you again." 3 individuals engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding an air of camaraderie that suggested a deep familiarity. This scene left Zhao Haofeng and the security guard utterly bewildered. Chapter 53. Heart-eating pill. Zhao Haofeng was rendered speechless, his expression one of disbelief. He was acutely aware that the 2 women conversing so intimately with Lin Yong were Bai Rushuang and Bai Bingming, both princesses of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families in Haishur, with fortunes amounting to billions. How could they, so closely engaged with a mere commoner like Lin Yong, not be mistaken? In haste, Zhao Haofeng interjected, "Miss Bai Rushuang, Miss Bai Bingming, greetings. I am Zhao Haofeng. Surely you have mistaken your acquaintance. He is merely a worthless son-in-law of the Su family. How could you possibly know him?" With a frown, Bai Rushuang replied, "Mr. Lin is a highly skilled physician who has cured my sister's ailment. Naturally, we are acquainted. Furthermore, I caution you to watch your words. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully of Mr. Lin again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhao Haofeng, undeterred, retorted, "Miss Bai, I suspect you have been deceived by this loser. He is nothing but a country bumpkin who came from the countryside and married into the Su family. How could he possibly have cured your illness? It must be mere coincidence that you attribute such merit to him. Security. This fraud has no invitation and has tricked Miss Bai. You must expel him at once. He cannot be allowed to continue his charade here. As the security guard prepared to take action, Bai Rushwang coldly interjected, "You dare." However, Miss Bai, this gentleman indeed does not possess an invitation, and I have reasonable doubts that he has entered merely to indulge in free food and drink. What? Do you not intend to show me, Bai Rushwang, any respect? Bai Rushwang's expression turned frigid as she spoke coldly. Bai Bingning echoed her sentiment, stating, "And I, too, if you dare to lay a hand on Mr. Lin. It would be tantamount to disrespecting me, Bai Bingning." The two sisters exhibited an unwavering determination to protect Lin Yang, which caused the security guard to falter. The Bai family is one of the 4 prominent families in Haishu, and their rapport with the Lu family is quite strong. Offending the Bai sisters would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The security guard, sensing the situation, remarked, "I shall not disturb you any further. I will take my leave." Zhao Haofeng shouted, "Hey, security, don't leave. Quickly throw this waste out." The security guard ignored Zhao Haofeng, unwilling to engage further. Zhao Haofeng continued, "Miss Rushwang, Miss Bingning. He is merely a lowly country bumpkin. It is impossible for him to possess any medical expertise. Do not be deceived by him, lest you end up with nothing." Bai Rushwang retorted, "Enough. Are you questioning my judgment? Speak further, and I shall ensure the Zhao family faces a blacklist." Zhao Haofeng was rendered speechless. To be blacklisted by the Bai group would essentially equate to being unable to find a foothold within the commercial realm of Haishu. He never anticipated that Lin Yang, this despicable lowlife, could wield such deceptive prowess, compelling Bai Rushwang to threaten him with a blacklist, especially considering the numerous collaborations his family had with the Bai group. Zhao Haofeng clenched his teeth and coldly remarked, "You are fortunate, young man. I never imagined you could deceive 2 young ladies from the Bai family. However, when they eventually uncover the truth behind your deception, you shall face dire consequences." With that, he raised his glass and departed. Lin Yang engaged in lively conversation with Bai Rushwang and Bai Bingning. Before long, Mo Long and Hua Qinshan entered the venue, promptly approaching Lin Yang to pay their respects. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, announcing the arrival of the elder of the Lu family. All eyes turned to the entrance as Elder Lu strode in, accompanied by Lu Hongye, who was adorned in a flowing red gown that swirled gracefully as she walked. Following closely behind were Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao, the father-son duo. Their release from the depths of the Lu family's dungeon was the result of their daily pleas and the countless pages of repentance they had penned, coupled with Elder Lu's buoyant spirits in anticipation of his grand birthday celebration. Recognizing their lineage as descendants of the Lu family, he chose to grant them clemency and liberate them from their confinement. Once Elder Lu took his seat, members of the family hurried to extend their greetings and present gifts, surrounding him in a flurry of activity. "Dear Master Lu, it has been quite some time since we last met. The Bai family has presented you with a magnificent emerald jade Buddha, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain. I, Hua Qinshan, offer you 1,000-year-old ginseng, wishing you a century of auspiciousness and good health. Master Lu, I, Mo Long, bestow upon you a luminous pearl valued at 5 million, wishing you eternal vitality and a long life." Once the gifts were exchanged, everyone returned to their respective seats as it was time for the feast to begin. Lu Hongye specifically sought out Lin Yang, inviting him to join Master Lu at the head table, for it was Lin Yang who had saved Master Lu's life. As Lin Yang took his seat, an array of exquisite dishes was served. At that moment, Lu Yitao rose and produced a delicate red box. "Grandfather, this is a gift from your grandson, a celestial elixir crafted from hundreds of precious herbs. Consuming it can extend life and strengthen one's constitution, comparable to the ginseng fruit of Xinyuanzi and the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother. However, beneath the guise of this so-called elixir lies a deadly poison known as the soul-eating pill, a lethal concoction far more potent than arsenic. A single dose would lead to excruciating demise within a quarter of an hour." Despite having penned a confession in the depths of the Lu family dungeon, Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao remained unrepentant, their intentions still steeped in malice, the confession merely a ruse to secure their release from captivity. They procured a lethal potion, more toxic than soul-severing powder, from the black market, intending to present it to Lord Lu at his birthday banquet. Once ingested, it would ensure his demise within a mere quarter of an hour. Their plan was to subsequently sell the fragile Lu Hongye to foreign interests, thereby gaining absolute control over the Lu family's estate. Otherwise, given the current impression they had made on Lord Lu, he might consider bequeathing a significant portion of the family assets to Lu Hongye, leaving them with only the scraps, a considerable loss indeed. As Lord Lu hesitated, accepting the pill presented with a smile by Lu Yitao, he was urged, "Grandfather, please consume the pill quickly. Its efficacy diminishes with time." After a moment of contemplation, Lord Lu lifted the pill, preparing to ingest it. A sly grin flickered across Lu Yitao's face, for the seller had informed him that this 100-flower immortal pill would guarantee Lord Lu's death within 15 minutes, with no traceable cause. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. "Wait, Lord Lu, you cannot consume that pill." The voice belonged to Lin Yang, causing an immediate jolt of alarm in Lu Shirlei and Lu Yitao. That insufferable Lin Yang was once again attempting to sabotage their scheme. Lord Lu was about to reach for the elixir, but hesitated, recalling the lingering dread from the incident where he had been poisoned by a fragrant wood pillow at the hands of Lu Yitao and his father. Doubts about the nature of the elixir crossed his mind. He feared it might be a lethal poison. However, with so many witnesses present, he refrained from voicing his concerns, worried that refusing the elixir would tarnish the reputation of the Lu family. He quickly inquired, "Mr. Lin, is there something wrong with this elixir?" All eyes turned to Lin Yang. Lu Yitao seized the moment to assert himself, exclaiming, "You, a pathetic leech living off the Su family, have no say here. I am my grandfather's true grandson. What wrong is there in presenting him with the immortal elixir for longevity? If you dare to interfere with the bond between my grandfather and me, I will have the security escort you out." Chapter 54. The Heart's Blood Assault. Lin Yang, well versed in the ways of poisons since childhood, discerned from the appearance and scent of the elixir presented by Lu Yitao that it was undoubtedly no divine remedy, but rather a potent poison with lethal consequences. He surmised Lu Yitao's motives for presenting Lord Lu with the heart-eating pill. It was merely a ploy to usurp the Lu family's wealth. Such treachery was not uncommon among affluent families, often stemming from male heirs feeling slighted by the favoritism shown toward female inheritors, leading them to conspire against the family patriarch to seize power and riches. Lin Yang scoffed, "Lu Yitao, had you presented a genuine elixir for longevity, I would not have interfered. But, ask yourself honestly, is this truly an elixir? Or is it a heart-eating pill capable of causing death within a mere quarter of an hour?" Lu Yitao was taken aback, astonished by Lin Yang's formidable insight. He could discern that the elixir in question was, in fact, a poison. Panic-stricken, Lu Yitao exclaimed, "Lin Yang, you wretched lowlife, do not slander me without justification. On what grounds do you claim that my 100 flowers immortal pill is a poison? Be cautious, lest I shatter your insolent mouth. If it were truly the 100 flowers immortal pill, would you dare to consume it? If you possess the courage to ingest it, I shall believe you. The 100 flowers immortal pill is exceedingly rare, a singular treasure meant for my grandfather. As a young man, would it not be a travesty to squander such a precious elixir on myself? Grandfather, do not heed the ramblings of this quack. I am your grandson. How could I possibly present you with a poison? He is merely attempting to tarnish my reputation." Lu Shirlei interjected, addressing Lu Laoi. "Indeed, father. Yitao is your own flesh and blood. He has gone to great lengths to procure this elixir as a gift for you. You must not allow the words of an outsider to cast doubt upon your grandson's filial piety." Lin Yang scoffed, "Lu Yitao, your reluctance to partake reveals your guilt. You know that consuming this elixir could lead to fatal cardiac poisoning, do you not?" Lu Yitao's countenance turned pale with anxiety. "If it were indeed the 100 flowers immortal pill, would you dare to allow me to examine it? What are you planning? What if you were to contaminate the 100 flowers immortal pill? Can you afford the consequences?" At that moment, Zhao Haofeng approached Lu Laoi's table. Having overheard the exchange between Lin Yang and Lu Yitao, unable to tolerate Lin Yang's ostentatious display of deceit any longer, Zhao Haofeng exclaimed, "Master Lu, do not be deceived by him. He is merely a useless son-in-law, a rustic from some remote corner of the mountains. He is undoubtedly here to create a facade and swindle." In response, Mo Long, seated at the same table as Master Lu, abruptly stood up and delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Haofeng's face. The sharp crack of the slap resonated throughout the banquet, causing a collective gasp among the attendees. Zhao Haofeng staggered and fell to the ground, disoriented and seeing stars. Mo Long scolded fiercely, "What do you think you are? How dare you question Mr. Lin's capabilities and even insult him? Do you wish to court death?" He continued, "If you utter another word against Mr. Lin, I shall ruin you. Stunned by the blow, Zhao Haofeng was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Lin Yang could deceive so many, even daring to fool Mo Long, the underground king of Haisher. However, after that slap, Zhao Haofeng was utterly silenced, realizing the gravity of Mo Long's reputation. He stood by, wide-eyed and mute. Subsequently, Mo Long approached Lu Yitao and swiftly seized the elixir from his hands. In truth, Lu Yitao felt an inexplicable fear as Mo Long advanced toward him. And before he could react, the precious Bao Xiandin was snatched away. Once he regained his senses, Lu Yitao hurriedly protested, Mo Long, what do you intend to do? Mo Long paid no heed to Lu Yitao, instead directly presenting the treasured Bao Xiandin to Lin Yang with both hands. Mo Long held a profound trust in Lin Yang's medical expertise. If Lin Yang asserted that the Bao Xiandin was flawed, then it must indeed be so. He could not disregard the life and death of old Master Lu. Mr. Lin, I have faith in you. Please examine this elixir for old Master Lu, he implored. Lu Shirlei and Lu Yitao's faces turned ashen. If Lin Yang were to uncover something amiss, their fates would undoubtedly be sealed. Lin Yang, grasping the elixir, instructed Mo Long, please fetch me a potted plant. The crowd looked on in confusion, wondering what purpose a potted plant would serve. Heeding the command, Mo Long bellowed to the security personnel, quickly, bring me a potted plant. Before long, a security guard presented a potted cactus, placing it upon the table. Lin Yang gently crushed the elixir in his hand, transforming it into a fine powder, which he then sprinkled around the roots of the cactus. Following this, he poured a cup of water over the roots. All eyes were fixed on the cactus, eager to witness what would transpire. To their astonishment, the previously vibrant green cactus began to turn black from the roots upwards. And within moments, the entire plant was engulfed in darkness, wilting into a state of desolation. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with disbelief. It was evident to the discerning that the cactus had been poisoned, severely so, with a toxin of such potency that, should it be ingested by a person, it would likely result in instantaneous demise. Lin Yang exclaimed in fury, Lu Yitao, is this the elixir you present to the esteemed Master Lu? I fear that should he consume it, his demise will be imminent. Lu Yitao, momentarily gripped by panic, stuttered in his defense, I had no idea. I didn't know this pill was poisonous. At that moment, Master Lu abruptly rose from his seat and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yitao's face. Though age had weakened his strength, he still summoned all his might. With palpable indignation, Master Lu thundered, you ungrateful wretch. Just yesterday, you assured me you had recognized your mistakes, and yet today, you dare to present me with a toxic pill. Was your intent to bring about my demise? Have you no conscience? He then turned to Lu Shirlei, declaring, you and your son are truly the epitome of treachery, audacious enough to conspire against me not once, but twice. How foolish I was to nurture such ingrates within the Lu family. In an instant, Lu Yitao fell to his knees, pleading, Grandfather, I admit my wrongdoing. I was momentarily foolish. I beg you to spare me. Lu Shirlei too knelt, imploring, Father, we recognize our errors. For the sake of preserving the Lu lineage, please grant mercy to both of us. Master Lu gazed upon the father and son, whom he had once held in such high esteem and affection, now turned against him with murderous intent. His heart ached with betrayal, mingled with fury. How could the Lu family harbor such rebellious scoundrels? Suddenly, a sharp pain seized his chest, his mind spun in a dizzying haze, and breathing became laborious. He clutched his painful chest, his facial muscles contorting, and as darkness enveloped him, he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 55. Please accept this, Mr. Lin. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hongye's face turned pale with fear as she rushed towards old Master Lu, shaking his body and exclaiming, Grandfather, Grandfather, what has happened to you? Lu Shirlei and Lu Yitao exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of joy. Even if old Master Lu had not succumbed to poison, the outcome would remain unchanged if he died from anger. In death, they, as the male heirs of the family, would possess the capability to eliminate a frail woman like Lu Hongye and seize control of the Lu family's vast fortune worth billions. Lin Yang hurried over, crouching down to check old Master Lu's pulse. After a moment, he said, Old Master Lu has been overwhelmed by anger, leading to a heart attack, which is why he has fainted. Lu Hongye urgently pleaded, Mr. Lin, I beg you, please save my grandfather. I will administer acupuncture immediately. Lin Yang retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his pocket, always prepared with a set due to his compassionate heart as a healer. ready to assist those in need. As he poised the first needle above old Master Lu's Baihui acupoint, a sudden voice interrupted, filled with arrogance. It was Zhao Haofeng, who could hardly believe in Lin Yang's medical skills and sought to expose him as a fraud. You useless son-in-law, stop this at once. You know nothing and dare to flaunt your ignorance in the guise of a doctor. If you harm old Master Lu, can you bear the consequences? Lin Yang felt a surge of anger at Zhao Haofeng's interference in his attempt to save a life. He addressed Mo Rong, saying, Mo Rong, how dare this dog continue to bark recklessly? Lin Yang's implication was clear. Mo Rong swiftly silenced this loquacious fellow. With an angry, piercing glare, Mo Rong directed his attention towards Zhao Haofeng. Upon meeting Mo Rong's furious gaze, Zhao Haofeng felt a wave of fear wash over him, causing his body to tremble. After all, he had just been struck by Mo Rong, nearly losing consciousness. He hastily implored, Lord Mo Rong, please listen to me. This Lin Yang is merely a useless son-in-law from the Su family, a country bumpkin. How could he possibly possess medical skills? Miss Lu, do not jest with Elder Lu's life. Allowing such a charlatan to treat him is reckless. If anything were to happen to Elder Lu, before Zhao Haofeng could finish, a resounding slap echoed across his face, delivered with considerable force by Mo Rong. The blow sent him crashing to the ground, akin to a dog wallowing in filth. Mo Rong seethed. Who do you think you are to disrupt Mr. Lin's treatment? If any harm befalls Elder Lu due to your interference, I will ensure that your entire Zhao family pays the price. Upon hearing Mo Rong's threat to annihilate his family, Zhao Haofeng dared not utter another word, silently cursing Lin Yang in his heart. You useless son-in-law, should you fail to save Elder Lu, your life is forfeit. Mo Rong then hastily urged, Mr. Lin, the dog has ceased its barking. Please proceed with Elder Lu's treatment. Lin Yang positioned the needles into the relevant acupoints of Elder Lu's heart, channeling his vital energy. Before long, Elder Lu emerged from his unconscious state. The tense and pallid expressions of the crowd gradually eased. However, the father and son duo, Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao, remained dejected and unable to muster a smile. They had never anticipated that old Master Lu would be revived once more, dashing their ambitions to control the Lu family's vast assets worth billions. At that moment, their animosity was directed squarely at Lin Yang, whom they loathed for repeatedly thwarting their plans and preventing old Master Lu from meeting his demise. Their hatred for Lin Yang was palpable, their teeth clenched in resentment. Meanwhile, Zhao Haofeng observed the scene of old Master Lu awakening with a look of bewilderment. How could this be? It was inconceivable. How could a seemingly inept son-in-law possibly revive old Master Lu? Surely it was a mere stroke of luck. Perhaps old Master Lu's own health had returned spontaneously. Lu Grandpa, you've awakened. How wonderful, exclaimed Lu Hongya as she gently assisted old Master Lu to sit up. Once he was upright, old Master Lu hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Yang, saying, Thank you, Lin Yang, for saving me once again. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to these unworthy descendants. At that moment, Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao knelt with their heads bowed, too fearful to utter a word. Lin Yang replied, There is no need for such formality. Old Master Lu, it is the duty of a healer to treat the sick and save lives. Old Master Lu nodded in acknowledgement, holding Lin Yang in high regard. Then, he cast a furious glare at the kneeling Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao and commanded, Bring these two away and confine them in the Lu family's dungeon. They are not to be released without my command. Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao begged for mercy. Grandpa, please, spare us. We will never act so foolishly again. Father, I implore you, grant us one more chance. We were merely momentarily misguided. Lord Lu let out a disdainful snort, having already granted you a chance. You two are deserving of being confined in a dungeon. The bodyguards of the Lu family paid no heed to the pleas of Lu Shilei and Lu Yitao, forcibly dragging them out like mere mop rags. Subsequently, Lord Lu offered his apologies to the assembled guests, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for this disturbance. I had not wished for such an interlude today. Please, continue your meal. After the banquet concluded and most guests had departed, Lord Lu took a moment to express his gratitude to Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, you have saved me once again today. I am immensely grateful. Lin Yang smiled and replied, There is no need for such formality, Lord Lu. Turning to the family steward, Ma Weicheng, Lord Lu inquired, Steward Ma, are the items prepared? Yes, sir, everything is ready. Ma Weicheng responded, approaching with a wooden tray that held a collection of A4 papers and a black card. Lord Lu continued, Mr. Lin, Had it not been for your timely intervention today, I might have met my end. This is a token of my appreciation. He presented the share transfer agreement for the subsidiary of Lu Group, Huanyu Company, valued at 10 billion, along with a luxury villa in the Yunding Tiangong residential area. Specifically Villa number 001, worth 3 billion. Please, Mr. Lin, accept this. Lin Yong felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had previously received a staggering sum of 10 billion from Lord Lu and was at a loss as to how to spend it. Now, receiving a company valued at billions and a luxurious villa worth tens of billions, Lin Yong indeed felt a twinge of embarrassment. He said, Old Master Lu, there is no need for such formality. You have already bestowed upon me a sum of 100 billion. Old Master Lu replied, Mr. Lin, this is rightfully yours. Please accept it. If it were not for you, I would have perished today, and my two unworthy descendants would have seized the opportunity to take over the Lu Group. I fear that the Lu Group would cease to exist. Lu Hongya added, Mr. Lin, please accept it. This is a token of my grandfather's heartfelt gratitude. Reluctantly, Lin Yong nodded. Very well, then I shall accept it. Chapter 56, A Visit to Villa No. 001 in Yunding Tiangong. Lin Yong had no choice but to accept the equity transfer agreement from Huanyu Company and the key card to Villa No. 001 in the Yunding Tiangong Villa area. He then said, Old Master Lu, I too have a gift for you. From his pocket, Lin Yong produced a small brown box, within which lay a black elixir emitting a fragrant herbal aroma. This was the rejuvenation pill, which Lin Yong had meticulously concocted for Old Master Lu during his leisure time at home over the past few days. It was crafted from a blend of over 100 herbs, designed to enhance beauty, detoxify the body, reverse aging, and prolong life. Having studied various medical texts since childhood, Lin Yong possessed an extensive knowledge of medicinal lore, and combined with his natural aptitude for medicine, it was not difficult to upgrade an ancient formula and create a truly miraculous elixir that could rejuvenate and extend life. Old Master Lu, this is the rejuvenation pill. It will make you youthful again, slow the aging process, and prolong your life. Old Master Lu, filled with immense joy, took the elixir and directly placed it into his mouth. He felt the potion dissolve instantly, releasing a fragrant, sweet flow that glided down his throat like water, reminiscent of sipping a delectable, chilled herbal tea. The flavor was exceptionally rich and delightful. Almost immediately, Old Master Lu experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. His hair, eyebrows, and beard transformed from pallid hues to a blend of gray and white, even deepening to gray or black. The wrinkles on his face diminished significantly, making him appear as though he had regained a youthful countenance, seemingly shedding over a decade. Simultaneously, he felt a newfound lightness in his body. The previous stiffness and discomfort vanished, allowing him to stand a little straighter. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Old Master Lu bore no resemblance to an octogenarian. He looked like a man in his 60s, certainly not exceeding 70. It was astonishing. Mr. Lin truly was a miraculous healer. Old Master Lu turned to Lu Hongya and exclaimed, Hongya, quickly, fetch your mirror so I may behold myself. Of course, grandfather. Lu Hongya retrieved a makeup mirror from her exquisite Louis Vuitton handbag, valued at a staggering 100,000, and held it before Old Master Lu. Upon gazing into the mirror and seeing the visage of a man appearing to be in his 60s, his eyes widened like two brass bells, and his mouth fell agape in disbelief. He trembled with excitement. At his advanced age, he had never dared to dream of such a miraculous reversal of time. Is this truly Lu Jianxu? Surely, this cannot be some kind of trick. Lin Yong reassured him, Old Master Lu, the reflection you see is indeed you, having rejuvenated by at least a decade. Lord Lu gazed upon the enigmatic and composed Master Lin Yong with profound reverence and admiration. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he knelt down, hurriedly bowing 3 times in deep gratitude, fervently expressing, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for bestowing upon me the rejuvenating elixir. May it grant me the gift of youth. Your immense kindness, I shall never forget, even if I were to enter the grave. Lu Hongya promptly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, echoing, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for restoring my grandfather's youth. This kindness, I, Lu Hongya, shall remember for eternity. Lin Yong quickly helped Lord Lu to his feet, assuring him, There is no need for such grand gestures. Our destinies are intertwined. It is only fitting that I present you with this elixir of rejuvenation. After bidding farewell to Lord Lu and Lu Hongya at the Black Swan Hotel, Lin Yong returned to the Su residence. Today, he had acquired a new title, that of the chairman of Huanyu Corporation and the proprietor of Villa 001 at Yunding Tiangong. Huanyu Corporation primarily engages in the real estate sector, a field also dominated by the Su Group. Should the Su Group require assistance in the future, he could conveniently lend his support to his wife, Su Yuqing, through Huanyu Group. Villa 001 at Yunding Tiangong is a luxurious abode, and he contemplated moving in with his wife, perhaps even solidifying their marital bond. Just then, an unfamiliar call from Haisher interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yang answered the call, and a mature and composed woman's voice resonated. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Yang?" "Yes, who am I speaking to?" he inquired. "I am Tang Jingxian, the secretary to the chairman of Huanyu Company." "Mr. Lin, you are now the chairman of our Huanyu Group, and naturally, I am your secretary. May I inquire when you will be coming to the company? I will hand over the production materials, strategic documents, and financial files to you. Perhaps tomorrow. I shall visit the company then." "Very well, Chairman Lin. I shall not disturb you any further. Here is my contact number. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call me. I am at your service 24 hours a day." After concluding the call, Lin Yang contemplated taking over Huanyu Company the following day. He decided to visit the Yunding Tiangong Villa tonight to see the opulence of what is reputed to be the most luxurious villa community in Haisher. Subsequently, Lin Yang went to the market to purchase ingredients and prepare dinner. After dining, he excused himself under the pretext of taking a stroll in the park and hailed a cab to the Yunding Tiangong Villa community. He mused that if the villa met his expectations, he would move in with his wife, Su Yuqing, as it would be more convenient for the two of them to share the space. Each villa in the Yunding Tiangong community exuded exquisite elegance. He strolled along the path towards the heart of the villa area, where a grand and luxurious villa came into view. This particular villa appeared more expansive and imposing than the others. A finely crafted sign hung at the entrance, inscribed with the number 001. This was villa number 001. The golden moon hung serenely above the villa, casting a tranquil and peaceful glow. At this moment, a couple strolled past villa number 001, hand in hand. The man was slickly groomed, while the woman was adorned with heavy makeup. Upon seeing Lin Yang, the woman immediately frowned, her expression shifting to one of astonishment and disdain. In a condescending tone, she remarked, "Lin Yang, what are you, a useless son-in-law, doing here sneaking around?" Lin Yang turned to see that it was Su Yuqing's cousin, Su Ruoyan, accompanied by her boyfriend, Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai hailed from a second-tier family in the city, positioned among the ranks of the second-tier elite, with a family strength comparable to that of Zhao Haofeng's, albeit slightly inferior. Thus, they remained in the second-tier category, still a notch below the top-tier families. Lin Yang calmly replied, "I am walking openly on the road. How can you accuse me of sneaking?" He then inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh, I see. You must have taken advantage of the security's inattention to sneak in, intending to climb over the wall and steal from the villa, right?" Wang Zikai interjected, "Listen, Lin Yang. If you're short on money, just let me know. I can arrange a job for you at my company cleaning toilets. You could earn at least 3,000 a month. Why resort to such underhanded deeds? If word gets out, what will become of the Su family's reputation?" Chapter 57. Surely a fake keycard. These two individuals seemed incapable of considering even a shred of goodwill towards others. Lin Yang calmly questioned, "On what grounds do you accuse me of theft? Do you possess any evidence? If not, be wary of my suing you for defamation." Su Ruoyan let out a cold snort. "You aren't here to pilfer, are you? Could it be that you reside here?" Lin Yang smirked. "Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Indeed, I dwell here. Is that a problem?" Su Ruoyan was taken aback, her eyes, enhanced by colored contacts, widened in disbelief. Surely, this useless son-in-law's mind must have rusted. Such boastful claims were absurd. She exchanged a glance with Wang Zikai, and they both burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." A wave of derisive laughter filled the air. "Zikai, did you hear that? This good-for-nothing actually claims he lives here. How utterly ludicrous." Wang Zikai chimed in, "Lin Yang, you must have dozed off too much during the day, to the point of dreaming that you reside in this place? Do you have any notion of the exorbitant property prices here? Just a single square meter would cost as much as 2 of your kidneys. Even if you sold off every valuable part of yourself, you could barely afford a restroom. How many kidneys would you need to possess to afford such a place?" "Zikai, don't waste your breath on this braggart. Simply instruct the security to escort him away. I wouldn't want him to mar my view or spoil our enjoyment of the moon tonight." Today, Su Ruoyan and Wang Zikai had come to the Yunding Tiangong Villa community to view properties. After their tour, they found the locale so exquisite that they were reluctant to leave. They stopped at the community convenience store to indulge in a few bowls of instant noodles with sausage. And then, in high spirits, they strolled through the villa grounds, relishing the evening breeze while admiring the moon. Upon seeing Lin Yang, a rather unsophisticated individual, their mood inexplicably soured. What right did a man who lives off others have to appear in such an upscale villa community? At that moment, a security guard clad in black, riding an electric bicycle and shining his headlights, happened to patrol through the area. Su Ruoyan quickly raised her voice, calling out, "Security! Security! There's someone stealing. You must apprehend him at once." Hearing the commotion, the guard promptly halted his bicycle, retrieving a black baton from behind him, and hurried over. "Madam, may I inquire what the issue is?" With an air of haughtiness, Su Ruoyan reprimanded him. "I demand to know how you conduct your duties. We reside in a community of distinguished individuals, equipped with access control. How could you allow such a lowly person to enter? If he were to commit theft or robbery, would you be able to bear the consequences?" Upon recognizing Lin Yang's face, the guard thought to himself, "Isn't this the very person I just let in? How unfortunate." He respectfully apologized to Su Ruoyan, stating, "My apologies, madam. This gentleman presented a key card, which is why I permitted his entry. That key card must surely be a counterfeit. He is merely a dependent of the Su family, living off their fortunes." "Do you truly believe that a mere freeloader would possess a key card for a villa in Yunding Tiangong? Each villa here is valued at no less than 100 million. Can he afford such a luxury? Indeed. Such worthless trash could never possess a genuine key card for the magnificent Cloud Pinnacle Villa. Only individuals from esteemed families, like myself, can afford a residence here. This mere son-in-law of the Su family cannot even afford a single brick to build a villa." The security guard glanced at Lin Yang, who was dressed in shabby attire, and it was evident that he did not resemble someone who could inhabit such luxurious accommodations. Furthermore, even the esteemed heir of the Wang family, a top-tier clan in Haishur, had already voiced his opinion, further convincing the guard that the black card in Lin Yang's possession was undoubtedly counterfeit. How could a mere son-in-law from a third-rate family like the Sus possibly afford a villa in Cloud Pinnacle? Enraged, the guard exclaimed, "How audacious of you to sneak in here. Just wait, I'll break your legs." He raised his baton, ready to strike Lin Yang. Unfazed, Lin Yang calmly lifted the card in his hand, asking, "Is this card truly fake?" The guard instinctively halted his motion, snatching the card from Lin Yang's grasp. Upon inspecting it and noticing the number 001 inscribed on it, he realized that this card corresponded to Villa 001 of Cloud Pinnacle. After a closer examination, he acknowledged that the craftsmanship of the card was indeed exquisite, gleaming brilliantly, with colors and designs that exuded an air of opulence befitting the luxurious essence of Villa 001. However, since the card for Villa 001 was specially crafted and differed from the standard cards of other villas, he had never actually seen what the door card of this villa looked like. Su Ruoyan leaned closer to the security guard and scrutinized the card before scoffing, "Security? Do not be deceived by this worthless card. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit room key. An insignificant son-in-law could never possess the genuine room key to Villa 001. Wang Zikai chimed in, "Indeed, security. A mere son-in-law could not possibly own such a prestigious item. Villa 001 is valued at 3 billion. Only a person of great stature could afford it. You must apprehend him quickly. If he escapes, it will be your failure." The security guard pondered. How could a man living off others afford the symbol of power and wealth that is Villa 001? It was highly probable that he had merely forged a room key to cause trouble. His expression turned furious. "You bastard. How dare you attempt to deceive me with a fake card?" Lin Yang, remaining calm, replied, "My room key is authentic. If you doubt it, feel free to test it and see if it can open the door to Villa 001. In a fit of rage, the security guard snapped Lin Yang's black card in half with a loud crack, tossing the pieces to the ground and stomping on them. "What nonsense! Who do you think you're fooling? Villa 001 is not meant for someone of your caliber. Watch how I deal with you today." As he raised his iron rod to strike Lin Yang, a booming, authoritative voice rang out. "Stop!" The guard's actions ceased instantly, retracting his weapon. The speaker was none other than the property manager of the Yunding Tiangong Villa area, tasked with overseeing all matters within the estate. He approached the security guard to inquire about the commotion, questioning why action was being taken against this gentleman. After all, this was the most expensive and luxurious villa district in the entire city. If the security guard were to indiscriminately assault a client, and if the incident were captured on video and circulated online, it would tarnish their reputation. The security guard hastily explained, "Manager, This individual is causing a disturbance. Su Ruoyan interjected, Manager, this person is merely an intruder attempting to steal. You must expel him immediately. Wang Zikai added, merely expelling him is insufficient. He ought to be taught a lesson to deter him from attempting to sneak in again. Lin Yang calmly asserted, I have stated that I reside here. I am not here to steal. Please refrain from slandering me. Su Ruoyan retorted, Manager, do not listen to his nonsense. He is merely a worthless son-in-law of the Su family, having come from the countryside, with pockets emptier than his face. How could he possibly reside in the luxurious Yunding Tiangong villa? It is evident that he seeks to sneak in and steal. Wang Zikai chimed in. He truly lacks awareness. He dares to lie in front of the manager. Manager, he is a useless son-in-law and could never afford a property here. You must instruct the security to remove him at once. Upon observing Lin Yang's tattered attire, which could not even amount to 100 yuan, the manager concluded that he certainly did not resemble someone capable of purchasing a villa in this prestigious area. It was likely that he had sneaked in to cause trouble. Chapter 58. I challenge anyone to lay a hand on Mr. Lin you claim to live here. May I ask which villa belongs to you? Lin Yang nonchalantly pointed to Villa 001 nearby and replied, this one. Upon realizing it was Villa 001, the manager couldn't help but burst into laughter. You odious wretch. Have you revealed your true self? Villa number 001, a residence reserved for those of exceptional status, individuals whose mere flick of a finger could render you utterly invisible. How dare you claim to reside here? The manager is aware that villas numbered 001 to 010 are not available for public sale. Only the upper echelons possess the authority to allocate purchasing privileges. Countless luminaries vie desperately for a single chance to procure such a coveted spot. How could a mere son-in-law of the Su family possibly afford villa number 001? Even if he had the means, he would unequivocally lack the qualifications for such a purchase. I am indeed the rightful owner of villa number 001. If you doubt my word, examine the black card upon the ground. Although it has been shattered by your security personnel, you should still discern its authenticity. Su Ruoyan interjected, Manager, that card is undoubtedly a forgery. He is nothing more than a useless son-in-law of the Su family. A mere son-in-law cannot possess the prestigious access card to villa number 001. Wang Zikai added, I suspect he intends to pilfer from this place, seeking to exploit the cover of night to infiltrate the villa and abscond with valuables. After all, Villa No. 001 is filled with exquisite furnishings and antiques. Even a single cup or vase could fetch a price sufficient to claim the life of this worthless individual. The manager picked up the two fragments of the card and examined them closely. They did indeed resemble the access card for villa number 001. However, a mere son-in-law, regardless of his financial capabilities or social standing, could never possess the card to such an esteemed residence. In this age of sophisticated deceit, forging a convincing access card is hardly a daunting task. The manager cast a disdainful smile at the exquisitely crafted two-piece card in his hand before casually tossing it to the ground. You insolent brat, how dare you deceive me? Clearly, you have never faced the consequences. He bellowed, commanding the nearby security guard. Guard, apprehend him at once. The guard responded with a loud affirmation, understood. With swift determination, the guard charged towards Lin Yang, intent on subduing him. However, Lin Yang unleashed a lightning-fast punch that struck the guard squarely in the face. The guard was utterly unprepared for Lin Yang's speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, leaving him no time to evade. With a resounding thud, the guard collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Lin Yang smirked, remarking, with skills like yours, taking you down is child's play. If you wish to apprehend me, you might as well train for a few centuries. Perhaps then you'd stand a chance. The ease with which Lin Yang incapacitated the guard startled everyone present. Su Ruoyan was particularly taken aback. She had never anticipated Lin Yang possessed such formidable skills. Having spent 3 years in the Su household, she had never heard of Lin Yang's prowess in martial arts. Manager, Su Ruoyan implored, this fellow possesses some rudimentary skills. You must summon assistance immediately to ensure he does not escape. The manager gritted his teeth while observing Lin Yang, reassuring her, do not worry. He won't get away. You pathetic loser, not only do you attempt to steal here, but you also dare to strike someone. Today, you will meet your end. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, there's a disturbance at Villa 001. Gather all the brothers and bring the necessary equipment. We must eradicate this scoundrel. The voice on the other end responded with unwavering efficiency. Understood, manager. I will bring the team immediately. Shortly thereafter, Dozens of small electric scooters illuminated their lights as they swiftly converged in front of Villa 001, encircling Lin Yang. The security guards, clad in black, dismounted from their scooters, wielding iron rods and electric batons. The leading guard announced, "Manager, all security personnel have arrived. All security, subdue this troublemaker and throw him out of the villa area." The guards prepared to rush at Lin Yang when suddenly, two resounding honks pierced the air. Their movements froze as they turned in unison towards the source of the sound, a Rolls-Royce. In an instant, the car door swung open, and a woman in a red dress alighted with urgency. This woman was Lu Hongye. She had intended to visit Villa 001 to see what could be added for Mr. Lin, only to arrive at the community entrance and witness the commotion with the guards. Anxiously, she called out, "I dare anyone to lay a hand on Mr. Lin." The guards retreated from Lin Yang's vicinity. Lu Hongye, accompanied by several of her black-clad bodyguards, strode purposefully towards him. The manager greeted her respectfully. "Miss Lu, good evening. What brings you here personally?" Lu Hongye replied coldly, "What are you doing?" The manager responded, "Miss Lu, this worthless trash is causing a disturbance. We are in the process of dealing with him." As he spoke, the manager pointed deliberately at Lin Yang, who stood rigidly to the side. To their astonishment, Lu Hongye unexpectedly raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Smack. She coldly admonished, "How dare you show disrespect to Mr. Lin? Such audacity." Mr. Lin? The manager, Su Ruoyan, and Wang Zikai were momentarily taken aback. Miss Lu actually knew Lin Yang, and even addressed him as Mr. Lin. What on earth was happening? The manager, covering his reddened face, hastily exclaimed, "Miss Lu, he is merely a worthless son-in-law from the third-rate Su family, here today to steal from our villa community. And he even forged a key card for villa number 001. Why do you treat him with such deference? Have you been deceived by him?" Lu Hongye replied coldly, "This villa was a gift from me to Mr. Lin. Is there a problem with that?" The manager, Su Ruan, and Wang Zikai's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. How could the esteemed Miss Lu from the wealthiest family in Haishur possibly give a villa to a son-in-law from a third-rate family? Moreover, this villa was not just any ordinary residence, but the most luxurious one in the entire opulent villa district of Haishur, Cloudtop Paradise Villa number 001. Bestowing such a property, valued at 3 billion, upon a mere son-in-law was utterly absurd, so outrageous that no one could believe it. Su Ruoyan hastily inquired, "Miss Lu, are you mistaken? He is just a worthless son-in-law from our Su family. What merits does he possess to warrant such a gift?" Wang Zikai chimed in, "Miss Lu, please do not be misled by this pathetic loser. He is merely a freeloader. Have you fallen for some trick of his?" Lu Hongye retorted angrily, "Silence. Mr. Lin is a remarkable talent, a true master of medicine. Should you continue to show disrespect towards him, be wary of my response." Upon hearing Miss Lu Hongye declare that Lin Yang is the esteemed physician of the mansion, Su Ruoyan and Wang Zikai burst into laughter. Chapter 59. You two must harbor some untold secrets. With a chuckle, Su Ruoyan remarked, "The mansion's physician? Him? Nonsense. Miss Lu, you must have been deceived by this insufferable fool. He is merely a useless son-in-law of the Su family, a rustic who has spent 3 years living off us. Utterly inept, akin to a dog in our household. I never knew he was regarded as a physician, and I am astonished that you, Miss Lu, have fallen for his ruse." Wang Zikai chimed in, "Indeed, Miss Lu, this worthless son-in-law is nothing but refuse. What merit does he possess to be called the mansion's physician? He isn't even a qualified doctor. You must have been tricked." With fiery eyes, Lu Hongye retorted, "Mr. Lin possesses extraordinary medical skills and is the beacon of medicine in the mansion. How dare you two ignorant children speak so brazenly? Should you disrespect Mr. Lin again, do not blame me for calling security." Seeing Lu Hongye's fierce defense of that useless Lin Yang, Su Ruoyan rolled her eyes, a sudden epiphany striking her. This woman, so fiercely protective of a worthless man, even gifting him a villa worth 30 billion, must surely have some history with Lin Yang. Otherwise, what reason could she possibly have to defend him? Regarding what Lu Hongye referred to as Lin Yang being a renowned doctor of the Grand Mansion, it is likely a ruse to conceal the nature of their relationship. After all, Lin Yang is a married man, and thus, their clandestine rapport necessitates a guise for discretion. Su Ruoyan fancied herself a genius, raising her finger towards Lu Hongye and Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. You two must harbor some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why would you bestow such an opulent villa upon him? Perhaps this very villa serves as your rendezvous." Her finger then pointed to the luxurious Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong. Lu Hongye, fully aware of Su Ruoyan's insinuations, felt her countenance shift dramatically. She could hardly believe there existed a woman with such vile and sordid thoughts. In a flurry, she retorted, "You do not speak such nonsense here. Be cautious, or I shall strike you." Su Ruoyan, reveling in her perceived victory, replied, "What is this? Have I struck a nerve? You truly have an affair with this worthless man. TSK, I never imagined Miss Lu would stoop to consorting with a mere country bumpkin. Especially one who is married. If word were to spread, your reputation would surely be in tatters." At that moment, a tall bodyguard clad in black, lurking behind Lu Hongye, lunged forward with the swiftness of a mantis, delivering a resounding slap to Su Ruoyan. The force sent her sprawling to the ground, her earrings flying a meter away. The bodyguard, seething with rage, shouted, "You wretched woman, who do you think you are? Dare to disrespect Miss Lu again, and I will not hesitate to silence you." Before her stood Su Ruoyan, her face flushed on one side from the forceful slap, blood trickling from her lips, tears streaming down her cheeks. She clutched her reddened visage, paralyzed by fear, utterly unwilling to utter another word. Beside her, Wang Zikai remained mute, apprehensive of intervening. After all, Su Ruoyan had brought this upon herself with her reckless words. She deserved the punishment. Moreover, the influence of Lu Hongye loomed large, capable of annihilating the Wang family with but a mere wave of her hand. He had no desire to be ensnared by Su Ruoyan's misfortune. Even in her moment of distress, he could only remain silent as a tomb. Lu Hongye gestured for her bodyguards to withdraw, then crossed her arms, casting a condescending gaze upon Su Ruoyan. "Consider this a lesson," she declared. "Should you fail to restrain your tongue again, you may find yourself seeking surgical alterations next time." Su Ruoyan could only nod in trepidation, her head bobbing like a garlic clove, too frightened to retort. Indeed, with Lu Hongye's formidable power, it was not merely a matter of chastising her. The eradication of her boyfriend's Wang family or her own Su family would be but a trifling endeavor. After dealing with Su Ruoyan, Lu Hongye turned her attention to Wang Zikai, for he had just shown disrespect towards Lin Yang. "Wang Zikai," she began, "your family owes the Lu family 10 billion in loans. I expect your clan to settle this debt within 3 days. Otherwise, prepare to receive a formal notice from our attorneys." With the Wang family's assets hovering around 20 billion, surrendering 10 billion would effectively have their wealth. Although the money borrowed from the Lu family had reached its repayment deadline, it was still possible to negotiate a gradual repayment. Considering the Lu family's immense wealth and the fact that 10 billion was a trivial sum for them, Lord Lu, known for his generosity and kindness, enjoyed a high reputation, and thus a slower repayment would pose no issue. However, repaying the entire amount at once would certainly strain the family's finances, necessitating the halt of several ongoing projects. If his father discovered that he had caused this predicament, demanding early repayment from the Lu family, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Wang Zikai, pale with fear, knelt down and pleaded urgently, "Miss Lu, I implore you, spare the Wang family. We are currently experiencing financial difficulties. Could you possibly allow us more time to repay this loan? Please, I beg you." Lu Hongye scoffed. "Who allowed you to look down upon others and show disrespect to Mr. Lin? Moreover, you are fortunate to have such a considerate girlfriend by your side." Realizing that Lu Hongye's punishment of his family was partly due to Su Ruoyan, Wang Zikai immediately struck Su Ruoyan, who was lying on the ground. The slap intensified her already painful face. "Are you insane, Wang Zikai? How dare you hit me?" Su Ruoyan cried out in shock. Before she could finish, Wang Zikai slapped her again. "You incompetent woman. It's your reckless words that have brought disaster upon the Wang family. I could very well end your life for the trouble you've caused." Wang Zikai forcefully struck Su Ruoyan's face back and forth. Before long, her cheeks were flushed crimson, more so than a monkey's posterior, leaving her too intimidated to utter a word. Wang Zikai, resembling a subservient hound, knelt before Lu Hongye and clasped his hands in supplication. "Miss Lu, I have dealt with this contemptible woman. Might you grant the Wang family a little more time to repay the loan, allowing us some respite?" Lu Hongye replied coldly, "No. Even though you have punished this impertinent woman, it does not erase the disrespect you have shown to Mr. Lin. The Wang family must repay the loan promptly. Otherwise, we shall see you in court." Wang Zikai felt a chill run through him, collapsing onto the ground in despair. It was over. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from his father, resulting in a significant reduction of his allowance. Lu Hongye sent a voice message to the person in charge of the Yunding Tiangong Villa area. "Hello, Lucy. Please check if the Wang family and the Su family from Haishur possess any properties in the Yunding Tiangong Villa area. The response came swiftly. Ms. Liu. It has been confirmed that neither the Wang family nor the Su family has any properties in the Yunding Tiangong Villa area. A faint smile graced Lu Hongye's lips as she coldly instructed, "Someone, escort these two out. They are henceforth prohibited from setting foot in the Yunding Tiangong Villa area to avoid offending Mr. Lin. Furthermore, none of the villas in Yunding Tiangong shall be sold to these individuals." Chapter 60, Villa Number 001, Cloud Top Heavenly Palace Wang Zikai. Upon realizing that he was barred from purchasing a property, exclaimed in desperation, "Miss Liu, please. I intend to buy my marital home here. I implore you. Grant me the opportunity to acquire a residence, to earn my livelihood. I would even be willing to pay a premium." He had surveyed various real estate developments across the entirety of Qinghai City, yet his heart was set on the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace Villa District. Not only was it situated in a prime location by the riverside, but the architectural design of the homes was exquisite, exuding a sense of enduring value. He was certain that investing in such a property would yield no losses. Even after decades, the villas would retain their worth. In contrast, other villa districts simply failed to capture his interest. Lu Hongye retorted, "You have spoken disrespectfully to Mr. Lin, insulted him, and yet you still wish to reside in the same villa district as him? Dream on. Get out of here." In an instant, Wang Zikai and Su Ruan were seized by 4 security guards, each grasping an arm and forcibly ejected. Following this, Lu Hongye addressed the property manager, who had just shown disrespect towards Lin Yang, saying, "As a manager, how dare you treat the esteemed owner of Villa Number 001 in such a manner? You, with your narrow-mindedness, need not return to work tomorrow." The property manager, in a frantic plea, implored, "Miss Liu, please do not dismiss me. I have dependents relying on me. I beg you, do not terminate my employment. I would be willing to work as a security guard. Just please do not fire me. You have disrespected Mr. Lin and even contemplated violence against him. I cannot allow a property manager who resorts to such actions to remain in this position." The property manager was left in a state of desolation, his heart heavy with despair. "Bring this individual to the finance office to settle his wages. He shall not return tomorrow, and henceforth, our Lu Group shall never employ him again. Please, Miss Liu, I implore you for another chance." The property manager pleaded desperately. Unmoved by his entreaties, the 2 security guards firmly escorted the property manager away by his arms. Lu Hongye turned to Lin Yang and expressed her apologies. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my mismanagement." Lin Yang smiled gently. "There is no need for formality. However, it is indeed essential to improve the management here, particularly addressing those who look down upon others. It must be dealt with seriously. You honor me with your understanding. I shall ensure a thorough rectification." With that, Lu Hongye retrieved a black card from her bag, saying, "This is the spare black card for Villa 001. Please accept it, Mr. Lin." Lin Yang accepted the card with gratitude. "Thank you." He then used the room card to unlock the courtyard gate of Villa 001. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The lawn was adorned with radiant colored lights, luminous trees, glowing flower beds, a shimmering pond, a radiant pavilion, and a sparkling rockery. The effulgent lights transformed the entire courtyard into a scene reminiscent of daylight, obscuring any trace of the night. It resembled a fantastical amusement park, utterly enchanting. Lin Yang and Lu Hongye walked along the grand pathway towards the villa. Upon using the room card to open the villa door, they were met with a resplendent sight, a magnificent chandelier glimmering with golden light and an opulent staircase that exuded grandeur. The polished marble floor gleamed brilliantly, while the opulent mahogany sofa emanated an air of aristocracy. Everything exuded an aura of lavish nobility. The villa was remarkably spacious, featuring a kitchen, a bar counter, a cinema room, a golf course, and a swimming pool on the first floor, with 12 grand rooms on each level. Every room was adorned with exquisite luxury. Even the doors and mirrors of the bathrooms were resplendent. The entire villa resembled a palace from a fairy tale. It was Lin Yang's first encounter with such sumptuousness. Compared to the old Su family villa and the one rented by Yuqing, this residence could only be described as a mere shell. Lu Hongye inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this villa?" Lin Yang nodded, expressing his complete satisfaction. "That is wonderful. Do you believe there is anything that needs to be added? If so, I can arrange for it to be ordered immediately." "No, Miss Liu, I am already quite pleased with the villa your grandfather gifted me. Should there be anything I require, I will procure it myself, so you need not trouble yourself." Lu Hongye replied, "Mr. Lin, there is no need to call me Miss Lu. You may simply refer to me as Hongye. I would prefer that. Lin Yang called out, Hongye. Lu Hongye gazed at Lin Yang with eyes sparkling like stars and smiled softly. After visiting the Yunding Tiangong number 001 villa, Lin Yang rode his electric scooter back to the Su residence. After taking a shower, he asked Su Yuqing, Darling, do you wish to move out? Su Yuqing remarked, I don't really want to. I feel quite content here. By the way, why did you suddenly bring this up? Are you considering moving out? Well, mainly because I find that Mom can be rather nagging and overbearing at times. I think it might be easier and more comfortable for us if we simply moved out together. Su Yuqing paused thoughtfully. If the two of us were to move out, it would increase our financial burden. Besides, Mom would never agree to us living separately. After all, this place is quite spacious, and she would likely think we are wasting money. Then how about we all move together to a better environment? And where do you propose we relocate to? Lin Yang replied with a grin, Darling, how about we move to Yunding Tiangong? Upon hearing the name Yunding Tiangong, Su Yuqing was taken aback. Lin Yang, the Yunding Tiangong villa area is the most opulent in Haisher. There are no rental services available to reside in Yunding Tiangong. One must purchase a villa, and the cheapest one costs at least 100 million. Although I am the general manager of the Su Group, I am still working for the company. Even if I dedicated my entire life to the Su Group, I could never afford the least expensive villa in Yunding Tiangong. Not just me, but even if Grandma wanted to buy one, she would have to liquidate most of her assets to afford the cheapest property. Lin Yang chuckled. Darling, there is no need to buy. I already have a villa in Yunding Tiangong ready for us to move into. Su Yuqing was taken aback and then replied, Lin Yang, don't joke around. You have no job, no income. How could you possibly afford a residence in Yunding Tiangong? If you truly wish to reside there, let us see if any lucrative opportunities arise in the future. Once I find success, I shall consider purchasing a villa in Yunding Tiangong, and then our family can move in together. Lin Yang responded, I am not jesting. I genuinely own a villa in Yunding Tiangong. If you don't believe me here, take a look at this room card for my villa. Saying this, he produced the room card for Villa No. 001 from beneath his pillow and handed it to Su Yuqing. Chapter 61. Universe Group. Su Yuqing, bewildered, accepted the card and examined it closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The color refined, the materials luxurious, and the design intricate. It bore no resemblance to a counterfeit. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she hurriedly inquired, Lin Yang, where did you acquire this card? You didn't find it, did you? Lin Yang chuckled. Where would one find such a prestigious card? It was bestowed upon me by someone else, which makes me the owner of a villa in Yunding Tiangong. Su Yuqing furrowed her brow. Why would someone gift you such a valuable card? Did you perhaps treat someone's illness again? Lin Yang smiled. My dear wife understands me well. This card was indeed a token of gratitude from someone I helped with their ailment. Su Yuqing was left speechless. Even for treating an illness, it seemed absurd to gift a room card worth billions. Was this fee not exorbitantly high? Whom do you treat, that one would bestow upon you such an esteemed card? The villa number 001 in the Celestial Paradise. I have researched it online. It is the most opulent villa in the Celestial Paradise estate, valued at an astounding 3 billion. Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, the Lu family of Haisher. Su Yuqing was taken aback, her complexion nearly paling. Lin Yang, how dare you treat the Lu family of Haisher? They are the foremost family in Haisher. What will you do if you fail to heal them? Lin Yang reassured her, my dear, I have already cured the patient, so there is no need for concern. You once mentioned that you have faith in your husband. Su Yuqing remained skeptical of Lin Yang's medical skills, believing that his acupuncture was akin to the mystical arts of feng shui, lacking any scientific foundation. Healing someone seemed merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. After all, it is difficult for others to ascertain whether the acupuncture was truly effective. What if, one day, the Lu family comes to their senses and demands that you return this villa? No, my dear, my medical skills are genuine and reliable beyond reproach. There is no need for hesitation. You should have faith in your husband. Su Yuqing wore an expression of exasperation. Her spouse, perpetually dismissive of advice, was determined to treat the ailments of the powerful. What if calamity struck one day? Yet, with her husband unyielding in his resolve, they could only navigate each day as it came. My love, let us choose a day to move into Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong. It is spacious and beautiful, far superior to our current abode. Relocating there would also spare us the burden of rent, saving us 20,000 a month. Well, I shall consult with my mother tomorrow. I can only imagine her reaction upon learning you have procured an entire villa. Her lifelong dream has always been to reside in a magnificent mansion. Now, you've brought home a veritable palace. She'll likely wake from dreams with a smile. Lin Yang contemplated that he initially intended for himself and Su Yuqing to inhabit Villa 001, cherishing their time together in a world of their own. However, with Qian Chunhong now included in the plans, it felt as though he was inadvertently granting her an undeserved boon. The thought of someone as materialistic as Qian Chunhong residing in such opulence stirred a complex array of emotions within him. The following day, after Su Yuqing's parents had departed for work, Lin Yang mounted his electric scooter, heading towards Huanyu Group. As the chairman, it was only natural that he would pay a visit to the company. He parked the scooter along the roadside and strode confidently towards Huanyu Group. Exuding the authoritative presence of a proprietor, the floors of the Huanyu Group exude an air of opulence, while not as towering as the Bai Group's 100 stories. It boasts a respectable 30. The building glimmers under the sun's rays. A security guard, stationed at the entrance with a black baton, caught sight of Lin Yang, who had just dismounted from a small electric scooter, clad in what appeared to be low-end attire. His expression shifted instantly. He barked, "Halt! Where do you come from? Country bumpkin? Who permitted you to enter? This is not a place for you to lounge around in the air conditioning. Be gone." Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. "This Huanyu company belongs to me. I come and go as I please. Do you dare to stop me? Huh? A worthless pauper dares to claim Huanyu company as his own? I might as well declare that the entire Lu Corporation is mine. Let me inform you. Our new chairman is arriving today. Wise up and leave quickly, lest you soil the eyes of our new chairman. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to violence." As he spoke, the guard retrieved the baton from his waist, striking it against his palm menacingly before Lin Yang. With a slight smirk, Lin Yang replied, "What if I told you that I am the new chairman of Huanyu Company?" The guard erupted in laughter. "How utterly ridiculous. You, a ragged wretch, claiming to be our chairman? Dream on. Leave at once, or I shall not hold back. Do you see this iron rod? One strike from it could very well shatter your bones." With that, the guard brandished the baton threateningly, as if poised to strike Lin Yang should he take another step forward. Frowning, Lin Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Tang Jingxuan's number. After the call was connected, Tang Jingxian, filled with excitement, said, "Chairman, have you arrived at the company? If you're here, I will come down to greet you." Lin Yang replied, "I am indeed at the company's entrance. Initially, I intended to enter alone, but the security guard refused me entry and even threatened to strike me with a baton." Tang Jingxian quickly responded, "Chairman, please hold on for a moment. I will come down right away." Without delay, she hurriedly slipped on her high heels and rushed out of her office, heading towards the elevator to descend. It was the chairman's first day, and she feared that leaving a poor impression would reflect badly on her. What if the new chairman decided to dismiss her later? The employees at the company watched in astonishment as Tang Jingxian, usually so graceful, dashed about in such a flurry. Clearly, something significant was unfolding. Observing Lin Yang's phone call, the security guard mocked, "You, pathetic loser, think you can put on a show? Who do you think you can call?" Lin Yang replied calmly, "Your secretary Tang will be here shortly." The guard scoffed, "Oh really? You dare to pretend you know our esteemed secretary Tang? Someone of her stature would never associate with a lowly person like you. I'm eager to see if she actually arrives. If not, you're in for a world of trouble." Moments later, a woman in a white professional outfit and black high heels rushed out of the elevator on the first floor, making her way towards the entrance. The woman was none other than Tang Jingxian, the secretary to the chairman of Huanyu Company. The sound of her high-heeled shoes echoed sharply in the lobby. Upon hearing the commotion, the security guard turned to see none other than Tang Jingxian, his eyes widening in astonishment. He hurriedly inquired, "Secretary Tang, what brings you here?" Chapter 62, Madness. The guard's heart raced with unease. Could it be that Secretary Tang was indeed summoned by some impoverished wretch outside? Tang Jingxian replied coldly, "You impertinent fool, you obstructed my chairman. How could I possibly refrain from coming? If I hadn't shown up, would you have proceeded to assault him?" The guard's complexion drained of color as he hastily defended himself. "Secretary Tang, this is all a misunderstanding. I did not mean to offend this gentleman." He continued, "I was on the phone with the chairman and hadn't hung up. I overheard your entire conversation. You ought to report to the HR department to process your resignation." Desperately, the guard pleaded, "Secretary Tang, I was wrong. I implore you for another chance. I will apologize to this gentleman." "Chairman, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight." I truly did not recognize you as the chairman, and I have offended you. Lin Yang responded. Even if I were not the chairman, you ought to treat any visitor to the company with respect. My company does not tolerate such egregious behavior from security personnel. Secretary Tang retorted. You have already offended the chairman on his very first day. Your attitude and approach are unsuitable for this company. You are hereby dismissed. With a sigh of resignation, the guard trudged away, filled with regret, to the HR department to finalize his departure. Tang Jingxian turned to the chairman, saying, I sincerely apologize, Chairman. I never anticipated you would encounter such an incident on your first day. It is truly a failure in my management. Lin Yang remarked that it is indeed essential to enhance the ideological education and management of employees. Even those who are not part of the company should not resort to insults or violence. The chairman's words resonated profoundly. Chairman, allow me to familiarize you with your office and present you with various important documents pertaining to the company. With that, Tang Jingxian led Lin Yang to the office she had meticulously prepared for him. The office was equipped with every conceivable amenity: air conditioning, a refrigerator, a robotic vacuum, a massage chair, and even an artificial intelligence assistant. Additionally, there was a dedicated relaxation nook, featuring a bed spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals, providing a haven for rest after arduous work. It was truly splendid. Tang Jingxian then transferred various documents to Lin Yang, elaborating on the company's future development plans. Lin Yang was exceedingly pleased with Tang Jingxuan's performance, considering her an invaluable ally in managing the company. After she had introduced everything, Lin Yang glanced at the time, realizing it was time to procure groceries and prepare a meal. Before departing, Lin Yang instructed Tang Jingxian, in the future, I may not frequent the company. Please assist me in overseeing both major and minor affairs. Ensure that you promptly report significant matters to me, as they require my approval before implementation. Additionally, provide me with a daily account of the day's work. Tang Jingxian nodded in agreement. By the way, do not disclose my identity. Keep it a secret from everyone that I am the chairman of Huanyu Corporation. Treat my identity as the company's utmost confidentiality. Lin Yang preferred to maintain a low profile. Thus he resolved not to disclose his identity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to his wife. Moreover, if Qian Shunhong were to learn that he was the chairman of Huanyu Company, given her avaricious nature, she would undoubtedly flaunt it and devise various schemes to extort more money from him, siphoning off the company's resources. Such actions would be detrimental to the development of Huanyu Company. After clarifying matters with Tang Jingxian, Lin Yang proceeded to the market to purchase groceries. In the evening, during dinner, Su Yuqing glanced at Lin Yang and spoke. Mom, Dad, I have delightful news to share. Lin Yang has been treating patients, and in return, someone gifted him a villa at Yunding Tiangong. What do you think? Should we move in? Upon hearing this, Su Shenglong was so astonished that he dropped a chopstick onto the table. Qian Shunhong, equally shocked, spluttered the mouthful of seaweed and egg soup she had just ingested, spraying it onto a plate of sauteed lettuce. The dish was now marred by a mixture of soup and saliva, with fragments of egg and seaweed, rendering it akin to slop. She exclaimed incredulously, what nonsense. A villa at Yunding Tiangong. This good-for-nothing actually conned a villa. Su Yuqing frowned and replied, Mom, how can you say that? Lin Yang earned it by treating patients. It cannot possibly be a scam. What skills could he possibly possess that I am unaware of? You cannot genuinely believe that his rudimentary acupuncture techniques are tantamount to genuine medical expertise. Such practices are akin to the principles of feng shui, designed solely to deceive the gullible and affluent. He may have duped others, but he cannot fool me. Su Yuqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, glancing over at Lin Yang. Lin Yang merely shrugged and smiled, indicating his indifference. Let Qian Shunhong say whatever she wishes. His abilities do not require her validation. Nevertheless, even if it is mere deception, he has managed to secure a villa. And not just any villa, but one at the prestigious Yunding Tiangong. This can be deemed a commendable achievement in his 3 years of integration into the Su family. Now, our residence surpasses that of your grandmother and your uncle, and they are bound to feel envious and resentful of me. Ha 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 ha. Just the thought of moving into the Yunding Tiangong villa while they remain confined to the old Su family estate brings me immense joy. Ha 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 ha. Su Yuqing's intuition was indeed correct. Qian Shunhong had learned of her impending residence in the Yunding Tiangong villa and had gone into a frenzy. When Qian Shunhong discovered that Lin Yang had secured the villa numbered 001 at Yunding Tiangong, her joy was boundless, her laughter uncontainable. Oh, the Yunding Tiangong Villa 001. Not only will your grandmother be envious of me, but I suspect all my classmates will be equally envious. Such a prestigious villa is beyond the reach of their lifelong efforts. Ahahaha. The entire living room resonated with Qian Chuanhong's infectious laughter. The dinner was the most joyful meal Lin Yang had experienced since joining the Su family 3 years ago. After all, moving into the luxurious Villa No. 001 of Yunding Tiangong was such an exhilarating event that even those who had previously viewed Lin Yang with disdain found themselves warming to him in this moment. After finishing her meal, Qian Chunhong was so elated that she danced gracefully, resembling a butterfly flitting among blossoms. Su Xinglong was equally overjoyed. Upon witnessing Qian Chuanhong's spirited movements, he too began to dance, spontaneously engaging in a waltz with her to celebrate their new residence in the grandest and most opulent villa of Yunding Tiangong. This was a dream they had never dared to entertain. Even with Su Yuqing's marriage to Zhao Haofeng, there was no way they could afford a mansion valued at 3 billion. Just then, the doorbell of the Su family rang, chiming softly. Qian Chunhong, still elated, danced her way to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the faces of Grandma Su and the Su Qianlong family. In an instant, her expression froze, the smile vanishing from her face. What were they doing here? Chapter 63. Grandma Su must not move, and Qian Chunhong, bewildered, inquired, "Mother, what brings you here?" Grandma Su responded, "What? Am I not welcome as this old lady?" Qian Chunhong greeted with a courteous smile, "Welcome, welcome. Mother, your presence is always a delight." To be frank, Qian Chunhong had never been particularly favored by the Su family, especially since her daughter married Lin Yang. She had endured various scorn and ridicule, and thus, her enthusiasm to welcome the Su matriarch was somewhat muted. Nevertheless, they were family, and such feelings could not be openly expressed. As Su Laotai leaned on her cane, she led Su Qianlong's family past Qian Chunhong into the house. Upon entering, Su Laotai called out, "Where's Lin Yang? That son-in-law of mine, summon him to me." At that moment, Lin Yang was in the kitchen washing dishes. The sound of Su Laotai's voice filled him with an uneasy premonition. After all, she had not visited them uninvited in 3 years. Her sudden appearance surely related to the news about the villa that Su Ruoyan had shared with them. Setting down the sponge, Lin Yang washed his hands and stepped out of the kitchen, casually inquiring, "Grandmother, your unexpected visit. Do you require my attention?" Seated on the sofa, Su Laotai, with an expressionless demeanor, questioned, "Lin Yang, Ruoyan has informed me that you acquired the Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001 from the princess of the Lu family. Lu Hongya, is this true?" Upon hearing Su Laotai's inquiry about the villa, Qian Chunhong instantly became alert. Could it be that this old lady harbored intentions of residing in Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001? Qian Chunhong interjected, "Mother, what do you mean by that?" Madame Su coldly remarked, "I did not inquire about you. My question was directed towards Lin Yang. Please refrain from speaking." Qian Chunhong was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. It was evident that Madame Su's visit was far from benign. Lin Yang calmly responded, "Grandmother, the Lu family indeed gifted me a villa. May I inquire what your concerns are?" Madame Su retorted, "Given that you have received such a valuable villa, why did you not take the initiative to inform me? Do you not regard me, your grandmother, at all?" Lin Yang replied, "Grandmother, it is merely a villa. There is nothing of significance to report. Moreover, you never specified that I should inform you of any villas." Madame Su scoffed, "Acquiring such an extravagant villa without reporting it. Are you intent on enjoying it in solitude? Shouldn't the possession of a villa warrant a gesture of filial respect towards me, your grandmother? Do you no longer hold me in regard?" Lin Yang countered, "Grandmother, do you not already reside in the old Su family villa?" Madame Su declared, "How can you compare the old Su family villa to Cloud Peak Mansion number 001? I suspect your silence is indicative of your desire to prevent this old woman from moving in." Qian Chunhong, perceiving the unveiled intentions of Madame Su, hastily interjected, "Mother, you have lived quite happily in the old Su residence for many years, developing a deep emotional connection. Moreover, should you decide to move, what if the old master returns and cannot find you? Wouldn't he feel lonely?" Qian Chunhong was exceedingly reluctant for old lady Su to move into Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong. After all, old lady Su had always treated her poorly, showing favoritism towards the Su Qianlong family. Their relationship had been fraught with mutual disdain, and old lady Su possessed an extraordinary knack for causing trouble. Historically, conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have been rampant, Allowing old lady Su to reside in Villa 001 would surely disrupt any semblance of peace. With a mother-in-law capable of inciting endless quarrels, even the most luxurious and spacious villa could feel suffocating. Moreover, if old lady Su were to move in, it was inevitable that the Su Qianlong family would follow suit. Qian Shunhong intended to enjoy familial bliss at Villa 001. The presence of individuals she detested would render her experience utterly unbearable. Old lady Su exclaimed with indignation, "Stop spouting nonsense. Just admit it. Are you deliberately preventing this old woman from moving in?" Qian Shunhong hesitated. Realizing that openly confronting old lady Su in front of so many onlookers would reflect poorly on her, especially since she was, after all, her mother. Nevertheless, she was adamant in her desire to prevent old lady Su from taking up residence in Villa 001. Thus, she hastily redirected the conversation to Lin Yang. Mom? This villa was earned by Lin Yang. I only possess the right to reside here. He is the true owner. You should consult Lin Yang about this matter. Let him make the decision." Turning to Lin Yang, Qian Shunhong inquired, "Lin Yang, what are your thoughts? Do you wish for your grandmother to move in?" Qian Shunhong exchanged glances with Lin Yang, subtly indicating her disapproval of the idea of allowing Grandma Su to move in. Lin Yang, understanding her unspoken message, shared the same sentiment. He too was opposed to Grandma Su taking residence in the villa. After all, 3 years prior, she had callously evicted him and Yuqing's family, and just recently, she had betrayed Yuqing in a significant affair involving the general manager. For these reasons alone, there was no way he could permit her to bask in the comforts of Villa 001 at Yunding Tiangong. Grandma Su, eager for a response, asked Lin Yang, "Do you not wish for your grandmother to reside in Villa 001 at Yunding?" Lin Yang replied, "Grandma, I believe it would be more suitable for you to stay at the old residence." His words were carefully chosen. As he was aware of her relationship with Yuqing, who was present at the time, he sought to express his refusal without being overtly harsh. Upon hearing Lin Yang's response, his mother-in-law, Qian Shunhong, nodded with delight, clearly pleased with his answer. The consensus was unequivocal. Grandma Su should not be allowed to move in, for the potential complications were too great. Grandma Su, fully comprehending Lin Yang's implication, recognized that his suggestion to remain at the Su family's old residence was merely a veiled refusal of her request to occupy Villa 001. Frustrated, she struck the floor with her cane and glared at Lin Yang with fiery eyes, exclaiming, "Lin Yang, you wretched scoundrel! You are nothing but an ingrate. You have no respect for your elders. The Su family has truly wasted their efforts on you these past 3 years." Su Tianlong chimed in, echoing her sentiments. "You worthless son-in-law, how dare you show such disrespect to your grandmother? You must have the audacity of a bear." Su Ruoyan remarked, "Lin Yang, do not forget that you are merely a dog raised by the Su family. Were it not for them, you would have perished on the streets long ago. How can you now dismiss your grandmother so disdainfully? You are a despicable and ungrateful wretch." Lin Yang replied calmly, "Allow me to clarify. It is not the Su family that has supported me for the past 3 years, but rather Yuqing. Everything I have, my food, my clothing, has been provided by her. Has the Su family ever contributed a single penny to my upkeep?" Chapter 64. What are you fighting for? Old lady Su scolded furiously, You ingrate. Yuqing, look at the husband you have chosen. He acquires a villa yet refuses to allow his grandmother to reside there. Is he even human? Yuqing, tell me, will you allow your grandmother to live in Lin Yang's villa? Su Yuqing felt that denying her grandmother entry into the Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001 might be somewhat cruel. After all, despite the past grievances, she was still her grandmother. However, seeing her mother and husband Lin Yang both reluctant to welcome her grandmother into their home, she understood their reasons. Caught in a dilemma, she hesitantly replied, "Grandmother, if the villa were mine, I would certainly allow you to stay. But since it belongs to Lin Yang, I cannot make that decision." Old lady Su lamented, "Yuqing, even you disdain your grandmother? Do you also believe that I should not be allowed to live there?" Su Yuqing expressed her sincere apologies. "Grandma, I truly am sorry. The villa is not mine, and I lack the final decision-making authority." Su Tianlong interjected, "Su Yuqing, I cannot believe you would turn your back on Grandma. Do not forget that your position as general manager was bestowed upon you by her grace. Do you think she won't reclaim that position in an instant, leaving your entire family to face dire straits?" Su Ruoyan added, "Grandma, given Su Yuqing's lack of gratitude, perhaps you should simply revoke her general manager position. That way, she will learn the consequences of her ingratitude." The primary motivation behind Su Tianlong and Su Ruan's support for the elderly matriarch was not merely to ensure her comfort, but to secure their own interests. They believed that if Grandma could secure residence in Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong, their family would also benefit from her influence. Prior to their visit to Su Yuqing's residence, Su Grandma had already conspired with Su Tianlong, Su Ruan, Su Qianlong, and Zhong Jiaodong. The plan was to first facilitate Grandma's entry into Villa 001, after which she would devise a means to accommodate her eldest son's family as well. This was, in truth, the real objective of their visit to Su Yuqing's home. Su Grandma was convinced that once she subdued Su Yuqing, Lin Yang would inevitably heed his wife's counsel and allow her to move in. However, she was acutely aware that if Su Yuqing were unwilling to assist her, there was little she could do to compel her. For Su Yuqing was the appointed general manager of the Bai Group. To rashly remove Su Yuqing from her position within the Su Group would undoubtedly provoke the opposition of the Bai Group, resulting in dire consequences for the entire Su Group. Thus, it was imperative that Su Yuqing's role as general manager remained unchallenged. Old Madame Su observed Su Yuqing, who had lowered her head in silence, realizing that appealing to her was likely futile. Consequently, she turned her gaze to her son, Su Xinglong. As her son, he would surely have affection for her, his mother. And it was inconceivable that he would allow her to reside in the old family home while he occupied a grand villa. Xinglong, you are a good son. Would you permit me to move into Villa 001 at Yunding Tiangong? Su Xinglong cast a glance at Qian Shunhong, whose eyes were filled with an unmistakable hostility. It seemed that should he dare to consent to his mother moving in, Qian Shunhong would have the capacity to devour him whole. Although he harbored a desire for his mother to share the luxurious abode with him, he was acutely aware of the need to avoid offending Qian Shunhong. Moreover, 3 years prior, his mother had expelled their family from their home, and her behavior was often domineering. Qian Shunhong had her reasons to harbor animosity towards her. If his mother were to move in, it was likely that their lives would descend into chaos and unrest. Su Xinglong said, "Mother, while I wish to have you reside here, this villa is not under my name. I lack the authority to make such a decision. This estate belongs to Lin Yang, and he must be the one to decide." Old Madame Su retorted with fury, "I am nearing 80, and my health is not what it once was. Can you truly bear to see your mother living in that decrepit old villa of the Su family, teeming with snakes and insects? It becomes unbearably damp in the rain and chillingly cold in winter. Can you really endure seeing your mother suffer such hardships?" Su Qianlong interjected, "Brother, you are being utterly heartless. After all, she is our mother. To deny her the comfort of this villa is simply unreasonable, both emotionally and logically." Zhong Jiaodong added, "Xinglong, your mother is aging. Do you not want her to live in a better place? She is your mother. As the saying goes, a mother and son share the closest bond. How can you treat her this way? If you do not advocate for your mother and your worthless brother-in-law, can you truly face her?" With a troubled expression, Su Xinglong hastily declined, "Brother, sister-in-law, this villa belongs to my son-in-law Lin Yang. I genuinely cannot make that decision." Old Madame Su was utterly enraged. She could not believe that her own son would not stand up for her. Lin Yang was his son-in-law. If he merely spoke to him, wouldn't she be able to move in? Such filial piety was non-existent. Gripping her cane, she charged at Su Xinglong, exclaiming, "You unfilial son! I see you do not wish for your mother to reside in the Yunding Tiangong number 001 villa. I shall strike you, you ungrateful child." The old lady's cane struck Su Xinglong's leg. Su Xinglong let out a howl and hastily sought to flee. However, the agility of the elderly matriarch, Su, was equally astonishing. Wielding a cane, she pursued him with ferocity, striking as relentlessly as a hawk seizing its prey. "I shall smite you, unfilial wretch. I shall bring you to your end." After enduring several blows from Su's cane, Su Xinglong finally escaped the range of her onslaught. Just as he distanced himself, Su's gaze swiftly shifted to the nearby Qian Shunhong. With a sudden burst of energy, she charged towards Qian. "And you ungrateful daughter-in-law, do not presume I am unaware of your clandestine signals to them, forbidding me, their grandmother, from residing within. You wretched daughter-in-law." Su's cane struck Qian Chuanhong's ample thigh, eliciting a shriek from her akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ouch! Ouch! Mother, please cease your assault. I intend to teach you a lesson, you ungrateful daughter-in-law, who possesses a luxurious villa yet denies me, your own mother, a place to stay. Have you no humanity? Have you no conscience? I shall bring you to your end." Su continued her relentless pursuit of Qian Shunhong, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Despite her physical limitations, her cane served as a formidable weapon, allowing her to strike with ease. She landed approximately 7 or 8 blows, targeting Qian's legs, backside, and waist, inflicting considerable pain. Qian cried out in agony, unable to contain her distress. Observing the wretched state of Qian Shunhong under Su's assault, Lin Yang could not help but chuckle. The mother-in-law, who has always placed immense value on money, is now about to receive a much-deserved lesson. Qian Shunhong can no longer endure it. Throughout her life, she has never suffered such indignities. Her parents never raised a hand against her, nor did they often chastise her. Who is this Su old lady to treat her in such a manner? Does Qian Shunhong not care for her dignity? In a sudden, decisive motion, Qian Shunhong swiftly seized the old lady's cane and flung it aside, the cane clattering to the ground. She has laid her cards on the table. No more pretense. With fervor, Qian Shunhong declared, "Enough. Stop hitting me. What is this violence for?" Chapter 65. If you don't let me move in, I want to get up. Today, I shall make it clear that Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong belongs to Lin Yang, and only our family shall reside there. You, old heck, have no right to occupy it. 3 years ago, you expelled us from the Su family. Surely, you should have anticipated this outcome. Su old lady was taken aback by Qian Shunhong's unprecedented defiance. Since her marriage into the Su family, she had never before contested with her in such a forthright manner, daring even to call her an old hag. Who has emboldened her so? The old lady trembled with rage, nearly losing her balance, and exclaimed furiously, "This is insurrection. Qian Shunhong, the daughter-in-law of the Su family, has rebelled. You dare to insult me, your own mother. Have you lost all sense of decency?" Qian Shunhong, with her hands on her hips, declared, "If you continue to act unreasonable and insist on moving into my villa, I shall not hesitate to berate you." Old lady Su hastily turned to Su Xinlong, lamenting, "Look at the kind of willful woman you have married. She disregards even me, her own mother-in-law. This is truly a flagrant display of filial ingratitude. If you do not intervene, she will soon be riding on my back, so to speak." As Su Xinlong, being the biological son of old lady Su, witnessed her plight, he felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, he gently addressed Qian Shunhong. "Shunhong, perhaps we could allow mother to reside in our villa. It is her heartfelt desire." Without hesitation, Qian Shunhong coldly retorted, "Absolutely not. If you wish for her to stay, then you might as well move out yourself. You can live with her in the old Su family villa." Qian Shunhong was determined to enjoy her tranquility in the luxurious Villa 001 at Yunding Tiangong, and she firmly opposed the idea of old lady Su, the instigator of discord, moving in. Such an arrangement would undoubtedly lead to daily quarrels. Seeing Qian Shunhong's resolute stance, Su Xinlong felt dejected. Despite being a man, he was particularly intimidated by his wife, Qian Shunhong. Once she made up her mind, he felt utterly powerless. After all, he could neither overpower her nor silence her. In a dramatic display, old lady Su plopped down onto the ground, lamenting, "If you do not permit me to move in, then I shall remain here," refusing to leave. This scene echoed the antics of Sun Wukong, who, in front of the Buddha, threw a tantrum and refused to depart. Su Qianlong exclaimed, "Brother, sister-in-law, look at what you have done to mother. Do you not possess even a modicum of filial piety?" Su Xinlong, with an expression of helplessness, replied, "I." He found himself in a dilemma, torn between his mother and his formidable wife, even if he wished to assist his mother. It was no easy feat to navigate the obstinacy of Qian Shunhong. It was truly a challenge. Qian Shunhong asserted firmly, "Why do you not mention that 3 years ago she drove our entire family away, showing no semblance of a caring mother? Other matters may be negotiable, but the idea of residing in the Yunding Tiangong villa is out of the question." Su Xinlong pleaded, "Mother, please rise." He then approached the elderly matriarch, grasping one of her hands in an attempt to help her to her feet. However, Su Laodai vehemently pulled away, declaring, "I will not stand up. Unless you agree to let me live in villa number 001 of Yunding Tiangong, I shall remain seated right here. I will stay until you consent to my residing in the villa. Otherwise, I refuse to budge. I absolutely will not rise." With an unwavering tone, she reiterated her stance. "Mother, please get up. The ground is cold." "I will not get up. I am resolute. Let this frigid ground be the end of this old woman." Madame Su contemplated her determination to reside in the luxurious Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong. At her advanced age, she had never experienced such opulence. And the more splendid the villa, the more comfortable her elderly bones would feel. The thought of not being able to move in would be an immense regret. Furthermore, only by residing there could she pave the way for the Su Qianlong family to enter, and in the future, the villa could serve as a marital home for her grandson, Su Tianlong, a multifaceted benefit indeed. In this era, a man without a fine residence would find it quite challenging to attract a partner. If Su Tianlong could inhabit Villa 001, his pursuit of women would undoubtedly become significantly easier, for it was the most magnificent residence in the most luxurious community of the entire city. As the sole cherished grandson, Madame Su was resolute in her efforts to secure his place there. Observing his mother's stubborn expression, Su Shenglong felt a mixture of helplessness and his son's deep affection for his mother. After all, blood is thicker than water. Witnessing her seated on the cold ground, refusing to rise, it was impossible for him not to feel a pang of sorrow. He approached Qian Chunhong, grasping her hand gently, and pleaded, "Chunhong, look at how mother is sitting on the ground. It's chilly. What if she catches a cold? Please, have a little compassion and allow her to stay in our villa." However, Qian Chunhong swiftly shook off his hand, declaring vehemently, "Don't even think about it. If she wants to sit in the Yunding Tiangong villa, she might as well forget it. Let her sit on the ground as long as she likes. I'll see how long she can endure it. It is best to never rise again." Qian Chunhong's stance is exceedingly resolute. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, she would never consent to allowing Old Lady Su to take residence. Old Lady Su glared at Qian Chunhong with eyes full of resentment. Her middle finger pointed defiantly in Qian Chunhong's direction as she cursed, "You heartless, wretched woman. Your conscience has been devoured by dogs. How could my son marry such a morally depraved woman into our family? Truly, it is the misfortune of the Su family. Old master, behold the kind of woman your son has brought into the household." Su Qianlong berated Su Shenglong. "Shenglong, look at your wife. Does she speak like a human? As a man, it is high time you addressed the disloyalty of your wife. If I were in your shoes, I would slap her until her face bloomed with flowers." Qian Chunhong immediately retorted, "He wouldn't dare. If he dares to do so, just watch how I will deal with him. He can forget about living in peace." Su Shenglong, wearing an expression of helplessness, sighed deeply and lowered his head in silence. Su Qianlong continued his tirade, "Brother, I never imagined you to be such a henpecked coward. You are truly a disgrace to our manhood." He then turned to Qian Chunhong and exclaimed, "Qian Chunhong, the way you treat your mother, you shall face retribution." Qian Chunhong shot back, "Do not try to deceive me. I shall see what retribution awaits me." At that moment, Old Lady Su rose from the ground. The floor was indeed a bit chilly. If she sat too long, she might catch a cold. Despite her advanced age, she was particularly protective of her life. Realizing that her tactic of sitting on the ground had borne no fruit, she deemed it unnecessary to endure such discomfort any longer. Madame Su declared with fury, "I shall make my intentions clear today. As the head of the Su family, and as your mother, my word is law. I must reside within that house. Should you attempt to prevent my entry, I shall force my way in, and I am eager to see what you will do about it." Chapter 66. Su Yuqing's close friend, Xiao Shuiro. Qian Chunhong retorted angrily, "Then do try. Let us see if you can actually move in." Madame Su scoffed, "Humph. We shall see about that. Strong dragon, let us return for now. When they have moved, I shall make my presence known." With that, Madame Su turned and strode towards the door. The Su Qianlong family cast disdainful glances at Qian Chunhong, each letting out a cold snort before following Madame Su to the entrance. Qian Chunhong, with a sharp tone, called out, "Safe travels, no need for farewells." Her voice dripped with contempt. Madame Su and the Su Qianlong family slammed the door behind them, leaving a resounding thud in their wake. Bang! Qian Chunhong stood with her hands on her hips, continuing to hurl insults. "Huh? You think you can move into the Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001? Not a chance." Qian Chunhong's resolve was unwavering. She would never allow Madame Su to reside in Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001. Absolutely not. After delivering her statement, she shot a glance at Su Shenglong, her eyes brimming with resentment and anger, as if to warn him that any attempt to intercede on Madame Su's behalf would not be forgiven. She then returned to the sofa, cracking sunflower seeds while watching a soap opera on television, carelessly tossing the shells onto the floor. Not even the fact that Lin Yang had acquired a villa elicited any respect from her towards him. She felt that sweeping the floor was merely Lin Yang's duty. Su Shenglong sat on the sofa, his face etched with melancholy as he scrolled through his phone, watching beautiful women perform lively dances. The women, adorned in costumes resembling the god of wealth, gracefully moved in sync with the rhythm of the music, creating a festive atmosphere. This dance had recently gained popularity. Upon opening the Douyin video app, numerous live streams showcased endless repetitions of this very performance. He found himself somewhat weary of it. Yet the captivating figures of the dancers provided him with motivation to continue watching. In this moment of seeking solace, he indulged in the distraction of the live broadcasts featuring beautiful women, allowing himself a brief respite. Su Yuqing let out a soft sigh, as today's unpleasant commotion in her home weighed on her mind. Soon after, she received a video call from her close friend, Xiao Shuiro, prompting her to retreat to her room for a chat. Meanwhile, Lin Yang returned to the kitchen to finish washing the dishes and pots that had been left undone. After tidying up the remnants of sunflower seeds that Qian Chunhong had discarded in the living room, he emptied the trash can and then made his way back to Su Yuqing's room. Just as Su Yuqing concluded her video call, her face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Yang. "Lin Yang, I have something to share with you." "What is it?" he inquired. "My dear friend is coming from Jiangsheng to Haisher tomorrow morning. I need you to accompany me to the high-speed train station to pick her up." "Dear friend? You mean the one you've been video chatting with, Xiao Shuiro?" Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuiro are the best of friends, having forged a deep bond since their university days. Their camaraderie flourished during their studies, allowing them to share their innermost thoughts and feelings. After graduation, one of them settled in Haisher while the other made her home in Jiangxing. Despite the distance between their respective locales, their friendship remained unyielding. They frequently engaged in video calls, each conversation lasting over half an hour, and at times extending for several hours. With a playful nod, Su Yuqing exclaimed, "Indeed, it's her. She is coming to work in Haisher tomorrow, and I will finally reunite with my dear friend. I must tell you, she is even more stunning in person than she appears on screen. So, you better not harbor any notions about her." Lin Yang reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, my love, my heart belongs solely to you. I shall never be enamored with another woman." "That's good to hear," she replied, "though you may have the ulterior motive. You certainly lack the audacity." Lin Yang chuckled, unsure of how to respond. "However, did you not mention earlier that your friend hails from a wealthy family and works within their own corporate group? What brings her to Haisher?" "Oh, this is something you may not comprehend. It is the strategy of their family. They aspire for Shuiro to hone her skills in Haisher, to acquire ample business experience before returning to inherit the family legacy. If Shuiro were to remain in her family's realm, sheltered by familial protection, every endeavor would proceed with ease, which would not be conducive to her growth. Thus, her family has encouraged her to seek employment in Haisher." The following day, at 11 in the morning, Lin Yang drove Su Yuqing to the Haisher high-speed railway station to welcome Xiao Shuiro. It was not that Xiao Shuiro was unable to afford a flight. Rather, Jiangcheng was not far from Haisher, and traveling by high-speed train would allow for scenic views along the way. Upon arriving at the station, Lin Yang awaited in the lobby on the first floor. While Su Yuqing's gaze scanned the crowd eagerly, Lin Yang, with his hands casually crossed over his chest, observed the throng without the same anxious anticipation that filled Su Yuqing. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on Su Yuqing's face as she joyfully called out, "Shuiro, I'm over here." At the same moment, she raised one hand and stood on her tiptoes. Following her gaze, Lin Yang beheld a woman with softly curled hair, clad in a cherry pink jumpsuit, approaching with a pink suitcase in tow. The woman was none other than Su Yuqing's dear friend, Xiao Shuiro. Her enchanting eyes shimmered like rippling waves, and her cherry-red lips were captivatingly beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and the fitted dress she wore accentuated her S-shaped figure to perfection, radiating an extreme sensuality, as if she were adorned in sheer black silk. It could be said that her appearance was extraordinarily striking. In comparison to his own wife, one could argue they were equally matched, neither overshadowing the other. Overall, she exuded a more mature and sophisticated aura than Su Yuqing. Upon seeing Su Yuqing, Xiao Shuiro's face broke into a radiant smile, as bright as the sun. She set down her suitcase and embraced the rushing Su Yuqing tightly. "Shuiro, we meet again. I heard you were coming to live in Haisher. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep a wink." This was something Lin Yang could attest to. Indeed, Su Yuqing had stayed up quite late, occasionally expressing her joy with gleeful sounds and even rolling around in bed, clearly anticipating Xiao Shuiro's arrival. Xiao Shuiro responded, "I am equally delighted to see you again. You look exactly as you did in college, unchanged and still so beautiful." "You are beautiful too. You have become even more stunning than before." After their exuberant greeting ritual, Xiao Shuiro turned her gaze toward Lin Yang, who was standing nearby with his hands in his pockets. She scrutinized him from head to toe and raised her delicate brows, saying, "Yuqing, is this your husband? He looks considerably more handsome in person than he did in our video calls." Chapter 67. Your husband can heal? Su Yuqing smiled gently and remarked, well, it's quite flattering to hear such praise from my husband. It makes me somewhat bashful. Xiao Shuero replied, your husband indeed appears quite admirable in person. Alas, you have been married for 3 years, unlike me. I currently do not even have a boyfriend, let alone a husband. Su Yuqing responded, oh, if you wish to find a man, it is merely a matter of time. With your beauty, if suitors were to queue, they could stretch from Jiangcheng to Haishur. If you were to lower your standards a bit, you would have likely married by now. Xiao Shuero sighed. It's not that I haven't encountered suitable candidates. If I find the right one in Haishur, I shall grasp my happiness tightly. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are many outstanding men in Haishur. I wish you the best in finding love soon. Lin Yang, could you please assist Shuero with her luggage? Chu Xue is a girl, and her bags are heavy. Please help her load them into the trunk of the car, she continued. All right, Shuero, let me help you with your suitcase, Lin Yang offered. Xiao Shuero covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. Thank you. I appreciate your help. As Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuero walked ahead, Lin Yang followed closely behind, pulling Xiao Shuero's pink suitcase as they exited the train station together. He loaded her luggage into the trunk of the car and then took his place in the driver's seat, while Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuero settled into the back seat to chat. Lin Yang inquired, Shuero, have you booked a hotel for your stay or found a place to rent? Upon her arrival in the coastal city, Shuero found herself in an unfamiliar environment, and I was apprehensive about her living alone in a hotel or a rented apartment, especially considering she is a young woman. Thus, she decided to stay with me, her close friend, as we happened to have a vacant room at our residence. Lin Yang, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, oh, it seemed that our household would now be graced by the presence of another beauty, which was quite pleasant. Eventually, we would relocate to the luxurious Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 001. Upon hearing the mention of Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001, Xiao Shuero was utterly astounded, her complexion nearly paling in shock. Her voice escalated in pitch as she exclaimed, what? Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001? Yuqing, what is happening? Why are we suddenly moving into Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001? What on earth is going on? Su Yuqing hesitated slightly before responding. This villa is a gift from someone whom Lin Yang treated. Xiao Shuero stood there in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. What? Your husband can heal people? Did you not say that he came from the countryside? In Xiao Shuero's perception, Lin Yang had always been viewed as a mere dependent of the Su family, living off Su Yuqing. The revelation that he had the ability to heal and had acquired a villa as opulent as Yunding Tiangong number 001 left her in a state of shock. Moreover, just how remarkable must his medical skills be to warrant such a lavish and esteemed gift? While Su Yuqing shared an open rapport with Xiao Shuero, she had always struggled to find the right moment to disclose her husband's healing abilities, as the nature of such matters often seemed esoteric and heavily reliant on fortune. Su Yuqing hurriedly said, oh, Shuero, I only recently discovered that he possesses medical skills. He claimed to have learned from television and mentioned receiving guidance from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner on the street. While I find it somewhat unsettling, he has been fortunate on several occasions, and his dedication to practicing medicine is unwavering. Su Yuqing elaborated extensively to Xiao Shuero, finally comprehending the situation. Xiao Shuero thought to herself how audacious Lin Yang was. Merely having gleaned a few techniques from television and a street doctor, he dared to treat patients. While one might call Lin Yang's healing endeavors a stroke of luck, a harsher perspective would liken him to those so-called feng shui masters, whose practices often involve deceit and trickery. If this continues, it is certain that a day of reckoning will come. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Shuero addressed Lin Yang. Although your luck seems favorable, as your wife's close friend, I must advise you to reconsider your practice. If something were to go awry, it could bring trouble to Yuqing. Lin Yang replied confidently, you need not worry about that. I have faith in my abilities when it comes to treating others. Su Yuqing remarked, the words you have spoken to her, I have conveyed to him numerous times. Though they are indeed meaningful, he stubbornly refuses to heed them, insisting on treating others. I am at a loss. Xiao Shuero replied, since you find yourself powerless with your husband, I shall refrain from saying much more. In any case, Lin Yang, I sincerely hope you will not engage in treating others. Lin Yang interjected, you need not worry. I possess my own skills in the art of healing. Seeing Lin Yang's obstinacy, Xiao Shuero felt it unwise to press further, for she was not his wife and feared that her interference might jeopardize her friendship with Su Yuqing. Before long, Lin Yang drove to the villa of the Su family. He assisted Xiao Shuero in carrying her luggage into the house, Su Yuqing indicated that she would stay in the vacant room adjacent to her own, and after tidying up the space for Xiao Xuero, she said, Xuero, you may have to make do with this little villa for now. I assure you it is far from the luxury of your villa in Jiangqing. In a couple of days, we shall move together to Yunding Tiangong, where the environment is splendid. Should you need anything, feel free to knock on my door. If I am not home, you may seek Lin Yang's assistance. He will be more than willing to help you. Xiao Xuero nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. By the way, Xuero, did you not mention that you would be working in Haishur? Where do you plan to find employment? I have submitted my resume to the 4 esteemed families companies, and I have already received interview invitations from them. Tomorrow, I will attend the interview, and my greatest aspiration is to secure a position at the Lu Group, as it stands as the largest conglomerate in Haishur. Should I be fortunate enough to work there, I am certain that my skills will undergo significant refinement. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. Given your capabilities, it should be effortless for you to join the Lu Group. Lin Yang, it is now lunchtime. Please head to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Xuero must be hungry as well. Be sure to prepare an ample assortment of dishes, showcasing your culinary expertise, perhaps some spicy crayfish, steamed fish, charcoal grilled steak, and mapo tofu. Let us celebrate the reunion of Xuero and myself in grand style this afternoon. Xiao Shui softly remarked. Yuqing, there's no need to trouble Lin Yang. Allow me to treat you all to a meal at a hotel. I feel rather embarrassed to keep relying on you for food and accommodation. Su Yuqing replied, Oh, we are like sisters. There is no need for such formalities. Dining at a hotel would incur considerable expenses. While I am aware of your wealth, I cannot permit you to squander your money in my presence. Besides, Lin Yang's culinary skills are quite commendable, rivaling those of chefs at 5-star hotels. So, let us enjoy our meal at home. Chapter 68. Do not marry a worthless wretch. Su Yuqing had always been prudent and frugal, thus she naturally preferred that Xiao Shui refrain from dining out, especially with a talented cook like Lin Yang at home, whose dishes were both economical and delectable. Observing Su Yuqing's resolute stance, Xiao Shui acknowledged her as an exemplary steward of her household. Very well, I shall heed your advice. We'll dine at home, Xiao Shui consented. Now, Lin Yang, please go procure ingredients and prepare our feast. We eagerly await your culinary creations. Lin Yang nodded dutifully. As you wish, my dear. I shall attend to it immediately. He promptly set off to wash rice and prepare the meal, making a quick trip to the market on his electric scooter. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing and Xiao Shui enjoyed the comforts of the air-conditioned room, engaging in lively conversation. Having not seen each other for quite some time, the two friends chatted animatedly. Resembling a pair of larks, their words flowing effortlessly. Lin Yang prepared an array of delectable dishes: steamed fish, stir-fried beef with green peppers, abalone, spicy crayfish, mapo tofu, sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with loofah, and meatballs and vegetable broth. He even purchased ready-made shredded chicken and roasted duck from a nearby shop, creating an impressive feast that surpassed the usual holiday fare. Lin Yang meticulously arranged the dishes on the table before calling Su Yuqing and Xiao Xuero to join him for dinner. Xiao Xuero scooped a spoonful of Lin Yang's mapo tofu into her bowl, and upon tasting it, her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. This mapo tofu was simply exquisite. The perfect balance of spiciness and numbing sensation. It was fragrant and tender, melting effortlessly in the mouth, enriched with the robust aroma of yellow soybeans. Even a tiny fragment of red chili on top was utterly delightful. This is so delicious. The tofu is just incredible, she exclaimed. Lin Yang, you've got some real culinary skills. Su Yuqing, beaming with delight, encouraged her. Xuero, if you love it, indulge a little more. There are plenty of other dishes for you to try. Xiao Xuero, feeling pleasantly full with a slight bulge in her belly, leaned back in her chair, exuding a lazy demeanor. She had never anticipated that Lin Yang's cooking would be so delectable, especially considering her usual habit of eating just enough to maintain her diet. Having a husband who can cook is such a blessing. Yuqing, I finally understand why you chose Lin Yang. I never expected your husband to be such a remarkable chef. Su Yuqing smiled modestly, a hint of pride in her tone. Lin Yang's talents extend far beyond just cooking. Later that night, Qian Shunhong and Su Shenglong returned home. Qian Shunhong was exceedingly delighted by the arrival of Xiao Xuero, for her family's assets were estimated to reach a staggering 5 billion. Naturally, Qian Shunhong was eager to associate with someone of such a distinguished lineage. She regarded Xiao Xuero with a sense of admiration, believing that having a wealthy friend like her daughter Su Yuqing was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. In her eyes, connections were paramount. especially the kind that could offer assistance in times of need. Thus, she treated Xiao Shuero with utmost courtesy, akin to the deference an employee might show a superior. During dinner, Qian Shenhong took on a tone of earnest concern as she addressed Xiao Shuero, saying, "My dear Shuero, as a young woman of such beauty, you must ensure that you marry a rich and handsome man. Do not follow in the footsteps of your friend Yuqing, who wed an utterly useless man." As she spoke, her gaze darted disdainfully towards Lin Yang, who, unable to join them at the table, stood off to the side. "Look at this good-for-nothing, dressed in shabby attire. He clinks with poverty. For 3 years, he has merely lived off our family, at most assisting with cooking and cleaning. Beyond that, he is utterly ineffectual. Tell me, would you wish to marry such a man?" Xiao Shuero, of course, had no desire to marry someone like Lin Yang, who, at present, did appear rather ineffectual. However, she was not inclined to voice such sentiments directly, as that would be rather impolite. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Annie, I actually think Lin Yang isn't all that bad. After all, he did manage to secure a villa in Yunding Tiangong, didn't he? The villa in question was acquired through sheer deception. One must wonder what merit lies in such a feat should others uncover his fraudulent methods in the future. He may very well find himself facing consequences. This good-for-nothing will inevitably have his day of reckoning." Xiao Shuero offered an awkward smile, internally agreeing with Qian Shuanhong's sentiments. Thus, "Shuero, you must be discerning in your choice of a partner. It is a pity for our Yuqing, who has wed such a useless man, leaving me, her mother, utterly embarrassed in front of others. Each time my friends mention my son-in-law, I wish I could vanish into the earth. It is truly mortifying." Lin Yang smirked nonchalantly. If Qian Shenhong were to discover that her account held 11 billion and that he owned a company valued at 10 billion, one can only imagine her astonished expression. She would likely be left speechless, slapping her own face in disbelief. After dinner, Lin Yang tidied the table and washed the dishes. Su Yuqing, Xiao Shuero, and Qian Shenhong sat leisurely in the living room. Qian Shenhong perused a short video app, captivated by male models performing lively dances. She often enjoyed watching such young, handsome fellows dressed splendidly as they danced, occasionally sending a star or a rose to show her support for the streamers. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuero relaxed on the sofa, scrolling through short videos featuring culinary delights and travel adventures. As Qian Shenhong watched, she cracked open sunflower seeds, tossing the shells carelessly onto the floor, and even spat out the remnants of spoiled seeds with little regard. Xiao Shuero, upon witnessing the scene before her, felt a twinge of surprise. She furrowed her brow, perceiving Qian Shuanhong's lack of hygiene, while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Yang. Reflecting on the difficulties of being a son-in-law, Su Yuqing addressed Qian Shenhong, saying, "Mother, now that Shuero is here, could you perhaps be a bit more restrained and sanitary? Please refrain from throwing sunflower seeds on the floor. It looks rather unsightly, and it will also make it troublesome for Lin Yang to clean up." Xiao Shuero added, "Auntie, tossing seeds on the floor will make it quite dirty." Qian Shenhong responded nonchalantly, "The dirtier, the better. This way, that good-for-nothing son-in-law will have something to do. Otherwise, he would be idly consuming without contributing, which is not acceptable in our Su family." She continued earnestly, "Shuero, it is only natural for a son-in-law to work. It is the fate of a son-in-law. If one chooses to partake in such a role, one must endure its hardships. Do not follow in Yuqing's footsteps by bringing home such a useless individual. Your parents would surely be heartbroken. You must marry a wealthy and capable husband to find true happiness. Otherwise, alas, you will be burdened by a son-in-law and will undoubtedly regret it in your old age." Xiao Shuero found herself in agreement with Qian Shuanhong's words, acknowledging the harsh reality that a son-in-law without financial means is often looked down upon. With Lin Yang serving as a prime example of this unfortunate truth, he held no standing within the household. The following day, after enjoying a breakfast of soup noodles prepared by Lin Yang, Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuero set out together. Su Yuqing headed to her position at the Su Group, while Xiao Shuero took her resume to various companies for interviews. The companies involved in the interview included Lin Yang's company, Huanyu Corporation. Xiao Shuero was aware that Huanyu Corporation was previously a subsidiary of the prestigious Lu Group, which was the foremost conglomerate in Haishur. Although it had recently undergone a change in ownership, it remained a colossal enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions. Consequently, she decided to submit her resume to Huanyu Corporation, believing that even if she could not secure a position within one of the 4 major family-owned conglomerates, gaining entry into Huanyu would still be commendable. Chapter 69. Xiao Shuiro's interview at Huanyu Corporation was conducted personally by Tang Jingxian, the chairman Lin Yang's secretary. She was vying for the position of marketing director, a relatively significant role within the company. Concerned about the inadequacy of the human resources department, populated by individuals lacking expertise in market management, Tang Jingxian took it upon herself to oversee the interview process. The human resources team was primarily suited to interviewing candidates for less critical positions such as sales representatives, financial assistants, administrative staff, HR personnel, data clerks, receptionists, security guards, and cleaning staff. Upon reviewing Xiao Shuiro's resume, Tang Jingxian noted that her university major was relevant and she possessed experience as a sales manager in a family business. Furthermore, her demeanor was commendable and her appearance was quite impressive. During the interview, she articulated her thoughts fluently and exhibited exceptional politeness, which greatly pleased Tang Jingxian. Among the cohort of interviewees, Xiao Shuiro achieved the highest overall score. Tang Jingxian personally hoped that Xiao Shuiro would join Huanyu Corporation. However, recruiting a marketing director was a significant undertaking for the company, and ultimately, the decision to hire Xiao Shuiro would require the approval of Chairman Lin Yang. Thus, Tang Jingxian sent a WeChat message to Lin Yang, sharing a Word document containing the profiles of 5 candidates she deemed most suitable for the position of marketing director. She urged Lin Yang to decide who should be appointed, while personally endorsing Xiao Shuiro. Upon reading the message, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback at the mention of Xiao Shuiro, not expecting her to be interviewing at his own company. After perusing the resumes of the 5 individuals, it became evident that Xiao Shuiro was the most fitting candidate for the role of marketing director. Her expertise aligned perfectly, complemented by her experience in family business management. Logically, she should be the one to assume the position. However, a thought crossed his mind. If Xiao Shuiro were to join his company, how would he explain their encounters? It would be impractical to reveal his status as the chairman of Huanyu or even that he worked there, which could lead to considerable complications. Moreover, Xiao Shuiro was also interviewing with the 4 prominent families, all of which were colossal conglomerates valued in the hundreds of billions. It was likely she would regard his company, with a valuation of merely 10 billion, as beneath her. Should she be offered a position by one of the 4 families, she would undoubtedly opt for them over Huanyu. It seemed prudent to observe how Tang Jingxian's interviews progressed before making a final decision. Lin Yang replied to Tang Jingxian, "I will take some time to consider the most suitable candidate and will provide a response in approximately 3 days." Tang Jingxian acknowledged, understood. Chairman. That evening, after completing her interviews, Xiao Shuiro took a taxi back to the Su family residence. Her expression appeared somewhat displeased, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. Su Yuqing inquired with concern, "Shuiro, how did your interview go today? You seem rather downcast. Did something go awry during the interview?" Xiao Shuiro sighed and replied, "Well, overall, the outcome of today's interview was not very favorable. The interviewers from the 4 prominent families conglomerate did not exhibit much enthusiasm during our meeting, and our conversation was rather brief. The questions posed were trivial, as if they did not regard me as a worthy candidate." Su Yuqing was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "I didn't realize that the interview process at the conglomerate of the 4 major families was so rigorous. It seems that even someone with your experience from a family business valued at 50 billion is not warmly welcomed. Given that our own Su Group is merely worth over 1 billion, I fear I would be relegated to the sidelines if I were to interview there." A shiver ran down Su Yuqing's spine. How terrifying. Quickly, she pressed on. "But didn't you mention that you also interviewed at a company valued in the hundreds of billions, called Huanyu? How did that interview go?" The interview at Huanyu Company went rather well. It seemed that the chairman's secretary conducted the interview. We exchanged laughter and pleasantries, and she appeared quite satisfied with me, suggesting that I might successfully pass the interview. However, Huanyu Company is not my top choice. Su Yuqing smiled and reassured me, saying, "If the 4 great families conglomerates do not come through, then Huanyu Company is still a commendable option. Although it pales in comparison to the 4 great families, it is still a company valued in the billions." Xiao Shuiro added, "If we truly cannot secure a position with the 4 great families, then Huanyu Company remains our only viable choice, as there are no better alternatives." After dinner, Qian Chunhong began tidying up various items in preparation for the move to Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001. She thought to herself that the sooner she moved in, the sooner she could relish the comfort and luxury of the villa. Ever since acquiring Yunding Tiangong Villa, she had grown increasingly dissatisfied with her current residence. The villa was not only small but also poorly designed, and she was burdened with a monthly rent of 20,000 yuan, which pained her. Why reside in a rented place when there was a free villa available? Moving to Yunding Tiangong Villa would save her a considerable sum each month. She could hardly wait to indulge in the opulence of the new villa. Resolute in her plans to move in the next day, she urged everyone to hasten their packing, prompting all to begin organizing their belongings. Lin Yang possessed very few belongings, merely a collection of clothes, shoes, and several ancient treasures he had brought from Kunlun Mountain. After packing these items into a box, he had nearly completed his preparations. Tomorrow, he would merely need to sort through the clothes he had changed out of that evening. He was soon summoned by Qian Chunhong to the kitchen to meticulously pack all the bowls, chopsticks, pots, spoons, dishwashing liquid, induction cooker, microwave, air fryer, sponges, power strips, chef's knife, cutting board, paring knife, and vegetable washing basket. No item was to be overlooked. In Qian Chunhong's eyes, every single item represented monetary value and must not be wasted. If he could not even manage these tasks properly, what purpose did his existence as a useless son-in-law serve? After organizing the kitchen, he was also instructed to gather all the half-used toiletries from the bathroom, including shampoo, facial cleanser, body wash, and toilet cleaner. Unwanted empty bottles, cardboard boxes, and metal objects from the villa were not to be discarded. They were to be collected in bags for tomorrow's sale to the scrap collector, with the proceeds to be used for purchasing groceries. After a long night of packing, everyone was quite fatigued and retired to their showers and beds. Lin Yang, having finished drying the clothes washed in the machine, also went to sleep. These clothes, having been spun dry, would be ready for collection by morning after air drying on the balcony. The following day, Qian Chunhong promptly arranged for a large truck to be summoned. The truck driver and Lin Yang worked together to load a multitude of items onto the vehicle: spring mattresses, sofas, coffee tables, dining tables, wardrobes, refrigerators, air conditioners, televisions, chairs, and various bags, both large and small, all were loaded onto the truck. Chapter 70. Relocation to Cloud Op Villa number 001. After a morning of bustling activity, everyone successfully relocated to Cloud Op Villa number 001. Except for Lin Yang, it was the first visit for the others, and they were utterly astonished by the opulence of the villa, continuously exclaiming in wonder. Upon arriving at Cloudtop Villa number 001, Qian Chunhong's first impulse was to share her experience on social media. Moving into such a splendid residence demanded an announcement. How else would others know of her luxurious new home? If they were unaware of her extravagant living situation, how could they possibly envy her? She posted on WeChat Moments, "Today I moved to Cloudtop Villa number 001. I must say, this place is simply stunning, resembling a dreamlike castle. The villa is truly immense. One could easily lose their way if not careful. The view of the garden from the balcony is breathtaking, and the river scenery is absolutely enchanting. It's a paradise for leisure, golfing, swimming, or simply relaxing in the cinema room on the sofa to enjoy a film. It's splendid in every regard. Even the bathroom is remarkably spacious. I dare say many people's bedrooms are smaller than my bathroom. The entire passage exudes an air of boastfulness, particularly the final statement, which is the epitome of ostentation." She accompanied her post with a series of meticulously arranged photographs of the villa number 001 at Cloudtop Paradise, showcasing various aspects: the villa's exterior and interior, the garden, the walk-in closet, the master bedroom, the swimming pool, the golf course, the cinema room, the kitchen, and even the restroom. Each photograph was taken from carefully selected angles, rivaling the scenic shots of renowned travel bloggers. Upon sharing this on her social media, it instantly created a sensation among her close friends. They were utterly astonished, rendered speechless before their screens. They could hardly believe that Qian Chunhong could reside in the luxurious villa number 001, the most expensive one in Cloud Top Paradise, especially considering her daughter was married to a country bumpkin from a rural background. How could they possibly afford such an opulent residence? Some even speculated that Qian Chunhong was merely visiting the villa, capturing images to show off. In no time, her WeChat was flooded with inquiries about the villa at Cloud Top Paradise. After all, it was indeed intriguing that a woman of modest means, with a son-in-law from humble origins, could inhabit such a lavish abode. Meanwhile, Mrs. Su and her family gazed at Qian Chunhong's post with genuine envy. This was the house of their dreams, immense, featuring a swimming pool, a golf course, a grand bed, and a restroom larger than the bedroom itself. Prompted by their admiration, Mrs. Su and her family swiftly set their plans into motion, plans they had previously devised. Since Qian Shunhong refused to allow the matriarch Su to reside in Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong, it was decided that Su would assertively take up residence there. They were confident that Qian Shunhong could not expel the elderly lady. Even if she tried, Su Shenlong would surely oppose her. He could never remain indifferent to the sight of his own mother being forcibly ousted by a woman. If necessary, Su could simply lay down on the floor of the villa, defying any attempts to remove her. Thus, Su would successfully establish her residence in Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong. After settling in, she planned to discreetly allow Su Qianlung's family to join her when no one was home. This way, both Su and Su Qianlung's family would firmly root themselves in the villa. With determination, Su hurried back to her room to pack a suitcase filled with her belongings, clothes, shoes, reading glasses, bank cards, and more. She also instructed her daughter-in-law, Zhang Jiaodong, to pack a quilt into a large tote bag. Soon after, Su and Su Qianlung's family hastily set off for the Yunding Tiangong villa area. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the doorbell echoed through the courtyard of Villa 001. At that moment, Qian Shunhong was outside, capturing picturesque images of the rockery. When she heard the doorbell, she thought little of it and proceeded to answer the door. However, upon opening it, the joy that had initially graced her face faded instantly. Standing at the entrance was the elderly Su, leaning on her cane, flanked by Su Qianlung's family. A suitcase and a large bag containing a quilt lay on the ground, their eyes fixed on her with an intense scrutiny. Qian Shunhong felt an ominous presence. Madame Su was undoubtedly intent on forcibly taking residence in the villa. With a voice laced with anger, Madame Su remarked, "Qian Shunhong, you seem quite pleased to reside in Villa 001 of Yunding Tiangong." Qian Shunhong retorted with a dismissive curl of her lip, "Indeed, I was enjoying my time, but your arrival has dampened my spirits. Kindly leave at once to avoid further disrupting my mood." Madame Su, incensed, struck the ground with her cane and scolded, "Humph, a pleasant mood, you say? In such a spacious villa, as the daughter-in-law of the Su family, you refuse to allow me, your mother-in-law, to reside here, and you dare to expel me. Have you no conscience?" Su Qianlung interjected, "Qian Shunhong, are you not going to welcome mother inside? Do you truly wish to be regarded as the unfilial daughter-in-law of the Su family?" Through gritted teeth, Qian Shunhong replied, "I recall never agreeing to let her move in. There is no way she is stepping foot in my villa." Madame Su pointed her cane accusingly at Qian Shunhong's face, declaring, "You have defied the order. The daughter-in-law of the Su family, Qian Shunhong, has turned against her own, residing in such a grand villa while refusing me, her mother-in-law, entry. This is truly outrageous. A flagrant act of disloyalty. Your conscience must have been devoured by dogs." Qian Shunhong rolled her eyes at Madame Su's tirade, paying no heed to her words. No matter what was said, she would not permit Madame Su to reside in the villa. Firstly, 3 years prior, she had been unceremoniously expelled from the villa along with her family. Secondly, Madame Su's domineering demeanor and disdain for Qian Shunhong had long fostered animosity. Lastly, who could ascertain whether Madame Su's intentions were genuine? Given her evident favoritism towards Su Qianlung's family, it was likely that they would also be invited to reside there should she gain entry. Madame Su observed that Qian Shunhong remained utterly unfazed, and with gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Chang Long, Tian Long, you two formidable men, use your strength to forcibly remove this unfilial daughter-in-law obstructing the entrance. I am determined to take residence today. As you wish, mother. As you wish, grandmother." With a cunning smirk, Su Qianlung and Su Tianlong approached Qian Shunhong. Today, anyone who dared to impede Madame Su's entry into the villa would face their wrath. They were resolute in ensuring that Madame Su would be firmly placed into the Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001. Chapter 71. Qian Shunhong is slapped in the face as Qian Shunhong witnessed Su Qianlung and Su Tianlong advancing with ill intentions. A sudden chill coursed through her. Her body trembled. The two imposing men approached her, and as a woman, she felt a flicker of fear. She had not anticipated their audacity to intrude. Consequently, she swiftly retreated towards the door, intending to close the grand gate of the villa's courtyard. However, it was too late. Just as the gate was about to shut, Su Qianlung and Su Tianlong each braced a hand against it. Despite Qian Shunhong exerting all her strength, even using her body to push against the door, she could not close it. Suddenly, Su Qianlung and Su Tianlong collided forcefully against the door, which swung rapidly towards Qian Shunhong, propelling her to the ground with tremendous force. She landed heavily, yelping in pain, "Oh, my behind!" as Su Qianlong and Su Tianlong strode into the villa's courtyard with confidence. With an air of arrogance, Su Qianlong declared, "You unfilial wretch, how dare you obstruct your mother from moving into the villa? You are courting death." In a fit of fury, Qian Chenong retorted, "You too dare to forcibly invade a private residence? I shall fight you to the end." Immediately, Qian Chunhong planted one hand firmly as a pivot and swiftly rose to her feet, charging at Su Qianlong with the intent to deliver a resounding slap. She believed that, given Su Qianlong's slightly older age, he would be easier to overpower. However, Su Qianlong deftly caught her incoming hand and retaliated with a heavy slap that struck Qian Chuanhong's face. The sound echoed, followed by a forceful kick to her protruding abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. "You insolent woman! How dare you challenge me? You are asking for trouble." Qian Chuanhong's face bloomed with a vivid red mark, akin to a peony in full bloom, while her abdomen throbbed with pain. Her backside ached terribly, feeling as though her very bones might shatter. In agony, she cried out, "Oh, it hurts so much. My stomach, my backside." Observing the pitiful state of Qian Chunhong, the elderly matriarch Su approached the villa's courtyard, her cane in hand and excitement in her step. Looking down upon the writhing Qian Chunhong, she commanded, "Qianlong, Tianlong. This woman shows no respect for her elders and is truly a shrew. Teach her a harsh lesson today so that she remembers her place." Su Qianlong and Su Tianlong strode purposefully towards Qian Chunhong. As she shielded her stinging face, trembling in fear, she pleaded, "What are you going to do? Help! Help!" Su Qianlong exclaimed to Su Tianlong, "Tianlong, grab this woman's hair from behind. I will give her a good slap to teach this wretched woman a lesson." "All right, Dad." Su Tianlong seized Qian Chuanhong's hair from behind, pulling her head down towards the ground, angling her face at a 45-degree tilt towards Su Qianlong, allowing him to strike with greater precision. Qian Chunhong trembled and pleaded, "Qianlong, I am your brother's wife. You cannot treat me this way." Realizing too late that begging for mercy was futile, Su Qianlong declared, "Today, I shall thoroughly discipline you, you shameless woman." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Qianlong's large hand swung towards Qian Chuanhong's face. Slap! A resounding sound echoed. Qian Chunhong, filled with fear, attempted to evade Su Qianlong's blow. But with her hair firmly grasped by Su Tianlong, any slight movement of her head resulted in painful tugs. She was utterly unable to escape the onslaught. Soon after, Su Qianlong relentlessly struck Qian Chuanhong's face, alternating blows. Slap! 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 With a flurry of over a dozen slaps, his palm throbbed with pain. Qian Chuanhong's face had transformed into a crimson spectacle, more vibrant than a ripe apple. It throbbed with pain, stung, and tingled, as if smeared with chili sauce on open wounds, and her face had begun to swell from the relentless assault. Su Qianlong exclaimed, "You wretched woman. Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future or oppose us again." Su Laotai glanced at Qian Chunhong, who appeared utterly miserable, and felt a sense of satisfaction. A radiant smile illuminated her face. At last, this headstrong woman had received a proper lesson. It was likely that she would think twice before acting so brazenly in front of her again. Su Laotai declared, "Qian Chunhong, you must remember the lessons imparted to you today. Take heed, for should you dare to act so arrogantly again, especially towards me, your mother, you shall be punished even more severely than today." Qian Chunhong trembled slightly, though she yearned to retort. She was painfully aware of Su Tianlong gripping her hair and Su Qianlong standing before her, ready to strike. Any attempt at defiance would undoubtedly result in further blows, leaving her no choice but to fall silent. Seeing the fear etched on Qian Chuanhong's face, Su Laotai's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Turning to her granddaughter, Su Ruoyan, she instructed, "Ruoyan, please assist me in bringing my suitcase and that bag of quilts inside. I intend to settle into this splendid Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001. Of course, Grandma," Su Ruoyan replied cheerfully as she stepped outside to carry Su Laotai's belongings through the door. As Su Laot surveyed the expansive villa grounds, adorned with lush grass, vibrant flowers, a fountain, and artificial hills, she could not help but exclaim, "The courtyard of Yunding Tiangong Villa number 001 is truly exquisite. I can only imagine how beautiful the interior must be." Qian Chunhong noticed that Su Laotai's luggage had already been moved inside, and she truly wished for Su Laotai not to take residence in the villa. Thus, she blurted out, "You cannot move in. This villa is mine." The smile on Su Laotai's face instantly froze, and she glared fiercely at the crimson-faced Qian Chunhong. seething with anger. I never expected this cunning woman to possess not a shred of remorse, and even attempt to prevent me, an elderly lady, from moving in. Teach her a lesson. And smash her face. Su Qianlong responded, "All right, mother, I will shatter this woman's face and see if she dares to oppose us again." Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck towards Qian Xuanhong's already flushed face, the sound of slaps resonating like thunder. At that moment, a swift figure burst forth from the villa, racing towards the courtyard gate with a speed reminiscent of a leaping cheetah. The figure was Lin Yang. Witnessing Qian Chunhong being assaulted within the villa stirred a peculiar satisfaction within him. After all, how could one not feel joy at the sight of a snobbish mother-in-law receiving her comeuppance? However, Su Yuqing, standing nearby, urged Lin Yang to assist her mother quickly, lest Qian Chunhong be reduced to a pitiable state. Lin Yang sprinted towards the courtyard gate, and with a commanding shout he bellowed, "Stop!" Upon seeing Lin Yang's arrival, Su Qianlong halted his assault on Qian Chunhong. Su Tianlong remarked, "Lin Yang, you have come as well. Then we shall deal with you today too." Su Tianlong had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Lin Yang. In his eyes, Lin Yang was exceedingly arrogant, even more so than Qian Chunhong. Today, with his father Su Qianlong present, he intended to join forces to teach Lin Yang a proper lesson, alleviating the accumulated animosity from the past. Otherwise, if left unchecked, Lin Yang would likely grow even more insufferable in the future. Chapter 72. Today, this villa is mine to occupy, Su Tianlong said to Su Qianlong. "Father, this Lin Yang has always been quite conceited. Today, let us, as a duo, thoroughly discipline him so that he may learn a valuable lesson." Su Qianlong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this Lin Yang has become increasingly arrogant of late. Let us take the opportunity to rectify this matter today. At that moment, Su Ruoyan interjected, "Father, brother, this is the very Lin Yang who caused me to be beaten last time. You must ensure he receives a thorough beating in return for my grievance." Su Tianlong assured her, "Rest assured, Ruoyan. If I do not leave him lying down today, I shall not bear the Su surname." With that, Su Tianlong and Su Qianlong exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. The two then charged at Lin Yang, fist raised, intent on delivering a severe thrashing. However, Lin Yang struck like a tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering swift punches that sent both father and son sprawling to the ground. They were utterly unable to perceive Lin Yang's strikes due to his astonishing speed. All they could see was a fleeting shadow rushing towards them. In the next instant, they felt the intense impact of his fists, followed by cries of pain as they were knocked down, landing a meter away from Lin Yang. Both of their faces became swollen from the blows. Meanwhile, Su Laotai stared in shock, her myopic eyes wide as saucers, and her body swayed precariously against her cane. He never anticipated that Lin Yang, this so-called worthless son-in-law, would actually bring his son and grandson to their knees. The speed of Lin Yang's assault was so swift that she could hardly perceive the movement before her son and grandson collapsed to the ground. When had this useless son-in-law become so formidable? He must have been secretly honing his martial skills. Although Su Ruoyan was aware that Lin Yang possessed martial prowess, she was still taken aback by how swiftly her father and brother were defeated, her mouth agape in astonishment. At that moment, Su Yuqing, Xiao Shuoro, and Su Shenglong hurriedly arrived on the scene. Both Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuoro were astonished by Lin Yang's recent triumph over Su Qianlong and Su Tianlong. Conversely, Su Shenglong remained unfazed, having already witnessed Lin Yang's martial capabilities during the previous encounter with Huang Mao and Hong Mao. Upon seeing the battered Qian Chunhong sitting on the ground, Su Yuqing gasped in shock. "Mom, are you all right?" she exclaimed, rushing to her mother's side to offer support. "Mom, are you okay?" Qian Chunhong, her face swollen and bearing the marks of the altercation, replied with a despondent expression, "How could I possibly be fine? My face is bruised beyond recognition. I might as well be disfigured." Su Yuqing rebuked Su Qianlong and Su Tianlong, saying, "Uncle, Tianlong, how could you lay your hands on my mother? This is utterly outrageous." In response, the matriarch, Su Laotai, interjected, "This unfilial woman deserves to be punished. As a daughter-in-law, she shows no respect for me as her mother-in-law, and thus she should be reprimanded." Su Yuqing exclaimed, "Even if mother has erred, it is unthinkable to resort to such violence. What if her face becomes disfigured? How will she face the world thereafter?" Old Madame Su coldly retorted, "Humph, she deserves it." Lin Yang addressed the Su family, stating, "This is my villa, and you are not welcome here. Leave at once." Old Madame Su, infuriated, responded, "Lin Yang, you useless son-in-law. Do you think you can act so high and mighty? I am the head of the Su family, the grandmother of your wife, and the mother of your father-in-law. We are, after all, family. I have personally brought my luggage, and yet you wish to expel me? Have you no conscience? Su Ruoyan chimed in. Indeed, you worthless son-in-law. Do not think that possessing a house makes you significant. In the eyes of the Su family, you are but a dog living off others. Be wise and step aside to allow grandmother to enter. Otherwise, she will find ways to deal with you. Lin Yang replied coldly. I shall reiterate. You are not welcome here. Depart at once. Seeing that Lin Yang remained unmoved, old Madame Su took a few steps forward and plopped herself down on the lawn of the villa. Adopting a defiant posture, she declared, Humph. This old lady shall sit right here. If you have the ability, then try to force me out. I must inform you, my health is fragile. If you happen to harm me, I shall demand compensation. With that, old Madame Su sprawled out on the grass, arms and legs spread wide, forming a large character. She could not believe that Lin Yang's family would dare to forcibly expel her, an elderly woman. Surely, they feared that she might turn against them, leaving them unable to act. In that case, they would have no choice but to compromise and allow her to stay. Madame Su appeared to revel in her comfort, remarking, this grass feels truly delightful. Its softness rivals that of a bed. It was evident that she had already taken the villa, number 001 of Yunding Tiangong, as her own residence. The Su family could not help but smile as they observed Madame Su reclining on the grass, with her lying there. It seemed that Lin Yang and his family had no power over her. Consequently, Madame Su would successfully reside in the villa, and soon enough, the day would arrive when the entire Su family could also move in. Qian Chunhong exclaimed, You old hag, do you have no shame? This is my villa. Madame Su, wearing an indifferent expression, retorted, Regardless, I've resolved to stay in this villa today. I will not leave. If you dare, go ahead and try to move me. With that, she crossed her legs while lying on the grass, exuding an air of nonchalance. Qian Chunhong pointed at Madame Su, exclaiming, You. Clearly, she found herself at a loss regarding Madame Su's audacity. Were she to forcibly eject her, there was a risk of harming the elderly woman's delicate health, which would indeed create complications. Lin Yang smirked slightly and said, Since you refuse to leave voluntarily, do not blame me for calling security. Madame Su remarked, Go ahead. Call for them. I am eager to witness whether the security will assist you or me. A fair official finds it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. If they dare to lay a hand on me, an elderly woman, I shall surely have them regret it. Lin Yang sent a concise WeChat message to Lu Hongye, informing her of the situation at hand. Lu Hongye replied, Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I shall dispatch security immediately to ensure your satisfaction. Before long, a sizable contingent of security personnel arrived at the entrance of Villa number 001 at Yunding Tiangong, riding electric scooters. Subsequently, a dozen guards clad in black entered, 2 of whom were carrying a stretcher designated for an injured individual. It was evident that this was specifically intended for dealing with Madame Su. A sense of foreboding enveloped Madame Su and the Su Qianlong family as they realized that the security had indeed come. The lead guard announced in a booming voice, We have received reports of unlawful entry and disturbances in this residence. We ask that all individuals vacate the premises voluntarily, otherwise, our security department will be compelled to take coercive measures. Chapter 73. The evacuation of Madame Su on a stretcher. Madame Su and the Su Qianlong family grew increasingly apprehensive, for the arrival of the 10 or more imposing black-clad guards suggested they were not to be trifled with. Mrs. Su hastily interjected, Security, we are all family here. There is no forceful intrusion into private residences, nor any disturbances. We are merely addressing some familial matters. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a fair official to resolve family disputes. Thus, our domestic affairs do not require your intervention. The Su Qianlong family echoed her sentiments, asserting, Indeed, we are managing our family matters. This is a private affair, and you have no authority to interfere. The lead security guard coldly regarded Mrs. Su and the Su Qianlong family, noting their anxious expressions, coupled with the information provided by Lu Hongye regarding the presence of 2 men, 2 women, and an elderly lady causing a disturbance at Villa 001 in Yunding Tiangong. He concluded that these 5 individuals were indeed the troublemakers. The lead guard, having previously encountered Lin Yang in front of Villa 001, recognized him as the owner. He swiftly approached Lin Yang and inquired, Mr. Lin, may I ask if these 5 individuals have forcefully invaded your residence and caused a disturbance? As he spoke, he gestured towards Mrs. Su and the Su Qianlong family. Lin Yang nodded in affirmation, confirming, Yes, it is indeed them. Qian Chunhong added, Dear security officer, Please remove these 5 individuals at once. They are disrupting my mood as the property owner. Mrs. Su quickly countered, nonsense. We are family with them. How could we possibly intrude? We are merely resolving family matters. And there is no disturbance to speak of. You must leave immediately, or I shall lodge a complaint with your property manager. The Su family, led by Su Qianlun, exclaimed. Indeed, we are attending to family matters, and you cannot forcibly evict us. Otherwise, we shall lodge a complaint against you. In response to Lu Hongye's insistence on swiftly resolving the disturbance, the leading security personnel refrained from engaging in further dialogue with the elderly Su matriarch. Instead, he commanded his subordinates, remove these 2 men and 2 women from the premises, and bring in 2 others to lift the elderly lady lying on the grass onto a stretcher and carry her away. The elderly matriarch and her family were taken aback, not expecting the security personnel to be so resolute in their actions. As 2 security guards approached with the stretcher, the elderly lady hastily protested, "What are you doing? If you dare to touch me, you will face severe consequences if I sustain any injuries." The guards placed the stretcher beside her and inquired, "You stubborn old woman, do you wish to lie down on the stretcher by yourself, or shall we assist you onto it?" "I will not get onto that stretcher. You must leave me alone. And keep your distance," she retorted vehemently. The guards responded, "This obstinate old woman dares to resist our efforts. Do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands." As they prepared to forcibly lift her onto the stretcher, the matriarch lay resolutely on the grass, refusing to cooperate. If the guards dared to approach, she would not hesitate to keep them at bay with her hands or kick them away with her feet. In summary, she must exert every effort to resist. She cannot allow the security personnel to carry her away, for if they succeed, her dream of residing in Villa No. 001 of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace would be utterly dashed. The 2 security guards appeared unable to manage the cunning old lady. She persistently refused to cooperate. And brute force was not an option, as any injury to her frail body could lead to significant repercussions. One of the leading security personnel instructed, "Send a few more individuals over to assist. We must collectively lift this old lady onto the stretcher. Remember to exercise caution. Do not harm her, or you will find your wages insufficient to cover the compensation for any claims against us." Several guards hurried to surround the elderly lady. She lay on the grass, glaring at them with fierce indignation. "You reckless security guards, get lost. Retreat, retreat, retreat," she shouted, mimicking the online gesture of retreating, pointing at the guards with one hand while kicking her legs to convey her vehement discontent. The guards, well-trained professionals, seized the opportunity when she was momentarily distracted, swiftly restraining her hands and feet, rendering her immobile. With her now incapacitated, lifting her onto the stretcher became a far simpler task. Subsequently, the guards hoisted her by the shoulders and feet, supporting her waist, and despite her unwillingness and evident resistance, they placed the elderly lady onto the stretcher. After Madame Su was lifted onto a stretcher, 2 security guards carried her while others flanked the stretcher to prevent her from jumping off. Madame Su, reluctant, exclaimed, "Let me down, let me down." The guards paid no heed to her protests and continued to carry her toward the exit. In her heart, Madame Su thought, "It's over. I can no longer reside in the Yunding Tiangong villa." With a face filled with despair, she gazed at the azure sky, nearly losing consciousness from frustration. Meanwhile, other guards had already subdued Su Qianlun and his family, who dared not resist, fully aware that they were no match for the guards. Any attempt at defiance would only lead to further suffering. Seeing Madame Su being carried away on the stretcher left them feeling disheartened. It seemed that she would not be able to enter Villa number 001 in Yunding Tiangong today. This made it all the more difficult for their family to gain entry, rendering their efforts utterly futile. They were unceremoniously ushered out alongside Madame Su on the stretcher. Soon, the guards deposited her at the entrance of the Yunding Tiangong villa community, and Su Qianlung's family was similarly expelled. As they were tossed out, they stumbled, nearly losing their footing, while the guards carelessly discarded Madame Su's suitcase and a bag of blankets onto the ground, creating a disarray. The guards warned, "If you dare to cause trouble at Yunding Tiangong Villa again, we will not be so lenient." The guards carrying Madame Su then placed the stretcher down on the ground. Suddenly addressing the elderly Madame Su, they said, "Old lady, we have already exited the Yunding Tiangong Villa community. Please rise. We need to retrieve the stretcher." Madame Su retorted, "If you do not allow me to reside in the villa, then I shall remain here," refusing to leave. One of the security guards, with an air of indifference, replied, "Suit yourself. Lie here as long as you wish. However, I must warn you that there are those who keep large guard dogs in this vicinity. If you linger here and happen to be bitten by one, you may very well find yourself in the hospital. Upon hearing about the large guard dogs, Madame Sue's heart sank momentarily, prompting her to hastily rise from the stretcher. She had no desire to be bitten by such a creature. The formidable jaws of a large dog were reminiscent of a wolf, capable of inflicting severe damage. At her age, a single bite could very well mean the loss of flesh, and the sheer size of the dog would render her defenseless against any aggression. Standing resolutely at the entrance of the community was a battalion of security guards, forming an impenetrable barrier to prevent Madame Sue and her family from re-entering. With their eyes cast down in defeat, the family of Su Qianlong stared at the guards, realizing that re-entry into the Yunding Tiangong Villa community was futile for the day. Madame Sue, with a face betraying her dissatisfaction, sighed, "It seems I shall not be able to take residence in Villa number 001 today. I must devise another plan. Let us return for now. Tianlong, please assist me in retrieving my suitcase and quilt. We shall head back home." "Certainly, Grandma," came the response. Su Tianlong pushed the suitcase of the elderly Su matriarch with one hand while holding her quilt with the other, placing them in the trunk of the car. Once everyone from the Su family, including Su Qianlong and the old lady, reluctantly boarded the vehicle, they departed, returning to the old Su family villa. Chapter 74. Xiao Shuirou is employed by Huanyu Company within the opulent confines of the Yunding Tiangong Villa. Su Yuqing applied an anti-swelling ointment to Qian Xuanhong's face. At that moment, Qian Xuanhong's visage resembled that of a crimson pig's head, swollen and inflamed. Feeling that her self-treatment at home was futile and fearing her face might become permanently disfigured, Qian Xuanhong urged Su Yuqing to hasten her visit to the hospital for a doctor's evaluation, seeking reassurance. Subsequently, Lin Yang drove Qian Xuanhong and Su Yuqing to the hospital. Upon arrival, Su Yuqing swiftly registered for the emergency department. The doctor, taken aback by the sight of Qian Xuanhong's grotesquely swollen face, exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness! What enmity must you have harbored to be battered to such an extent? In all my years, I have witnessed many instances of slaps. Yet I have never encountered someone so severely affected as you." Qian Xuanhong found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate the incident to the doctor. The searing pain radiating from her face left her reluctant to speak. The doctor, suspecting that Qian Xuanhong must possess a particularly sharp tongue to warrant such a brutal beating, could hardly contain her amusement at the comical appearance of the swollen face. However, being a trained professional, she stifled her laughter unless absolutely compelled to do so. Su Yuqing anxiously inquired of the physician, "Doctor, given the severity of my mother's injuries, will she suffer disfigurement?" The doctor, while applying ointment to Qian Xuanhong's face, reassured her, "No, fortunately, your mother's facial structure is robust, with ample flesh and thicker skin. Thus, the impact from an ordinary slap only affects the outer layer of the skin, preventing any permanent disfigurement. Rest assured, with some medication and a few days of recuperation, she shall make a full recovery." Hearing this, Su Yuqing felt an odd discomfort, as though the doctor were inadvertently criticizing Qian Xuanhong. She offered a somewhat awkward smile and replied, "Oh, I understand, doctor." After the doctor prescribed several bottles of ointment and medication for Qian Xuanhong, Su Yuqing proceeded to the front desk to settle the payment and collect the medication. Subsequently, Lin Yang escorted Su Yuqing and Qian Xuanhong back to the Yunding Tiangong Villa. Meanwhile, on this very day, Xiao Shuirou received responses from the 4 prominent families' conglomerates. The human resources departments of these families operated with remarkable efficiency, promptly communicating the results of interviews without prolonged waiting periods. Almost uniformly, the responses were disheartening. "Miss Xiao Shuirou, we regret to inform you that you have not passed the interview with our company. We wish you success in finding a more suitable opportunity for your career." The essence of their replies was strikingly similar. The 4 prominent families hold the belief that although Xiao Shuirou possesses relevant expertise and experience in the family business, she pales in comparison to the plethora of applicants vying for positions within their colossal enterprises. Graduating from Haisher University, she is deemed inferior when compared to those who have emerged from prestigious international business schools. Moreover, her family business, with a modest scale of 5 billion, does not measure up against the billion-dollar conglomerates of the 4 families. In their eyes, it is akin to a wild chicken aspiring to be a swan. Consequently, they perceive Xiao Shuirou as lacking both the capability and the qualifications to join their ranks. As she gazes at the rejection text from the 4 families' companies on her phone, a profound sense of disillusionment washes over her. She never anticipated that none of the esteemed families would be willing to employ her. Prior to her arrival in Haishur, she harbored considerable confidence in securing a position within one of these illustrious families. She believed at least one or two would extend an olive branch, especially given her experience as a marketing director in a company of similar scale. Yet now, with all four families having dismissed her, the harshness of reality strikes her like a stinging slap. The confidence she once possessed has been replaced by profound disappointment, leaving her in a state of melancholy. At present, only one company's admission results remain pending, Lin Yang's Huanyu Company. She can only cling to the hope that Huanyu will choose to hire her. Otherwise, she finds herself at a loss regarding her future employment prospects. She had not failed to find a job. Rather, she held little regard for the other companies. Accepting a position at a smaller firm would not only offer a meager salary, but would also tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family in Jiangqing. If the representatives from Huanyu Company informed her that she had not been accepted, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow, possibly causing her to break down in tears. For a woman of a prestigious family worth 50 billion, with a legacy of business acumen, to face such humiliation in Haishur would be an immense setback. Upon returning to the villa, Su Yuqing noticed the expression of despondency on Xiao Xuero's face, devoid of any semblance of joy. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Xuero, what troubles you? Why the look of melancholy?" Xiao Xuero replied, "Yuqing, I just received a message from one of the four prominent families' companies. I did not pass the interview, not a single one." Su Yuqing expressed her astonishment. "What? How could this be? It is inconceivable. You are so exceptional. They must simply lack the discernment to appreciate your brilliance." She gently caressed Xiao Xuero's back in a gesture of comfort. "Do not be disheartened, Xuero. Relax. Did you not mention that Huanyu Company had a very favorable impression of you? I believe they will surely offer you a position. If they do not, it would merely reflect their inability to recognize true talent." After Su Yuqing's warm words of encouragement, Xiao Xuero's demeanor softened considerably. Lin Yang, seated on the couch, enjoying chilled watermelon cubes on a bamboo skewer, absorbed every word spoken by Su Yuqing. It was evident to him that she sincerely hoped for Xiao Xuero's acceptance by Huanyu Company. Thus, he promptly and joyfully resolved to recruit Xiao Xuero, the close friend of his wife, into his company. Lin Yang reassured, "Xuero, do not be disheartened. I firmly believe that Huanyu Company will certainly employ you." His tone exuded confidence. Xiao Xuero offered a faint smile and replied, "Thank you for your comforting words. I sincerely hope that Huanyu Group will indeed accept me." Lin Yang sent a WeChat message to his secretary, Tang Jingxian. "Secretary Tang, I have decided to appoint Xiao Xuero as our marketing director." Secretary Tang responded instantly, "Understood, Chairman. I will notify her of her employment immediately." Approximately 30 seconds later, Xiao Xuero's phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Tang Jingxian calling, she felt a surge of nervousness, akin to the anxiety one experiences when awaiting exam results. Xiao Xuero answered the call, and Tang Jingxian's voice radiated with joy. "Congratulations, Miss Xiao Xuero. Following our company's evaluation, we have decided to appoint you as the marketing director. Please report to Huanyu Company by 10 a.m. tomorrow, and do remember to bring your identification for personnel registration." Feigning calmness, Xiao Xuero replied, "All right, Miss Tang, I acknowledge your message. I will arrive punctually tomorrow." "Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. See you tomorrow." "Certainly, Miss Tang. Until tomorrow." After hanging up, Xiao Xuero, brimming with excitement, leaped from the sofa. "Yes, this is wonderful. Yuqing, I have passed the interview with Huanyu Company. They have offered me the position." Su Yuqing stood up with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "I knew that Huanyu Company would definitely hire you." Subsequently, Xiao Xuero and Su Yuqing embraced each other in a moment of shared joy, their faces radiating happiness. Lin Yang observed his wife and Xiao Xuero in their blissful state and felt a surge of joy himself, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as his wife was happy, he too found delight in that joy. Chapter 75. The existence of spiritual energy in this world. Xiao Xuero was elated to be accepted by Huanyu Company, and her excitement kept her awake throughout the night. After all, this was a testament to her abilities. Although she had not been recruited by one of the four prominent families in Haishur, being accepted by the billion-dollar Huanyu Company instilled a considerable amount of confidence in her. The following day, Xiao Xuero and Su Yuqing applied light makeup and, after enjoying the egg and ham stir-fried noodles prepared by Lin Yang, set off for their respective workplaces. Both were undoubtedly stunning beauties, possessing an exceptional foundation. Even with their understated makeup, their allure was truly breathtaking, as if they radiated beauty effortlessly. Walking amidst the crowd, they were the most luminous figures. Meanwhile, Su Shenlong and Qian Chunhong remained in the villa, opting not to go to the Su group. This was due to Qian Chunhong's swollen face, which would surely invite ridicule if she were to appear at the company. Naturally, Su Shenlong chose to stay behind to care for her. Initially, old Madame Su had contemplated dismissing Su Shenlong and Qian Chunhong from the Su group due to their inability to reside in the luxurious Cloud Peak Palace number 001. However, considering that Su Yuqing was the general manager of the company, she reluctantly set aside her intentions. If Su Shenlong and Qian Chunhong were to be expelled from the Su group, their daughter Su Yuqing would undoubtedly be discontented, and it is possible that she might choose to leave the Su group as well, should Su Yuqing depart from the Su group. The subsequent collaboration and interaction between the Su group and the Bai group would likely become exceedingly challenging. After all, Su Yuqing is a favored figure within the Bai group, and it would be unwise to offend her. Thus, old Madame Su would find herself in a position of helplessness, unable to seek revenge, merely left to gaze at Qian Chunhong and Su Shenlong in silence. Meanwhile, within the villa, Qian Chunhong and Su Shenlong basked in the sunlight, appreciating the verdant grass, the blooming flowers, and the melodious chirping of birds in the trees, enjoying a leisurely and tranquil day in the pavilion as they swayed gently on the swing. Early in the morning, Lin Yang sent a message to Tang Jingxian, advising her to take special care of Xiao Xuero, ensuring that if she encountered any confusion, she would be patient and maintain a pleasant demeanor. After all, Xiao Xuero is a close friend of his wife, and she certainly deserves extra attention. Lin Yang retrieved a treasure chest from his bedroom, one that he had brought with him when he escaped from Kunlun Mountain 3 years ago. This chest contained the treasures left to him by his master, which he had not opened in quite some time. The treasures had lingered in the chest for too long, and he intended to let them breathe in the light. Upon opening the chest, a dazzling beam of light erupted forth, a radiant glimmer resulting from the treasures suddenly emerging from their dark confinement. The chest contained a dozen or so precious items, all crammed into its modest confines. As Lin Yang perused the contents, memories of his time at the Divine Physician sect on Kunlun Mountain flooded back to him. Lin Yang inadvertently brushed against the tip of a golden needle, resulting in a minor puncture to his skin. A minuscule drop of blood, akin to a sesame seed, emerged. Yet Lin Yang paid it no heed. As his finger encountered a beautifully crafted jade pendant adorned with a dragon totem, the blood smudged onto the pendant. It seemed as though a miraculous chemical reaction transpired between Lin Yang's blood and the jade. Suddenly, the entire pendant emanated a radiant glow, shining with a brilliance reminiscent of the sun. Concurrently, a beam of golden light shot forth from the pendant, soaring directly toward Lin Yang's forehead. Instantly, his eyes were filled with a golden luminescence. In that moment, a myriad of knowledge regarding spiritual energy flooded into Lin Yang's mind. He swiftly organized and assimilated this newfound understanding. It was revealed to him that spiritual energy existed in this world, something he had previously heard his master mention during his medical studies on Kunlun Mountain, yet he had never encountered it firsthand. Spiritual energy is a mysterious force on Earth, possessing extraordinary power, typically found within ancient artifacts or in extraordinary environments. The ancient jade pendant left to Lin Yang by his master contained this very spiritual energy, which his blood had serendipitously activated. Thus, the energy within the pendant enabled Lin Yang to awaken his spiritual consciousness and spiritual meridians. Spiritual consciousness is the ability to perceive and directly witness the presence of spiritual energy. Spiritual meridians refer to the capacity to utilize and store spiritual energy within one's body without the aid of any external artifacts. This spiritual energy can be employed for healing, combat, exorcism, and even resurrection. In essence, spiritual energy possesses extraordinary capabilities, akin to superpowers, applicable in myriad ways. Unexpectedly, the ancient jade pendant harbored a spirit. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smile. As a practitioner of the celestial realm, he possessed extraordinary martial prowess, and now with the ability to harness spiritual energy. He was akin to a dragon among men. If he could gather this energy and wield it skillfully, he would attain formidable divine powers, summoning fierce flames, calling forth thunder, conjuring wild winds, and unleashing torrential rains. A true master of nature, reminiscent of the Dragon King from myth. At that moment, Lin Yang's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket to find a WeChat call from Lu Hongya. With a gentle tap on the green answer button, he heard her cheerful voice. Mr. Lin, tomorrow we will host an auction of rare treasures in Haishur. There will be numerous intriguing antiques, precious items, and mystical herbs available for bidding. I thought, as a divine healer, you might wish to attend and see if there are any herbs that could assist you in concocting divine elixirs. After all, the rejuvenation pill you provided for my grandfather was nothing short of miraculous. Should the auction yield something you desire, our Lu family would spare no effort to secure it for you. Lu Hongye considered that if she could aid Lin Yang in acquiring rare and wondrous herbs, he might produce another extraordinary elixir akin to the rejuvenation pill previously given to her grandfather, which would undoubtedly benefit the Lu family. Moreover, Lu Hongye found herself increasingly nostalgic for Lin Yang. Ever since Lin Yang had rescued her grandfather on 3 separate occasions, thoughts of him seemed to linger in her mind. She had commissioned an investigation into the relationship between Lin Yang and Su Yuqing, and the findings astonished her. To her surprise, she discovered that Lin Yang and Su Yuqing's marriage was merely a fade, lacking any real intimacy. They had been wed for 3 years without ever consummating their union. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within her. Upon learning this news, her grandfather was equally exhilarated and urged Lu Hongye to seize the opportunity, to explore any chance that might allow her to unite with Lin Yang. What a splendid occurrence that would be. Lin Yang mused that perhaps at the auction, he might indeed encounter some rare and wondrous herbs, or perhaps even treasures imbued with spiritual essence. That would be truly remarkable. Thus, he resolved not to miss this extraordinary auction of rare artifacts. Lin Yang informed Lu Hongye of his intention to attend, and she provided him with the address and start time for the event. After concluding the call, Lin Yang secured his treasure chest, hiding it in a discreet location before attending to household chores. Chapter 76. The auction the following day. Lin Yang arrived at the High City auction house riding a small electric scooter. The venue was expansive, comparable in size to 2 football fields. The attendees were dressed in either tailored suits or extravagant gowns, while Lin Yang, clad in humble attire, stood out remarkably amidst the crowd. Many gazes were cast upon Lin Yang, clad in garments reminiscent of street vendor wares, akin to how urban dwellers might regard a country folk muddied from toil. However, Lin Yang remained unperturbed by their scrutiny, for he believed that clothing is but a superficial matter. He had grown accustomed to his modest attire and prioritized his comfort above all. Prior to the formal commencement of the auction, attendees meandered through the grand hall of the venue, engaging in lively conversations and laughter, casually strolling without yet taking their seats. The hall provided an array of refreshments and water for the guests attending the auction. Lin Yang, too, wandered about the hall, sampling delectable morsels that caught his fancy. Zhao Haofeng also graced this auction with his presence. A fervent collector of rare treasures, he harbored hopes of uncovering hidden gems at this event. The prospect of acquiring a valuable artifact at a fraction of its worth was not beyond the realm of possibility, contingent upon one's discerning eye. A keen observer might even procure an antique valued at 100 million for a mere 100,000. Upon spotting Lin Yang within the venue, Zhao Haofeng's expression contorted into one of disdain. Despite Lin Yang's previous act of valor at Lu Jianshu's birthday banquet, which had saved the elder Lu, it did little to alter Zhao Haofeng's perception. He remained resolute in his belief that Lin Yang, merely a rustic from the countryside, had stumbled upon luck by chance. Zhao Haofeng dismissed the notion that Lin Yang had genuinely healed the elder Lu. Rather, he attributed the elder's recovery to his own natural resilience, coincidentally aided by Lin Yang's somewhat esoteric acupuncture techniques, thus unfairly attributing all credit to him. In Zhao Haofeng's eyes, Lin Yang was nothing more than a parasitic layabout. Ah, isn't this the worthless son-in-law of the Su family? How did you manage to stumble into this place? Are you aware that this auction is graced by individuals worth billions? You, a mere waste, rattling with poverty, surely haven't come here to cause chaos, have you? Lin Yang expressed his annoyance. Zhao Haofeng, why must you always buzz around me like a fly? Don't you find it tiresome? Zhao Haofeng retorted angrily. You dare to insult me as a fly? Do you wish for trouble? Believe me, I can summon security to throw you out this instant. At that moment, a melodious voice interjected, I dare anyone to show disrespect to Mr. Lin. Upon turning, they beheld 2 enchanting maidens, whose beauty could rival that of legendary figures. With alabaster skin and statuesque figures, they stood like ethereal beings. The sisters, Bai Rushuang and Bai Bingning, adorned in exquisite gowns that radiated opulence, cast a piercing gaze at Zhao Haofeng. They had come to the auction to peruse valuable items for their collection. Seeing Zhao Haofeng trouble Lin Yong once more, Bai Rushuang instinctively spoke up to intervene. Faced with the sisters, Zhao Haofeng instantly recoiled, for the Zhao family stood in stark contrast to the Bai family, who could easily annihilate them with but a word. Thus, he meekly replied, "Miss Bai Rushuang, Miss Bai Bingning. I merely wish to ensure this worthless son-in-law does not disrupt the auction, given his evident lack of funds." Bai Ruoshang remarked, "Who claims that Mr. Lin Yong lacks wealth? I assure you, anything that Mr. Lin Yong desires today, I, Bai Ruoshang, can procure and present to him without hesitation." Zhao Haofeng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the high regard in which Lin Yong was held in Bai Ruoshang's eyes. What sort of enchantment had Lin Yong cast upon her? "Miss Bai Ruoshang, this Lin Yong is merely a useless son-in-law, nothing more than a charlatan with a modicum of acupuncture skills. Does he truly merit such kindness from you? Be wary of being deceived, lest you suffer grievously." In response, Bai Ruoshang delivered a sharp slap to Zhao Haofeng's face. Slap. "Zhao Haofeng, should you dare to speak ill of Mr. Lin Yong again, I shall not show you any mercy. Depart at once. Otherwise, I will ensure that the Bai group blacklists your Zhao family." Zhao Haofeng, thoroughly intimidated, realized that if the Bai group were to ostracize the Zhao family, his father would undoubtedly exact a severe punishment upon him. He quickly acquiesced, saying, "I shall take my leave at once," and retreated in a dejected manner. Bai Ruoshang muttered, "What a wretched rat, spoiling my mood today." She then turned her gaze towards Lin Yong, her expression blooming like a peach blossom. "Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you once more." Bai Bingming gently parted her cherry lips, shyly addressing, "Mr. Lin, we meet again. Recently, I have sensed the remnants of cold poison in my body causing some discomfort, leaving me feeling intermittently chilly. Would you be so kind as to spare some time to assist me with acupuncture or something similar to warm my body?" Lin Yong responded, "By the timeline, it is indeed time for you to undergo acupuncture once more to eliminate the lingering cold toxins within you. Our auction today is expected to last a few hours. Thus, after it concludes, I shall accompany you home to provide the necessary treatment." Bai Bingming smiled brightly, "Then I shall be in your debt, Mr. Lin." At that moment, Lu Hongye entered the venue, adorned in a luxurious crimson dress reminiscent of maple leaves. She exuded both beauty and elegance, striking a harmonious balance between grace and feminine allure. Approaching with warmth, she greeted Lin Yong, Bai Rushuang, and Bai Bingning, having known Bai Rushuang and Bai Bingning since childhood. Given the long-standing camaraderie between the Lu and Bai families, both esteemed lineages in Haishur, she often visited them, fostering their friendship through joyous play. The trio had shared countless delightful moments together, from swinging on swings to playing hide and seek, jumping rope, getting muddy, and even reenacting the poignant scene of Lin Daiyu burying flowers. Each of these three captivating beauties possessed an exquisite charm of their own, rendering them unparalleled in beauty, making it a challenge to delineate their individual merits. Three beautiful women gathered together, instantly becoming the dazzling focal point of the entire venue. Lu Hongye noticed that Bai Rushuang and Bai Bingming were excessively enthusiastic towards Lin Yong, seemingly harboring a profound interest in him. This implied that they too felt a romantic inclination towards Lin Yong, as her feminine intuition suggested. Her close friends were enamored with the same man. It was inevitable that the three sisters would engage in a contest for his affection. However, she held confidence in herself. After all, women often perceive themselves as the most beautiful. Lu Hongye certainly believed she stood out as the fairest among the trio, as well as the wealthiest. Securing Lin Yong would undoubtedly place her at an advantage over Bai Rushuang and Bai Bingning. Chapter 77. Celestial Cloud Bloodgrass at 11 a.m. The sound of the venue's broadcast filled the air, resonating with the voice of a mature woman. "It is now 11 a.m. We kindly invite all esteemed guests to take their seats in the ranking hall. The auction is about to commence." Lin Yong, Lu Hongye, Bai Rushuang, and Bai Bingning promptly took their seats, aligning themselves in the front row with Lin Yong at the center, flanked by the three women, presenting a harmonious tableau. A woman donned in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses ascended to the podium. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to this auction. I am the auctioneer, number 03, from the Haishur Auction Association. We shall now officially commence our auction." A wave of applause erupted from the audience. Subsequently, the auction assistant presented the first item for bid, a string of imperial green beads, resplendent in color and exuding an aura of opulence. This is our first auction item of the day, a magnificent imperial green bead necklace, with a starting bid of 8 million. Enthusiasts of bead necklaces eagerly placed their bids, and it was swiftly secured at the price of 15 million. Following this, the auction proceeded with the second, third, fourth, and subsequent items. Lu Hongya by Rushuang and by Bingning were filled with enthusiasm, eagerly acquiring treasures as if engaged in a frenzied shopping spree at a supermarket. They bid liberally on anything they fancied, unfazed by the price, solely concerned with their own delight. After all, they were heirs to colossal fortunes, belonging to families worth billions. Purchasing antiques and treasures for them was akin to an ordinary person buying a bottle of water or an ice cream at a convenience store. They successfully acquired numerous exquisite items, including blue and white porcelain, jade pendants, seals, and paintings, with some fetching hundreds of thousands, others millions, and even tens of millions. Remarkably, nearly half of the auction's collectibles found their way into the possession of these three women, making them the undeniable focal point of the event. The gaze of all present was nearly fixed upon them. Beautiful and affluent, who could resist their allure? Amidst these three women sat Lin Yang, clad in attire reminiscent of a street market, sharing laughter and conversation, seemingly the center of their attention. This rendered Lin Yang an object of disdainful curiosity among the men present. They cast skeptical glances at his clothing, which appeared to be a collection of items costing merely a few dozen yuan, certainly not exceeding 100 in total. Why? What was the reason for these three stunning, wealthy women to be so captivated by a man dressed in such humble garb? His merit is questionable, a sentiment echoed by many. The fact that Lin Yang, a man adorned in modest attire, could garner the favor of three goddesses is perplexing and seems unjust. Lin Yang, however, remained indifferent to the antiquities showcased at the auction, having been exposed to countless relics within the tombs of Kunlun Mountain since childhood. His interest would only be piqued by artifacts imbued with spiritual energy. Acquiring such items would allow him to absorb their spiritual essence, storing it within his meridians for future use in combat, healing, and other endeavors. Yet, throughout the auction, he found no such spiritually charged artifacts. Instead, his attention was drawn to the auction of medicinal herbs, where he acquired items such as century-old Ganoderma, ginseng, and snow lotus. While not exceptionally rare, they were still valuable acquisitions. The auction proceeded smoothly, with items being sold to the highest bidder without disputes. Finally, the last item was presented, carried onto the stage with utmost care by an assistant. Veiled beneath a black cloth, it exuded an air of mystery. Next, we shall auction the final item of our event, the celestial cloud bloodgrass. With a flourish, the auctioneer unveiled the blood-red herb, eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience, many of whom had never before witnessed such a crimson flora. The shape of the Tianyun bloodgrass bears no distinction from that of ordinary weeds. However, its entire form is not adorned in green, but rather exhibits a resplendent crimson hue, reminiscent of fresh blood, immediately suggesting its extraordinary nature. The Tianyun bloodgrass possesses remarkable properties that cleanse the body of impurities, invigorate vitality, enhance physical constitution, and facilitate the smooth flow of meridians. Moreover, when combined with various medicinal herbs, this plant may yield hallucinogenic or toxic effects, potentially serving as a key ingredient in the development of lethal poisons. Exceedingly rare and precious, the Tianyun bloodgrass is a treasure seldom encountered, thriving deep within the mountains. Many herbalists toil their entire lives without ever encountering a single specimen. While studying medicine in Kunlun Mountain, Lin Yang learned that the Tianyun bloodgrass can be utilized in the formulation of the Shisui pill, which purifies bodily impurities and toxins, enhances physical prowess, and unblocks martial pathways, thereby elevating the cultivation and innate talent of martial practitioners. The Tianyun grass is an essential ingredient in crafting the Shisui pill. With aspirations to concoct some Shisui pills, Lin Yang was determined to secure this particular Tianyun grass. The auctioneer proclaimed, "This is a rare Tianyun bloodgrass, a sight seldom seen in a century, the queen among herbs. Those who understand its virtues will recognize its worth. This auction features only this single specimen, truly exceptional. Prospective buyers must not let this opportunity slip away. The starting price for this Tianyun bloodgrass is 30 million. No sooner had the words left his lips than bids began to rise. 30 million, 32 million, 35 million. Suddenly, an individual boldly declared a bid of 50 million. Suddenly, the price surged by 15 million, drawing the attention of the crowd. A man in his 50s stood out, clad in traditional herbalist attire, with a small mustache adorning his face. This individual was Qin Haitao, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from Lingnan, known for his expertise in both potion brewing and toxin refinement. He had traveled specifically from Lingnan today for the coveted Tianyun blood herb, intending to concoct a unique and formidable poison. This lethal toxin could cause the internal organs to decay rapidly, leading to a swift demise. And even he possessed no means to neutralize it, rendering it an unsolvable poison, a true instrument of death. Such a poison could be sold to influential figures willing to pay a handsome price for it, as there are those who would spare no expense for a means to eliminate their enemies. Additionally, successfully creating this toxin would elevate his reputation in the realm of poison crafting. Therefore, he was determined to acquire the Tianyun blood herb at any cost. He initially believed that 50 million would suffice to secure it. However, at that moment, a youthful voice floated through the air, "I bid 60 million. The speaker was Lin Yong, who needed the Tianyun blood herb to forge a cleansing elixir, and thus raised his paddle without hesitation. With a staggering 11 billion in his account, funds provided by the Bai and Liu families as consultation fees, 60 million was merely a trifling sum for him. Chapter 78. The highest bid wins. Qin Haitao's heart sank as he realized that someone had outbid him. He glanced at Lin Yong, noting his humble attire, and was immediately filled with disdain. Suddenly, he continued to raise the bid, proclaiming 65 million. As soon as his words fell, Lin Yong unfalteringly raised his paddle, exclaiming, 70 million. Upon hearing the figure of 70 million, Qin Haitao felt a jolt run through him. His initial budget had been around 50 million to acquire the Tianyun blood herb, and now this individual, adorned in seemingly shabby attire, was contesting him, raising the bid to an astonishing 70 million. This meant he would need to exceed his original budget by at least 20 million to secure the herb, which was infuriating. The spectators present wore expressions of quiet astonishment. An item that started with a base price of 30 million had now soared to 70 million, more than doubling in value. To them, the Tianyun blood herb was merely a medicinal plant, hardly deserving such exorbitance. In order to concoct his unique poison, Qin Haitao gritted his teeth and declared, 75 million. This figure was already exorbitant in his mind, consuming a quarter of his entire wealth. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yang's calm voice resonated again. I bid 80 million. Qin Haitao's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy stone. He was becoming increasingly agitated. Was this young man deliberately opposing him? Anger simmered within him. He directly addressed Lin Yong, saying, Young brother, I see you dressed in such humble attire. Do you truly possess 80 million? It would be quite the embarrassment if you win the bid and find yourself unable to pay. Although Lin Yong had just showcased his economic prowess by purchasing century-old ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms, which were merely worth a few million, Qin Haitao, who was solely focused on acquiring the coveted Tianyun bloodgrass, paid no attention to these items or who had purchased them. He had been engrossed in his phone in a corner of the front row, only lifting his gaze when the host uttered the words Tianyun bloodgrass. Upon seeing Lin Yong adorned in what appeared to be inexpensive, casual attire, he concluded that Lin Yong was likely there to cause a commotion or amuse the audience. Perhaps even a plant hired by the organizers to artificially inflate the prices and deceive genuine buyers. With a calm demeanor, Lin Yong retorted, How can you presume that I do not possess 80 million? Is it merely because I am dressed in casual wear? Are you unaware that one should not judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by a mere dip? I take pleasure in wearing casual attire. What of it? Qin Haitao, visibly irritated, took a deep breath and replied, Young man, I doubt you are a physician. Let me enlighten you. Tianyun bloodgrass is not a direct medicinal substance. Its efficacy is contingent upon its combination with various complex herbs. In the hands of an amateur, it would likely lose its significance. It would be far better for you to relinquish this Tianyun bloodgrass to someone like me, a bona fide doctor. Only I can unlock its full potential. So, how about this? If you hand over the Tianyun bloodgrass to me, I am prepared to offer you an additional 1 million. Lin Yong smirked disdainfully. How do you know I am not a doctor? Qin Haitao erupted in laughter. Oh, this is too rich. You, a scruffy young lad clad in cheap attire, consider yourself a doctor? At that moment, Bai Ruoshang interjected on Lin Yang's behalf, declaring, Who says Lin Yong is not a doctor? I assure you, not only is he a physician, but his medical expertise surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Qin Haitao scoffed derisively, retorting, You foolish little girl are truly ignorant and fearless. I am the renowned miracle worker of Ling'an, Qin Haitao. Have you not heard of me? To claim that a ragged-haired boy clad in shabby attire possesses superior medical skills is nothing short of absurd. Bai Ruoxiang hesitated for half a second before boldly responding. Qin Haitao, I must confess I have never heard of you. Sister, have you? Bai Bingning, covering her cherry lips, chimed in with a smile. I too have not heard of him. I only know of Lin Yang, the esteemed doctor. Bai Ruoxiang then turned to Lu Hongye and asked, Hongye, have you heard of this Dr. Qin Haitao? Lu Hongye replied, I too have not heard of him. Bai Ruoxiang chuckled, it's not just me. None of us are familiar with this so-called renowned miracle worker of Ling'an. We only recognize Mr. Lin. Qin Haitao nearly suffered a cardiac episode from indignation. It appears I have been too modest, thus you are unaware of my esteemed name. Allow me to enlighten you. My medical prowess is no less than that of the illustrious Hu Qingshan. Had I attended the Divine Physician Evaluation Conference back in the day, the title of the foremost physician in the region would likely not have fallen to Hu Qingshan. Bai Ruoxiang smiled and replied, even if you were to match Hu Qingshan's capabilities, you should know that Lin Yang is actually Hu Qingshan's master, with medical skills that far exceed those of Hu Qingshan, a level of expertise you will never reach in your lifetime. Nonsense. Boasting without a draft. You dare to claim to be Hu Qingshan's master. I see you as nothing more than a charlatan peddling your wares on the street. Bai Ruoxiang exclaimed urgently. You are the charlatan. If you continue to insult, do you believe I won't be merciful? Lin Yang gently waved his hand to calm Bai Ruoxiang, reminding her that truly powerful individuals need not justify themselves. Ruoxiang let it go. Engaging in such disputes is futile. We are here to appreciate what we love. Let us refrain from conflict. Bai Ruoxiang nodded in agreement. All right, Mr. Lin. Lin Yang then addressed Qin Haitao. My identity is not the matter at hand. We should return our focus to the auction. After all, this is an auction event, and we are currently bidding on the Tianyuan blood herb. If you desire it, continue to place your bids. The highest bidder shall claim ownership of this herb. That is the rule of the auction. While the Tianyuan blood herb may be beneficial to you, it is equally valuable to me, and thus, I shall not concede. Qin Haitao, incensed, retorted, very well. Let us see how much you can muster today to compete with me. With determination, Qin Haitao boldly declared, I bid 100 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. 100 million for a single herb. Are they mad? Lin Yang, with a calm demeanor, simply smiled and responded, 150 million. The crowd erupted in excitement. The bid soared from 100 million to 150 million in an instant, an astounding increase of 50 million, truly extravagant. Moreover, the sum of 150 million is precisely 5 times the starting price. Although the Tianyuan blood herb is indeed precious, spending 5 times its worth is hardly justified. Qin Haitao was utterly startled, trembling at the staggering figure of 150 million. This amount represented half of his fortune. To procure the Tianyuan blood herb at a price exceeding 150 million, quadrupling his initial budget, was truly disheartening. He felt a tightening in his chest from the pressure. Yet, in pursuit of crafting the extraordinary poison he desired, he gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 200 million. Chapter 79. With us, you shall not harm Mr. Lin. 200 million already constituted 2/3 of Qin Haidao's assets, marking the upper limit of what he could afford for this herb. He would not risk his entire fortune on a single plant. Such a gamble bore too great a risk. One must retain some capital for security. After all, without his wealth, should the subsequent poison crafting fail, the losses would be catastrophic. He silently prayed that his exorbitant bid of 200 million would deter Lin Yang. To his astonishment, upon hearing the figure, Lin Yang remained unfazed, his expression calm and collected. He raised his paddle and stated nonchalantly, 300 million. At this proclamation, gasps filled the room. They were incredulous. A herb originally priced at 30 million had now escalated to 10 times its value, resembling a duel among titans. Upon hearing Lin Yang's direct bid of 300 million, Qin Haitao felt an immediate collapse within, his entire being rendered weak with fright. The origins of this seemingly extravagant individual, adorned in what appears to be mere street market attire, remain a mystery. 300 million seems but a trifling sum to him. At this moment, all eyes are fixated on Qin Haitao, as the onlookers eagerly anticipate whether this physician from Ling'an will raise his bid once more. Yet, Qin Haitao is utterly deflated. His entire stature is worth no more than 300 million, and he is incapable of surpassing that figure, despite his fervent desire to acquire the Tianyuan blood herb. The affluence of Lin Yang leaves him powerless to secure it at the auction. Thus, he can only glare in silence, his frustration palpable. Approximately 20 seconds later, Noticing Qin Haitao's reluctance to continue bidding, the auctioneer commences the countdown. 300 million, going once. 300 million, going twice. 300 million, going thrice. Still, Qin Haitao remains silent, as does the rest of the audience. With a decisive strike of the gavel, the auctioneer proclaims, "I hereby announce that the final winner of the Tianyun Blood Herb is Mr. Lin Yang. Congratulations." The crowd erupts in applause, marking the conclusion of this contest for the coveted treasure. However, Qin Haitao refrains from joining in. Casting a resentful glance at Lin Yang before storming out of the auction hall in a fit of anger, his eyes icy and filled with menace. Inwardly seething, he mutters, "You may possess the wealth to purchase the Tianyun Blood Herb, but it will be of no use if you lack the means to truly benefit from it." Lin Yang has successfully acquired the Tianyun Blood Herb, which the auction assistant carefully places into a flat rectangular box before presenting it to him. With this, the auction comes to a close, and the attendees begin to disperse. Lin Yang, Lu Hongye, Bai Rushuang, and Bai Bingning held their respective auction items. Preparing to leave the auction house, Bai Bingning, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Mr. Lin, the auction has concluded. It's time for you to come to my home for acupuncture. Moreover, none of us have had lunch, so let us dine together at my place. The cuisine of the Bai family is quite delightful." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall join you for a meal and assist with your acupuncture." Bai Bingning expressed her delight, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lu Hongye harbored feelings for Lin Yang. Her intuition hinted that both Bai Bingning and Bai Rushuang shared similar sentiments. The thought of Lin Yang visiting the Bai residence left her feeling somewhat despondent, fearing that the Bai sisters might seize the opportunity and win his affection. Thus, she resolved to accompany them, unwilling to let them claim Lin Yang for themselves. "Bingning, Rushuang, it has been a while since I visited your home. I happen to be hungry as well, so this is a perfect opportunity to see your family and pay a visit to your father." Bai Bingning responded, "Indeed. Let us go together." The four of them, Lin Yang, Lu Hongye, Bai Rushuang, and Bai Bingning, settled into a Rolls-Royce, with Lin Yang at the wheel. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Suddenly, several black cars accelerated past, overtaking Lin Yang's Rolls-Royce. After surpassing him, they positioned themselves across the road, effectively blocking Lin Yang's path. Observing this maneuver, Lin Yang promptly slammed on the brakes. A throng of men in black swiftly emerged from the vehicles, among whom was the renowned physician from Ling'an, Qin Haitao. Qin Haitao stood with his legs wide apart, his arms crossed behind his back, his face contorted with hostility and coldness. Gazing at the direction of the Rolls-Royce with an expression akin to that of a giant surveying mere ants. It was inconceivable that he, Qin Haitao, could not secure the coveted Tianyun Blood Herb at the auction and was now resorting to brute force to seize it. The Tianyun Blood Herb was an indispensable ingredient in the concoction of malevolent elixirs, and he was determined to possess it by any means necessary. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Sensing the hostile intent, it was evident they were after the Tianyun Blood Herb. Having failed to acquire it at the auction, they now seemed intent on brazenly snatching it away. Bai Rushuang frowned, her delicate brows knitting together as she spoke coldly. "Mr. Lin, these individuals harbor ill intentions. They are clearly after the Tianyun Blood Herb in your possession. As a practitioner of the Qi refining realm, I am capable of martial arts. Allow me to step out and deal with them." As she spoke, Bai Rushuang moved to open the car door. Lin Yang interjected, "Rushuang, hold on. Let me assess their intentions first." Bai Rushuang paused, acquiescing with a subtle nod. "All right." Lin Yang then opened the car door and calmly descended from the Rolls-Royce. Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye followed suit, aligning themselves beside Lin Yang, forming a united front. Their gazes were filled with animosity as they directed their stares toward the large group of ill-intentioned individuals ahead, as if silently warning them, "You wretches, should you dare lay a hand on Mr. Lin, you will regret it." Lin Yang regarded the throng before him with a calm demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a hint of coldness and indignation. Qin Haitao arrogantly declared, "You little rascal, I shall grant you a single opportunity. Surrender the Tianyun blood grass obediently, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not witness the dawn of tomorrow." Lin Yang, undeterred, retorted coldly, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Before my wrath is ignited, you should hastily depart. Otherwise, I too shall ensure you do not see the sun rise again." Qin Haitao's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you truly believe I will not take your life this very moment?" Lin Yang merely scoffed. "I do not believe you. You may attempt it." Bai Rushuang, her delicate hand resting on her slender waist, interjected, "You old scoundrel, Heed my warning. Should you dare to harm Mr. Lin, you must first contend with me. As long as I, Bai Rushuang, stand here, I will not permit you to lay a finger on him. Beside her, Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye resolutely echoed. We too shall not allow you to harm Mr. Lin. Although Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye lacked martial prowess, they exuded a fierce spirit. Their beautiful eyes blazed with fury as they fixed their gaze upon Qin Haitao. Seeing three women daring to challenge him, Qin Haitao could not suppress a derisive laugh. Ha! I never anticipated that three women would have the audacity to confront me. Truly, they are unaware of their own insignificance. Chapter 80. Lin Yang Princess carries Bai Rushuang. Bai Rushuang huffed disdainfully. If you dare to harm Mr. Lin, you shall come to know my true strength. Feel free to test it. Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye chimed in. You may certainly try. The three women exhibited a resolute and unwavering determination in their commitment to protect Lin Yang, embodying a fierce resolve to safeguard him at all costs. Unbeknownst to the trio, Lin Yang was a martial artist of the celestial realm, possessing formidable martial prowess. They merely perceived him as a physician of exceptional skill, devoid of martial understanding. In truth, Lin Yang had no need of their protection. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could vanquish his adversaries. Observing the three beauties valiantly stepping forward to defend him, akin to guardians, Lin Yang was inexplicably moved and felt a surge of tenderness. Save for Su Yuqing, no woman had ever demonstrated such courage on his behalf. And these were three stunning women. A wry smile graced his countenance. Were this ancient times, he mused, he could have taken all three beauties under his wing. Qin Haitao, his face contorted with malevolence, sneered, You are audacious. Go forth and teach them a lesson. Remember, do not kill them outright. I wish to torment them thoroughly before they meet their end. Qin Haitao's bodyguard responded, As you command. Subsequently, approximately half of the dozen or so bodyguards swiftly advanced towards Lin Yang, like a pack of well-trained hyenas on the hunt. Each was a seasoned fighter, comprising boxing coaches, Sando instructors, and Taekwondo masters. Their imposing physiques and swift movements alone were enough to intimidate. Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye, witnessing the horde charging towards them, were seized with trepidation. They hastily retreated, seeking refuge behind Lin Yang. Despite their earlier proclamations of safeguarding Lin Yang, they were, after all, unarmed and untrained. Confronted by a group of martial men rushing towards them, they instinctively felt fear and sought shelter behind Lin Yang. Bai Bingning exclaimed anxiously, Ruo Shuang. We are counting on you. Lu Hongye echoed with urgency, Ruo Shuang. I believe in your capabilities. Bai Rushuang, her expression icy as she beheld the approaching black-clad bodyguards, resolved. Very well, watch how I deal with them. With that, she surged forward, determined to vanquish these bodyguards. Failure was not an option, for Lin Yang, her sister, and Hongye were at stake. Victory was her only path. Like an arrow, Bai Rushuang charged towards the guards, engaging them in fierce combat. The bodyguards lunged at her like ravenous hyenas, while she struck back with the ferocity of a tiger, delivering punches and kicks with impeccable precision. Embodying the spirit of a lone warrior against a multitude, Lin Yang observed her every move intently, ready to intervene if necessary. In a matter of moments, Bai Rushuang had dispatched the bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground, howling in despair. She confidently brushed her hands together, the sound of her claps resonating like a clear bell. With such worthless opponents, how dare you challenge me? You are utterly deluded. I must say, Qin Haitao, your bodyguards are rather pathetic. None can withstand a single blow from me. If there is anyone capable among you, send them forth to face me. Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye applauded enthusiastically from behind Lin Yang, exclaiming, Ruo Shuang, you are simply magnificent. Qin Haitao clapped his hands in reluctant admiration. Not bad at all. You possess quite the skill. A woman with such martial prowess is indeed commendable. However, before me, you are but a mere chick, easily crushed. Bai Rushuang retorted coldly, Do not speak too recklessly. Showcase your abilities, and I shall accompany you to the very end. At that moment, Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye cheered like enthusiastic supporters. Rushuang, go for it. Defeat him thoroughly. Rest assured, I shall teach him a lesson he will not forget, leaving him utterly defeated and humiliated. Qin Haitao, with a cold demeanor, replied, Very well, allow me to see what this skilled girl can do. Judging by Bai Rushuang's recent skirmish with the bodyguards, Qin Haitao surmised that her martial prowess lay within the Qi refinement realm. In contrast, he had recently transcended to the master realm, placing him a level above her. For Bai Rushwang, a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, to vanquish him, a master, would be as implausible as a hen defeating an eagle soaring in the sky. Suddenly, Qin Haitao launched himself towards Bai Rushwang like an arrow, his speed at least double that of the bodyguards who had charged moments before. As he closed in, he swung his fist, infused with potent true energy, capable of delivering a blow that could shatter even the strongest beast. Bai Rushwang, matching his speed with the swiftness of a racing car, surged forward. The two were on a collision course. Bai Rushwang executed a delicate yet powerful palm strike, her hand imbued with vigorous true energy. Both combatants wielded their true energy, and the outcome would rest upon whose energy surpassed the other's. Akin to a contest of arm wrestling where strength determines victory. When Qin Haitao's fist, as large as a sandbag, collided with Bai Rushwang's fair palm, a fierce clash of true energies ensued, erupting at the point of contact in a tempestuous whirlwind of force. An explosive shockwave emanated from the confluence of Qin Haitao's fist and Bai Rushwang's delicate palm, rippling outward like a surge of water. Dust and fallen leaves were instantly scattered in all directions. The trees flanking the highway were shaken, causing a cascade of foliage and the snapping of branches as thick as coat hangers. Bai Rushwang's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized that Qin Haitao also possessed true energy. It was unexpected that he, too, was a martial artist, and one whose martial cultivation was at least at the Qi refining realm or higher, as only martial artists at that level could wield true energy. Both combatants exerted their power, each seeking to overwhelm the other with their inner force. Qin Haitao, appearing relaxed and with a sly smirk playing on his lips, gazed at Bai Rushwang's surprised countenance, as if to say, "You are no match for me." Bai Rushwang, on the other hand, wore an expression of strain. After approximately 5 seconds, she sensed that her true energy was significantly weaker than that being unleashed by her adversary. Qin Haitao, being a grandmaster realm martial artist, possessed superior fist strength and true energy compared to Bai Rushwang, inevitably leading to her defeat. Subsequently, Bai Rushwang was propelled backward by the combined force of Qin Haitao's fist and true energy, hurtling toward Lin Yang like a football that had been powerfully kicked. Lin Yang swiftly lunged forward, catching the ejected Bai Rushwang in his arms. Ultimately, Lin Yang embraced Bai Rushwang in a princely carry. Bai Rushwang gazed up at Lin Yang's affectionate dark eyes and his dashingly handsome face, a delicate blush spreading across her fair complexion, tinged with shyness. From this vantage point, Lin Yang appeared exceedingly dashing and valiant. Being held in such a manner by the person she admired caused her considerable embarrassment, her cheeks gradually growing warmer. As she became aware of being in Lin Yang's embrace, she hurriedly extricated herself and stood back on the ground. After all, it is improper for men and women to engage in such intimacy, especially since Lin Yang was a married man. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she spoke in a somewhat bashful tone. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for catching me just in time." Chapter 81. Lin Yang takes action surprisingly. Lin Yang felt a hint of shyness and warmth creeping onto his face. This was the first time he had held a girl in such a manner, and it felt rather ambiguous. He had never shared such intimacy with his wife, Su Yuqing, not even holding her hand. With a gentle demeanor, he looked at Bai Ruoshang, who was slightly bowing her head in gratitude, and replied, "There is no need for thanks, as long as you are unharmed." Bai Bingming and Lu Hongya hurriedly approached, expressing their concern for Bai Ruoshang. "Sister, are you all right? Ruoshang, are you okay?" Bai Ruoshang smiled softly and reassured them, "There's no need to worry. I am fine. Mr. Lin, sister, Hongya, Qin Haitao possesses formidable martial skills. You three should leave first, and I will cover your retreat." At that moment, Qin Haitao's voice echoed loudly, "How naive. None of you four will be leaving today. Lin Yang, hurry and get in the car. I will hold them off. I should be able to delay them for about 5 minutes. Just drive quickly, and they won't be able to catch up." Qin Haitao sneered, "I have already stated that none of you will escape today. Not only is Tianyun Bloodgrass mine, but your lives are also in my grasp." Bai Ruoshang, undeterred, declared, "Qin Haitao, I have made it clear that as long as I am here, I will not allow you to harm Mr. Lin. Bai Rushwang, I shall candidly inform you that my martial arts mastery has ascended to the realm of a grandmaster, surpassing your Qi refinement stage by a full tier. Confronting you is as effortless as swatting a fly. I implore you to surrender and relinquish the Tianyun Bloodgrass without resistance. Perhaps, in my benevolence, I might grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, you shall face a certain demise." Bai Rushwang adopted a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun, poised for battle, and coldly addressed Qin Haitao. Even if I were to expend every ounce of my strength, I would not permit you to harm Mr. Lin. Not even until the very last moment, as long as I draw breath, shall you lay a finger on him. Humph. Truly deluded. Like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. You clearly do not comprehend the meaning of death. At that moment, a haughty smirk graced Lin Yang's lips as he disdainfully remarked, "A mere grandmaster dares to act recklessly in my presence. It is you who fails to recognize the concept of mortality." How could Lin Yang, a practitioner of the celestial realm, possibly fear a grandmaster? The celestial realm stands 2 tiers above the grandmaster stage. The disparity between a celestial realm warrior and a grandmaster is akin to a tiger preying upon a mountain chicken. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye were momentarily taken aback, their expressions nearly paling in disbelief. A doctor, Lin Yang, audaciously addressing a martial arts grandmaster in such a manner, clearly disregarding the authority of the grandmaster realm. The 3 beauties were astonished for mere seconds before swiftly concealing their shock. They all assumed that Lin Yang was merely employing tactical verbal jabs against Qin Haitao, believing he possessed no martial prowess whatsoever. Bai Rushuang hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, he is a master of martial arts, having reached the realm of a grandmaster. He can easily contend with a bull or even a tiger. You cannot match him. You and Sister Hongye should leave at once. If you do not, I fear none of us shall escape today." Lin Yang replied calmly, "Rushuang, as a man, how could I possibly abandon you here? Please trust in my abilities. Not only am I a doctor, but I am also a martial artist, with both medical and martial skills. I do not regard the likes of Qin Haitao as a threat." The 3 ladies were taken aback, their beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Lin Yang. They were astonished to discover that he was not only a skilled physician, but also a martial artist. In their eyes, Lin Yang became even more captivating. A doctor proficient in both medicine and martial arts is indeed a remarkable talent. Lu Hongye resolutely stated, "Rushuang, I shall not leave either. I will call Butler Ma. He is also a grandmaster and should have no trouble dealing with him." Bai Bingning firmly added, "Sister, I too will not depart. I will call our father. He is a grandmaster as well and will surely be able to defeat that detestable Qin Haitao." Lin Yang interjected, "For such a petty clown, there is no need to summon Butler Ma or the elder Bai. I can handle this matter alone." Qin Haitao coldly retorted, "Humph. You speak with such arrogance. Your lady Rushuang has already become a master in the qi refining realm, and just now, I sent her flying with a single punch. You, young man, would surely be unable to withstand even one blow from me. I dare say, should my fist strike down upon you, your internal organs would shatter, and you would find yourself reporting to the afterlife. Do not think that just because you are a mere novice, I would hesitate to subdue you and your companions should they come to your aid." Qin Haitao then addressed the 3 beautiful women. "I see that you 3 possess a certain charm. How about you serve me tonight? If you can bring me joy, I shall spare Lin Yang's life. Otherwise, all 4 of you shall meet your demise here today." Bai Rushuang retorted fiercely, "You lecherous scoundrel, you shall not have your way. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect Mr. Lin. I shall fight against you to the bitter end." Qin Haitao, his face twisted with fury, sneered, "Humph. You brave little girl, then I shall kill you first." No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at Bai Rushuang like a projectile. Aware of Qin Haitao's formidable strength, she nevertheless charged forward, resolutely refusing to retreat. She must protect Lin Yang, her sister, and Hongye. No matter how powerful her opponent, retreat was not an option. She must summon the courage to safeguard those she held dear. Her palm, infused with true energy, collided with Qin Haitao's fist, which was as large as a sandbag. Once again, Bai Rushuang was sent flying. Lin Yang caught her yet again, though this time he did not embrace her like a princess. Instead, he supported her with his hands to prevent her from crashing to the ground. Bai Rushuang urgently urged, "Mr. Lin, you must leave quickly. If you don't depart now, it will be too late." No one is leaving. The timbre of Qin Haitao's voice reverberated as he hurtled towards Bai Rushuang and Lin Yang, akin to a projectile discharged from a firearm. He brandished fists the size of sandbags, imbued with a torrent of genuine qi. His velocity was such that it engendered afterimages. Without hesitation, Lin Yang surged forward before Bai Rushuang could react, prompting a chorus of anxious exhortations from behind. Lin Yang's counterattack also manifested as a blur. He clenched his own massive fist, colliding directly with Qin Haitao's. In a fleeting moment, their fists met with the cataclysmic force of 2 high-speed vehicles crashing head-on. The nexus of their fists unleashed a potent shockwave of genuine qi, sending their respective bodyguards, along with Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye, staggering backward as if buffeted by a gale of immense power. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust several meters high, and a sapling nearby was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, Qin Haitao was repelled by the force of Lin Yang's fist and the sheer power of his genuine qi. He was launched over 10 meters, landing with a resounding thud and tumbling across the ground like a dislodged wheel for what seemed an eternity. The spectacle left Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths agape, they could have accommodated an egg. It was beyond comprehension that Lin Yang's martial prowess was so formidable, capable of effortlessly felling Qin Haitao, a master of the Grandmaster realm. It implied that his cultivation was at least at the Grandmaster level, if not higher. Chapter 82. Bullets are rendered ineffective before Lin Yang. In their 20s, young men who attain the qi refinement stage are already considered exceptional, while those who elevate themselves to the mastery stage, surpassing qi refinement, are the Armée de la Armée among the elite. Lin Yang's martial prowess, whether at the mastery stage or beyond, remains a mystery to them. However, it is undeniably formidable. A man possessing not only exceptional medical skills, but also formidable martial arts is truly a genuine dragon among men, exuding an irresistible charm. The three beautiful women gazed at Lin Yang's imposing silhouette, their eyes filled with admiration and awe, their affection for him intensifying immensely. It seemed they had indeed not misjudged him. Marrying Lin Yang would be an unequivocal choice. Like starry-eyed fans, they exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, you are so handsome. Mr. Lin, keep it up. Mr. Lin, you are the best." Lin Yang turned his face slightly, flashing a cool and confident smile at them. This smile was one of divine strength, confidence, and undeniable allure. The three ladies' eyes sparkled with adoration. Meanwhile, Qin Haitao lay on the ground, racked with pain. His forehead and face marred by several fresh abrasions from his recent tumble, his clothes dirty and torn. He was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how Lin Yang's martial prowess could be so formidable as to send him, a master-level martial artist, flying with sheer qi. This indicated that Lin Yang's martial realm must indeed be at the mastery stage or even higher. In his 20s, he has ascended to such a terrifying realm. One cannot help but acknowledge his extraordinary talent. Throughout his years traversing the martial world, he had never encountered anyone as young as Lin Yang who had surpassed the master level. After decades of training, he himself only broke through to the master realm in his 50s. The fact that someone in their 20s has already achieved such a feat is indeed astonishing. Should he continue to diligently cultivate, it is likely that by the age of 30, he could transcend into the formidable dragon transformation realm, and by 50, perhaps even reach the celestial realm. Although Qin Haitao recognized that his own martial prowess paled in comparison to Lin Yang's, he was unwilling to concede defeat. He quickly rose from the ground and declared, "You, young brat, have some skill, but I wonder whether your martial arts are superior or our firearms." He instructed the bodyguard beside him to retrieve their weapons. The bodyguards in black promptly drew their handguns, aiming them squarely at Lin Yang. Yet, Lin Yang remained utterly composed, exuding an air of fearlessness in the face of their threats. In contrast, the three women trembled in fear, retreating behind Lin Yang for safety. "Lin Yang, do you believe that with a mere command, they could turn you into a sieve?" Lin Yang responded coolly, "Really? I do not believe you." Lu Hongye, trembling with trepidation, said, "Mr. Lin, I am aware of your remarkable martial prowess. However, this is a matter of real firearms. No matter how skilled one may be, bullets pose a grave threat. They wield a dozen guns, and once they fire, dozens of bullets can be unleashed in an instant. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Perhaps we should retreat to the car for safety. Otherwise, our lives may be in jeopardy." Bai Ruoshan concurred. Indeed, Lin Yang, bullets are inherently perilous. A single misstep could lead to grievous injury that flesh and blood cannot withstand. Bai Bingning added, "I too believe it would be wise for us to return to the vehicle. It would afford us greater security." Lin Yang replied, "If you are fearful, then by all means, take refuge in the car. I, however, am not afraid. Their bullets cannot harm me." The three ladies, upon hearing Lin Yang's fearless declaration, were disinclined to retreat to the car. In unison, they declared, "Since Mr. Lin is unafraid, we shall not hide either. I have faith that Mr. Lin can safeguard us." Qin Haitao interjected, "You should reconsider. In the face of firearms, you are akin to ants crushed beneath a boot. Your fate lies within my whims." "Lin Yang," he continued, If you surrender the Tianyun Bloodgrass, renounce your martial skills, and allow those 3 women to serve me for a night, I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, you shall be riddled with bullets. Lin Yang retorted, if you are so formidable, why not put it to the test? Qin Haitao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered someone unafraid of guns. Humph. Even at death's door, this brash youth still clung to bravado. Very well. I shall now reduce you to mere fragments and seize the celestial blood grass from your grasp. Everyone, heed my command and open fire. In an instant, all the bodyguards simultaneously pulled their triggers. A barrage of bullets erupted from the muzzles, filling the air with a resounding cacophony of gunfire. The bullets hurtled towards the crowd with alarming speed. Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye, the 3 exquisite ladies positioned behind Lin Yang, were rendered pale and stunned by the deafening gunshots, instinctively shutting their eyes and tensing their bodies in fear. In a flash of thought, they feared that this might be their last moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yang remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. He exhibited no hint of trepidation despite the bullets being unleashed by Qin Haitao and his entourage. His tranquility suggested that he was not confronting lethal projectiles, but rather a mere collection of ephemeral bubbles. With a swift motion, Lin Yang extended his palm forward, channeling his vital energy through it. This energy surged forth, rapidly coalescing in the air to form a barrier, a wall of vital energy. This so-called wall was a manifestation of immense vitality converging to create an invisible, yet formidable shield. As the bullets approached this barrier, they were abruptly halted by the overwhelming resistance of the vital energy, suspended mid-air like a swarm of mosquitoes ensnared in a spider's web. Unable to escape, the bullets could not breach this wall, failing to reach Lin Yang and his companions. Lu Hongye and Bai Rushuang, along with Bai Bingning, cautiously opened their eyes, only to discover that Lin Yang had not fallen victim to the bullets, and they themselves remained unscathed, leaving them utterly astonished. Upon closer inspection, they noticed an invisible barrier standing before them, repelling the bullets that, upon reaching this ethereal wall, hung suspended in the air, unable to advance. Their astonishment was palpable. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a large egg within. They had not anticipated Lin Yang's extraordinary prowess, capable of effortlessly countering bullets. No wonder he claimed to fear no projectile. Indeed, before him, bullets were rendered impotent. Chapter 83. Even submachine guns cannot breach Lin Yang's qi barrier. Qin Haitao, witnessing the bullets fired at Lin Yang, found them all ensnared in midair like mosquitoes caught in a spider's web, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened, resembling 2 bronze bells, and his mouth gaped as if it could accommodate an apple. He could hardly believe that there truly existed someone unafraid of bullets, someone who could defend against them so effortlessly, and this individual was but a youth. The sheer terror of this young man's strength was astonishing. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Everyone, clear your magazines and fire through his qi barrier." As Qin Haitao's command echoed, the security personnel hurriedly pulled their triggers. The rapid succession of gunfire resounded. Bang, 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 the cacophony of dozens, even hundreds of bullets hurtling towards Lin Yang. This spectacle sent a shiver down the spines of the 3 beauties. Fearing that Lin Yang's barrier of true energy might be insufficient to withstand the barrage of bullets, he remained remarkably composed. The bullets emitted from the handguns were all intercepted by the ethereal wall, suspended in midair, motionless. The barrier before them quickly became enshrouded by a dense array of bullets. Observing the ineffectiveness of the handgun ammunition, Qin Haitao let out an irritated grunt. He swiftly leapt into a vehicle, only to emerge moments later, brandishing a formidable submachine gun. He intended to dismantle Lin Yang's barrier with this more powerful weapon. Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye widened their eyes in astonishment. The submachine gun undoubtedly possessed greater destructive capability than the ordinary bullets. It might indeed be capable of breaching Lin Yang's barrier, given the formidable lethality of the submachine gun. They hurriedly sought refuge behind Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin," Bai Rushuang inquired. "He has armed himself with a submachine gun. What shall we do?" "Do not worry," Lin Yang reassured them. "Even a submachine gun cannot penetrate the barrier I have created." His words instilled a sense of calm in the 3 women. Having faith in Lin Yang, they felt reassured. With the submachine gun in hand, Qin Haitao seethed, "Damn it. Die." He aimed the weapon towards Lin Yang and unleashed a furious barrage by pulling the trigger with reckless abandon, the sound of his enraged shouts echoing in the air. The submachine gun erupted in a violent flurry of gunfire. A series of rapid and smooth gunfire erupted, accompanied by the sparks ignited at the muzzle of the submachine gun. A formidable barrage of bullets, far more potent than those from a standard handgun, hurtled through the air towards Lin Yang. Qin Haitao was resolute in his belief that his submachine gun could shatter the barrier of true energy that Lin Yang had erected. Just how powerful could this barrier truly be? As he unleashed a torrent of bullets, Qin Haitao fervently chanted, "Die, die, die, die." However, unbeknownst to him, every bullet aimed at Lin Yang was thwarted by his barrier of true energy. Regardless of the ferocity of the assault, whether from standard handguns or submachine guns, none could breach the ethereal wall. The only fate for those bullets was to remain suspended in the air, frozen in time. Before long, under the relentless onslaught from Qin Haitao and his cadre of bodyguards, their ammunition was swiftly depleted. They frantically squeezed the triggers, only to find that no bullets emerged from the barrels, signaling the cessation of their futile attack. At that moment, they stood aghast, staring in disbelief at Lin Yang. Qin Haitao's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if he could fit an apple within. Before Lin Yang, hundreds of golden bullets hovered motionless in the air, suspended in a vertical plane, utterly unmoving. Like hundreds of mosquitoes ensnared in a vast spider's web, or a sticky flypaper laden with flies commonly found in rural areas. The scene was strikingly vivid. During summer, tables in the countryside would be abuzz with flies, prompting some to place a sheet of flypaper upon them. The adhesive on the paper would ensnare any fly that dared to alight, binding its legs and body to the sticky surface, rendering any escape impossible. Qin Haitao gazed at the bulletproof wall, astonished, muttering, "How is this possible? Your vital energy is so formidable that it can withstand bullets from a submachine gun? And yet, despite the barrage, not a single round penetrates your energy barrier. Impossible. This cannot be." Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongye were equally astonished, utterly unprepared to witness Lin Yang's extraordinary martial prowess. Neither pistol rounds nor submachine gun fire had any effect on him. This man was simply too powerful. While others relied on shields or bulletproof vests for protection, Lin Yang employed his vital energy to deflect bullets. Incredible. With a slight smirk, Lin Yang waved his hand gently, retracting the wall of vital energy, which vanished instantaneously. The bullets, influenced by gravity, began to fall to the ground like raindrops, creating a rhythmic patter. In truth, as long as Lin Yang desires, he could effortlessly deflect the bullets with his true energy, sending them soaring dozens of meters away to strike Qin Haitao and his entourage of bodyguards. However, Lin Yang refrained from allowing them to perish so easily, as that would be too lenient. Qin Haitao, there are always greater beings beyond us. This illustrates the disparity in our strengths. What say you, Qin Haitao? Will you concede? Qin Haitao's expression darkened. He was unwilling to accept defeat at Lin Yang's hands, and he was determined to acquire the Tianyun blood herb. The nefarious concoction he sought to brew required the Tianyun blood herb as a fundamental ingredient. Without it, his sinister plans would be thwarted. Humph, you insolent youth. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. With a swift motion, Qin Haitao retrieved a small vial of pills from his pocket. The pills were black, round, and about the size of soybeans. These were enhancement pills, a substance designed to temporarily elevate an individual's martial prowess. Upon ingestion, one could significantly advance their martial realm, reaching heights previously unattainable. However, these pills came with a dire cost. They would deplete one's life energy, potentially shortening one's lifespan by 3 to 5 years, and possibly inflicting damage to bodily functions. He could afford no further hesitation. Defeating Lin Yang and securing the Tianyun blood herb was paramount. Qin Haitao quickly uncapped the vial and swallowed all 6 pills in one swift motion, forcing them down his throat. Chapter 84. What manner of monster are you? Moments later, Qin Haitao's eyes widened, his spirit invigorated, and his posture grew more rigid, as if engulfed in a torrent of surging true energy. Experiencing a searing heat as if engulfed in flames, Qin Haitao felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. His meridians, once constricted, now flowed freely, channeling a torrent of true energy within him. With a forceful extension of his arms, he unleashed a formidable blast of this energy. The sheer force of it sent the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards around him sprawling to the ground, as if struck by a tempestuous gale. It was evident that the potency of the enhancement pills had significantly amplified Qin Haitao's strength, invigorating his inner energy. These pills forcibly expanded his martial pathways, utilizing his very life force as fuel to elevate his skills. He had transcended the Grandmaster realm, now attaining the level of the Dragon Transformation stage. This stage, a tier above Grandmaster, bestowed upon him a considerably greater level of power. If Qin Haitao's combat prowess could previously be likened to that of a wild bull, his current state, augmented by the pills, resembled the ferocity of a grizzly bear. The pills had also induced a palpable sense of rage within him, a common side effect of their use. As he stood there, Qin Haitao exuded the aura of a berserk beast poised to strike, his being saturated with an untamed fury. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Qin Haitao, have you lost your senses? These martial enhancement pills, while capable of briefly augmenting your abilities, come at the cost of your life. Are you not concerned about shortening your lifespan?" Qin Haitao retorted with vehement anger. The acquisition of the celestial cloud blood herb, coupled with the defeat of a callow youth such as yourself, renders the forfeiture of a mere 3 to 5 years of life inconsequential. Lin Yang retorted, branding him a madman. The countenances of the three beauties betrayed their anxiety as they voiced their apprehension. "Lin Yang, what shall we do? He appears formidable. We shall be unharmed, shall we not?" A subtle curve graced Lin Yang's lips as he offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not. Even with the consumption of elixirs that grant a transient surge in power, his capabilities remain inferior to mine. During our impending confrontation, a substantial concussive force of true energy may emanate. Seek refuge within the vehicle to evade any inadvertent harm from the ensuing shock waves." The three women, their voices laced with solicitude, inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you certain of your ability to manage this situation?" Lin Yang affirmed, "Rest assured, I am more than capable. Place your trust in me and retreat to the car for safety, lest you suffer injury." The three beauties nodded gently. "Very well, we shall retire for now. Mr. Lin, exercise utmost caution. Be at ease. I shall emerge unscathed. A mere Qin Haitao poses no threat to me," Lin Yang declared with unwavering confidence, composure, and certainty. Subsequently, they all retreated to the vehicle, maintaining a vigilant watch over Lin Yang, their concern palpable. Should Lin Yang face peril during his duel with Qin Haitao, they stood prepared to assault Qin Haitao with the car or resort to threatening the destruction of the celestial cloud blood herb, ensuring Lin Yang's safety above all else. Qin Haitao's fierce and furious gaze fixed upon Lin Yang. "Lin Yang, my power has now reached the Dragon Transformation realm, and I am no weaker than you. I shall see what abilities you possess to withstand my assault. Prepare to meet your demise." Lin Yang responded calmly, "If you are indeed so formidable, then let us put it to the test." With gritted teeth, Qin Haitao declared, "Embrace your fate, Lin Yang." As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Haitao propelled himself forward with the force of a rocket, his body infused with a surging, malevolent energy. He swung his fist, as large as a sandbag and charged with true energy, directly at Lin Yang. Lin Yang's expression turned icy, unfazed by the murderous intent emanating from Qin Haitao. As a practitioner of the celestial being realm, he had no reason to fear one who had only attained the Dragon Transformation realm through the use of drugs. Although there exists but a single tier of difference between the two realms, the disparity in their capabilities is immense. If a practitioner of the Dragon Transformation realm is likened to a wild wolf, then a celestial being is akin to a fierce tiger, one renowned for its valor in the mountains. A tiger dispatching a wolf is a trivial endeavor. To the tiger, the wolf is merely a plaything, easily manipulated. With determination, Lin Yang surged forward, mirroring Qin Haitao's rapid advance as if launched from a rocket. Clenching his fist, he aimed a direct strike at Qin Haitao. The two collided like two cannonballs, their fists, charged with potent energy, met with a thunderous impact. The energy erupted like a bomb, radiating outward in a spectacular explosion. Boom! The powerful surge of true energy sent dust and leaves swirling into the air like a tempest, while several frail trees were violently snapped in half. Qin Haitao's bodyguards were scattered like autumn leaves, each one propelled at least 3 meters away. One of their black sedans was nearly overturned by the force. The Rolls-Royce, occupied by Rushuang, by Bingning, and Lu Hongya, also jolted violently as if it had collided with a tree. It was evident that Lin Yang's assertion was indeed accurate. The shockwave of the combat energy was formidable. Fortunately, Lin Yang had advised them to take refuge inside the vehicle. Otherwise, the three of them might have been thrown off their feet by the sheer force. Qin Haitao was astounded to find that Lin Yang could withstand his punch, remaining unscathed by his overwhelming true energy. Moreover, Lin Yang appeared remarkably composed, as if he had effortlessly absorbed his fierce onslaught. His eyes widened in disbelief, resembling brass bells. How could this be? He was unable to fathom that. Despite having attained the level of a dragon transformation, this brash youth could so easily counter his strike. At that moment, their fists remained locked in combat. Qin Haitao summoned every ounce of strength, channeling his entire being and true energy into his fist, intent on sending Lin Yang flying. Yet, no matter how hard he exerted himself, Lin Yang's power and energy consistently surpassed his own. Throughout the encounter, Lin Yang maintained an air of effortless calm. His lips curled in a subtle smirk, as if he were simply engaging in a playful arm wrestling match with a 3-year-old, perpetually holding the upper hand. As he exerted himself with all his might, his face contorted in a grimace, he realized that his strength was being firmly suppressed by Lin Yang. It felt as though Lin Yang possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of power, rendering him incapable of breaking free. It was akin to an ordinary person attempting to push against a formidable wall without success. Lin Yang, however, had grown weary of engaging in such a trivial contest of strength with Qin Haitao. Suddenly, Lin Yang delivered a swift kick to Qin Haitao's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air for several meters. Qin Haitao landed heavily on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. His stomach throbbed with excruciating pain, akin to a tumultuous sea. Trembling, he glared at Lin Yang with two wide, terrified eyes and exclaimed, "What? What kind of monster are you?" Chapter 85. Let Mo Long handle him. What kind of creature are you? Why? Why can you effortlessly defeat me? Qin Haitao could hardly fathom that. Having just consumed a potent enhancement elixir that elevated his prowess to the formidable dragon transformation realm, Lin Yang could still vanquish him with such ease. It was evident that Lin Yang's martial skills were at least at the dragon transformation level. Was he even human? At merely over 20 years of age, achieving such a realm was utterly extraordinary. Lin Yang gazed coldly at Qin Haitao, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, and remarked with an icy demeanor, "I have stated before, in my eyes, you are as easily dealt with as an insignificant insect. To extinguish you is as simple as crushing an ant." Qin Haitao trembled violently, his eyes brimming with terror. Given Lin Yang's formidable prowess, ending his life would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. He felt diminutive before Lin Yang, truly as inconsequential as a mere ant. The thought that Lin Yang might truly take his life filled him with dread. He yearned for longevity and had no desire to meet his end. At that moment, 3 enchanting ladies, Bai Rushuang, Bai Bingning, and Lu Hongya, emerged from their vehicle, rushing forward with expressions of delight. "Mr. Lin, splendid. You have finally defeated this villain," exclaimed Bai Rushuang. "Mr. Lin, who would have imagined your remarkable abilities? Not only are you a master of medicine, but your martial prowess is equally astounding. You never boast of your talents, truly humble and unassuming." Bai Rushuang inquired, "Mr. Lin, how shall we punish this irredeemable scoundrel?" Qin Haitao hastily pleaded, "Lin Yang, no, Mr. Lin, I beg you to spare me. I no longer desire the Tianyuan bloodgrass. Please, let me go as if I were a fleeting breath. I implore you." Lin Yang snorted disdainfully, "You were just intent on taking my life. Do you believe I am easily intimidated and susceptible to persuasion?" Bai Rushuang proposed, "Why don't we give him a good beating?" Lu Hongye concurred, "A splendid idea. We shall deal with him. No need for you to intervene. It is not particularly graceful for young ladies to engage in physical confrontation. I shall summon someone to handle him. Mr. Lin, whom do you intend to have deal with him?" "I have summoned Mo Long to handle the situation." At the mere mention of Mo Long's name, the 3 ladies displayed expressions of satisfaction. Mo Long is the underground emperor of Haishur, notorious for his brutal methods of dealing with adversaries. Anyone who has fallen into his clutches has invariably met a most dreadful fate. It seems that Qin Haitao has indeed crossed a line. Lin Yang retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Mo Long's number. At that moment, Mo Long was savoring exquisite Da Hong Pao tea at the headquarters of the Black Dragon Hall. As his phone rang, upon seeing Lin Yang's name on the screen, he promptly set down his teacup and answered with alacrity, "Mr. Lin, your call today must pertain to a matter requiring Mo's assistance?" "It is indeed a trivial matter for which I seek your help," Lin Yang replied. Mo Long inquired, "Please feel free to speak, Mr. Lin. Whatever is within my capabilities, I shall exert every effort to assist you." I, along with Miss Lu Hongye, Miss Bai Rushuang, and Miss Bai Bingning, encountered a robbery on the road. Not only did he attempt to steal, but he also intended to commit murder. I have him under control now. Please come quickly and teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Mo Long's countenance darkened with fury as he slammed his hand on the table, producing a thunderous sound that nearly caused it to splinter. What? Someone dares to harm you? And to threaten the daughters of the four great families? They are truly courting death. Mr. Lin, where are you now? I shall immediately gather my men and ensure that anyone who dares to lay a hand on you meets a most gruesome end. All present, armed and ready. Followed my lead to assist Mr. Lin. The underlings shouted in unison with great fervor. Understood. With that, Mo Long and his entourage swiftly departed from the Black Dragon Hall, racing towards the highway where Lin Yang was situated. Soon, an S-Class vehicle accompanied by numerous motorcycles converged at Lin Yang's location. Mo Long disembarked from the S-Class and hurried to Lin Yang's side, exchanging polite greetings with those gathered. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Miss Liu, good day, Miss Bai, hello. Lady Ruo Shuang, a pleasure. In the presence of the esteemed healer Lin Yang and the princesses of the four great families, Mo Long, the Underground Emperor, displayed utmost deference. Each of them commanded profound respect. Lin Yang was the savior of his daughter, Mo Li, and the miraculous healer who restored his left eye's sight, thus deserving of reverence. Lu Hongye, Bai Bingning, and Bai Rishuang were all members of the four great families, not to be trifled with, warranting complete respect. Mr. Lin, you mentioned over the phone that someone intends to kill you and the three princesses. Is that scoundrel over there? Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. The three ladies chimed in. Mo Long, it is indeed him. He just attempted to take our lives. Mo Long, what shall you do to teach him a lesson? Mr. Lin, I will ensure this scum receives a thorough reckoning. Mo Long's face twisted with fury, his expression icy as he fixed his piercing gaze upon the offender, slowly advancing towards him. With each step Mo Long took, the oppressive aura he exuded intensified, drawing ever nearer to the target. He could discern that Mo Long possessed a ruthless glint in his eyes, indicative of a person who was undoubtedly heartless and merciless. Qin Haitao, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not approach me. If you come any closer, I shall not hold back." Mo Long paid no heed to Qin Haitao's warnings, continuing his slow, deliberate advance, his gaze as terrifying as a wolf fixated on a lamb destined for slaughter. Qin Haitao was no pushover. He could not simply allow someone with ill intentions to approach him unchallenged. Although the effects of his enhancement pills had worn off, reducing his prowess from the dragon transformation realm to that of a master, he remained formidable. Suppressing the pain in his abdomen, Qin Haitao leaped into action, aiming to strike Mo Long. However, Mo Long, also a master-level expert, swiftly countered as Qin Haitao lunged at him like a frog. With a powerful punch, he struck Qin Haitao squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. The blow left his face bruised and swollen, breaking a bone in the process. Groaning in agony, he lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, creating a pool of crimson around him. Mo Long approached Qin Haitao, eyeing him like a dead dog, and then delivered a brutal kick to Qin Haitao's abdomen. With a gasp, Qin Haitao spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his stomach, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as though a massive stone were violently rolling within him. He nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the intensity of the agony. Mo Long seethed with rage. "You insolent fool! How dare you take the life of Mr. Lin, and to lay your hands upon the members of the four great families of Haishur? It seems you are weary of life itself." In a fit of rage, Mo Long crouched down and began to mercilessly strike Qin Haitao's face, delivering blows from both sides with unrelenting ferocity. "Bring him to me. Beat him into a pulp." Understood. With that, a group of thugs unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks upon Qin Haitao. After a minute, he was left with a face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head. Pain coursed through his body, rendering him unable to stand upright, and his legs felt as if they might break under the assault. Chapter 86. Arranging a private jet to the Black Brick Factory, Mo Long, in a fit of fury, commanded, "Bring this scoundrel to me. Chop him into mincemeat and toss him into the river to feed the fish." Understood. As he spoke, several henchmen brandishing gleaming knives approached Qin Haitao with malicious grins. The sight of their weapons sent a wave of terror crashing over him. He fell to his knees, his face a mask of desperation, and pleaded, "Mo Long, Master Long, I beg you, do not take my life. I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Treat me as if I were nothing. Just let me go." Mo Long responded with a swift kick to his chest, sending Qin Haitao crashing to the ground, gasping in agony. The pain in his chest was excruciating, as though his ribs were shattering beneath the force. He lay there, howling in pain, too afraid to take a deep breath. Mo Long thundered. What use is your acknowledgement of wrongdoing? Do you think that merely realizing your mistakes absolves you? How naive. If acknowledging one's faults could spare one from punishment, what purpose would there be for enforcers of justice in this world? You wretch, how dare you kill Mr. Lin and the three young ladies? Your audacity is beyond comprehension, and no amount of punishment could suffice for your transgressions. He crawled on his knees like a serval dog to Mr. Lin's side, clutching Lin's rigid leg, his eyes brimming with desperation. Mr. Lin, I implore you, spare me. I shall serve you faithfully. I am willing to comply with any of your demands. Lin Yang regarded the groveling Qin Haitao with indifference, disdainfully kicking him aside. Spare you? What face do you have to ask for mercy? You have the audacity. Seeing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, Qin Haitao turned his desperate entreaties towards the three beautiful ladies, kneeling before them with hands clasped in supplication. Ladies, I know you possess both beauty and kindness. I beseech you to intercede on my behalf with Mr. Lin and Lord Long. I shall forever be grateful for your benevolence. The three ladies, compassionate at heart, exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they witnessed a life teetering on the brink of extinction. Bai Bingning spoke softly, Mr. Lin. Lord Long, perhaps we should grant him a reprieve. Though he is indeed deserving of death, he is still a human life. Heaven favors the preservation of life. Granting him mercy could accumulate virtue. Bai Bingning, a believer in the teachings of Buddhism, could not bear to see a life extinguished by her own hands. If she held the power to save him, she would strive to do so. Bai Rushuang sighed and said, Sister, you are still too kind. Mr. Lin, please spare his life. Mo Long, taken aback, looked at Lin Yang with a puzzled expression. Lin Yang replied, Since Miss Bai has spoken, let us spare him a dog's life for her sake. Upon hearing that she had saved a life, Bai Bing's face lit up with a faint smile. On the ground, Qin Haitao flashed a cunning grin. With the Green Mountains remaining, one need not fear the absence of firewood, for there would always be a day for his resurgence, when he would take his revenge on Lin Yang and Mo Long. He feigned gratitude towards Lin Yang, saying, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your great kindness. Mo Long inquired, Then, Mr. Lin, what shall be the punishment? Lin Yang smirked and suggested, Why not send this scoundrel to the black brick factory for reform? Just like Scarface, yellow hair, and red hair? Qin Haitao's sins are grievous. Let him serve 20 years there, while these bodyguards shall each undergo 3 years of reform. If they show good behavior, they may be released when their time is up. Otherwise, their reform period will be extended. Mo Long nodded and remarked, Mr. Lin, your compassion is truly admirable. Such magnanimity is indeed that of a master among men. Before sending them to the black brick factory, as was customary, they confiscated their assets. Very well, Mr. Lin. Qin Haitao was momentarily stunned. Going to the black brick factory to work was one thing, but having to donate his entire fortune to the Hope Project was unacceptable to him. Mo Long's expression turned icy as he commanded, Hand over your bank card and password obediently. Everything shall be donated to the Hope Project. He stammered, I have no money. Mo Long's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving a vivid crimson mark. I would rather die than surrender my bank card and password, Qin Haitao declared defiantly. That money had been painstakingly earned and saved through his relentless efforts. Mo Long, seething with rage, retorted, Do you wish for death? Very well. Someone, immediately chop him into pieces to feed the fish. His underlings brandished their large knives threateningly. Terrified, Qin Haitao gasped for breath and pleaded, I'll give it. I'll give it. Please don't kill me. Subsequently, Qin Haitao and his bodyguards obediently relinquished all their assets, totaling over 300 million. This sum would be entirely donated to the Hope Project, aiding impoverished children in the mountainous regions. Lin Yang interjected, Before you head to the black brick factory, allow me to present you with a little gift. He produced a gleaming silver needle. Alarmed, Qin Haitao exclaimed, What are you going to do with that? Of course, I intend to cripple your martial arts. No. Please don't take away my skills. Lin Yang, indifferent to Qin Haitao's desperate rage, launched the silver needle with precision, infused with formidable energy. It pierced Qin Haitao's martial arts meridian, sealing it off entirely. After decades of arduous training to reach the master level, he found it all obliterated in an instant. Qin Haitao was engulfed in anguish, a burning desire to kill Lin Yang igniting within him, yet he found himself utterly powerless to act, left to endure his fate. Lin Yang inquired, By the way, Mo Long, how are Scar, Huang Mao, and Hong Mao faring since they were sent to the black brick factory for labor? They are performing poorly, laboring slowly, and enduring at least dozens of lashes from the overseer each day. The moment they falter in their pace, they are immediately met with the overseer's whip. They are allowed only 2 meals a day, consisting merely of 2 steamed buns accompanied by a smattering of pickled vegetables. Should they exhibit commendable performance, they might earn an additional bowl of tofu pudding as a reward. Despite their circumstances, they initially retained a sense of arrogance and failed to foster amicable relations with their fellow workers, often receiving kicks from behind. They have struggled to acclimate to the harsh, filthy conditions of the black brick factory, unable to tolerate the communal bathhouse, the open latrines, or the meager bedding of a single mat laid upon the floor. Their lamentations are incessant. On one occasion, they even contemplated escaping under the cover of darkness by scaling the walls, only to be apprehended by the overseer and his men. Stripped of their clothing, each received 300 lashes, leaving their skin battered and bruised, a grotesque sight to behold. Huang Mao suffered a severe bite from the guard dog, resulting in a significant gash on his leg. Yet, despite these injuries, they are afforded no respite and must continue their laborious tasks. Should their brick-moving efforts fall short in speed or volume, they are subjected to further lashings, compelled to match the overall pace of work. It can truly be said that their existence is devoid of light and akin to a living hell. However, it is only through such harsh lessons that they may learn. Otherwise, upon their release, they might persist in their arrogance and continue to inflict harm upon others. After listening to Mo Long's account, Qin Haitao was utterly unaware of the brutal realities within the black brick factory. Having traversed the medical field with distinction, he had never endured such torment. Over the years, he had profited handsomely from the sale of lethal poisons, living a life of luxury and ease. Now, he faced the prospect of laboring in the black brick factory for 2 decades. He would rather die than comply. Please, do not send me to the black brick factory. I beg you, spare me from that fate. A deep terror gripped him at the thought of being subjected to unimaginable suffering. Overcome with fear, Qin Haitao fainted, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly still. Mo Long prodded him gently with his foot, but there was no response. With a derisive chuckle, Mo Long remarked, "This fellow is so afraid of death. He has fainted. Rest assured, once you arrive at the black brick factory, you will learn the consequences of offending Mr. Lin." He commanded, "Someone, drag this lifeless creature to the vehicle. We shall send him directly by plane to the black brick factory in central China, where he will commence his bricklaying duties tomorrow. He shall not be released until he has toiled for a full 20 years. Moreover, all of his bodyguards would also be dispatched to the black brick factory for labor, each required to work for 3 years before they could be freed." The bodyguards, terrified at the thought of being sent to the black brick factory, hastily knelt and fervently apologized. "Your master is to be sent to the black brick factory. As his protectors, you cannot expect to escape punishment for your complicity. If you wish to avoid this fate, I will throw you all into the river to feed the fish." The security guards fell silent, their hearts heavy with dread. Qin Haitao, who had fainted, along with a group of black-clad bodyguards, were swiftly bound by ropes and dragged towards the vehicle by a throng of subordinates. Today, a private jet would be arranged to transport them directly to the black brick factory, where they would commence their arduous labor. In Chapter 87, the seasoned master on the street imparted martial arts to me. Qin Haitao, having been stripped of his martial prowess by Lin Yang, was destined to suffer in the oppressive environment of the black brick factory, a punishment meted out by Lin Yang, a consequence he rightfully deserved. Lin Yang turned to Mo Long and said, "Mo Long, I appreciate your presence today." Mo Long waved his hand, smiling graciously. "It is no trouble at all. It is truly an honor for me, Mo Long, to assist Mr. Lin. I was merely idling with tea at the Black Dragon Hall, and today is a perfect occasion to bring my brothers out and stretch our skills. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me, and I shall respond without delay." "Very well," Lin Yang replied. "I shall be in your debt." "How could it be a burden, Mr. Lin? You saved my daughter's life and restored my sight. Your kindness is indelible in my heart. Even if you were to command me as your servant, I would harbor no complaints." Lin Yang nodded, feeling gratified by Mo Long's expression of gratitude. By Rushuang, by Bingning, Lu Hongya. It was unexpected that Mo Long would be so deferential to Lin Yang, his respect no less than that shown to the heads of the 4 great families. Apart from them, only Lin Yang could elicit such reverence from him. Lin Yang is truly universally beloved and possesses boundless charisma. Mo Long inquired, "Mr. Lin, I have dealt with these individuals on your behalf. Are there any further instructions? There is one more crucial matter. and that is to request your assistance in clearing the scene of Qin Haitao's vehicles, as well as the bullets scattered on the ground, to prevent disruption to normal traffic flow. Understood. Summon a forklift to remove the 4 or 5 sedans, and then gather the bullets from the ground. As you command. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave for now. Very well. Bai Rushuang exclaimed. Mr. Lin, you are usually so unassuming, to conceal such formidable martial prowess so well. Had it not been for today's unexpected incident, we might never have discerned the depth of your abilities. Bai Rushuang inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. Mr. Lin, how did you come to possess such extraordinary martial skills? Lin Yang could not reveal to Bai Rushuang and the others that he was affiliated with the Divine Physician sect of Kunlun Mountain, as doing so could potentially expose him to risks and bring unnecessary trouble upon them. He casually fabricated a tale, claiming that he had learned from an elderly master who begged by the roadside. After offering the master a few buns, the old man, sensing a connection with him, supposedly imparted his lifelong skills. Lin Yang's explanation sounded somewhat far-fetched and mystical. Even he struggled to believe his own words. It was implausible that so many street masters would teach formidable martial arts, resembling the plot of a novel rather than reality. However, having already spoken, he had no choice but to convince Bai Ruoshang, even if she was skeptical. The idea that a master could, out of sheer affinity, bestow upon someone the entirety of their skills, elevating them to the realm of transformation, was hard to fathom. Such a master would have to possess extraordinary prowess, transcending the realm of transformation themselves, for only the most eminent among masters could achieve such a feat. Lin Yang told a small fib. His true realm was not that of transformation, but rather that he had just reached the Grandmaster stage. He had merely stimulated his martial arts acupoints through acupuncture, temporarily enhancing his power to a level akin to that of the transformation realm. He wished to keep his true abilities concealed to avoid unnecessary speculation. Bai Ruoshang, somewhat naively impressed, nodded in understanding. Bai Bingning and Lu Hongye exhibited little doubt regarding Lin Yang's words, also nodding in tacit approval. Indeed, were it not the case, they could scarcely fathom how Lin Yang had attained such profound martial prowess. Given his humble origins in the countryside and lack of notable lineage, it seemed plausible that he had encountered a venerable master, akin to those occasionally seen in the streets, who had bestowed upon him the rare opportunity to cultivate such formidable skills. Bai Bingning suggested, Mr. Lin, shall we proceed to my residence? We can partake in a celebratory luncheon and await your acupuncture treatment to dispel my cold. Very well, let us depart for your home at once, replied Lin Yang. Subsequently, Lin Yang piloted the Rolls-Royce, conveying Bai Bingning, Bai Rushuang, and Lu Hongye towards the Bai family's estate in the suburbs. Bai Xiaodian, the patriarch of the Bai family, was leisurely reclining in a rocking chair within the pavilion, enjoying a tranquil respite. 2 servants stood on either side, gently fanning him with large knitted fans, much like ancient handmaidens attending to an emperor. Bai Xiaoyan's ears perked up at the sound of his daughter's voices, and he opened his eyes. Upon seeing his daughters accompanied by Lin Yang, a smile immediately graced his face. He promptly rose from the rocking chair and greeted them with a warm expression. Mr. Lin, I am delighted by your esteemed visit today. Welcome, welcome. Bai Xiaodian held a great fondness for the young Mr. Lin. Not only had he rescued his daughter, Bai Bingning, but he had also saved Mo Long's daughter, restored Mo Long's eyesight, and thrice saved the life of Lu Jianshu, the wealthiest man in High City. He was truly a divine physician among physicians, a beacon of medical brilliance, with a future undoubtedly brimming with promise. Should Lin Yang so desire, he would readily offer both of his daughters to him in marriage. Bai Xiaodian graciously welcomed Lin Yang into the living room of the villa. Bai Bingning personally took to the kitchen, preparing her signature dishes. Since her illness, she had refrained from cooking, but with Lin Yang visiting her home, she seized the opportunity to showcase her culinary skills. After all, there is a saying that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. A woman who can cook possesses undeniable charm. She prepared a variety of dishes: silky steamed egg custard, stir-fried beef strips with green peppers, spicy braised fish, 5-spice tofu, crayfish, and abalone, among others. Despite her long hiatus from cooking, the dishes emerged fragrant and vibrant, reminiscent of the culinary artistry found in a 5-star hotel, instantly whetting one's appetite. As she inhaled the delightful aroma of her creations, a smile of contentment graced her face, and she promptly instructed the servants to serve the dishes in the living room. Soon enough, Bai Bingning's meal graced the table. She scooped a spoonful of the pale yellow steamed egg custard into Lin Yang's bowl. Lin Yang, do try this egg custard. It's incredibly tender, even more so than fresh silken tofu. Mr. Lin, is my cooking to your liking? Lin Yang took a bite. The custard was exquisitely smooth and melted in his mouth like jelly, devoid of any toughness. The ratio of water to egg was perfectly balanced, imparting a rich egg aroma. This culinary prowess was nearing his own level. Lin Yang responded, delicious. Bai Bingning's petite face lit up with a radiant smile, clearly pleased with his response. Nevertheless, Bai Bingning's culinary prowess, coupled with Lin Yang's commendation, instilled a sense of apprehension in Lu Hongya. Her own culinary skills were rather deficient, whereas Bai Bingning excelled in the culinary arts. As the adage goes, the path to a man's heart is through his stomach. Evidently, Bai Bingning appeared to have already captured Lin Yang's palate. Both Bai Bingning and herself possessed a gentle, captivating demeanor, a type of woman that men generally find appealing. As a woman, she presented a more formidable challenge than the somewhat naive and impetuous Bai Rushuang. After all, men typically favor a delicate and charming spouse. Currently, aside from Su Yuqing, Lin Yang's wife in name only, Bai Bingning posed the greatest rivalry. It seemed imperative for her to exert more effort, acquire additional talents, and engage in more interaction with Lin Yang to enhance her competitive edge. Following the meal, Lin Yang promptly stated, Bingning, allow me to administer acupuncture to you now. Well, Mr. Lin, please allow me to take a bath first. Kindly await my return. Very well. Prior to Lin Yang's acupuncture treatment, Bai Bingning meticulously indulged in a tepid rose milk bath. She thoroughly cleansed every inch of her being, ensuring that even the crevices of her fingernails, toenails, and toe joints were immaculate and pristine, akin to a lotus flower emerging untainted from the mud. Upon completion of her ablutions, her body emanated a delicate, milky fragrance. Given that it was the height of summer, and she had perspired somewhat while attending the auction, a trace of perspiration odor was inevitable, a common occurrence. Even the most beautiful women perspire. In the sweltering summer heat, one does not escape the sweat unless one is a celestial being. Presently, she feels a slight stickiness upon her skin. If the perspiration is not washed away, Mr. Lin might perceive an unpleasant odor while administering acupuncture, which would undoubtedly leave him with a negative impression. Bai Bingning believes it is imperative to present her most exquisite self before Lin Yang in order to garner his affection. Like Lu Hongya, she has discreetly inquired into the relationship between Lin Yang and Su Yuqing. To her astonishment, she discovered that despite being married for 3 years, Lin Yang and Su Yuqing share only the title of husband and wife, devoid of any genuine conjugal intimacy. In fact, Lin Yang has not even kissed Su Yuqing's face, and it is rumored that they have never even held hands. Moreover, they sleep apart, one on the bed and the other on the floor. Such absurdity is hard to fathom. How can a couple remain married for 3 years without engaging in even the simplest of romantic gestures? Su Yuqing is truly squandering a rare opportunity, occupying a space without availing herself of its benefits. This exceptional man has been denied the slightest affection from her for 3 long years. It is perplexing to understand Su Yuqing's mindset. How could a woman who harbors feelings for a man allow him to sleep on a hard floor while she luxuriates on the bed? For 3 years, this has persisted. If she does not cherish Lin Yang, why not release him from this hollow marital bond? What compels her to maintain such a faade of a relationship devoid of substance? Presumably, Lin Yang himself remains oblivious to Su Yuqing's genuine affections for him. Hence his maintenance of their ambiguous marital relationship. Ever since Bai Bingning's recovery from her ailment at Lin Yang's hands, she has harbored a burgeoning infatuation with him, frequently envisioning him in her dreams. She had never conceived that anyone could assuage her affliction, especially a man as handsome and refined as Lin Yang. She had secretly vowed to dedicate herself to whoever could cure her ailment. In her eyes, Lin Yang is the epitome of perfection. Her father, Bai Xiaodian, aware of her sentiments, earnestly desires an opportunity for her to forge a felicitous union with Lin Yang. Bai Bingning initiates a phone call to Lin Yang. In a delicate voice, Bai Bingning coos, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I have completed my ablutions and await you in my chambers. Please ascend forthwith to administer my acupuncture." As Lin Yang had activated the speaker function, Lu Hongya, who was nearby, overheard Bai Bingning's voice. Upon hearing Bai Bingning's affected tone, she surmised that Bai Bingning was undoubtedly enamored with Lin Yang. Lin Yang responded, "Very well, I shall ascend presently." Lin Yang ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor and opened Bai Bingning's chamber door. Upon entering, he was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance of roses and milk, reminiscent of a natural garden's efflorescence. A woman adorned in a white robe, her damp hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, sat languidly with her legs crossed. Her luminous eyes, brimming with amorous intent, were fixed upon him. Bai Bingming spoke in a captivating tone. "Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Please, do proceed with the acupuncture swiftly." Lin Yang, feeling a touch of shyness, replied, "For acupuncture, one must remove their clothing to facilitate the process. However, complete nudity is unnecessary. Underwear may remain." A playful smile danced upon Bai Bingming's cherry-red lips as she rose gracefully. She undid the tie of her bathrobe and gently swayed her body, allowing the pristine garment to slowly cascade from her smooth form. As the robe fell away, her pink lingerie and undergarments were laid bare before Lin Yang's eyes. Her fair skin, stunning beauty, and alluring S-curve silhouette stirred the passions of any man. Her allure rivaled that of the most popular starlets in the entertainment industry. As a man, Lin Yang felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment at the sight. It was an instinctive reaction he could not suppress. For an ordinary man, resisting the temptation of such a stunning beauty would be nearly impossible. Yet Lin Yang was different. He was a married man. He could not betray his beloved wife, Su Yuqing. If she were to discover any disloyalty on his part, it would undoubtedly break her heart. Although they had not engaged in a physical relationship for the past 3 years, this did not serve as an excuse for betrayal. Despite Bai Bingming appearing before him clad only in lingerie, she felt no hesitation, as Lin Yang had previously seen her in a similar state during a treatment in the bathtub. Moreover, her affection for Lin Yang rendered her indifferent to being clad solely in her undergarments in his presence. "Mr. Lin, will the acupuncture take place in the bathtub again this time?" "No. Last time the severity of your cold necessitated the warm water for treatment. This time, it can be done on the bed." Chapter 89. Is it because you dislike me? Bai Bingming retreated gracefully, reclining on the soft, snow-white bed. Her long, fair legs elegantly displayed their length and repose, reminiscent of a charming, youthful kitten. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she gazed at Lin Yang with sparkling, captivating eyes. Her cherry-red lips parting slightly. "Mr. Lin, I am now on the bed." Lin Yang, taken aback by Bai Bingming's alluring demeanor, felt a tinge of shyness as he replied, "All right, Miss Bai, I shall prepare the acupuncture for you." With that, he retrieved a packet of silver needles from his pocket and approached the bed. "Mr. Lin, please feel free to sit on my bed. Do not be reserved." Bai Bingming mused, recalling how Lin Yang had treated her while seated in the bathtub last time. She imagined that for this session, he would need to sit on the bed to administer the needles. Typically, a girl's bed should remain off limits to men, yet Lin Yang was different. He was the one she cherished. Not only could he sit freely, but she would not mind if he even chose to sleep there. Lin Yang smiled. "There is no need for inconvenience. I can stand, as acupuncture can be performed while standing, provided you cooperate." "Oh, Miss Bai, please sit still. Try not to move during the acupuncture, as it may affect the treatment's efficacy." "All right, Mr. Lin." Immediately, Bai Bingming sat upright, fully cooperating as Lin Yang prepared to perform the acupuncture. With deft precision, Lin Yang skillfully inserted one silver needle after another into Bai Bingming's delicate forehead. The crown of her hair, her slender hands, her fair back, and her pristine, elongated legs. After approximately 20 needles were placed, each one pinpointedly targeting the respective acupoints, Bai Bingming winced at the pain. As the needles pierced her alabaster skin, she let out soft moans of discomfort, imbued with a hint of delicate allure. This involuntary reaction caused Lin Yang's cheeks to flush with a deeper shade of crimson, stirring a slight sense of bashfulness within him. How could Bai Bingming, despite the discomfort, emit such a sound reminiscent of playful sulkiness? It was evident to Lin Yang that Bai Bingming might harbor feelings for him. Yet, he was a married man. "Miss Bai, there's no need to fear. It doesn't hurt much. It's akin to receiving an injection. You must have had your share of injections during childhood when you suffered from colds or fevers, right? It's just like that. I'm afraid. I've always dreaded needles. Their sharpness instinctively frightens me. However, since you are the one administering the acupuncture, I feel less apprehensive. If it were someone else, I would likely resist vehemently." Lin Yang cleared his throat and replied, "Is that so?" As he spoke, he channeled his vital energy to invigorate the silver needles embedded in Bai Bingming's body. The silver needles, propelled by the flow of vital energy, gracefully twirled, akin to the spinning wheel of a pottery mold. Soon, a faint dark red blood was drawn forth by the needles imbued with this vital energy. These remnants were remnants of the cold toxin that lingered within Bai Bingming from the last session. Due to the diminished presence of the toxin, The blood extracted this time did not manifest the same inky hue as before, but instead appeared a muted crimson. Lin Yang removed all the needles from Bai Bingning's body. Compared to the last session, the cold toxin within you has significantly lessened. However, it has not been entirely eradicated. A few more acupuncture treatments will surely lead to your complete recovery. MHM, I look forward to your next healing session, Mr. Lin. Miss Bai, the acupuncture has concluded. You may don your garments now. The air conditioning is on in the room. Please take care not to catch a chill. Bai Rushuang offered a faint smile, responding, all right, I shall dress at once. In truth, Bai Bingning was reluctant to put on her clothes just yet, as she desired Lin Yang to admire her flawless figure a while longer. Nevertheless, respecting Lin Yang's request was paramount. Should she choose to remain undraped, it would certainly seem rather inappropriate. Bai Bingning retrieved a loose-fitting white nightgown from the nearby wardrobe and slipped it on. Once she was clothed, Lin Yang sensed that the atmosphere had shifted from its previous intimacy to a more normalized state. By the way, Mr. Lin, what do you think of my figure? Bai Bingning casually inquired, though her anticipation for his response was palpable. Miss Bai, your physique is exceptionally well-managed, slender and shapely, with exquisite curves. It is indeed a rare and admirable form. Participating in a beauty contest should pose no challenge for you. Lin Yang's words rang true. Bai Bingning's physique was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of those starlets who fervently strive to maintain their figures. A subtle smile graced Bai Bingning's lips, clearly pleased by Lin Yang's compliment. She then probed further, Mr. Lin, do you like it? The intent behind her inquiry was rather apparent. Lin Yang understood that Bai Bingning harbored a genuine interest in him. He hastily responded, Miss Bai, please do not misunderstand. I merely offered a sincere compliment regarding your figure, and I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. Bai Bingning smiled subtly, amused by his anxiousness and eagerness to clarify. Internally, she mused, even if your feelings for me were not entirely innocent, I would not mind in the least. However, such thoughts were far too overt to express directly in Lin Yang's presence. After all, to articulate them would reveal intentions too blatant, devoid of any semblance of modesty. A woman ought to maintain a degree of reserve. Otherwise, an utter lack of restraint might provoke distaste in men who perhaps would not genuinely value her. Moreover, if Lin Yang were to find her unappealing, it would render future interactions between them rather awkward. Thus, it was essential to refrain from openly declaring her affections for him. Miss Bingning, if there is nothing pressing, I shall not intrude any longer and will take my leave. Please remember to diligently adhere to the prescription I provided during our last meeting, abstaining from alcohol and spicy foods, as these will greatly facilitate your recovery. Should any symptoms arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Lin Yang thought to himself that he needed to make a hasty exit. Otherwise, he would be unable to resist the allure of Bai Bingning's charms. One must admit, she possessed an exceptional talent for seduction. Bai Bingning nodded, responding, Yes, Mr. Lin. I will take my medicine on time. Are you leaving so soon? Why not stay a little longer? It is rare for you to visit our home. You could chat with my sisters or even engage in a discussion about martial arts with my father, who is also a master-level warrior. I am certain you would find common ground. Lin Yang politely declined, stating, No, Miss Bingning, I have been busy all day and ought to return to rest. Bai Bingning, feeling a touch of disappointment, remarked, Mr. Lin, are you so eager to leave because you dislike me? Have I become a burden? Lin Yang hurriedly clarified, Of course not. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill feelings towards you. It is simply that it is already between 3 and 4 o'clock, and I must return to rest. Afterward, I have household chores to attend to, including preparing dinner for my wife and her parents. I am rather occupied. Even though Lin Yang found Bai Bingning's flirtatious banter somewhat overwhelming, he could not express his discomfort in her presence. Such words can deeply wound a girl's self-esteem. Bai Bingning pouted and remarked, How troublesome. Mr. Lin, you are so exceptional, yet you must cook and clean daily like a servant. It truly does not seem fair to you. Only someone with your temperament could tolerate this. Otherwise, I fear most men would have long since departed. It seems rather unworthy for someone as outstanding as you, a skilled doctor and martial artist, to squander time on household chores. If you were to become part of my family, and I were your wife, I would cherish you and ensure you never had to shop for groceries or cook meals. You deserve so much more. Lin Yang smiled and replied, I have grown accustomed to it. I view daily chores and cooking as a form of physical exercise. It is hard to fathom that someone as adept in medicine and martial arts as Mr. Lin would willingly submit to such mundane tasks. Mr. Lin, You possess wealth. You could easily hire a maid, alleviating yourself of this daily burden. Lin Yang responded, if I were to hire help, my mother-in-law would be the first to object. She would perceive me as someone who merely consumes without contributing. It would lead to endless nagging, making matters even more complicated. She remains unaware of my substantial earnings, which I have deliberately kept from her, for given her nature, she would undoubtedly seek to claim my fortune for herself. Bai Bingning sighed in understanding, exclaiming, what a peculiar mother-in-law. I genuinely sympathize with you for encountering such a mother-in-law. However, there is little to be done, as she is the mother of my wife, Su Yuqing, and thus my mother-in-law. This is an inescapable circumstance. Well then, Bingning, I must take my leave now. We shall meet again next time. Bai Bingning replied, Mr. Lin, would you allow me to drive you home? No, thank you, Miss Bingning. If my family were to see such a beautiful lady escorting me home, I would be at a loss for words in my explanations. Very well, Mr. Lin, we shall have to part ways until next time. With that, Bai Bingning, Bai Ruoshang, and Lu Hongye courteously escorted Lin Yang out of the Bai family villa, bidding him farewell with utmost politeness. Lin Yang then hailed a taxi back to the villa at Yunding Tiangong, number 001. Upon entering the villa, he found Qian Chunhong, who was comfortably enjoying the air conditioning and munching on sunflower seeds, immediately spitting the husks onto the floor upon seeing Lin Yang return. She scolded, you useless son-in-law. You actually remembered to come back. Where have you been all day? You didn't even return to prepare lunch. Are you plotting a rebellion? No, Mom. I had some matters to attend to today, and besides, Dad was home. If you didn't want to cook, he could have done it. You lazy good-for-nothing. How dare you speak back? What possible matters could you have? I suspect you simply wandered aimlessly down that street, shirking your responsibilities. All you do is slack off. Go grab a broom and clean up those sunflower seed shells off the floor. If you fail to do so thoroughly, you will face the consequences. Lin Yang replied calmly. I shall do so right away. After Lin Yang finished sweeping the floor, he continued with some household chores before heading to the market to purchase ingredients for dinner. By the time Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuero returned, a delightful and steaming meal awaited them. During dinner, Su Yuqing inquired of Xiao Shuero, how was your first day at Huanyu Group? How did you find the people there? Are you adjusting well to the company environment? After swallowing a tender poached egg, Xiao Shuero exclaimed, Yuqing, I must tell you, the secretary of the chairman of Huanyu Company, Tang Jingxian, is truly remarkable. She possesses none of the haughty demeanor typically associated with leadership. Regardless of the situation, she is always exceedingly polite. Whenever I encounter a problem, she patiently assists me in resolving each one. Her speech is gentle, devoid of any authoritative air. We interact not as superior and subordinate, but as if we were longtime friends, completely equals. This morning, she proactively poured me a cup of coffee, and at noon, she even insisted on treating me to a lavish meal at the most expensive restaurant near the company, a meal that cost several thousand yuan. Su Yuqing applauded, saying, that is absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. You have found a job you adore, and your superior treats you so well. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Xiao Shuero continued, however, I wonder why she is so exceptionally kind to me. It feels as though her care surpasses even that of my mother. As the secretary to a chairman, her kindness towards me, a mere director of the marketing department, seems rather excessive and not typical of a normal employer-employee relationship. I've asked other colleagues, and they have never witnessed Secretary Tang display such warmth. At that moment, Lin Yang subtly smirked. He fully understood that Tang Jingshuan's exceptional kindness towards Xiao Shuero was a direct result of his request for her to take special care of Xiao Shuero, ensuring that she would not be neglected in any manner. At this moment, Qian Chunhong remarked, I suspect that Secretary Tang is certainly trying to ingratiate herself with you. After all, you belong to a family worth 50 billion. As a mere secretary earning perhaps 10 million a year, she pales in comparison to your stature. You are the heir of a prominent family, and the disparity in status is quite pronounced. Xiao Shuero pondered for a moment and responded, that does seem to hold some truth. Otherwise, why would she treat me so favorably? No matter how capable I am, as a secretary to the chairman, the second in command in the whole company, it seems unnecessary for her to be so kind to me. Qian Chunhong interjected, it's not just a matter of seeming. It is indeed the case. In these times, people are exceedingly pragmatic, eagerly courting those who hold power and wealth. After all, leaders are merely human. Although she holds a higher position at Huanyu Company, it does not imply that her societal status surpasses yours. You are, after all, a princess of a family worth 50 billion, so it is only fitting that she seeks to curry favor with you. However, Qian Chuanhong's assertion was flawed. As the chairman of Huanyu Company, Lin Yang was entitled to access the profiles of all employees and had reviewed Tang Jingshuan's background. Her family was not smaller than Xiao Shuero's. Therefore, there was no necessity for Tang Jingxian to flatter Xiao Shuero solely due to her family lineage. Nevertheless, as long as Xiao Shuero found joy in her work at Huanyu Company, Su Yuqing would also find happiness, and that was what truly mattered. As for the genuine reason behind Tang Jingshuan's kindness towards Xiao Shuero, it was of little consequence. At that moment, Su Yuqing inquired, Shuero, since the chairman's secretary treats you so well, how does your chairman regard you? Chapter 91. Is the chairman of Huanyu Corporation a monster? Xiao Shuero remarked, Chairman, I have yet to encounter the chairman of Huanyu Corporation today, and thus, I remain oblivious to his appearance. All I am aware of is that the chairman is male. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge. When I inquired with Secretary Tang, she informed me that the identity of the chairman is the company's most guarded secret. I even perused the official website and discovered that the legal representative of the company is Tang Jingxian. It is evident that Tang Jingxian merely serves as the proxy legal representative, while the true mastermind, the enigmatic chairman, is her superior. Su Yuqing then inquired, do you not know the chairman's surname or given name? I do not, Xiao Shuero replied. Secretary Tang has been reticent to disclose any information, insisting that the chairman's identity is classified. The chairman has always maintained an exceedingly low profile, wishing to remain anonymous so as not to disturb his peace. Even when I asked her about the chairman's surname, she was reluctant to share, leaving me entirely in the dark regarding his identity. Su Yuqing commented, it seems your chairman is quite mysterious, concealing his true self from the world. Xiao Shuero mused, Yuqing, do you think it could be that my chairman is so hideous, a true monstrosity, that he prefers to remain shrouded in secrecy? If he were handsome and affluent, how could he possibly maintain such a low profile? To desire anonymity, one must possess the capability to do so. Lin Yang was nearly caught off guard, almost spitting out his food, bewildered by how she connected the chairman's concealed identity with his alleged lack of attractiveness. Her chairman is undeniably a strikingly handsome and charismatic gentleman. Su Yuqing echoed Xiao Shuero's words, adding that it is not entirely implausible. Perhaps he is merely an old and unattractive creature, hideously disfigured, thus choosing to remain in the shadows, avoiding public view. Su Yuqing's remarks struck Lin Yang profoundly. How could one describe their husband in such a manner? If your husband were indeed old and hideous, a veritable eyesore, would you still desire my presence? Lin Yang, taken aback by the unconventional thought processes of Xiao Shuero and Su Yuqing, coughed discreetly. Ahem. However, Su Yuqing and Xiao Shuero failed to notice Lin Yang's deliberate cough, assuming instead that he had inadvertently choked on a morsel of food. Subsequently, they embarked on a series of imaginative descriptions of the chairman of Huanyu Corporation, attributing to him traits such as a square face, a beer belly, thick legs, a lecherous demeanor, and so forth. Lin Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. He thought it necessary to have Tang Jingxian find an opportunity to clarify and demonstrate that the chairman of Huanyu Corporation is indeed a dashing and elegant man of remarkable charm. The following day, Lin Yang rode his small electric scooter to the market as he typically did. Along the way, a woman approached him. Her long hair flowing gracefully, her skin exquisitely delicate, her figure curvaceous, adorned in a white jumpsuit that exuded elegance and composure. She embodied the essence of a sophisticated yet alluring superior, reminiscent of an understanding confidant, radiating a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the bustling crowd. She was truly a presence that sparkled with its own intrinsic light. Lin Yang's piercing gaze fell upon a massive object plummeting from above her head. Judging by the speed of its descent and the woman's pace, it was evident that the object would soon strike her, potentially causing grave harm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang shouted, "Watch out!" He abandoned his small electric scooter and, akin to a cheetah launching into action, sprinted towards the woman at a breathtaking speed of 100 meters in 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he was by her side. A mere half-second having elapsed, the woman, still reeling from the shock of Lin Yang's warning, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Before she could react, a powerful hand grasped her arm and forcefully yanked her aside. There was no time for resistance. She was swiftly removed from danger. Almost immediately, she heard the deafening crash of ceramic shattering at the very spot she had just occupied. A flower pot lay in ruins, its fragments strewn across the ground. mingling with disordered brown soil and broken blooms, creating a scene of chaos. Realization dawned upon her. This man had just saved her life. The woman, named Shinju, was the esteemed daughter of the Shin family, one of the 4 prominent families in Haishur. Gratefully, she addressed Lin Yang. Sir, I am immensely thankful for your timely intervention. Lin Yang replied modestly, it was but a trivial matter, no need for thanks. Sir, this card contains 1 million. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude for saving my life, she insisted. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of merit. Acting in the face of danger is a duty. Please, keep the million for yourself, he responded with humility. Shinju was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the man before him, clad in what appeared to be low-quality attire, could regard wealth with such disdain. Judging by his clothing, which could scarcely exceed 100 yuan, it was evident that his circumstances were rather impoverished. Yet, he had the audacity to decline Shinju's token of gratitude, a gesture that commanded respect. This was a sum of 1 million. Accepting it could potentially transform his life, allowing him to secure even a modest residence in Haishur. Are you truly certain you wish to refuse? Lin Yang merely smiled lightly, as if 1 million yuan were no more significant to him than a single yuan. He exhibited no inclination to accept the money. As I have stated, it is unnecessary. Shinju found himself even more in awe of Lin Yang. The latter soon perceived that Shinju was enveloped in a dark mist, reminiscent of curling smoke. What was this? Malevolence. This realm is not solely inhabited by spiritual energy. It is also tainted by negative energy. Malevolence is a harmful force, both mysterious and sinister. If you refuse to accept it, I shall take my leave. I shall remember this kindness and repay you in due course. Wait. Shinju was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. What is it, sir? Lin Yang responded, you are shrouded in malevolence. If it remains unaddressed, you may find yourself perpetually beset by misfortune. Malevolence? Upon hearing this assertion, Shinju's immediate reaction was one of skepticism, perceiving it as a manifestation of feudal superstition. The man before her was presumably the renowned feng shui master spoken of in hushed tones. In her mind, such masters were mere charlatans who intertwined mystical elements with notions of fortune and misfortune, instilling a sense of dread that failure to adhere to their prescribed methods would result in calamity. These charlatans exploited the fears of others, compelling them to pay for remedies to avert misfortune, thus serving their own monetary interests. She held no belief in the existence of malevolent energies. To her, such notions were simply ruses employed by feng shui masters, akin to the street-side fortune-tellers who peddled their craft. Those who placed their faith in these ideas were bound to fall victim to deception. With a tone of heartfelt admonition, Shinju addressed Lin Yang, young man. I initially held a rather favorable impression of you, yet I am dismayed to discover that you resort to the allure of malevolent energies to deceive me. If it is monetary gain you seek, take this 1 million as a token of gratitude. There is no need to employ such superstitious tactics to mislead me. I assure you, I am not so easily swindled. As she spoke, Shinju retrieved the bank card from her Louis Vuitton purse and extended it towards Lin Yang. Sir, please accept this card. I wish to avoid any indebtedness to you. Once you accept it, we shall be square. And I hope you will continue to foster your benevolent spirit, steering clear of deceitful practices involving malevolent energies. Lin Yang gently waved his hand, declining the bank card Shinju offered him. In all seriousness, I assure you, I am not jesting. There is indeed a malevolent aura surrounding you, though you remain oblivious to it. Should you neglect to rid yourself of this ominous presence, it may continue to afflict you, leading to a string of misfortunes. At best, your health may suffer. At worst, it could culminate in the disintegration of your family. Upon hearing Lin Yang's dire predictions of perpetual misfortune and the potential for grave consequences, Shinju felt a surge of indignation. She suspected that Lin Yang was deliberately cursing her for profit, resembling the rhetoric of those charlatan feng shui masters. Sir, do you take me for a simpleton? Allow me to enlighten you. My intellect is far from lacking. I have undertaken an IQ test, and the results were above 120. Thus, your attempts to deceive me with notions of metaphysical curses will not succeed. Please take your $1 million card and leave. Lin Yang, however, remained steadfast, asserting, I am not deceiving you. You genuinely possess a significant amount of malevolent energy. Shinju, exasperated, rolled her eyes, astonished that Lin Yang was so adamantly clinging to his theory of dark energy. Then tell me, if I indeed harbor such an aura, why can I not perceive it? Only those who have awakened their spiritual awareness can behold such malevolent energy. Those who have not awakened remain blind to its presence. Lin Yang naturally refrained from disclosing that his awakening of spiritual consciousness and channels was due to the ancient jade pendant, as this would undoubtedly seem too mystical. Instead, he remarked, "This question is rather challenging to elucidate at the moment. You may simply interpret it as the fact that each individual possesses varying innate talents and opportunities, resulting in differing perceptions of the world. It is akin to how some individuals are born swimmers, while others, despite their relentless efforts to master the art, remain unable to do so, destined to be non-swimmers." Shen Qingzhu could not help but chuckle. She was taken aback by Lin Yang's fervent attempts to make her believe in such esoteric concepts, fabricating an elaborate array of excuses. It appeared that contemporary deceivers had indeed refined their rhetoric. "Well, I understand that you are earnestly trying to convince me, but I have never subscribed to such superstitions since childhood. If you are unwilling to accept this bank card, I shall take my leave." Lin Yang pondered that Shen Qingzhu exuded a considerable amount of malevolent energy, likely having been entangled in it for some time. The knowledge imparted by the spiritual energy of the ancient jade pendant revealed that malevolent energy is a form of ominous negative force. As long as one is afflicted by such energy, they are bound to be influenced by its detrimental effects, thereby encountering a series of unfortunate events. She inquired, "Miss, please hold on a moment. You may find it hard to believe my words now, but may I ask if you have been experiencing a streak of misfortune lately? I suspect that you have encountered more than just this unfortunate incident with the flower pot today. Moreover, it is not solely you who has been afflicted. Those around you may also be suffering from a series of unfortunate events. If you have been enjoying an extraordinary run of good fortune recently, then disregard my statement. However, if your luck has truly been lacking, it is likely the result of some malevolent influence surrounding you." At that moment, Shen Qingzhu felt a sudden chill in her heart. Lin Yang's words rang true. She had indeed been beset by a relentless string of misfortunes. Not only had she been unfortunate herself, but her family had also begun to encounter a series of unfortunate events over the past 3 months. First, a significant 100 billion order from their family business was abruptly canceled by a client. Then her grandfather inexplicably slipped on a banana peel and fell, resulting in a fractured thigh, injuries to his waist, and damage to his hip bone, necessitating hospitalization. He was only now beginning to recover, albeit slowly, still plagued by lingering pain. Following that, her father also had an inexplicable mishap, tumbling down the stairs. Fortunately, he maintained good physical fitness from regular exercise, unlike her grandfather, whose age rendered him frail. He only required a bit of plaster at the hospital and suffered no serious harm. Then, inexplicably, my mother lost a jade necklace valued at 10 million and a pair of luxurious earrings worth 1 million. Typically, my mother is meticulous and cautious in her endeavors, and I have never heard of her misplacing anything. Moreover, she inexplicably caught a cold and spent over a week in the hospital. My younger brother also suffered a car accident, nearly becoming a casualty of a reckless driver. Additionally, the shops he invested in have faced a streak of misfortune, resulting in dismal business and continuous losses. Over the past few months, I have encountered a series of unfortunate incidents myself. For instance, my car suddenly experienced a flat tire while driving. I slipped and fell in the shower due to a slippery shower gel, and on one occasion, the light in my room inexplicably burnt out late at night. Even in the simplest acts of drinking juice, milk tea, or even plain water, I have choked several times, nearly leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, I had always attributed these occurrences to mere bad luck and misfortune, never connecting them to any superstitious beliefs regarding feng shui or malevolent energies, as that would be too futile and superstitious. The man before me, astonishingly, was able to articulate the misfortunes that had befallen my family. Could it be that he possesses some genuine ability? Observing him, though clad in humble attire, he radiated vitality and appeared to embody integrity, devoid of any semblance of a fraud or a nefarious character. Could it indeed be that these misfortunes stem from a malevolent force? Since he is able to discern such details, perhaps he truly has the capability to dispel the misfortunes plaguing my family and me. She harbored a tinge of concern for herself and her family, fearing that misfortune might lead to dire consequences, especially after enduring a series of unfortunate events over the past few months. Shen Qingzhu hastily inquired, "I admit that my family and I have indeed been quite unlucky lately. Since you suggest that my misfortunes stem from malevolent energy, could you enlighten me on how to dispel this negativity?" Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, "It is quite simple. All one must do is identify the source of the malevolent energy and eliminate it. The source of the malevolent energy? Shen Qingzhu echoed, seeking clarification. You may perceive it as akin to the origin of a river. The presence of a source is what allows the downstream to flourish with water. Although you may feel burdened by this negative energy, it merely clings to you and is not its true origin. Shen Qingzhu pressed further. Then where might the source of this malevolent energy be? Lin Yang responded. Given that you acknowledge not only your misfortune, but that of your family as well, it suggests that the source may reside within your home. Would you be willing to take me to your residence? Perhaps we might uncover the root of this malevolent energy there. Despite her lingering skepticism regarding Lin Yang's assertions about this elusive malevolence, she recognized the peculiarity of such beliefs. The thought of embracing this notion led to concerns about potential ridicule from her family. Nevertheless, having just been saved by Lin Yang, she was inclined to grant him an opportunity to demonstrate his methods for alleviating her misfortunes. If he is indeed merely a charlatan, extorting exorbitant fees for feng shui consultations to dispel negative energies, then I shall accept it. The money lost can be regarded as a token of gratitude for his life-saving assistance. Chapter 93. The Struggle for Livelihood. Very well. I shall momentarily place my trust in you. Please, accompany me to my home. With that, Lin Yang parked his small electric scooter by the roadside and then entered Shinju's Rolls-Royce. Before long, Shinju transported Lin Yang to the Granshin family villa. The villa boasted a serene environment, adorned with a quaint bamboo grove, a babbling brook, and a charming garden pavilion. It was unmistakably a residence of immense wealth. At that moment, a man clad in Taoist robes, wielding a peachwood sword, was surveying the interior of the villa. He examined the wall hangings, the potted plants, and the various decorations within, adopting an air of solemnity and inscrutability, as if conjuring spirits. Accompanying him were three men, an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. They were none other than Shun Chongqing, the esteemed patriarch of the Shin family, his son Shin Jinlong, and his grandson Shin Mufeng. They had engaged a feng shui master from Lingnan, despite their initial skepticism towards such superstitions. However, after months of relentless misfortune, they found themselves utterly beleaguered and devoid of options. Thus, they sought the assistance of this so-called master in hopes of alleviating their family's ill luck. Who knows? Perhaps their misfortunes could indeed be dispelled by these purported feng shui experts. What? You actually invited a young foreigner to assess our family's feng shui. Upon seeing Lin Yang, the head of the Shin family, Shun Chongqing, immediately recognized him as the young man who had performed acupuncture at Lu Jianshu's birthday banquet. Hailed as a divine physician by both Lu Jianshu and Lu Hongya. However, he was somewhat skeptical about the medical prowess of this lad, who was barely in his 20s. As traditional Chinese medicine places significant emphasis on the practitioner's experience, what could a youth in his 20s possibly know? How many ailments had he treated? How many diseases had he encountered? Shen Chongqing was momentarily puzzled as to why Shen Qizhu had brought him back. Originally, Shen Qingzhu had intended to attend Old Master Lu's birthday celebration, but for reasons unknown, she had suffered from an inexplicable stomach ache that day and thus did not attend the event, meaning she was unfamiliar with Lin Yang. Qingzhu, why have you brought this young man back? Do you even know who he is? Shen Chongqing inquired, his tone suggesting recognition of Lin Yang. Shen Qingzhu was taken aback. Her grandfather seemed to know Lin Yang. Grandfather, do you know this gentleman? Shen Chongqing scoffed lightly. Of course I know him. He made quite an impression at the birthday banquet of Lu Jianshu, showcasing some extraordinary acupuncture techniques. Upon hearing the mention of acupuncture, Shen Qingzhu began to comprehend. Mr. Lin, are you a physician? Lin Yang tilted his mouth slightly, affirming, indeed, I do hold the identity of a physician. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. Could this man truly be both a doctor and a master of feng shui? Was he genuinely that remarkable? So young, possessing both medical skills and knowledge of feng shui? Or was he perhaps a charlatan? Rather than directly questioning him, Shen Qizhu opted for a polite approach. It appears, Mr. Lin, that you are indeed a person of many talents, possessing a multitude of skills. Lin Yang modestly replied, You flatter me. I have merely dabbled in various fields. Shen Chongqing continued to inquire, Qingzhu, what brings you to accompany this young man today? Are you unwell? Oh, grandfather, I have brought Mr. Lin here to assess our home's feng shui. Our family has experienced a streak of misfortune in recent months. By chance, I encountered Mr. Lin, who mentioned that our house has been afflicted by negative energy, hence my decision to invite him to help remedy the situation. Shin Chongqing's expression instantly soured as he exclaimed, "What? You have brought this young man to our home to consult on feng shui? This is utterly absurd. What does a mere child know of such matters?" Shin Chongqing had never held Lin Yang's medical skills in high regard, and now the notion of him also being a feng shui master seemed ludicrous. One moment he was a doctor, and the next a master of feng shui. It felt like a farce. Moreover, Lin Yang was so young. Both medicine and feng shui require experience, typically necessitating a practitioner to be in their 30s or 40s at the very least. A mere youth in his 20s could only be a charlatan. Shin Chongqing's son, Shin Jinlong, chimed in, "Your grandfather speaks the truth. When this lad treated Mr. Liu at his birthday banquet, I harbored doubts about his medical prowess. I never imagined he would now masquerade as a feng shui master to deceive us." Shin Chongqing's grandson, Shin Mufeng, remarked, "You are the quack physician from Lord Liu's banquet, aren't you? To refer to you as a quack is already an elevation of your status. With your qualifications, you can scarcely be deemed a doctor. I sensed your unreliability even then. How dare you, so young, presume to treat others? Do not think I am unaware that your acupuncture is merely sleight of hand, a deceitful trick. The fact that you managed to cure Lord Liu was nothing more than a stroke of luck. To my astonishment, not only do you masquerade as a physician with your esoteric needling techniques, but you also have the audacity to pose as a feng shui master, directly deceiving our Shin family. While we may not possess the vast wealth of the Liu family, we are not to be trifled with. Sister, it is evident he is a charlatan. How could you be so foolish as to bring him here?" Lin Yang observed the trio of Shin Chongqing, Shin Jinlong, and Shin Mufeng, and indeed, they were all enveloped in a thick, ominous smoke, identical to that which emanated from Shin Qingzhu. This indicated they too had fallen victim to malevolent energy, which explained their continuous misfortunes over the past few months. Shin Qingzhu interjected, "Brother, while I was driving today, I felt parched and pulled over to a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. During that time, a flower pot fell from the sky, nearly striking me on the head. Fortunately, Mr. Lin appeared just in time and saved me. Otherwise, you would never see your sister again." Shin Mufeng replied, "And what does that have to do with his ability to read feng shui?" Shin Qingzhu continued, "Listen to me first. Then Mr. Lin remarked that I harbored a malevolent aura, which was the cause of my misfortune, nearly being struck by a flower pot. He even deduced that you all had encountered similar misfortunes, prompting me to invite Mr. Lin to our home to dispel this ill fortune." Shin Mufeng, with a look of disdain, retorted, "This is undoubtedly a fabrication concocted by this charlatan to deceive you. One moment he poses as a doctor, and the next, he claims to be a master of feng shui. Do you truly believe such a person is credible? Who knows what guise he will adopt next? Perhaps he will present himself as a guru of success." Upon hearing that Lin Yang was there to assist with feng shui and exorcise malevolent energies, Huang Xiaojiang, the feng shui master clad in Taoist robes and wielding a peachwood sword, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he was here to compete for his clientele. Chapter 94. Some unsavory entities having finally secured a significant client like the Hai Shin family, he was unwilling to let his business be usurped by another. Consequently, he quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Miss Shun, this young lad, who likely hasn't even fully matured, could hardly possess the acumen to read feng shui. You must understand, feng shui demands both qualifications and experience. This young upstart is undoubtedly a fraud. You must not place your trust in him." Shin Qingzhu's expression faltered. "Mr. Lin, could you elucidate why you oscillate between being a miraculous healer and a master of feng shui?" Lin Yang smiled and replied, "This merely indicates my versatility. I possess a plethora of skills. I have mastered both medicine and the esoteric arts of feng shui, thus I am proficient in both realms." Huang Xiaojiang could not allow Lin Yang to earn the trust of the Shin family. Otherwise, his business deal would likely be jeopardized. Thus, he continued to press, "You, young man, cease your boasting. You claim to possess knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics. So I ask you, how many individuals have you consulted regarding feng shui? What status do those individuals hold?" Lin Yang smiled and replied, "Even if I have not personally consulted anyone on feng shui, it does not imply that I lack the ability to do so. Some individuals rely on their credentials and experience, while others are gifted. I belong to the latter category. It is akin to swimming. Some must practice tirelessly to master the art, while others, upon entering the water, swim effortlessly like fish. That is talent." Huang Xiaojiang scoffed coldly. "I fail to comprehend the source of your confidence. Surely you are not overly self-assured? Feng Shui and metaphysics are not predicated on blind faith. Lin Yang countered. You have posed a question to me, and I, too, have one for you. Can you perceive the dense malevolent energy surrounding Mr. Shen Chongqing and his associates? The Feng Shui master immediately directed his gaze towards Shen Chongqing and the others, but discerned no trace of malevolent energy upon them. This young man must be jesting. I do not perceive any malevolent energy on them. Each one of them is of noble birth. How could they possibly be tainted by such things? I merely sense that this villa may harbor some unclean entities. I advise you, do not indulge in your supernatural antics here. Lin Yang smirked. The so-called Feng Shui master has fully exposed his true abilities. He lacks spiritual insight and cannot perceive the malevolent energy surrounding Shen Chongqing and others, rendering him oblivious to the actual reasons behind their misfortunes. It appears he is nothing more than a charlatan. At this moment, Huang Xiaojing interjected, Master Shen, this man is purely a fraud. You must have him expelled at once, or else he will interfere with my ability to help you eliminate your misfortune. Shen Chongqing replied. Indeed. Bring forth this impudent swindler and cast him out. Huang Xiaojing smirked. For once Lin Yang was ejected, there would be no competition for his business. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu spoke up. Wait, I have faith in Mr. Lin. I believe we should allow him a chance. Shen Mufeng exclaimed, Sister, are you all right? This Lin Yang is clearly a fraud. How can you still trust him? Have you fallen under his spell? Shen Qingzhu remained clear-headed. She stated, Mr. Lin was able to deduce that our family has been plagued by misfortune, which indicates he possesses some skill. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, he saved my life today. He is my savior. Since I brought him here, I should afford him an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Shen Mufeng countered, we already have Master Huang Xiaojing here. We do not require this Lin Yang. Huang Xiaojing chimed in. Indeed, I alone can rescue the Shun family's fortunes and reverse their misfortunes. There is no need for this young man to meddle. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingzhu remarked, Mr. Lin is my savior. We cannot expel him. How about this? Let Master Huang first attempt to turn our misfortunes around. If Master Huang is unable, then perhaps Mr. Lin can intervene. Huang Xiaojing immediately grew anxious. Miss Shen, what do you mean? Do you not trust in my abilities? I, Huang, have provided feng shui guidance to numerous affluent families. Are you questioning their discernment? Shen Qizhu, her mind clear and thoughts lucid, replied, I merely wish to adopt a more cautious approach. After all, my ultimate aim is to dispel the Shin family's misfortunes. Only those capable of doing so can be deemed true experts. Therefore, it remains undetermined who possesses greater skill between you and Mr. Lin. I hope you can understand. Shen Chongqing, Shen Jinlong, and Shen Mufeng nodded in agreement. Although they harbored doubts about Lin Yang's capabilities, they had also never witnessed Master Huang's prowess. His reputation was merely more pronounced in the Lingnan region, and whether he could indeed eradicate the Shun family's misfortunes was still uncertain. Furthermore, Shen Qingzhu was quite insistent on retaining Lin Yang, making it unwise to force him out. Naturally intelligent, and having contributed significantly to the Shen family, Shen Qingzhu held considerable standing, thus her wishes prevailed. Shen Chongqing said, Master Huang, my granddaughter can be rather obstinate at times. No amount of persuasion will sway her. It may be best to acquiesce to her wishes. After all, having this young man here should not cause any substantial harm or impact to you. Huang Xiaojing was taken aback, not expecting that even the head of the Shen family would come to the defense of this young rascal, Lin Yang. As the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Chongqing's intervention made it difficult for him to dismiss Lin Yang. Reluctantly, he said, Very well. Let this young man learn from me in secret. He may benefit from it. Shen Chongqing replied, Master Huang, please continue your divination. Ascertain what is amiss in our household, and swiftly assist us in resolving our misfortunes. Huang Xiaojing reassured him, There is no need for haste, Elder Shen. I shall resume my examination of this villa to uncover the source of the issue. He then proceeded to wield his peachwood sword with a grave demeanor, ostentatiously inspecting various areas of the villa. In truth, his actions were far from thorough. He merely cast cursory glances without conducting any genuine analysis of the feng shui. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, Shen Qingzhu, Shen Chongqing, and others trailed closely behind him. After surveying nearly every corner of the villa, it was time for Huang Xiaojing to concoct a plausible excuse to appease everyone. He made his way to the grand hall of the Shen residence and solemnly declared, From my observations, I have discerned the root of your collective misfortune. Shen Chongqing hastily inquired, Master Huang, what exactly is wrong with this villa? I must inform you that this villa has been invaded by some unclean entities. Chapter 95. The nature of the entities, the expressions of those present, excluding Lin Yang, fell into a state of shock, revealing a hint of panic. Shun Changqing urgently pressed, Master Huang, what sort of unclean entities have infiltrated our villa? Huang Xiaojiang, with an air of solemnity, began to weave an elaborate tale. It is precisely that sort of entity, the kind that floats. Those very things drifting within your abode. A gasp of alarm echoed through the room. Upon hearing about the floating entities, the crowd instantly comprehended what Master Huang was alluding to. He continued his fanciful charade. This house possesses a somewhat eerie atmosphere. I can perceive such entities have entered your residence. Just moments ago, I glimpsed one gliding through your domicile. The assembly was instantly struck with trepidation, their hearts racing, and a chill ran down their spines. It felt as if a cold breeze had swept past them. Shun Changqing's countenance turned ashen. He had always harbored a deep-seated fear of the supernatural. The very notion of such ominous beings was foreboding, and at his advanced age, he was genuinely terrified. What on earth was happening? Why would such entities inhabit our home? Your residence is far too vast and exquisite. Those wayward spirits simply wander in, sometimes even lingering for days on end. How could you coexist with such beings and not encounter misfortune? The thought that he was sharing his space with such entities sent an icy shiver down Shun Changqing's spine. Suddenly, Huang Xiaojiang's eyes widened in shock. With urgency, he exclaimed, Look, there is one right at the entrance, preparing to drift inside. Can you see it? It wears red clothing. The mere mention of a floating entity at the door, especially clad in red, sent a wave of panic through the crowd. Shun Changqing, Shun Jinlong, and Shun Mufeng were instantly seized by terror, trembling uncontrollably in fear. They hurriedly exclaimed, We didn't see anything. There is nothing at all. I swear, I saw nothing. Even Shen Qizhu, who typically dismissed superstitions, felt a flicker of fear, her body shuddering slightly. After all, as a young woman, she could not entirely dismiss her unease regarding such ethereal phenomena. They all turned their gazes towards the villa entrance pointed out by Master Huang. Yet, their eyes beheld nothing but the sunlight streaming from outside. Despite witnessing nothing, an inexplicable dread gnawed at their hearts, sending chills down their spines. Huang Xiaojiang's vivid descriptions had painted an illusion of something lurking there, engendering a palpable fear among them. They instinctively huddled behind Huang Xiaojiang, akin to a brood of chicks seeking refuge behind their mother hen. Shun Changqing, his lips quivering, inquired, Master, why do we see nothing while you claim to have witnessed it? Huang Xiaojiang, with an inscrutable demeanor, replied, My eyes have been granted enlightenment by the masters. They can perceive the yin and yang, hence I can discern such entities. It is only natural that you cannot see them. Your vision remains confined to the ordinary. In truth, he had seen nothing at all. However, in the realm of geomancy and metaphysics, he played the part of a conjurer, leading his audience to believe in the presence of a spectral entity. For how could he instill fear without a semblance of a haunting? And without that fear, how could he persuade these individuals to willingly part with their money for his exorcisms? Shun Changqing exclaimed, Oh, the master is indeed remarkable, truly a master. As he observed the members of the Shun family ensnared in his web of deceit, a triumphant smile flickered across Huang Xiaojiang's face. He had not anticipated that these fools would be so easily duped, believing his ruse with such simplicity. Lin Yang, however, remained utterly composed, gazing towards the entrance, yet perceiving nothing therein. This indicated that, indeed, there was naught but an expanse of air. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips. This so-called feng shui master, Huang Xiaojiang, was performing his charade with such finesse that it was a pity he was not contending for an Oscar. Shun Changqing's complexion paled, and he cried out, Master, what shall we do now? Surely, we cannot be slain by such a thing. Quickly, perform your incantations to banish it. Fear not, for I shall expel it at once. Huang Xiaojiang proclaimed, brandishing a peachwood sword towards the living room entrance. He acted as if a spectral entity truly lingered there, berating, You wretched creature, I, the master, am here. How dare you cause a ruckus? Behold, I shall sever you with this peachwood blade. With that, Huang Xiaojiang theatrically brandished the sword, rushing towards the doorway. You vile thing, watch as I strike you down. Strike you down. He was seen furiously hacking at the air with the peachwood sword at the entrance, slicing up, down, left, and right. After a flurry of strikes, he finally ceased, adopting a serious demeanor. Rest assured, everyone, although that creature was malevolent and put up a fierce resistance, I have successfully vanquished it. Fear not, it shall not dare to return. With this, the anxious hearts of the gathered individuals were finally set at ease. Shen Chongqing, his complexion as pale as death, hastily implored, Master Huang, please perform your rites to dispel the misfortune that plagues us. Should you succeed in banishing our ill fate, the Shen family is prepared to offer a reward of 10 million. Huang Xiaozhang's eyes sparkled with greed upon hearing this. He immediately responded, Old Master Shen, to eradicate misfortune, we must first exorcise those unclean spirits. As you are aware, such entities are notoriously difficult to deal with. Perhaps you could consider increasing the offer. Shen Chongqing, understanding the underlying motive, realized Huang Xiaozhang was simply seeking more wealth. As the Shen family belonged to a multi-billion-dollar dynasty, they were not particularly concerned about the sum. What mattered was lifting the curse, for he genuinely feared that prolonged misfortune could lead to his family's ruin. Thus, he stated, if Master Huang can assist in dispelling our family's misfortune, I am willing to offer 50 million. What do you think? Huang Xiaozhang readily agreed. No problem, Old Master Shen. You are indeed magnanimous. He mistakenly believed that the Shen family was merely experiencing a temporary stroke of bad luck, unaware that they were actually afflicted by a malignant aura. He naively thought that fortune ebbs and flows, and since they were presently unfortunate, good luck would surely return. Once their fortunes revived, it would serve as proof of his successful exorcism. I shall prepare a few talismans for you to affix at the entrance of your villa. They will automatically drive away the unclean entities. Shen Chongqing urged, please, Master, proceed swiftly. Huang Xiaozhang then retrieved several sheets of yellow talisman paper, a brush, and a bottle of black ink from the cloth bag he carried. Then, using a brush dipped in ink, he inscribed incomprehensible characters and symbols onto the talisman paper. With the protective charms completed, Shen Chongqing hastened to instruct the household servants to affix these amulets at each entrance, ensuring an automatic ward against malevolent forces. The yellow talismans fluttered gently in the breeze. In Chapter 96, as misfortune lingered, Shen Chongqing anxiously inquired, Master Huang, does this mean we shall soon attract good fortune? This dwelling had been besieged by dark energies, its atmosphere thick with negativity. Once I recite the exorcism incantation, the malevolent presence will undoubtedly dissipate, making way for the return of good luck. Please, Master, proceed with the incantation swiftly. Master Huang Xiaozhang then wielded his peachwood sword, chanting incomprehensible mantras. At last, he exclaimed, urgent and binding, extinguish, simultaneously thrusting the sword forcefully into the air, as if unleashing a surge of magical energy. With utmost seriousness, Huang Xiaozhang declared, I have completed the ritual, all unclean entities within this abode have been expelled. With the talismans now affixed to your doors, those malevolent forces shall no longer dare to intrude. Soon, good fortune shall return to you. Shen Chongqing, Shen Jinlong, and Shen Mufeng placed their unwavering faith in Huang Xiaozhang, eager to believe that their fortunes would soon change. However, the astute Shen Qingzhu remained skeptical. Could such powers truly exist? After all, she had never held much faith in the so-called superstitions and metaphysical beliefs. Lin Yang observed Shen Chongqing, Shen Jinlong, Shen Mufeng, and Shen Qingzhu, noting that they were still enveloped in wisps of black smoke. This indicated that the malevolent aura surrounding them had not dissipated, and thus their misfortunes would persist. At this moment, Lin Yang contemptuously remarked, I ask you, Huang Xiaozhang, are you truly certain that their misfortunes have been lifted? You, a mere child, dare to question my mastery of feng shui? Do you realize that I am a renowned feng shui master in the Lingyan region, revered by countless esteemed followers? To doubt me and show me disrespect could provoke my disciples to unleash their ire upon you. At that instant, Shen Chongqing stumbled upon a slightly uneven and protruding tile, and with a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, sprawling in disarray. Oh dear, my old bones, I think they might break, he exclaimed. Both Shen Qingzhu and Shen Mufeng were startled and hurriedly assisted their grandfather to rise. Grandfather, are you all right? How could I be well? I feel as though my waist is about to shatter. Please, sit on the sofa for a moment. With that, Shen Chongqing was gently guided to the soft couch. The unexpected fall left Huang Xiaozhang momentarily bewildered. This old man, why does he choose now to stumble? Of all times, he falls right after the misfortune was supposedly lifted. Truly, he could trip over flat ground. Shen Chongqing silently lamented. Didn't we just dispel the ill fortune? How is it that I immediately fell victim to such a mishap? Master Huang, what is the meaning of this? Why did I stumble right after you performed your rite for us? Huang Xiaozhang feigned calmness and remarked, Master Shen, I have just completed the ritual. The misfortune has barely departed, and fortune has yet to arrive so swiftly. This is merely a coincidence. Shen Chongqing chose to remain silent, tempering his frustration, for it was indeed plausible that the ill luck had just subsided, and this was but a mere happenstance. At that moment, Shen Jinlong, who had been sipping water from a teacup, suddenly contorted his face in agony. In the next instant, he expelled a mouthful of water. The liquid splattered across the table, creating a messy amalgamation of plain water and Shen Jinlong's saliva. Coughing violently, he struggled to regain his composure. Shen Chongqing inquired, "Jinlong, what is the matter?" Shen Qingzhu and Shen Mufeng hastily expressed their concern. "Father, are you all right? This water is inexplicably choking." Jinlong continued, "I feel as though this water is lodged in my throat, reminiscent of that time not long ago when I nearly choked to death on the same mysterious water." All eyes turned towards Huang Xiaojiang, for choking on water could certainly be deemed a form of misfortune. Just moments ago, Shen Chongqing had inexplicably fallen, and now Shen Jinlong was similarly afflicted. Their doubts regarding the efficacy of Huang Xiaojiang's methods were entirely reasonable. Huang Xiaojiang, feeling a pang of panic, insisted, "It's just a coincidence, merely a coincidence." Internally, he cursed, "This is outrageously coincidental. It seems the heavens are conspiring against me." Immediately afterward, Shen Mufeng's phone rang. "President Shen, it's terrible. Due to an unforeseen fire, your invested factory has suffered a direct loss of 100 million. Shen Mufeng shouted in disbelief. "What? A loss of 100 million? All members of the Shen family turned their gazes towards Huang Xiaojiang, their eyes filled with skepticism. Did this so-called feng shui master truly possess any efficacy? Merely 10 minutes after the ritual concluded, Shen Chongqing stumbled. Shen Jinlong was nearly choked by water, and the factory invested in by Shen Mufeng caught fire, resulting in a loss of 100 million. This was indeed a misfortune far worse than before the ritual was performed." Shen Chongqing's expression bore a hint of anger as he addressed Master Huang Xiaojiang, demanding a reasonable explanation. Huang Xiaojiang was already sweating profusely. He hastily replied, "Old Master Shen, this is undoubtedly a coincidence." "Another coincidence? Rest assured, good fortune shall arrive shortly." "Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more." Huang Xiaojiang silently prayed, "Heaven, I beseech you to bestow some luck upon the Shen family. Even if fortune does not come, please spare them from further misfortune, at least until I depart from the Shen household." At that moment, a glass chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the Shen family's living room swayed precariously. Suddenly, it plummeted to the ground. Lin Yang, quick-witted and agile, observed the unfolding chaos. "Watch out," he exclaimed as he swiftly grasped Shen Qingzhu's arm, pulling her aside just in time. Crash! Shards of the chandelier scattered across the floor, littering it with golden glass debris. Only then did everyone realize that Shen Qingzhu had narrowly escaped a fatal incident. Thanks to Lin Yang's prompt intervention, otherwise, her head might have been crushed by the falling chandelier. Shen Qingzhu's heart raced, grateful for Lin Yang's timely assistance. Shen Qingzhu hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, you have saved my life once again." Lin Yang replied, "No need for thanks. It is a relief that all is well." At this moment, Huang Xiaojiang was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ashen. He had not anticipated that following his recent ritual, the Shen family would consecutively encounter misfortune, which undoubtedly revealed the futility of his actions. Shen Chongqing, witnessing his granddaughter's near demise, could endure no longer. With a furious slam of his hand upon the table, he rose, pointing at the flustered Huang Xiaojiang. "Is this what you call the end of your ritual? Good fortune is supposed to follow? After your incantation, not only did we not witness any good fortune, but misfortune has relentlessly pursued us. This is utterly unacceptable." He had already concluded that this so-called Master Huang was nothing more than a complete charlatan, and his anger was palpable. "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? There cannot be so many coincidences. Someone, seize this so-called feng shui master and beat him senseless. Let us see if he can conjure any of his deceitful tricks." Chapter 97. The beating of Huang Xiaojiang. Huang Xiaojiang was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. In truth, he possessed no genuine skills in feng shui. Years ago, he had merely relied on some easily manipulable knowledge of feng shui to advise affluent families in Lingnan. And to his astonishment, those families' fortunes genuinely improved after his consultations. Thus, his reputation as a feng shui master gradually spread throughout Lingnan. Over time, he became renowned as a prominent feng shui master in the region. Of course, This did not imply that his consultations guaranteed good fortune for all. If others, after consulting feng shui, do not experience good fortune but rather encounter misfortune, they often resort to various grandiloquent justifications. For instance, they might claim that the individual did not perform adequately, failing to adhere strictly to the prescribed methods. Ultimately, the blame is shifted entirely onto the client, absolving the consultant of any responsibility. Conversely, when the client experiences good fortune, they are quick to attribute their success to the prowess of Huang Xiaojing in feng shui. Consequently, those who enjoy favorable outcomes continue to extol his virtues, thereby amplifying Huang Xiaojing's renown. In a moment of desperation, Huang Xiaojing implored, "Master Shun, I admit my faults. Please, spare me. I should not have deceived you. I renounce the money. I beg for your mercy." Shen Changqing, with a countenance full of indignation, retorted, "Spare you? Absolutely not. To deceive the Shen family carries a price. Do you think we are easy prey?" He commanded, "Seize this charlatan and administer 100 strikes upon his posterior." The bodyguards of the Shen family resounded in unison, "As you command." Immediately, 2 robust bodyguards dragged the feeble Huang Xiaojing away. Other bodyguards brought forth a lengthy bench, positioning it in the open courtyard. 2 of them then forcibly pressed Huang Xiaojing face down upon the bench, akin to a dog in a humiliating posture. At that moment, a bodyguard approached wielding a thick red rod, as substantial as an adult bamboo stalk, solid and heavy, weighing no less than 10 pounds. Huang Xiaojing's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. The prospect of such a thick rod striking his backside filled him with dread. When you strike, remember to strip away his trousers, exposing his rear for the blow. That's when it truly hurts. Lord Shen commanded. Yes. One of the security guards forcefully yanked down Huang Xiaojing's trousers, revealing his backside. A sudden gust of wind swept by, causing Huang Xiaojing to feel an unsettling chill on his exposed flesh. Trembling all over, he could already foresee the agony that awaited him. Desperate, he pleaded, "Lord Shen, please, no. I beg you, spare me. I promise I'll never do it again. Please, let me go." Lord Shen, incensed by Huang Xiaojing's deceitful antics, paid no heed to his pleas. "Strike him. Strike him fiercely." With the command issued, the burly bodyguard effortlessly hoisted the hefty red rod above his head. As Huang Xiaojing gazed at the looming implement, sheer panic enveloped him, and he trembled, uttering, "No, no." Unfazed, the bodyguard swung the rod down with great force onto Huang Xiaojing's exposed backside. The resounding crack of wood meeting flesh echoed through the air, accompanied by Huang Xiaojing's anguished scream. The impact was so severe that tears streamed down his face, and a large, crimson bruise blossomed on his rear, glistening with fresh blood, a clear testament to his suffering. Immediately, the bodyguard raised the club high above his head once more, then brought it down with a ferocious swing. Crack! 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 Each strike upon Huang Xiaojing's posterior elicited a wretched scream from him. The sound of the club colliding with flesh alternated with Huang Xiaojing's agonized cries, creating a lamentable symphony. Shen Changqing nodded in satisfaction. After enduring 100 brutal strikes, Huang Xiaojing had succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. The agony he felt transcended the mere discomfort of his behind. It radiated throughout his entire body, a relentless torment that even reached his bones. His posterior was rendered a grotesque mess, bruised and battered, resembling nothing short of a mass of raw flesh, an utterly harrowing sight. It seemed as though the very bones of his behind had been shattered. If one were to be struck 100 times by a slender, seemingly elastic bamboo rod, they would surely cry out in agony. How much more so when struck by a solid club, as thick as bamboo. The pain was far more excruciating, a veritable nightmare. Shen Changqing gazed at Huang Xiao.